Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray in Made for Each Other. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. To most playwrights, a love story ends at the altar and leaves the rest of us wondering whether they really lived happily ever after. But anyone who's ever been to the altar knows that their life story just begins there. So in our play tonight, Made for Each Other, we skip the courtship and tell the best part of the story, the married life of two average, healthy young Americans. And since our boy and girl are so typically American, their story is more than a love story. It's the drama of America in our own day, because the home of Johnny and Jane Mason, multiplied some millions of times, is America. That's why this play, Made for Each Other, is made to order for the Lux Radio Theater, an institution supported by women like Jane, who've given Lux toilet soap an important place in their homes. They know the value in this modern world of looking their best, and the value of Lux toilet soap in helping them do it. To bring you this average young married couple, we selected two players who are certainly far above average in talent, Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray. Miss Lombard as Jane has the same part she played in the David O. Selznick picture Made for Each Other, which was written by Joe Swirling. Fred McMurray is currently being applauded for a fine job in Paramount's Remember the Night. When we decided to produce tonight's play, both our stars were absent from Hollywood on well-deserved vacations. Fred on a hunting trip in the mountains of California, and Carol on a hunting trip in the mountains of Mexico. And it took a lot of hunting on our part to find these wild spots. But no time at all to lure our stars back from their vacations when they heard what the play was. And that brings us right up to this moment. And a play which begins where most plays end. A story of two people who have the chance to live happily ever after. We raise the curtain on the first act of Made for Each Other, starring Carol Lombard as Jane and Fred McMurray as Johnny. Spring in New York. Welcome sunshine warming the bright streets. A gentle breeze carrying with it a hint of blossoms in the park. And above all this, high in a skyscraper, the law offices of Doolittle, Messerschmitt, Doolittle, and Hutch. Dignity is the keynote of this impressive suite. But on the spring morning in question, dignity is lacking in the extreme, for the whole office force is gathered expectantly at the door, each person well supplied with rice and old shoes. Suddenly the door swings open, and the office boy dashes in.
Hey, he's coming, Johnny Mason.
Oh, did you see him?
Where is he? He's on the elevator. Get your shoes ready. Where's my rice?
Quiet. Shh. Here he comes.
Hello, kids. Hey, what's everybody looking at?
Fine trick you pulled on us, Johnny Mason.
What are you talking about?
Oh, we were only kidding.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Hey, wait a second, will you? I just got a guy get married. It isn't unusual, is it?
Mason!
That's just because a guy happens to get married.
Mason!
Oh, good morning, Mr. Doolittle.
Come into my office.
Yes, sir. I'm just on my way in.
Never mind. Come in and close the door.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mason, what was all that racket out there?
Well, they somehow found out that while I was away in
Did you get the deposition in the case of Higgins against Higgins?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Let me see it. Well, go on. What about that uproar?
Well, after I got the deposition, I had a
What
few hours
kind
to
of
spare,
nonsense is this? This isn't the deposition in the case of Higgins and Higgins.
Oh, isn't it?
No. It says, to the party of the first part, I love you, signed party of the second part.
Oh, that, it's a note from Jane. She's, my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. I got married.
Oh, you got married.
Yeah, it all happened just as suddenly as that. I was strolling up in the Common in Boston, and she had a cinder in her eye.
A what?
A cinder, a piece of, cinder. And she stopped, and I stopped, and that's when I took the cinder out of her eye.
And that's when you married her?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, not immediately, of course. I had to get the deposition first. That took 2 days.
I see. Pretty quick, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
I imagine my daughter Eunice will be rather surprised at this.
Oh, well, you won't be any more surprised than I was.
Well, don't stand there. Get the deposition.
Judge Doolittle, when people get married, they usually go on a honeymoon.
I didn't. I don't approve of honeymoons. They're a waste of time.
Well, you know how women are, Judge, and Well, if it wouldn't inconvenience her, I'd like to have one, just for Jane.
Well, how about Higgins against Higgins? It'll inconvenience them, won't it?
Oh, no, sir. That is, if you'll pardon me, I've arranged a continuance with opposing counsel.
Continuance, eh? A sheer waste of time, Mason. All right. Take a week.
A week? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't very well make it in a week. You see, we're going to Bermuda.
Take 10 days, then. Now, that deposition will have to be...
you see, Judge, we were expecting to be gone for about a month.
A month? 4 weeks?
Yes, sir. Jane's waiting in the car for me now, and I told her we could probably stay down in Bermuda for at least...
Now, see here, Mason. Higgins against Higgins is much more important than Bermuda. You'll see all that's necessary in 10 days. It's a very small island.
Oh, but 10 days, Judge Doolittle?
10 days.
Yes, sir.
Well, go on, Johnny. What did the boss say when you told him?
Oh, he was swell, Jane. I showed him your picture. And...
Oh, you didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny.
Sure, he was marvelous. He couldn't congratulate me enough.
Oh, then you didn't have any trouble about the month off?
Well, no, not what you'd call trouble. The only thing is...
Well, go on.
Well, I didn't get exactly a month.
Well, how much did you get?
Well, as I say, I didn't get the full month. Of course, if I'd insisted...
Well, I know, darling, but how much?
Well, I compromised on 10 days.
10 days,
Yeah,
darling.
but I've got it all planned. You see, it takes the boat 2 days to get there and 2 days back. That's a whole 6 days we'll have.
A whole 6 days.
Oh, I know, darling, but old Granite Puss doesn't believe in honeymoons. And it's not so awful bad. After all, fellas have gone around the whole world in less than that. And a little help with my mother.
What'll help with your mother?
Well, we won't have to leave her for such a long time.
No, when you phoned her this morning, what did she say?
Oh, she was fine. Fine.
She asked a million questions about me, I suppose.
Well, not exactly. She...
Well, you told her about me, of course, and getting married and all.
Well, I didn't blurt things out too suddenly. I just sort of broke the ice.
Well, Johnny, how much ice did you break?
I just told her that while I was in Boston, I ran into several people.
Well, didn't you tell her about me at all?
I kind of thought it'd be fun to surprise her. You know, surprise.
Well, Johnny, I think you'd better see your mother by yourself.
Oh, no, Jane. I should say not. It'll be a breeze. I've got the whole thing planned, move by move. Now, look, we'll just start at the beginning, and I'll tell her that while I was strolling on the common, I met you. So, Mother, after I met Jane and after I got the cinder out of her eye, we walked along together.
How interesting, I'm sure. Would you have some more tea, Miss... I didn't catch your last name.
But I don't think Johnny told you. I will have some tea, thanks. It's delicious.
Yes, John. Go on, dear.
And then we kept walking some more. And then we went over and had a bite to eat.
Yes, go on.
We had a bite. And then I told her I was crazy about her.
What? What did you say?
Well, we were just as surprised as you are, Mrs. Mason.
It was love right after the cinder came out.
Oh, dear. You know, Miss...
My name is Jane.
Oh, yes, of course. Jane. John, so young and impulsive.
But, Mother, this is different.
Jane, my dear, are you visiting relatives here in New York?
Well, yes. No, not exactly. I came down with Johnny.
From Boston? Together last night?
Well, you see, Mother, we thought that since we're engaged...
Engaged?
Well, I know that must be upsetting to you, Mrs. Mason. It was
But what did your family say about it?
Well, I have no family. I was going to night school, taking a course in journalism.
But she gave it all up when she met me. I'm a sort of postgraduate course.
My dear, if you have any opportunity for a career in journalism, then by all means follow it through.
But don't you think marriage is a bit of a career by itself?
Oh, indeed, but one should be prepared for it. One shouldn't rush into it pell-mell. There are too many things to learn.
Oh, Jane will learn them after we're married. Don't you worry, Mother.
I hope and pray that day won't come for many years.
You don't think we should get married?
Emphatically not. Now, that isn't to say, please understand, that I have anything against Jane. I'm sure she's a lovely girl.
I'm glad of that because, well, you see, you asked if she was visiting relatives.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, she's visiting one right now. Mother,
We're married, Mrs. Mason.
Oh, gosh, Mother, people get married sooner or later and go on honeymoons, and when we come back, we'll find a new apartment, and you'll stay with us. Jane insists on that, and we'll have a little family
A family?
Oh,
Mother.
Johnny, the smelling salt. She's fainted.
Well, it's time for me to leave, I suppose. Goodbye, my son.
Goodbye, Mother. Hey, gosh, don't look so sad. We'll be home in 10 days.
I know. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Mason.
Don't let him have too many strawberries. He gets rashes, you know.
Oh, Mother.
And when he gets to Bermuda, see that he wears a hat in the sun.
I will.
Oh, gee, Mother.
He almost had a sunstroke once.
Oh, that was 14 years ago. I'm over it now.
And if he gets seasick, don't forget the pills I gave you for him. And Take care of yourself, too.
Oh, I will. Goodbye, Mrs. Mason.
Come on, we'll wave to you from the rail.
No, you stay here. I couldn't stand to see the boat leave with you on it, John. Goodbye.
So long, Mother. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Take care of him. He's my only son.
I will.
Funny things, Mothers. Well, let's go in the stateroom, huh?
Oh, come on, let's unpack. We've got lots to do, darling.
No. Let's just sit here and think. You know, this is the first time in my life I've been away from America.
Me too, and it's just beautiful, Johnny.
Yeah. Jane.
What?
Remember when I took that cinder out of your eye in Boston?
How could I forget it?
You know, I threw it away. I should have kept that cinder and put it in a locket or something. Why, if it weren't for that cinder, maybe we'd never have met.
Oh, Johnny, don't say that. We had to meet.
That's right, I guess. Still, if it hadn't been for that cinder...
Oh, Johnny, isn't everything just beautiful?
Yeah. Hey, that's us. We'll pull out pretty soon.
Bon voyage, darling.
Bon voyage, sweetheart.
Oh, Johnny. Johnny.
Who's that?
I don't know. Go see.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mason. Yeah, just caught you in time.
Oh, Carter, it's nice of you to come down. Meet Mrs. Mason, my wife. Jane, this is Carter from the office.
How do you do?
Happy to know you.
Well, Carter?
Good thing I got here, Mason. You got just 5 minutes.
5 minutes for what?
Get off the boat.
Get off the boat.
Get off. Don't mind him, dear. He's got a funny sense of humor.
Yeah, well, Doolittle hasn't. He sent me down here. He wants you back in the office right away.
What are you talking about?
Higgins against Higgins.
Well, what about Higgins against Higgins?
Higgins against Higgins goes on the calendar next week.
Well, Johnny, they can't.
Oh, no, Carter. You're mistaken. I got a continuance for a whole month.
Yeah, you think you did. The other attorney didn't sign it. Judge Doolittle had the case reset for this week. Sent me down to get you off the boat.
Johnny, they can't do that to you.
Certainly not. What does old Grannis Put think I am, a puppet?
Some kind of a pony you can push around like a pawn?
Yes.
It's out of the question.
It's preposterous.
Is that what you want me to tell Judge Doolittle?
Yes.
Oh, now, Jane, wait. Will you excuse us a moment, Carter?
Certainly. But you'd better make up your mind in a hurry.
That's telling them, Johnny.
Sure, but, Jane, I mustn't be too impulsive like Mother says. Higgins against Higgins is my most important case.
All right, so it's important, but it isn't as important as our honeymoon.
Oh, no, certainly not, but only I don't want to lose my head. You see, in a way, darling, a lawyer is a little like a doctor or a lawyer or a soldier. I mean, see?
You're not giving in to them.
Well, not exactly, but... Well, maybe we can go on our honeymoon when the case is settled. We'll turn in our tickets.
Oh, no, Johnny.
Oh, but Judge Doolittle said...
I hate Judge Doolittle.
Shh,
and I hate Higgins against Higgins.
Oh, but I can't go
And that nasty little man out there, Carter, I hate him.
Oh, I know. I'll bet you hate me, too.
No, Johnny, it would have been so beautiful.
Hello? Anybody home?
Johnny, where have you been? I've been worried to death.
I got tied up in court. I didn't know whether I'd make it home for the party or not.
Well, I'm glad you got here. Did you bring the wine for dinner?
Yeah, see, old Granite Puss's favorite brand.
Well, hurry. Dinner's at 8 and they'll be here any minute.
Yeah, all I've got to do is shave and change my shirt.
All right, but hurry. I'm almost ready.
Okay, sweetheart, I'm away.
Oh, don't use the guest towels. Yours is on the second rack.
Okay. How's it been going?
Oh, everything's just lovely. An ultimatum for Manny. This one's final. She's quitting tonight.
Tonight?
Oh, it's all right. She'll see us through dinner.
I don't see why you have so much trouble with servants.
I'd like to change places with you someday. It's a trial to get a dinner with a maid like Annie.
Hey, what are we going to have for dinner?
Roast beef?
Roast beef, huh? Zowie, Doolittle's delight.
Say, that was certainly a brilliant idea of yours, inviting Eunice Doolittle at the last minute.
She's the judge's daughter, isn't she? She and the judge are like corned beef and cabbage. Always come together.
Yeah, and that impossible twerp Carter. I suppose you had to ask him, too.
Eunice had some sort of a date with him. What could I do?
I don't know how I'm going to stand him. I've always had an idea he had something to do with canceling our honeymoon.
Yeah, it's going to be different when my name moves up in the door. The law firm of Doolittle, Messerschmitt, Doolittle, Hutch, and Mason.
Oh, Johnny, really?
Yeah, it's practically up there now. I won the appeal in the Higgins against Higgins. It's a sure thing now.
The thing you wanted for years. Oh, you're marvelous, darling.
Hey, Gangway, where's my tie?
Right there.
Gosh, you're dressed.
Yes, except for this. Hook me up, darling.
Oh, where?
Those hooks in the back.
Oh. Yeah, pretty nice neck you've got there.
As nice as Eunice Doolittle's.
What do I know about Eunice Doolittle's neck? I never even noticed she had one. There. That all the hooks?
Oh, thanks, dear. Now run out and see how Annie's doing in the kitchen.
Okay.
And hurry, Johnny.
Jane, your guests are here, my dear.
Oh, well, good evening, Judge Doolittle.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Mason. Good evening. This is my daughter, Eunice.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Mason? You know Mr. Carter?
Yes, we've met. How do you do?
Good evening, Mrs. Mason. Glad to see you again.
Well, a little early, I'm afraid.
Oh, not at all, Miss Doolittle. It's just 8, and Johnny should...
Jane?
Yes, dear.
You know, I was just thinking, I bet old Granite Puss will be late. Oh.
Good evening, Mason.
I didn't know. I've got great news for you, Judge. We've got roast beef for dinner.
Miss Mason, dinner's ready. Do you want it now? Will you eat it cold?
Well, shall we sit down?
have a little downward trend.
Annie, you may serve the dessert, please.
Well, that's what I'm doing, ain't I?
But, Annie, this isn't the ice cream.
Well, maybe it don't look like it, but that's just what it is.
But what happened to it?
Somebody defrosted the icebox.
Just a little accident, Judge.
Quite all right.
Oh, it looks just delicious, Mrs. Mason. Annie, you may serve the wafers.
What's wafers?
Crackers.
Crackers. Well, I couldn't figure that one out.
Judge Doolittle, Johnny tells me that you've won the appeal in the Higgins against Higgins case.
Yes, at last.
Well, is it true, Judge Doolittle, that something's going to happen in the firm next week?
Yes, we're considering a blood transfusion. Metaphorically, of course. Getting new blood in the firm, as it were. We're appointing a junior partner.
And Daddy's consulted with me.
Yes. It's quite a job to pick the right man.
I shouldn't think so. Surely if it's a question of merit, John...
Yes. As a rule, I always trust to my own judgment. But when it comes to picking men, there's nothing like a woman's intuition.
That's why Daddy consulted me. Mm-hmm. And the new partner will be...
Beginning next Monday, the new name of the firm will be Doolittle. I, of course, will head it, as I have for 25 years.
And very capably.
Messerschmitt.
Naturally.
Doolittle, my brother.
Do hurry, Daddy.
Hutch.
And
Carter.
Not my son.
Congratulations, Carter.
Thank you, Judge Doolittle.
It's all right. Nothing you didn't deserve, I'm sure. It's
well,
all right.
Carter, congratulations.
Thanks.
It's wonderful. I always knew you had it in you. I'd like to propose a toast to the new partner. Toast. Only we seem to have run out of wine. Will you give me the platter, Mother? Just hand it over.
Be careful, son. Don't cut your hand on those knives.
Here, might as well wash this, Johnny.
Somebody left their peas.
It was Judge Doolittle.
But the dessert dishes are on the sideboard. I'll go get them.
John.
Gravy sure sticks.
I didn't want to say anything. You know I've never interfered. But you must admit now.
Yeah?
You must admit now that if you hadn't rushed into this marriage, there would have been no question about your getting the partnership.
What do you mean, Mother?
If you'd have married Eunice Doolittle, and you could have, I know, you would have been in Mr. Carter's place.
Look, Mother. Jane has more on her little finger than Eunice Doolittle ever will have if she lives to be 900.
Son, Jane...
And, Mother, there's something else. I don't like to mention it, but it isn't any too easy for Jane and all of us living together like this. We should remember that and try to understand.
But I only had your good in mind when I mentioned the partnership.
My partnership with Jane is all the partnership I need. Whether Doolittle or Carter...
Me too, Johnny. That's all I need.
Must you eavesdrop?
Oh, she wasn't, Mother.
You're both siding against me.
We're not either.
No, Mother. Don't you see that Johnny and I have enough? We have each other. You don't understand.
I don't understand.
No, Mother, I don't think
I've got all I can bear. Don't add any more.
We're not trying to.
The dinner was the most humiliating experience of my life.
Of course, it was for us, too.
Not me. I don't care what they think.
And I'll be blamed for it. That's all the consideration I ever get around here.
Consideration? You don't need consideration.
Jane. Jane, darling.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Johnny. I didn't want to do that, but I guess it's just me, I guess.
Yeah, I know, darling. Don't worry. It's going to be all right someday. I'll have a partnership of my own office, my own practice, and my own firm.
Sure, that's right. And, I know a swell name for it. Mason and Mason.
Yeah, Mason and... Huh? Father and son?
Well, doctors can be wrong, but our doctor thinks there'll be another lawyer in the family pretty soon.
Jane, you mean you could... A baby lawyer?
Yes. I want him just like you.
Oh, Jane. Jane, well, congratulations, honey.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray, will return in Act 2 of Made for Each Other. When a famous and lovely screen star talks about beauty care, women everywhere listen with attention. You might almost say that beauty is the business of a screen star. Just think of the thousands and thousands of pairs of eyes that take in every detail of her appearance and approve or disapprove. Yes, screen stars must be alert every moment to see that they look their very best. And we know you're going to be interested in a beauty hint from that young charmer of the screen, Anne Sheridan. Here's what she says.
I think there's nothing in the world more important to a woman's charm than smooth, soft skin. And that's why no matter how tired I am at bedtime, I wouldn't dream of neglecting my active lather facial with Lux soap.
Have you ever tried an active lather facial for a quick beauty freshener during the day and as a regular bedtime beauty care? Anne Sheridan tells you how to do it. First,
it's easy to work up a rich, creamy lather with Lux soap. Work it gently into your skin with upward strokes and little pats.
Second.
Rinse thoroughly with warm water, then a dash of cool.
And third.
Pat your face lightly to dry. Your skin feels softer and smoother. See how fresh it looks.
Yes, Lux Soap's active lather gives skin protection it needs for beauty. It leaves no trace of dust, dirt, or stale cosmetics to choke the pores, cause unattractive cosmetic skin, those unsightly little blemishes and coarsened pores that make any woman unhappy. You can use cosmetics all you like, but never forget your active lather facial. It's a wonderful way to protect your skin by helping to keep it soft, smooth, adorable. Buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and try this care for 30 days. And at the end of that time, see if you don't feel well repaid. You want to make the most of your looks, don't you? Take a tip from the lovely screen stars, from attractive Ann Sheridan. Remember, 9 out of 10 famous Hollywood screen stars use Lux toilet soap. This soap with active lather. Now our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Made for Each Other, starring Carol Lombard as Jane and Fred McMurray as Johnny. The standard witticism of maternity nurses throughout the world is the doubtfully humorous remark, "We've never lost a father yet." But Johnny Mason, like many fathers before him, is not so easily convinced. His knees are shaking violently, his face contorted with terror, as he treads the well-trod hallway of the hospital, awaiting the advent of his future law partner. Nobody looks at him. Nobody speaks to him. Johnny Mason is a lone and lonely man in a woman's world.
Hey, nurse. Nurse, will you speak to me, please?
Yes, what is it?
Look, tell me, how about it? Huh?
How about what?
How about what? About the baby. My baby. Is he here?
Oh, you want to know if he's arrived yet?
Well, if you don't mind, yes.
Well, it won't be long. And remember, we've never lost a father yet. Just take it easy.
Take it easy? With this kind of service? Nurse! Hey, nurse, is that him? Is that my baby?
No, and don't you come another step closer.
Yeah, but if it's mine...
Please, this is not your baby.
Oh, all right, but when's my baby coming?
Now, don't worry. We've never lost a
I
father.
know, but you better be careful this time, that's all.
You'll just have to be patient.
Be patient? Have you ever been a father? I'll die on my feet if I... Hey, doctor! Is that... What about my baby?
Sorry, young man. I'm not your doctor.
Have I got a doctor? Why doesn't somebody tell me something? Why doesn't somebody speak to me?
Mr. Mason.
Won't
Mr.
even
Mason.
look at me, a fine thing.
Please, are you Mr. Mason?
Me? Oh, yes! What do you want? I've been trying to... What's this?
This is your baby, Mr. Mason.
My a girl?
It's a boy.
A boy. Oh, Jane, how is...
She's fine. Everything is fine. You'd better sit down, Mr. Mason. You're a little pale.
Me? Oh, no, I'm fine. I never felt... Oh!
Doctor, stretcher, please. We're having father trouble again. It's a touch of colic, I know.
No, Mother, he's just hungry.
I'm sorry, my dear. It's colic. He's cried for 5 minutes.
Johnny, where's that bottle?
Coming, dear. Here you are, fella. Here's the feed bag warm just right. Hey, look, he's smiling at me.
That's gas.
Oh.
Give me that bottle, Donald, and answer the door, will you, Johnny?
Whoever it is, I'll tell him we're not here.
There you are, baby.
Well, at least he stopped crying.
You see, he was hungry.
If he was fed on time, he wouldn't cry.
I know, Mother, but the bottle wasn't warm enough.
Too bad he has to be fed on the bottle.
Well, I haven't heard the baby complain yet.
John never saw a bottle till he was 6 months old.
Well, we just had the baby a little while, Mother. So far, he's done fine.
I know, but I don't see what
I
you...
won't say anything.
What's that, my dear?
Nothing, Mother. Who was that, Johnny?
It was a mailman. Hey, what do you think? It's a present for the baby from old Granite Puss.
Well, how thoughtful.
Bet it's a summons.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's a bank book.
Well, the old darling. How much?
$10.
$10? Well, I hope it doesn't plunge Doolittle into bankruptcy.
I think it's very considerate of Judge Doolittle to think of the baby's future.
Well, it isn't much, but gosh, it's a start.
Why, of course. That's the proper spirit, John.
It isn't that. Johnny, come in here, please, in the bedroom. Will you watch the baby, Mother?
That's what I'm doing. He'd choke if it wasn't for me.
Johnny.
What's the matter? What's the idea?
Johnny, how long are you going to stand for it?
Stand for what?
You don't know, do you? I mean, Judge Doolittle's contempt for you, his intense unappreciation of your work.
But what's that got to do with the $10?
That isn't the $10. It's what it means. He holds you at just that much.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Well, the $10 from anyone else in the world, I would be swell. I'd accept it in the proper spirit, but not from Doolittle. You do all the work in that office, and Doolittle knows it.
Yeah, I know. I ought to do something about it. The bills are piling way up over my head, and Christmas is coming, and, well, the income just doesn't match the outgo.
I know it. Still, you let Doolittle take advantage of you. You deserve a raise. Why don't you tell him that?
Oh, I'd lose my job. There's Mother and you to think about now.
But you won't lose your job. You're too valuable to the firm. If you left, I bet Doolittle would come crawling on his hands and knees begging you to come back.
On his hands and knees? You don't know old Granite Puss.
Well, I know you. All you've got to do is speak up. Don't ask for your rights, demand them. What are you, a man or a mouse?
I'm a mouse.
Darling, you're not either. Do you know what's the matter with you? You're too modest. You don't appreciate yourself. You're not having the things you should have.
Well, neither are you. Remember when I got you that wedding ring? Later, I was going to get you the big one with the diamonds. And then I was going to get you that mink coat.
I want them, Johnny.
You probably have to wait 300 years.
No, I want the ring now, fur coat now, and I want a honeymoon in Bermuda. And an apartment large enough so the baby doesn't have to sleep in the dining room. You can get them for me, but first you've got to get what's coming to you.
If I only knew how to go about it.
I'll tell you how. You just walk into Doolittle's office and you say, Judge Doolittle, there's something I've got to say to you right now.
What'll he say?
He'll say, sit down, Mason. What is it? And you'll say, Judge Doolittle, I've been working for you now for 5 years. I've given you all that's in me, every ounce.
Yes, and then he'll...
No, wait. He'll say there's no doubt about it, Mason. I've never questioned your ability or your loyalty.
I'll say...
All right, Judge Doolittle, what are you going to do about it?
I hate to think what'll happen then.
Do you know what'll happen? He'll say, Mason, what do you expect me to do? Darling, just put it to him flatly. Say I want more money, and I want to be taken into the firm, and he'll say...
I know what he'll say.
No matter what he says, you say either a raise in a junior partnership or accept my resignation effective immediately.
Effective immediately. I'm going to do it. One of these days I will.
One of these days is tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yeah, but how am I going to go in?
Let's start at the beginning, darling. You walk into his office, you say, Judge Doolittle, I've got something to say to you right now. Say it.
Judge Doolittle, I've got something to say to you right now.
I either get a raise in a junior partnership.
I either get a raise in a junior partnership.
Or else you can accept my resignation.
Or else you can accept my resignation.
Effective immediately.
Effective immediately. That's right. Effective immediately. Judge Doolittle, I've got something to say to you right now.
Mason! Mason! What in the world are you doing?
Oh, me? I was just rehearsing.
Rehearsing?
Yes, sir. It's very important, sir.
Well, it's more important that you answer your buzzer. I've rung 3 times this morning. Come in here.
Sorry, I guess I must be busy rehearsing.
Sit down, Mason. Sit down.
Judge Doolittle, I've been working.
Just what I want to talk to you about. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
You've been doing mighty good work lately, Mason.
Well, thank you, Judge. I was just...
You've been capable, dependable, loyal, right from the start.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Judge.
But, Mason, these are extraordinary times for all of us.
Yes, they are. They are,
Some
sir.
of our biggest clients are affected.
Oh, yes?
Yes. Most of them claim it's all they can do to stay in business.
They do, huh?
So they're cutting expenses right and left. And, naturally, we're the first to feel it. So we have to do something about it.
Judge Doolittle, there's something I've got to say.
So the only way out, as I can see it, is to tighten our belts. I'm asking everyone to take a 25% cut in salary.
But, Judge Doolittle...
Oh, it's a sacrifice, I know, but I'm taking my cut, too. These times we all have to put our shoulders to the wheel.
Our shoulders to the wheel. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm glad you understand, Mason. It warms my heart to see such a splendid spirit of cooperation in one of my men.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Oh, by the way, Mason, please answer your buzzer next time.
Yes, sir. I will, sir.
Johnny Mason, your wife's on the phone.
Well, tell her I won't be home. Tell her I won't be home till late.
Johnny, is that you?
Yes, it is. John H. Mason, a failure.
Oh, good morning, Johnny.
Good morning.
How do you feel, Johnny?
Fine. I feel fine.
Oh, what time is it?
4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Say, high noon.
Well, it's just 3, isn't it?
If you know what time it is, why do you ask me? What difference does it make what time it is? I feel fine.
You'd better go to bed, Johnny.
You have to tell me like a child?
Are you going to sleep?
Sure, I'm going to sleep.
Do you think you'll be comfortable?
Certainly I'll be comfortable.
You're sure you'll be comfortable?
Sure, I'm sure I'll be comfortable.
Well, don't you think you'd be more comfortable if you took your hat off?
Oh, maybe.
Can I help?
I don't need any help. I feel fine. Well, What are you looking so funny about?
Better go to sleep, dear.
Better get in bed. Am I comfortable? How do I feel? You'd think I committed a crime. You'd think I was on the witness stand. Man comes home looking for a little peace and quiet, and what happens? Why didn't I phone you from the office? Why didn't I come home to supper? A million questions fired at.
I ran into Doolittle this afternoon. I was out for a walk with the baby. He was in the park.
All right. Come on, let me have it. Tell me what you really think of me. Tell me I'm a failure, a weakling. Tell me what a rotten worm I am. Tell me... Oh, Jane.
Oh, Johnny, you fool. What does it matter if you get a raise or a partnership or anything?
Oh, Jane, I let you down. I'll always let you down. I'm no good.
Johnny, don't say that. It was my fault for interfering. I'll never do it again, never. We don't need anything. We've got each other. You're all I have and all I want. Please, if you feel bad, I'll die.
Jane.
Oh, Johnny, look at me and tell me you don't feel bad.
Jane, I don't feel bad. I feel fine. Honest, I do.
Oh, Johnny, the next time you go out and get blasted, you better take me along with you or I'll get a divorce.
If you do, you better get a good lawyer.
Well, I've got a good lawyer.
Johnny, will you close that window, please? You know I've a cold.
Oh, sorry, Mother. I just wanted to hear the crowd. Looks like a big New Year's.
Yes, for some folks.
How's baby, Jane?
Well, I just looked at him. He has the sniffles.
All babies have sniffles this time of the year.
Caught it from you, Mother.
Me? That's simply ridiculous. As a matter of fact, I caught my cold from the baby. He's had sniffles all day. When I took his temperature...
Well, that's when you caught your cold.
He certainly didn't. He had no temperature.
It's all right, Johnny. It's just the sniffles.
I suppose I ought to stay in my room all day.
Oh, now, Mother, that's silly. You don't have to do anything of the kind.
Heaven knows I try to earn my room and board by being as helpful as I can.
Oh, Mother, please, it's New Year's Eve.
It's just like any other day as far as I'm concerned. You're both perfectly willing to leave me all alone to wait for the New Year, when perhaps it's the last New Year I'll ever see. Not that it matters, I suppose. Oh, I know I'm in the way.
Oh, gee whiz, Mother, why do you keep saying things like that?
It's true. Ask Jane if it isn't.
No, Mother, it isn't true, and you know it isn't.
Look, Mother, Jane and I aren't going out anywhere. We're going to celebrate right here at home. Just the three of us. How's that?
It's fine. We've got a bottle of wine. We'll open it at midnight and have a grand time.
There's nothing in the house to eat.
Oh, that's all right. I'll run over to the delicatessen and get some bologna and stuff.
Yes, and get plenty of mustard, Johnny.
You know I can't eat those things before going to bed. I never did approve of Annie, but I certainly miss her cooking.
That doesn't say much for mine, Mother.
Oh, you'll learn, my dear. It takes time, of course.
I won't say anything. I won't
Things
say
are different now. When I was married, all well-brought-up girls knew about cooking.
Oh, Mother, please.
Why, Jane, what is it?
I can't cook. I can't keep house. I don't know how to bring up a baby.
No, Jane, don't.
Sure, I don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
yes, you do. You resented me from the first moment you saw me. You resented me because you wanted Johnny to marry Eunice Doolittle.
My dear, I never said anything like that.
Well, you've hinted it often enough.
I've done nothing of the sort. But they were engaged.
Mother, I was never engaged to Eunice Doolittle.
Not what you'd call engaged, perhaps.
And even if I were, you shouldn't keep mentioning it to Jane all the time.
I can't understand why she's so touchy about it.
Touchy, that's why you hate me.
Jane, stop it.
Now, let her go on. She can say anything she likes. I know my place here. I'm only a guest, an unwelcome guest.
Oh, please. What's the matter with you two?
There's nothing the matter with me.
I never interfere. It's her house.
Please, Mother.
It's not my house.
Now, Jane,
I
please.
do the best I can to help.
I'm a stranger around here. Everything I say is wrong and everything I do is
Jane,
wrong.
will you...
Because I happen to mention that John and Eunice Doolittle
Oh,
were...
stop it. Stop it, both of you.
Very well. I won't say another word.
There. You see what you made me say to Mother?
Well, you said it to me, too. Don't I count?
Sure you do, Jane. Only Mother's an old lady. We won't have her with us very long. Why can't you get along with her?
Well, why can't she get along with me? Because she hates me. You don't know how it is. You're at the office all day between taking care of the baby, the house, cooking, and listening to her criticize everything I do. I can't stand it anymore.
All right. Then you don't have to.
Johnny, where you going?
I'm going out.
Where, Johnny?
Oh, I don't know. Anywhere so as long as I get away from all this wrangling.
Well, wait a minute. Don't you want me to go with you?
Well, can't you understand a man wants to be alone once in a while?
Well, I'm sorry, Johnny. Really, I am.
You don't have to apologize.
Would you rather I didn't come with you? Well, all right, Johnny. I don't mind. You go along and have a good time.
Come on along if you really want to.
You sure you don't mind?
Certainly, I don't mind.
We'll have a good time. You just wait.
More wine, sir?
No.
There's nothing the matter with it, sir.
No, it's all right.
Would you like some more salad, madam?
No.
A little ice cream for dessert, maybe?
No.
Very good.
Johnny, what's happened to us? This isn't like last New Year's Eve.
I know.
What is it?
I don't know.
Johnny, didn't we always promise each other we'd never keep anything back?
Yeah.
Well, then why didn't you tell me?
I've tried to, but it won't come out.
What do you want to say?
Well, maybe I played a dirty trick on you when I took that cinder out of your eye.
Did you?
You'd never have had to marry me if that hadn't happened.
Oh, don't say that, Johnny.
All my life, when I've had anything to face, I'd run away from it. But I'm not going to run away from this. I want to face it. What have I done up to now? I've been a failure.
Oh, Johnny, no.
Yes, I have, Jane. A failure. I've gotten nowhere at the office. I've gotten in debt, and now it looks like my marriage goes on the rocks.
No, Johnny, we can get a hold of ourselves. It's been my fault,
No,
too.
no. I've been the one that's made the mess of things. Everybody knows it. Why, even my own kid has to sleep in the dining room. I made a household drudge out of you.
Johnny, I love being a household
Yeah,
drudge.
I know. You're tied down, Jane. You're tied to the house and the baby. Maybe we shouldn't have had him.
Baby? Oh, Johnny, you're not sorry about him.
Oh, I'm crazy about him. And about you, too. I'd die for either of you. That wouldn't work. I don't even carry life insurance. You see, your whole life's ahead of you.
Ahead of us.
Not as long as you're tied down to a worm who just can't make the grade. And I'd be lower than a worm if I held you to that kind of a contract.
Our marriage?
Yes.
Well, you ought to know all about contracts.
Let's be sensible about it, Jane. I'm no good for you.
Maybe it's the other way around. You were doing fine till I came along. Well, what is it? Do you want a divorce?
I'm trying to look at it sensibly, that's all. From your standpoint.
Well, I never thought this would be our New Year's, but anyway, we finally got something to celebrate. Well, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Guess we must be pretty intelligent people to come to a decision like this and be so sensible about it.
Yeah, we must be.
Everything didn't go wrong, though. We did get a baby out.
Well, the New Year's here.
I think I'll go call up the house and see how the baby is.
There's a phone in the booth in the lobby. I'll go with you.
No, I'll come right
but
back.
Jane, wait a minute. Jane, let me in. Let me in the booth, Jane. I want to... Jane, listen.
Wait. Hello. Go on, Mother. Yes, I'll come as fast as I can.
Jane, what is it?
At the house? Where? All right.
What's happened, darling?
Charlie.
What's the matter?
The baby.
What's the matter, Jane?
He's taken him to the hospital. Something's happened. Oh, hurry, Charlie. Hurry.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray back in Act 3 of Made for Each Other. But right now, I'd like to tell you a little story about Joan Blondell, one of Hollywood's most lovable and charming stars. I watched Miss Blondell over at Columbia the other day. She was working hard, going through rehearsals, takes and retakes, scene after scene. She'd been at it since early morning, too. Well, I happened to see Joan Blondell again that day, quite late in the evening, dancing at the Trocadero. She was gay and lovely, and looked as dainty and fresh as a spring bouquet.
Every woman should be interested in that, Mr. Ruick, because it's quite a trick to snap back after a hard day and feel and look the way Joan Blondell did that night. And every woman faces that same problem, how to be fresh and relaxed and charming when evening comes around, just as much as the screen stars do.
Well, Sally, you know the way Joan Blondell solves that problem.
I certainly do. Joan Blondell uses her complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, for a quick, refreshing bath. It helps her snap back after working hard all day and helps her look and feel fresh and dainty. Miss Blondell says, "I'm delighted with my Lux Soap baths. Just try this beauty bath next time you're all tired out and have a date to keep. You'll find it picks you up in no time." And here's something else. Joan Blondell goes on to say, "A Lux Toilet Soap bath is the best way I know to protect daintiness. Lux Soap's active lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet perfumed, with a delicate, clinging fragrance you'll love."
Famous screen stars and lovely women everywhere agree that their beauty baths with fragrant, white Lux Toilet Soap are wonderfully refreshing. And they particularly like the fact that they can depend on these baths to protect daintiness, make them sure of skin that's sweet. You see, Lux Toilet Soap has rich, fluffy, active lather that cleanses thoroughly, removing perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt from your skin. Now, why don't you take Miss Blondell's advice? Use this fine complexion soap for your daily beauty bath, too. You'll feel refreshed, and you're sure to love this fragrant, luxurious way of protecting daintiness. Try it and see, won't you? We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Made for Each Other. Only a few hours have passed, but to Johnny and Jane, these hours have been eternity. In the waiting room of the hospital, they sit close together, hardly trusting themselves to speak, while just down the hall, their baby fights for life with every breath. At last, the door opens and the doctor enters, his face grave.
Dr. Healy.
How is he, Doctor?
Well,
Tell us, please.
I'll tell you exactly what the microscope told me. Your baby has pneumonia, type 14. I'm afraid I can't give you much help.
Oh, it's that bad?
Yes. There's a new serum which has worked in cases of this sort, however. The hospital is trying to get it.
Trying to get it?
There's none in New York. We've called the laboratories in Salt Lake City for a supply to be sent by air as soon as possible.
How soon will it be here?
I wish I could say. We've just been advised that a storm is raging in that section. No pilot will make the trip tonight.
Then we can't get the serum?
I'm afraid not in time. However, I'm hoping that we may be...
That isn't enough. I'll find a pilot.
Oh, Johnny, we've got to. We've got to.
Hello. Hello, is this the Salt Lake Airport? Well, my name's Mason. I'm in New York City, and my baby... Oh, you know about it, huh? Well, is the serum at the airport? Well, when can you leave? Tomorrow. No, you've got to leave tonight. The baby needs it now. All right.
Will they bring it, Johnny?
He's talking to somebody else. Hello. What? $5,000? Sure, I can get it. It'll be at the Newark Airport waiting for you. Will you start right away? Well, try, will you? Okay.
Johnny, $5,000.
I know, but I'll get it. You stay here, Jane. If I gotta rob a bank, I'll get it. I'm coming through this time.
You don't dare wake Judge Doolittle.
Is this his room?
Mr. Mason, you must leave.
Doolittle, come on, wake up.
Mr. Mason, please, he'll be furious.
Doolittle, wake up.
What? Who is this?
It's Mason from the office. I've got to talk to you right now.
Why, you must be drunk.
I'm not drunk. Look, Judge.
Is this your way of celebrating the New Year? Now you listen
No,
to me.
you listen to me for a change. When you asked me to take a cut, I took it, didn't I?
What?
And I had to let the baby sleep in the dining room, and that's why he caught cold.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about my baby. He's got pneumonia, and I need $5,000. That's what it'll cost to get a serum out from Salt Lake. And you're going to let me have it. My baby's dying. Dying, to hear that?
Your baby? Well, why didn't you get in touch with me sooner? I'm terribly sorry, Mason.
I don't need sympathy. I need the serum. Every second counts.
All right, Mason. All right. Now try to be calm. Simon, get my checkbook and a pen.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thanks, Judge. Thanks.
Salt Lake City Airport, Hatton speaking. Okay, put him on. Hey, Conway, this bug in New York wants me to fly a plane there.
Tell him he's nuts. We couldn't get a ship off the ground out here.
Yeah, and that ain't ever... Hello? Hello, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Mason. The serum's here in Salt Lake, but why it's impossible to take off? Well, what can I do? I know how you feel. I gotta take... Listen there. What can you do with a guy like that?
Here, give me that phone. I'll tell him.
Wait a second, Mr. Mason. Conway will talk to you.
Now, look here, Mason. What do you think this is, a suicide club? You can't expect any guy in his right mind to fly a plane in a night like this.
Tell him they're worth as thick as soup.
Yeah, I know, Mason. But a ship in a storm like this one wouldn't stand a chance of getting through. Now, look. Huh? What? He smoked. The guy's crying. Hey, now, wait a minute, buddy. Wait a minute. Take it easy. Take it easy. Hold on a minute. Hatton.
Yeah.
Hatton, will you let me borrow your plane?
Are you crazy?
Now, you ought to know how it is. You've got kids of your own. I'll give you half the money if you loan me the crate.
Suppose you crack it up.
Then you can keep the whole 5. I won't need it.
Okay, Conway, but you're nuts.
Hello, Mason? Mason, relax. I'll highball her into New York tomorrow.
Jane, has Johnny called yet?
Yes, he's waiting at the airport.
What did he say?
Well, just the plane left Salt Lake.
How long did he say it'll take for it to get here?
14, 15 hours. I don't remember. It'll be too late.
Shall I get you a coat, dear?
The doctor says he's going fast.
Here, dear. Put my coat around your shoulders.
My baby dies. I want to die, too.
Jane, dear, you mustn't feel that way.
Oh, I can't help it.
You mustn't let John know how you feel. He loves the baby, too. As much, almost, as he loves you.
Poor Johnny, he'll be so lonely. It's the baby.
He'll have you, Jane, and you'll have him. And you can't be lonely, either of you, as long as you have each other.
What?
You know when you're lonely, really lonely, when you've no one to share things with, not even a loss.
Mother.
That's when you're really lonely.
Oh, Mother, I haven't understood you. So hard on me, aren't you? Oh, Mother.
Rock Springs, Wyoming. Conway calling Rock Springs, Wyoming. Conway in a commercial NC-24 over Rock Springs. Relay this message to Newark. Blizzard increasing. Ship icing up. Making detour south toward Denver. Conway calling Denver. Emergency. I'm in a bad downdraft. Losing altitude. Visibility 0. Can't even see my wingtip. Relay Newark. Conway calling Denver. I'm in a bad downdraft.
Denver calling. Can you hear me, Conway? Come in, Conway. Denver calling Conway. Denver, Colorado calling all stations to Newark. Stand by to try contact commercial NC-24. Emergency. Lost contact with Conway in middle of message. Try contacting him and relay all messages to Newark. Denver.
Have you heard anything more?
I tried about an hour ago, Mr. Mason. I'll try Allentown again. They might have heard something.
Well, hurry, please. This waiting is terrible.
Yeah.
Newark, New Jersey, calling Allentown, Pennsylvania. Do you read me, Allentown?
Come in, Newark.
What's the latest dope on Conway and commercial NC-24?
Haven't heard a thing for 8 hours.
Did you check with Iowa City?
About 10 minutes ago. And they just checked with Omaha.
No word of any kind?
Not a thing's come through.
Let me know right away if something does.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Mason.
Well, do planes go this long unreported?
Longer sometimes, Judge Doolittle. It's an everyday occurrence in weather like this. Of course.
What?
Well, maybe his short wave's out of condition. That happens.
Yes, that's what I think, Johnny.
Yeah.
You can look at it this way. It stands to reason Conway got out of the low-pressure area when he passed the Rocky.
Why, certainly it stands to reason.
Well, you've been swell, Judge Doolittle, and you too, Murphy, and all the operators and the superintendent. You've all been fine to stay here all these hours and trying to give me hope. But there's no use. I can't keep calling up the hospital and say to her, no news. It isn't fair. So I guess I'll go to her. Thanks, fellas.
Murphy.
Yeah?
There isn't a chance, is there?
Judge, if Conway's still up in that crate, it's a miracle.
Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. No, I don't know how.
And forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors.
Oh, Johnny, you've come.
And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever.
For thine is the kingdom, the power, the glory, forever. Oh, Johnny, I don't know how. I've forgotten how to pray.
Just ask him, darling. He'll know what you want.
Oh, dear God, you know how much he means to Johnny and me. We've only had him such a little while, and we want to see him grow up to be a man. Oh, please help our little baby. He's so small, so helpless. He can't do anything for himself, and we can't seem to do anything for him. Oh, please.
Hello, Newark.
This is Newark. Who are you? Who is it?
Hello, Newark. This is Conway from Salt Lake. I'm coming in, Newark. I'm coming in.
Johnny, Jane, my dear.
Mother, what is it?
Dr. Healy,
Mrs. Mason.
Is it all over?
No, my dear, it isn't all over. The baby's sleeping soundly, normally for the first time.
Johnny, did they tell you the news? Conway got through with the serum.
What?
Judge Doolittle brought it to the hospital himself.
Oh, Jane.
The baby's going to get well.
We administered the serum as soon as it arrived. He's picked up amazingly.
He's going to be well.
Oh, Jane.
Dear God, thank you. Thank you.
Mason, come in, sit down.
Yes, sir.
Mason, I want to congratulate you on the handling of the Higgins against Higgins case.
Yes, thank you. But you see, our boat leaves in an hour.
Higgins and Higgins are so pleased they've decided on us to settle the second case, which they're filing tomorrow.
A second case?
Yes, and I'd like to have you try it, my boy.
Oh, but Judge Doolittle, I can't. I've got reservations. We're sailing this afternoon. Jane and I are going on our honeymoon.
Come outside a minute, Mason.
Judge Doolittle, Jane and I are due at the... Jane, what are you doing here at the office?
Look, Johnny, I brought the baby down to show you how...
Follow me, both of you. All three of you.
Well, darling, why did you bring Johnny? We've got to be at the dock.
Will you stop for a minute? I've got to tell you something about the baby.
Here we are. Come over here, Mason. Look.
What?
At the door, look.
Read it. On the door, my boy.
Law offices of Doolittle, Messerschmitt, Doolittle, Hutch, Carter, and Mason.
Yes, I've given you a partnership, my boy.
Oh, a partnership, Johnny.
Oh, and incidentally, you'd better get down to the boat. There's some extra reservations waiting there for you. The bridal suite.
Oh, well, gee, thanks.
Oh, the baby, I forgot. Johnny, we rushed down the minute it happened.
What happened?
Well, is he all right?
Johnny, the baby can talk.
Go on.
Well, baby, they don't believe us. Come on, darling, we'll prove it.
Oh, he can't talk, Jane. He's too young.
Now, show them, darling. Come on, dear, don't be afraid. Speak up now. Say Daddy. Say Daddy. Please, darling, say Daddy.
Gee, I thought you were kidding.
It's always refreshing to have Carol Lombard and Fred McMurray in the Lux Radio Theater. And we salute them for another sincere performance as they return to the microphone now.
Well, playing an average American like Johnny Mason comes pretty easy to me, CB. You see, I'm from Wisconsin. How do you feel about it, Carol?
Well, I was born in Indiana. Doesn't that speak for itself?
It's a nice enough place, I guess. Of course, the most typical Americans come from Wisconsin.
Could I get in this Chamber of Commerce convention long enough to put in a vote for North Carolina, sir?
All right, I'll admit both Indiana and North Carolina. I guess a typical American is pretty much the same anywhere. If his wife comes home in a funny hat, he worries until he sees another one just like it.
Or if he's driving somewhere in an automobile, he won't stop and ask directions until he's good and lost.
That's when Mrs. America says, "Are you sure you took the right turn back there, dear?"
Yes, but seriously, Mr. DeMille, I like this kind of play because the people in it are so real. They represent the best things in America. They give us sort of a collective national sanity when we need it most.
The people who make democracy work. May their shadows never grow less.
That's what we all hope. What play are you doing next week, CB?
Well, Fred?
Before we go on to next week, there's something I'd like to say about the product behind this program. It's just this. I've used Lux soap myself as a complexion care for a good many years. And you can count me as one of your most satisfied Lux customers.
And we'll count you as one of our most charming, Carol. Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater presents that versatile star of radio, stage, and screen, Rudy Valley. With Rudy, we'll have the lovely Virginia Bruce. And our play will be Swing High, Swing Low, adapted from the Paramount screen hit. It's the story of a singing entertainer and the girl whose love and loyalty helped him to fame. Rudy Valley, Virginia Bruce, Una Merkel, and Roscoe Carnes give us the ingredients of a sparkling evening Monday next.
That sounds like standing room only at the loudspeaker. Good night, C.B.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. That was an all-American performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Rudy Valley, Virginia Bruce, Una Merkel, and Roscoe Carnes in Swing High, Swing Low. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Verna Felton as Mrs. Mason, Lou Merrill as Judge Doolittle, Hal K. Dawson as Carter, Rosemary DeCamp as Eunice Doolittle, Edward Marr as Conway, Wheaton Chambers as Dr. Healy, John Fee as Murphy, Robert Gray as Hatton, Bernice Pilot as Annie, Mary Lansing and Marjorie McGregor as nurses, and Griff Barnett, Howard McNear, and Jackie Morrison. Carol Lombard's current picture is RKO's Vigil in the Night. Fred McMurray is now co-starring on the screen with Barbara Stanwyck in the Paramount picture Remember the Night. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. May we call your attention to the fact that this week has been proclaimed by the President of the United States as National Defense Week. The event is sponsored by the Reserve Officers Association of the United States, of which Mr. DeMille is a member, and the public is invited to participate in local observances. Announcements will appear in your local newspapers. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick, and this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Kay Francis, George Brent, Gene Parker, and Jim Amici in The Rains Came. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. For most of us in this part of the world, India has always been obscured by mystery. We think of it as a faraway land of mystic cults and strange customs, of grave turbaned men and veiled women, of elephants and shiny teak and beautiful exotic temples. All this is India, land of eternal fascination. Louis Bromfield has tellingly captured this enchantment in his novel, The Rains Came, a love story of great dramatic intensity. The book has already made a hit picture for 20th Century Fox. And tonight, we bring you our radio production of this vital story. Both the book and the picture were bestsellers, and it's brought to you tonight by another bestseller, Lux Toilet Soap. So many women have put Lux Toilet Soap on their beauty list that they've made it a bestseller from India to Indiana. The Rains Came is the drama of a group of people from our own world who, for one reason or another, are living in Ranchipur, a native state of India's back country. The central character is Tom Ransom, a talented painter who's found in India life is too lazy for his own good. It takes an earthquake and a flood to reveal the vein of iron beneath his boredom. To bring you the star who played this role in the picture, we had to reach almost halfway to India because George Brent was enjoying himself in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in Honolulu. When we talked to him by radio telephone, we couldn't actually hear the surf at Waikiki, but we had to compete with it to get George on the next steamer for the mainland. Casting the part of Lady Escath gave us a chance to answer all your requests for the return to this stage of Kay Francis. She's here tonight as the woman who redeemed herself by fighting the terror that came to Ranchipur. And there are two other people who are important to this story. Fern, the young American girl, who will be played for us by Gene Parker, and Major Safdie, a young native surgeon, played tonight by Jim Amici. Now all the enchantment of the East lies before us. as we raise the curtain on Act One of The Rains Came, starring Kay Francis as Lady Esquith, George Brent as Tom Ransom, Jim Amici as Major Safety, and Gene Parker as Fern. In the heart of modern India, surrounded by the frowning cliffs of the hill country, lies the ancient city of Ranchipur. Each year the rains come to Ranchipur, turning the valley into a dense jungle, alive with color and fragrance. Each year in the parched weeks before the monsoon, when the ground lies hard and cracked in the broiling sun, the natives lift their voices in a chant as old as India, the prayer for rain. On the veranda of Tom Ransom's house, the bamboo screen is drawn against the morning heat. Ransom, a rather dissipated young Englishman, is entertaining a native friend, Major Rama Safty. They've been silent for some time as they listen to the eerie strain of native music coming from somewhere inside the house.
You know, Major, that's one of the mysteries of India I'll never be able to figure out.
What?
The stringless quartet, as played by the houseboys. Do they really enjoy it? Do you enjoy it, Major?
I'm Indian. These are the songs of my land.
Brandy and soda.
Thanks, but I'd better not. I may have to operate this afternoon, and there's to be a conference with the Maharaja at the palace.
In this heat, Major, your energy appalls me.
It's not really hot. Only 109 in the shade.
Yes, I've been trying to drown that thought in a brandy and soda. Don't remind me.
Tom, aren't you ever going to finish it?
Finish what?
That painting over there.
Oh, is there any hurry?
I thought you came to India to paint. You haven't done a stroke on that canvas since the last time I was here.
Stop. You're making me perspire. When do you suppose this heat will let up?
If the rains would only come. They're long overdue.
Yes, they were praying at the temple as I drove by this morning. I had half a mind to join them.
In prayer? I didn't know you had faith in anything, Tom.
Now, that's where you're wrong. I have faith in a lot of things. For instance, well, look down there in the square. You see her? Queen Victoria.
That old statue?
To you she's only a statue, but to me she's an old friend. A living reminder of the fine, brave days before the world went to seed. There she stands in her cast-iron petticoats, unconcerned with wars and appeasement, serene as ever. Bless her soul.
The world's not as bad as you think, Tom.
No, just committing suicide as fast as it knows how.
I can't agree with you. Here in Ranchipur, we're trying to make it a little better.
The whole world?
Our world.
Oh.
India in general, Ranchipur in particular.
I rather like the old place just as it is.
Yes, but you see it as an artist. I see it as an Indian and a doctor. My people are crying for help after centuries of disease, poverty, and superstition. They must change.
Well, change anything you want and more power to you. Only don't try to change me.
Sorry, Tom.
Sahib, Ransom. Sahib.
Yes?
Carriage, come through gate, Sahib.
Well, confound it. Who is it?
Two, lady. Two, Sahib.
Why, it's the American girl and her mother from the mission.
Well, they're not stopping here, are they?
I'm afraid they are, Tom.
Mother, please. Please don't ask Mr. Ransom. I'll die if you do. Honest, I will.
Don't be silly, child. Here, hold the reins.
Oh, Mother, please. If Mr. Ransom wanted to know us, he'd have called on us.
He will, my dear. He will. There he is on the veranda. Good morning, Mr. Ransom.
Good morning.
Oh, here he comes. Oh, Mother.
Quiet, child.
Something I can do for you?
I'm Mrs. Simon, Mr. Ransom.
How do you do?
And this is my little girl, my daughter, Fern.
How do you do?
Hello.
Mr. Ransom, do forgive me for intruding, but I'm so anxious to have you at a little party I'm giving this afternoon for Lily Hoggett Egbury and some of the nicer English people of Ranchipur.
Yes, well, I'm sorry. I promised the Major here. You know Major Safety, of course. Director of the State Medical Department.
I believe we've met.
How do you do?
Yes. I see. You see, the Major and I had arranged some tennis.
Oh, I'm sure Major Safety won't mind giving up his tennis just this once.
Well, that's for Mr. Ransom to decide.
See, you will be able to come, Mr. Ransom. 5 o'clock for tea. We'll be looking for you. Good morning.
Now, why did I say I'd go? Why?
You didn't. She did.
Fern, where are you?
I'm coming.
Fern, Mr. Ransom is here. Put some powder on your nose.
Oh, it keeps melting off. Mother, if you think he'd marry me, you're on the wrong track.
Dare you insinuate that I'd stoop to anything so
All right. Let's not argue. Okie doke, I'm ready.
Okie doke. I don't know why you persist in using that American slang. Oh, Mr. Ransom.
Yes?
Mr. Ransom, you weren't leaving, were you?
Oh, no, I was just...
Mustn't run away so soon. I've so wanted for you and Fern to get well acquainted. Oh, may I get you a drink, Mr. Ransom?
A drink? Oh, well, you're very kind.
Wait right here. I'll send one of the boys.
You know what Mother means by a drink, don't you?
I beg your pardon?
Lemonade.
Lemonade? Oh, not
Wouldn't you like something a little stronger?
Oh, I see. My reputation has preceded me.
Well, Father keeps a little whiskey, in case of snake bites and things.
Well, the snakes have been rather trying this afternoon.
I'll get some for you. Come inside. Here. But you mustn't tell.
I'll say it was a cobra. Thank you. But I hope I'm not keeping you from your guests.
They're not my guests. That's Mother's idea of high society. They're all excited today because you're here.
Oh, should I be flattered?
They say dreadful things about you.
What sort of things?
Oh, that you're a drunkard and a bounder and a remittance man. But they'll hang around you just the same because your father was an earl and... Well, I suppose I shouldn't talk like this.
Why not? I don't mind.
I don't care what they say about you. Because I know what you're really like. I've watched you from my window every time you've passed by. Sometimes I think you're the only person in Ranchpur I don't hate.
What?
You see, Mr. Ransom, I wanted to meet you for a long time. But not this way. Not with Mother throwing me at your head.
Oh, my dear child, really.
I'm not a child. I'm more than 18. I'm a woman. And I need your help. I'm in trouble.
Trouble?
Yes, Oh, it's so hard to tell you.
Oh, it needn't be. Maybe I can help. Is there a man mixed up in it?
No, except you.
Me?
Mr. Ransom, I've got to get away from here. I can't stand it any longer.
What's the matter?
They want to run my life for me. Mother and Dad. They want me to go on living this phony life they think is so wonderful. And Mother pretending we're not just missionaries. You will help me, won't you?
Yes, but what can I do?
Well, you know all about the world and women and things like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, if it's advice you want...
I need more than advice. I haven't any money.
I couldn't do that.
But I only need a little, just enough to get me where I want to go. I'd pay it back, honest, every cent.
It isn't the money, my child.
I told you I'm not a child.
Now, it's just that I can't be directly responsible for what might happen to you. Don't you see the position it would put me in?
I didn't think you cared about respectability.
I don't.
Well, neither do I. I want to get everything there is to be had out of life. I want to live. I want a career.
Yes, but where would you go?
Well, on the stage.
The stage?
Why not? I'm not bad looking. And I have very nice legs.
Oh, yes. I'm sure you have, but I don't think really I'm real.
Ransom, Sahib?
Oh, yes? You want to see me?
Sahib, I bring a message from the palace, from Her Highness the Maharani.
Well?
The Maharani wishes you might forgive the short notice, but would it be possible for the Sahib to attend a dinner at the palace this evening?
Oh, yes, of course.
It is in honor of the English visitors to Ranchipur, Lord and Lady Esker.
Will you tell the Maharani I shall be happy to attend?
Yes, Sahib.
Well, Miss Fern, I'm afraid it means leaving at once if I'm to be on time. You know the Maharani and...
You're glad to get away, aren't you?
Certainly not.
I don't blame you. Will I see you again?
Well, of course.
When?
Well, you see,
I know. You don't want to be bothered with me.
But, my dear girl...
I don't blame you for that either. Good night.
Your Highness, I received your invitation.
Good evening, Ransom. I'm glad you could come.
To see you again is one of the few thrills left in life, Your Highness.
You say that as if you meant it.
I do mean it, Your Highness.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, Your Highness.
My wife has been looking forward to your visit all day.
You know why, Ransom. You are the only poker player in Ranchipur who knows enough not to draw to an inside straight.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Well, come along now, and I'll introduce you to our guests of honor.
Delighted.
They have only just arrived in Ranchipur. You will not like Lord Eskett, but his wife is a good deal younger and very pretty.
Oh, Your Highness, really.
Lady Eskett, this is Mr. Ransom.
Well,
hello, Edwina.
hello, Tom. We heard of a person called Ransom living in Ranchipur. I never dreamed it was you.
Oh, how nice that you know each other.
Oh, yes, we're old friends. Aren't we, Edwina?
Very old friends. But you haven't met my husband, Tom. Albert.
Yes?
Albert, this is Tom Ransom. You've heard me speak of him.
Yes. Ransom, of course. How do you do?
How do you do?
Your Highness, dinner is served.
Ransom, you may take me in.
With pleasure, Your Highness.
Edwina.
Yes, Albert. What's the matter?
That fellow Ransom, you never mentioned him to me?
Didn't I? I thought I did.
Huh.
Now that you've met one of your own kind, I suppose you'll be grand for days.
Why do you always make a point of criticizing men like Tom Ransom? Because he happens to be a gentleman?
If he's a gentleman, why is he living here in India? He's got plenty of money, hasn't he?
I don't imagine Tom has ever thought of money, one way or another, in all his life.
Oh, one of those radicals.
Well, have you seen enough of the palace?
Too much.
Then perhaps we'd better go back.
Not yet, Tom. I think I'd like some air.
Of course. There's a balcony here.
Ah, that's better.
It's beginning to look like rain at last.
You haven't told me what you're doing here, Tom.
Oh, I came out 7 years ago to paint the Maharaja's portrait. I've been here ever since.
Not a very exciting life, is it?
No? Is yours?
Now and then.
What brought you all the way up here to Ranchipur?
The Maharaja's horses. Albert's very fond of horses. The only thing he is fond of, except money.
And have you become fond of money, too?
Passionately.
It used to be just excitement.
You can't live on excitement alone. We found that out, didn't we?
I didn't mind. There was a time, mind you, when I thought seriously of marrying you.
Well, how touching of you, Tom. I never suspected.
We've come a long way since then. A long way apart.
What do you mean?
You'd know if you lived here for a while. Here in Ranchipur, the important things in life are the elemental things, such as crops, starvation, and the weather. In Europe, when someone says it looks like rain, in all probability is trying to make polite conversation. But here, where people die as easily as they're born, he's speaking in terms of life and death. You'll know what I mean if the rains come while you're still here. Listen to the natives now. They're praying for it. You hear? Oh, I hope I'm not keeping you up.
You've changed, Tom. You didn't used to be such a windbag.
You haven't changed, Edwina.
Haven't I?
You're still a lovely creature.
Am I?
Very lovely. You're...
Well, go on. You were doing so well, Tom.
You like that, don't you? My making love to you.
Should I be shocked? Or did you only bring me down here to see the palace?
We're pretty crude, aren't we, you and I? Listen. The rain. It's come at last. We'd better go back now.
Do you want to?
Yes.
Very well, Tom. The guests seem to have increased.
I don't suppose they'll notice we've even been gone.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, Major.
Tom, who's the pale copper Apollo?
Major Sefti.
Not bad looking, is he? In fact, he's very handsome.
Well, don't waste your time. He's a surgeon and a scientist. Any interest he might have in romance would be purely biological.
You make him sound even more exciting.
Oh, there you are, Edwina. I've been looking everywhere for you. Are you ready to go?
Whenever you are, Albert.
I think I'm going to be ill. This confounded climate.
I'm sorry, Albert. Oh, Mr. Ransom tells me there's a doctor here in Ranchipur. He's not at all bad. If you're no better in the morning, we can send for him. What was his name, Tom?
Sefti. Major Rama Sefti.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Good night, Tom.
Good night.
Hello.
What? Who's there?
It's me, Fern Simon.
What do you...
I've been waiting here for you. Your boy said he didn't know when you'd be coming in,
Yes,
so
what do you want? What are you doing here?
I've run away from home. I'm never going back.
You can't do that.
Why not?
Well, because I told you. I can't take the responsibility.
I know. But since we talked this afternoon, I figured out another way you can help me.
Oh, yes? Well, what way?
Well, I want you to let me stay here tonight.
Have you any idea what you're saying?
Of course I have. Don't you see? Then everyone would think... Well, anyway, there'd be such a scandal, I'd have to leave Ranchipur. They'd send me away.
And you really want to acquire a tarnished reputation?
Yes, I don't care what they say about me.
Don't you? Well, that's all very well, but why in the name of the million gods of India did you have to choose me?
Shouldn't matter a bit to you. Your reputation is already so tarnished. Please, don't you dare laugh at me.
Oh, listen to me, child. You're going straight home.
I'm not going home. I'm never going home.
You want me to put you out by force?
You won't. I'd make a scene, and you're the kind of man who hates scenes.
Oh, well, that still doesn't solve anything, does it?
Listen, if you'll just let me stay tonight, I'll go in the morning and I'll never see you again. You've got to let me.
I can't really be hearing this. Do you realize, my dear young lady, that you've come closer to shocking me than anything that has ever happened to me in my entire life? Now, let's at least try to be sensible about this. Your name's Fern, isn't it?
Yes.
Mine's Tom.
Yes, Tom.
You realize that legally you'll be free to do as you please on your 21st birthday.
I'll die if I have to wait that long.
Oh, can't be as bad as all that. Believe me, I'm not trying to be fatherly. I want to be your friend. Will you shake on it?
All right.
Good. Now, as your friend, let me give you some rather stuffy advice. Go home now and think it over. You'll find a much better way out. It may be a job, it may be marriage. Anyway, it'll be something. You understand that I'm thinking only of what's best for you. You trust me for that, don't you?
I'll do anything you say.
And first of all, you're going home now.
But I...
Now, you promised me.
Well, it wouldn't be so bad if I could only see you now and then.
Of course. Whenever you want.
Thank you, Tom. You see, that's important because, well, I guess I love you. If I didn't, I wouldn't be going home now. Goodbye.
In a few moments, our stars, Kay Francis, George Brent, Jim Amici, and Gene Parker, will return in Act 2 of The Rains Came. Now, for a moment, let's listen in on a group of college girls.
Phew, what a nice, quiet little spot. Just the thing to calm my frayed nerves after flunking history, too.
What do you mean, flunk? No prof would ever flunk a girl as good-looking as you are, Jean.
Oh, so when a woman's worried to death, it's funny, is it? And I suppose it's equally entertaining that I'm as pepless as a prune, and in just 3/4 of an hour, I've got to be leaving here on a date.
Jean, you're just not the type to get sympathy. You have too many beaux.
And too many dates.
And besides, it's your night for first whack at the bathroom.
And I can get my bath without waiting in line. Now, there is a cheering thought.
Better hurry up. Come on, dear, get going.
We've got to wait in line.
That's just about right. Oh, boy, does this feel good. I love the way good old Lux soap lathers. Certainly goes to work like magic cleaning you up. And gosh, does this bath pep you up. I can feel all my little troubles floating away. Begins to look like little Jeannie might survive. Just a few minutes more of this bliss before my loving roommates batter down the door. Oh, all right, okay. I'll be out in 2 minutes. Gosh, but I feel like a new woman. Wonderful Lux soap bath views certainly do the trick. Here you are, Bill, one college gal in good condition who probably just flunked a history exam, but is now ready for an evening of fun, an evening of gaiety.
Jean is young, but she's clever. Already, she's solved an important feminine problem. She's found the way to throw off her worries and fatigue when evening comes around and be what every woman really wants to be, vivacious, gay, and attractive. She's discovered that a few moments' relaxation in a Lux soap bath will work wonders. Its active lather carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt, makes you sure of skin that's really fresh and sweet. Famous Hollywood screen stars know this and use their complexion soap as a bath soap, too. You'll like the luxury of a daily Lux soap bath, the delicate fragrance it leaves on your skin. Remember, daintiness is important, and gentle Lux toilet soap makes you sure. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Rains Came, starring George Brent as Tom Ransom, Kay Francis as Lady Esketh, Gene Parker as Fern, and Jim Amici as Major Safety. Two days have passed, and the rain still falls on Ranchipur. Edwina Esketh has made good use of these 2 days in becoming acquainted with Major Safety. Now in the Maharani's School of Music, they sit close together, Lady Esketh and the copper-colored doctor of Ranchipur.
Do you like music, Lady Esketh?
Oh, in London I have a box at Covent Garden as a matter of course. Frankly, I like this sort better. Who's that man, Major?
Jamnaz Singh, the Rajput singer.
But kind of a song is it?
A love song.
Oh. Do you know the song?
Yes. The words are traditional, but the music is improvised. Free variations.
How do the words go?
It's in the ancient language, the ceremonial language. I don't know it as well as I should.
Try, please.
Well, it's a bit florid. Oh, that my lyre were of purest jade. Its strings of fine spun gold, that I might sing with merit of your beauty. The fiery sun burns in your lips. They have breathed upon the cold stone that was my heart, and set it beating to the measure of my song.
Don't stop.
Your hands hold my life, my being. Drop it, and I perish. But in your heart, my love has found a home, and it can never die.
And it can never die.
It is a lot of sentimental nonsense, isn't it?
Perhaps.
If you'll be seated, Mr. Ransom, Lady Esketh will be down in just a moment.
Thank you.
May I offer you a drink, sir?
You may. Brandy and soda, and make it strong.
Very good, sir.
By the way, how's Lord Esketh this evening?
Not too well, sir. Major Safdie has advised him to remain in bed.
Hello, Tom. Good of you to call for me. Am I late?
Oh, we've plenty of time. Dinners at the palace always begin at the fashionable 8:30.
Your drink, sir.
Thank you.
That'll be all, Bates.
Very good, milady.
Well, Tom, I hear you've been having adventures.
Oh, you've heard, too.
It's all over Ranchapur. The young, what's her name? Simon person was seen leaving your house at a very ugly hour.
I'm a victim of circumstances.
If you didn't drink so much, you wouldn't always be getting in trouble.
At least my weakness is wine.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Major Safdie.
Listen to who's moralizing. I suppose it comes from playing around missions.
I never play around missions. I don't play around hospitals either.
Don't be catty, Tom. Well, I do believe that you're jealous.
You know perfectly well I'm not jealous. If there ever was anything between us, we both know it's finished now. Dead and gone.
Then why do you come here and act in this stupid manner?
Because I see something happening I don't like.
Stop talking like a copybook. It's not becoming.
Well, when are you leaving Ranchapur?
We intended to go tomorrow. But with Albert ill...
Too ill to travel?
No.
Then why don't you go?
You are a beast, aren't you? Oh, Tom, we've double-crossed almost everyone in the world. Let's not start on each other.
Oh, I don't want to interfere, really. But Ram is my friend, and I'm afraid.
If you only knew how mistaken you are. He's the one man I've ever met I haven't been able to make an impression on.
And you don't like that, do you?
I'm pretending I don't care. Well, are you sober enough to take me to dinner?
Quite. Your cape.
Thank you. I'll carry it. Tom.
Yes?
Tom, is there something in the air tonight? Something I can't describe it.
Depressing?
Yes, that's it.
Yes, I felt it, too. The rain should have cooled it off, but it hasn't.
It's more than the heat. The air's heavy. I've had a feeling all day that something's going to happen.
Of course. You're going to meet Major Safdie at dinner. Get him to show you the palace. It's very interesting.
Thanks. I'm sure it is.
And over there's the hill country and the dam 20 miles away. You can see the dam from this balcony in the daytime. By the way, you ought to go out and visit our waterworks, Lady Esketh. We're proud of them.
I shall. Will you take me, Major?
Gladly.
Major Safdie, do you know that all of your friends have been warning me to leave town?
Leave town? Why?
Why do you think? Because they feel that I'm a bad influence on you.
Why, that's nonsense.
Isn't it? You're not afraid of me, are you, Major?
Why, of course not.
You wouldn't feel relieved if I left?
No, as a matter of fact, I'd miss you. I've enjoyed your company very much.
I was afraid you'd take that attitude.
What attitude?
Lying to me.
But I wasn't.
Don't bother to explain, Major. You know perfectly well what I'm thinking. And I know what you're thinking. I've done everything but fall at your feet, and you haven't even blinked. So I think I will leave. Tomorrow morning.
But I just told
yes,
you.
It was very sweet of you, Major. But I think I'll go. Not because of what might happen to you, but because of what might happen to me if I stayed. What was that?
It felt like It was a tremor, I believe.
You mean an earthquake?
We have them here quite often. They're usually not very serious.
Oh, well, you do have them often.
We'd better get off this balcony. Come inside quickly.
You don't think there's any danger?
I don't know. If it should continue...
Get up. Get the lower floor. The whole wall's going. Hurry. Lady Escadar, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
The whole city has fallen. I must get to the hospital at once. They'll need me there.
Yes, of course.
I'll take care of her, Rama.
Thank you. I'll have to hurry.
Tom.
Oh, I'm looking for a bottle of brandy. Not even that left.
Tom, I can't stay here. I must get back to Albert.
No, it's no use. The guest palace is gone. Every stone.
Oh. Well, then I suppose Albert is dead.
I'm afraid so.
Albert is dead. Beastly of me, isn't it? I can't feel any emotion.
Listen.
Another quake?
No, it's water. Of course. The dam's gone, too.
The dam?
It's swept past here 20 feet deep.
What are we going to do?
We'll have to reach higher ground. There's a house up on the hill.
Can we make it in time?
Well, it's worth a try. Hold on to my arm. Don't let go. Come on, hurry.
Help me, Tom. Help me! Did I fall asleep?
Exhaustion. I dropped off myself.
How's the weather this fine morning?
Raining. The water's rising every second. I'm afraid we're cut off up here.
Well, we're still alive. What's that wailing?
Natives. That's India for you. They've been praying for the rains all spring, and now they're praying for them to go away.
It might be just as well if we joined in.
Hello!
Look, it's a rowboat.
Is that a girl in it?
Why, it's the Simon girl.
Not really. Your young light of love coming to snatch you from a watery grave. How sweet, Tom.
Mr. Ransom! Mr. Ransom!
Here, Fern, this way.
Thank heaven you're safe.
Here, give me a hand. What are you doing here?
I didn't close my eyes all night. I was afraid you'd be drowned.
But how did you know where I was?
I went by your house. It's underwater. But your servant was sitting on the roof. He told me you'd been to the palace, and I just went looking.
Edwina, this is Miss Simon, Lady Escott.
How do you do?
How do you do? We are glad to see you. If you hadn't come, we might have died of starvation. Or boredom.
Yeah, well, you better sit down, Fern. You look all in.
Well, I thought if you're all right, I'd bring you back to the mission. It's safe there.
Well, let's see. Your boat will just about hold two. One to row and one to bail. Do you two think you can manage it?
Yes, I think so.
No, you can't. There's plenty of time for several trips.
I'm all right.
Now, no more paddling for you, young lady, until you've had some rest. Come inside here out of the rain.
I don't need any rest.
You're not to worry now. I'll take Lady Escott, and I'll come back for you. In the meantime, lie down there and try to get some sleep.
I'm not in your way of being here, am I?
Oh, are you going to apologize for saving our lives?
It's only one of the reasons I came. I wanted to tell you you're in no danger.
Well, that's reassuring.
I mean, for me. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. When my father and mother found out I'd been to your house, they wouldn't believe the truth. So I just let them think I had stayed all night.
No, don't worry about that.
Mother pretended to be sore. But I don't think she really was sore because, you see, if we got married, she could spend the rest of her life hobnobbing with high society in England.
Yes, I've often wondered why you Americans ever bothered to stage that revolution of yours.
Anyway, I thought you'd like to know you won't have to marry me.
Unless what?
Unless you decide to change your mind.
Poor kid.
Well?
She's asleep. Get in the boat.
Tom, I never saw a more obvious case of calf love in all my life. Her face lights up like fireworks every time she looks at you. But that's what you like, isn't it? That's the real reason you and I broke up. You always wanted a woman to treat you like a god. And I treated you as if you were just as bad as myself.
Get in the boat.
Ransom.
Hello, Major.
I've been worried about you. I'm glad to see you safe.
I had a message to report here at the palace. What's up?
The Maharaja is dead.
The Maharaja?
He was crushed in the second quake. He among a few 100,000 others. The earth knows no difference in caste.
Her Highness, the Maharani.
My good and loyal friends, Ranchipur has been struck a cruel blow. The weakness in our national character has been that we incline to blame catastrophe on the gods and fail in our duty. I don't propose to let that happen here. We must call on all our strength, all our resolution, all our courage, if we are to bring our people to safety. Each of you must do his part. I have chosen you here because I know you will not fail me. The Maharaja is dead. In his name, I proclaim a state of emergency. Rashid, your police will work with the army.
Yes, Ma Sahib.
Major Safti, have you any news?
I have bad news. It's come already sooner than I expected. Several cases of plague in the sweepers' quarter. Half the water in Ranchipur must be polluted.
Do what you can to keep the plague from spreading. Burn down the whole quarter if you must.
Yes, Ma Sahib.
The rest of you know your duty. Do it. Ransom, I want you to stay.
Of course, Your Highness.
Ransom, I said I could depend on this little group. I meant you, too.
I don't know why, Your Highness.
Because you're really one of us.
Thank you.
I need a personal aide-de-camp, someone I can depend on to carry out my orders, and use his own head if he has to. Do you think that you can do it?
If you think I can.
I know you can.
Well, they're at it again, aren't they?
Can you blame them? Their homes are gone, their families, their whole world.
And I sit safely here in the American mission waiting for a plane to get through to take me home. Oh, come on. Play me a hand at casino.
I don't know how.
Is there anything you do know? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't mind me. It's my foul disposition.
I don't mind. I'm too happy to mind anything.
Happy? Oh, Tom, I suppose.
Last night he came back for me. Not because he wanted to, but because his face was so tired, so kind. I knew then there could never be anybody else. There never will be anybody else.
You have got it badly, haven't you?
I suppose so.
You know what you picked out for yourself?
Yes.
And there's no use warning you.
No.
Very well.
Lady Escott, what would you do if you were in my place?
I wouldn't be in your place. I'd never let any man mean that much to me.
Hello? Anybody here?
Yes, Mr. Smiley.
Who's that?
Father's assistant.
Hello, Fern. I've got a message for you.
From Tom Ransom?
Yes, he says they put him to work and he needs an assistant.
And he wants me?
Well, if you'd like to come.
Oh, I'm ready. Give me just a minute.
She seems pretty anxious.
It must be rather nice to be needed somewhere.
Everyone's needed now. It's the worst mess I've ever heard of. They've burned half the city. They've got sentries at all the wells and open water ditches. And still the plague is spreading. Every bed in the hospital's filled and not half enough doctors and nurses to go around. The Maharani sent out a call for volunteers.
Volunteers? Nurses?
It's not how much they know right now. That's not important. It's how much dirt they can stand and plague and the sight of men dying like flies.
Can they use anybody?
Anybody who's willing to take his chances with the plague. Why?
I'd like to go with you, please. As a volunteer.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you George Brent, Kay Francis, Gene Parker, and Jim Amici in Act 3 of The Rains Came. Now, I'm very happy to have here an unusual guest, Miss Loretta Francel. Miss Francel, will you tell the audience about yourself?
You mean I'm Carol Lombard's hairdresser?
Well, yes, but I'm afraid that we'll have to ask you to explain that a little bit. I know my sister's hairdresser has a shop, and she goes there every week and stays for hours.
Well, I'm not that kind of a hairdresser. It's my job to go with Miss Lombard to the studios and photographers and see that her hair never gets the least bit out of place.
A screen star often has a good many costume changes. Does that disarrange her hair?
Well, no. I just tie a piece of tulle around her hair, and that protects it.
A piece of tulle, eh? Well, that sounds like a good idea. A tip from Hollywood. And speaking of tips from Hollywood, what about Miss Lombard's complexion?
It's a perfectly beautiful complexion, if that's what you mean. But I guess you mean she uses Lux toilet soap.
You guessed it. Naturally, I'm interested in anything you can tell us about our product.
Well, I can tell you that Miss Lombard is really enthusiastic about active lather facials with Lux soap. She's made them her regular bedtime beauty care. And no matter how tired she is, she never neglects it.
Thank you, Miss Vansell, for this interesting interview. Now that we've met you, we're going to watch Miss Lombard's hairstyles with more interest than ever. When a famous screen star tells you she likes Lux toilet soap and uses it regularly, you can be sure that means one thing. It means Lux toilet soap really works, really does what a complexion soap should do. Lux toilet soap is gentle and mild, and its active lather gives skin protection it needs for loveliness. Now, I'm going to tell you how Carol Lombard uses Lux toilet soap for an active lather facial. Here are her own words. First, I work up a generous Lux soap lather and smooth it lightly into my skin. Next, I rinse with warm water and then with cool. I dry my face by patting the skin very lightly. I'm always delighted when I see how smooth my skin feels and how fresh it looks. Simple, isn't it? So why not try this care regularly for a while? Say 30 days. Let this fine white complexion soap screen stars use help you have really beautiful skin. Help you win the admiration that it makes any woman happy to have. Get 3 cakes of Hollywood's favorite soap, Lux toilet soap, tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Rains Came. In the wake of the flood, while Ranchipur strives to rebuild itself, has come an even greater scourge. Cholera, the dread plague of India. The hospital corridors are choked with the dead and dying. And through this labyrinth of disaster move the quiet figures of the volunteer nurses. Among them, Lady Edwina Escott. With Major Safdie, she moves down the long line, bringing hope and cheer to fevered souls.
Hakim Sahib. Hakim Sahib.
Yes, my friend. Try to sleep. Try to sleep, my friend.
Is there anything I can do for him?
There's nothing anyone can do. I lay my hand on the heads. That doesn't help except to give them courage. You see, they know I'm high caste. And for centuries, they've been made to step aside so their shadows won't fall on us and pollute us.
They look at you so, as if they trusted you.
They have no one else to trust. You've done a wonderful thing coming here like this. It isn't easy if you've never done it before.
It's funny how quickly one gets used to things. I'm not even ill anymore, as I was 20 times the first day.
And yet you stayed.
Yes, I stayed.
Why? Never mind, you don't have to answer. But remember that you're in constant danger. Don't be afraid to use plenty of disinfectant. We don't want anything to happen to you. You're too valuable.
Valuable? I?
Is that so strange?
Yes. You see, I'm not used to being needed anywhere.
Ransom, how is the work going?
As well as can be expected, Your Highness.
My reports of you are very good.
Thank you.
You have a brandy and soda?
Brandy? Oh, well, yes, I might so... No, thank you.
Just as you say. Tell me, Ransom, what is Lady Escott doing at the hospital?
Every conceivable, filthy and drudging task.
Yes, but why is she there?
She told me she wanted to help.
But that isn't the real reason, is it?
No.
No. We had plans for Major Safdie, the Maharaja and I won't be here long, and we had no children, though I always wanted them. Before the Maharaja died, he named his successor, a man whose blood, sympathies, and training fitted him for the responsibility of guiding the state of Ranchipur. That successor was to be Major Safety.
Safety?
No alien influence must enter his life. He must remain dedicated to his cause. Would it hurt him so much to give her up?
For a while, it would. But he's young. He'll get over it, I'm certain.
I want to do the right thing. For myself, I'd trample her without mercy. But then I was brought up in the hills, where charity is a sign of weakness. I only learned tolerance and humanity after I married. I want to do what he would have done. She is a bad woman, isn't she?
Not so much bad as unhappy. Once, long ago, Edwina took a wrong path. Ever since, she's been too stubborn or too proud to turn back. In many ways, she's like your Highness.
What do you mean by that?
That she's outspoken, intelligent, and there's no particular use for other women unless they're over 70.
Nevertheless, she must go. Tell her I'm sending her on the plane tomorrow.
Away from Ranchipur?
Away from Major Safety. Tell her she must be ready.
Yes, Your Highness.
No, I won't go. I won't leave Ranchipur. Not now, Tom.
You'd better, when the Maharani gives an order.
I don't care. You see, I thought it all out. This time, I'm sure I'm right.
No, Edwina.
Oh, I must be right. It's all been so inevitable. My coming here, meeting him, and then the earthquake and the flood to keep me from leaving. Oh, Tom, believe me, I'm in love. For the first time in my life, completely, honestly in love.
I do believe you.
So you can tell the Maharani I won't go.
She'll probably have you shot. She can, you know.
I'll risk it.
And will you risk destroying him?
I won't destroy him. He loves me. I'm sure of it.
And that's why you must go, Edwina. Try to look at it realistically. The Maharani is giving Rama his choice. He can have Ranchipur or you. He can't have both.
You're asking me to give up the one chance for happiness that I've ever had. Why, you're... Don't get me started, Tom. I hate scenes. And it's 6 o'clock and I'm on duty. Goodbye, Tom. You've done your duty like a good little soldier.
Edwina.
Come in. What are you doing in the ward so early?
I couldn't sleep. I had to come and talk to you. Listen, that music in the village, that's a good sign. Means life is going on again. Means we're going to win out. Last night, for the first time, there were less new cases instead of more. Edwina, you look tired.
Oh, I'm not, really.
Tom says you're leaving.
Rama, she can't send me away.
Maybe it's just as well. I go through torture every moment because you're in danger here. And nothing must happen to you now.
Rama.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. It just makes me so happy to hear you say that. I never thought when I first met you, it seemed so long ago, that you'd ever say anything like that to me.
I wouldn't have said it at that time. Not to the woman I knew then. But now I think you're someone different. Please don't think I'm being mystical and Indian, but I don't connect you with her. The woman I met in the summer palace, so shining and glossy and so crafty.
Rama.
Wait. I think I saw that other woman inside you even then. The one who's come here and scrubbed floors and emptied slop pails and fought nausea and weariness and fear. The real woman. That's why I waited. You see, it would have been like taking a counterfeit instead of waiting for the real coin. I wanted you to know what I felt because I think so much of you. I can risk making a fool of myself. Perhaps in your heart you're laughing at me.
Oh, no.
Now you know my secret, so we'll let the Maharani send you away. And as soon as the worst is over here, I'll come after you wherever you are.
Leave Ranchipur. You leave all this, knowing what it's meant to you, and knowing what you do of me.
I love you, Edwina.
No. Oh, Rama, don't kiss me. Just hold me. Just hold me for a little while.
Edwina, what's the matter? You're not well. You have a fever.
No. No, I'm just tired. So very tired.
Edwina. Miss McDade, Lady Escott is ill. Take over in the ward.
Well, Rama?
She's resting. Fern is with her.
It's cholera?
Yes.
What are the chances?
I don't know. She won't fight. She has no will to live. I don't know what to do.
Steady.
I'm supposed to be a doctor. I'm supposed to help people fight for life, and I want her to live. More than I want to live myself. I tried to tell her she must fight, but I couldn't. I couldn't even speak. I'm gone inside.
That won't do. You've got to get hold of yourself.
It's no use. I can't help it. I'm Indian. I can't be calm and unemotional. I want to tear my clothes.
You're a man. You're a doctor.
I'm not. I'm nothing. I failed. I can't save her life.
Rama, listen to me. If you lose your way now, you'll never find it again. Think of the Maharani and your duty. Of the Maharaj and all he'd planned for you. Think of all the people who worship and respect you. You're a symbol to them. Something clean and courageous that's been born in all the darkness and filth that was India. You are India. The new India. Don't betray all of us who have faith in you.
I'm sorry, Tom. I'm all right now. It won't happen again. Thank you.
Tom,
Yes, Fern?
she wants to see you.
Steady now, Rama. Be right back.
Tom, look, she gave me all her jewels. I can't take them.
It's all right.
Tom, is that you?
Yes?
Come here.
You're supposed to be resting. You're...
Don't look so unhappy. I'm not. Tom, I want you to do something for me.
Anything.
My will. The bank sent a man this morning to draw it up.
Oh, but there's no reason for you to be talking about wills.
Don't talk nonsense.
But Rama says if you'd only fight, if you don't...
What's there to fight about? Has anything changed since the last time we talked? Read it. The last paragraph.
And I hereby bequeath 100,000 pounds. To the Ranchipur Hospital to be administered under the trusteeship of Major Rama Safti.
You're my executor. I want to be sure they get it. I know Albert's lawyers. They'll try to break the will.
Is your title to the estate entirely clear?
Yes. I made a good bargain for that marriage. Tom, have you got a ring for Fern?
No.
Then take this one. Does she like sapphires?
Oh, Edwina.
There's a condition attached. You'll have to marry her.
I can't.
You said you'd do anything.
But I wouldn't be any good for her.
Stop boasting. She's mad about you. And she thinks you're a god. That's what you've always wanted. Oh, Tom. We have had such foul luck, you and I. But you picked a winner at last. Marry her, Tom. Promise me.
Yes, Edwina. I promise.
Now, ask Rama to come in. Rama.
Oh, my darling.
Talk to me, Rama. Please.
When well, we'll go away from all this.
Of course.
I've thought it all out. We won't be running away from anything because there won't be anything else in the world but ourselves, and we'll have each other.
Yes. We'll have each other.
Just you and I. Up to Kashmir and down the Ganges to Bengal, and then perhaps from Calcutta on a little boat through all the islands of the East. The Spice Islands and the Coral Islands, and all the places with names like magic spells. Just you and I. And nothing else will matter, will it? Will it? Edwina. Edwina.
Rama.
She's dead. Edwina. My poor Edwina.
Rama, She told me just a little while ago she wasn't unhappy. Rama, something has come out of the wastes, and the tragedy here. A new city started, new lives begun, a new spirit. Edwina felt it, so have I. And when you begin to feel again, so will you.
The rains having come and gone, Kay Francis, George Brent, Gene Parker, and Jim Amici are here at our microphone again. How did you leave Hawaii, George?
Practically the way I found it, CB, except for a slight hollow in the beach where I've been lying for 4 weeks.
That sounds like a real vacation, George. I'd like to do it myself.
I think I hear envious sighs from some of our snowbound listeners.
Well, it was nice. I just stretched out on the sand every day and worried about having to go back to work.
Oh, you just stayed there without moving.
Not a quiver, Gene.
Ah, that explains it.
Somebody should have told him, Gene.
Well, what's the matter? George looks all right to me.
He should have had a man come along every hour and turn him over. He's only down on one side.
Don't worry, George. Next year, lie on the other side and even things up.
Well, that's something to look forward to. Wind, weather, and the Warner Brothers permitting.
Well, with Mr. DeMille permitting, I'd like to say something right now about the product which makes this theater possible. Lux soap. Naturally, I use it myself, so I can say from experience what a fine complexion care it is.
Lux soap's a habit with me, too, Kay. I like its whiteness, its lovely scent, and the soft feeling it gives your skin. It's really a pleasure to use it. Oh, pardon me. I think Mr. DeMille probably has something to say about next week's play.
I certainly have, Gene. Next Monday night, we're presenting the current Paramount screen hit, Remember the Night. And we'll have the same stars who are being applauded for their fine work in the picture, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray. Also from the picture cast, we'll have Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway. Remember the Night is a drama of two people who might never have met if one hadn't been the prosecuting attorney and the other a girl on trial. It's a tender human love story finely performed by these players. So remember the night, and it's next Monday night for this moving play with Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray.
That calls for a note on every calendar, Mr. DeMille. I know I'll be in your listening audience. Good night.
Good night, baby.
Good night.
Good night. Your performance in The Rains Came deserves the whole quartet of rainbows. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Remember the Night with Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Martha Wentworth as the Maharani, Verna Felton as Mrs. Simon, Lou Merrill as Smiley, Jack Lewis as Lord Escott, Lal Chandmira as Rashid, Wyndham Standing as the Maharaja, and Thomas Mills as Bates. Kay Francis will be seen in the Universal picture, It's a Date, soon to be released. George Brent's forthcoming picture is the Warner Brothers production, Till We Meet Again. He is currently seen in Paramount's Adventure in Diamonds. Gene Parker will soon be seen in RKO's And So Goodbye. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Fred McMurray in True Confession. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Ananias, Baron Munchausen, and Paul Bunyan developed considerable fame as tellers of tall tales, but they were small fry compared to Helen Bartlett, a young lady in tonight's play, True Confession. When a young wife usually says the wrong thing at the right time and always tells a lie with the best intentions, she's lucky to have a lawyer for a husband. And by the same token, the lawyer is lucky if he can keep his wife and himself out of jail. It's a great help if they love each other, and that's the case in True Confession. It's an exciting comedy with everything in it, from romance to murder, with waist-ups for lunacy and laughter. And in spite of her weakness for exaggeration, I think you'll find Helen Bartlett a charming heroine. As this lovely liar, we present Loretta Young in a role that any comedian would give her right arm to play. And as the distracted husband, Fred McMurray has the same part he played in the Paramount picture, True Confession. Loretta and Fred are an ideal starring team. And teamwork, of course, is the secret of any successful project, both on the stage and off. That's why so many good homemakers team up with Lux Flakes. They know that half their worries go out the window when Lux Flakes comes in the door. Now the curtain rises on our team of stars. Loretta Young as Helen Bartlett and Fred McMurray as Kenneth Bartlett, with Ruth Donnelly as Daisy in Act One of True Confession. In a modest office building in New York City is the very modest law office of Kenneth Bartlett. One room, one desk, no secretary. This morning, business is progressing as usual. Our young attorney, his feet resting comfortably on the edge of the wastebasket, is contemplating his diploma. That's all he has to contemplate, for he hasn't had a paying client for weeks. As he reads the parchment that was to be the key to success, he's moody and depressed, unaware that even at this moment, his charming wife is dialing his number excitedly, bursting with great news. As the phone rings, Kenneth Bartlett snaps to a position of dignity. Good morning. Kenneth Bartlett's office.
Hello, Ken. This is me.
Oh, hello, Helen.
Now, darling, listen, I've got one. I've got a case for you.
Yeah? Well, who is it? What's it about?
Well, you know Zimmerman's meat market, 2 stores this side of the corner?
Yeah?
You know, darling, that Zimmerman's are going to sue us if we don't pay? Well, it's Mr. Zimmerman's wife's cousin. And his name is Tony Crouch.
Yeah, but what happened?
Well, now, darling, wait a minute. I'm telling you. Tony Crouch is in trouble. He's accused of stealing a carload of ham. And Mrs. Zimmerman thinks that if you handle the case for Tony Crouch, that we'll be able to pay her husband for the meat. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, but he didn't do it, did he? I mean, he didn't really steal the carload of hams.
Well, darling, I forgot to ask. Probably he didn't know, Ken. I'm sorry, but I'm sure he didn't. But even if he did, you've got to take this case, see? Well, if he didn't do it, I'll be glad to represent him. But if he's guilty, I won't touch it. You know how I feel about things like that. Now, Ken, listen. I found this case for you, and you've got to take it. I said I won't plead not guilty for a thief. If he didn't steal the hams, all right. But if he did... He's on his way to your office now, darling. And this is the biggest chance you've ever had. Will you please call me just as soon as you've talked to him? Sure, I'll call you. I'll let you know what happens. And will you please take the case, darling? Well, I mean, let me know right away, won't you? Yeah, all right. So long, baby. Goodbye, darling, and good luck. Hello? Hello, Helen? Oh, yes, Ken. They stole the hams. What? Mrs. Zimmerman's cousin stole the hams. I just threw him out of the office. You threw him out? Oh, Ken, doesn't it mean anything to you that you've thrown out the cousin of our butcher's wife? Where are we going to get our meat now? Helen, how can you talk like that when I told you the man is guilty? I don't care whether he's guilty or not, darling. Somebody's got to represent him. Baby, listen, I love you, but I'm not going to argue with you about a man who promised to pay me out of the money he gets for selling the hams. Oh, all right. Goodbye, darling. I'll see you tonight. He stole the hams. Oh, well. Hello? Hello, Helen? I got your message. Oh, hello, Daisy. I was taking some dictation from Mr. Davenport, so I couldn't call you back. What do you want, Helen? Well, I want you to come over right away. I have to see you. Say, what do you think I am? I can't walk out of the office in the middle of the afternoon. What's it all about? Well, I can't say you over the phone, Daisy. You'll have to come over. I told you I can't leave. I have to stay here. But, Daisy, Oh, all right, then. I guess I'll have to tell you. What? Well, Daisy, I went to the medicine cabinet. I was busy, Daisy, and I took the wrong bottle. What? Oh, Daisy. Oh. You mean what? Well, I don't know. I just... Helen, let me in. Helen. Hello, Daisy. Oh, Helen, how do you feel? What was it? What kind of a bottle? Huh? I said, Helen, you were lying again. You didn't take poison at all. Oh, that. Oh, no. I just want to see Daisy. Come on in, honey. I suppose it doesn't mean a thing to you that I practically have heart trouble from rushing over here. Oh, I'm sorry, Daisy, but you have to help me. Well, what is it this time? Another of your fairy tales? Oh, no, honest. Now, Daisy, you know Ken isn't doing well, and my stories aren't selling. Of course not. Of course they aren't selling. The people you write about, gee, they're crazy. Who could believe them? I believe them. I live every story with them. Well, anyway, Daisy, like I said, we're not doing so well, financially, I mean. So, Daisy, I got a job. No. Uh-huh. In other words, you're inviting Ken to walk out on you. He won't say a word. Oh, no. All he's done so far is tell you that if you go to work, it'll be over his dead and battered body. Well, we can't live on what he's making. My job starts tomorrow morning, and Ken isn't going to offer the slightest protest because he isn't going to know. Listen, Helen, if you think you can hold a job 6 days a week without Ken knowing it, you're ready for a mentality test. It's 5 days a week. All right, 5. And 3 hours a day. And that leaves me plenty of time for my writing. 3 hours. Steady, Helen, steady. Oh, no. It's true. I'm a private secretary to a broker. Is that so? Isn't that nice? Isn't it hot out? And $50 a week? $5 a week. 3 hours a day. $50. Helen, how does your head feel? Is there a pressure? No, darling, I'm not kidding. I'm going to learn shorthand. See, that's not all you're going to learn. Huh? Whoever offered you a proposition like that? Mr. Quayler. Mr. Otto Quayler. He was an old friend of my father's. And even if he fires me, I'll have to give me 2 weeks' notice. And that's $100 anyway. How are you going to explain the extra money to Ken? Well, I'll tell him that I've finally learned how to manage efficiently, you see. He'll not only believe me, he'll be proud of me. Helen, I wish I had your imagination. No, I don't either. See, what am I doing here? You don't need me. Oh, I do. I'm all excited, Daisy, and Ken will notice if we're alone and ask questions. Well, you know how lawyers ask questions, sort of, practicing like. Well, I'm sorry, Helen, but I've got to go. Oh, now, Daisy, wait a minute.
Hello.
Oh.
I was just going to ring.
Yeah? Helen, who's he? It's a man. Say, mister, look, I'll pay you next week, huh?
Don't make me laugh. You owe us $12, I'm here to get the typewriter.
Hey, you have enough. Get out of here.
Don't make me laugh.
Nothing can make you laugh. Oh, listen, mister, really. I'll pay you next week. Honest, I will. Will you please leave the typewriter here until then? I need it in my business.
No.
Don't touch that.
Why not?
Oh, well. All right. Go ahead and take it. Why should I worry about what's going to happen to you?
Huh? What do you mean?
I was just talking about my husband. But go ahead and take it. Maybe he won't see you.
Say, I'm not afraid of your husband.
Well, that's because you don't know what's wrong with him.
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, what is wrong with him?
Well, I guess I have to tell you. He's insane. Helen! Well, Daisy, you might as well know the truth.
You mean your own husband is nuts?
Absolutely nuts.
Well, so what? Your husband is ratty. Is he locked up?
Oh, no. No, we're trying to get him away quietly. You see, he's been insane ever since we lost our baby.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The first time I realized he was insane was about a week ago. It was 2 a.m. I woke up and saw a light on in here. I got up and tiptoed in, and there was my husband, smiling at that typewriter and talking baby talk and patting it.
Patting it?
Yes, patting it. Oh, it was heartbreaking. Then it dawned on me what had happened. He thinks that typewriter is our baby. Our little Harold.
That's a cute name, Harold.
Yes, isn't it? But go ahead and take the typewriter. Maybe you can get away with it before he comes home. But if you meet him, you'll never get through that doorway alive.
Say, a guy like that ought to be locked up. He can cause a lot of trouble. The thing for me to do is to get this this typewriter out of here right away.
Well, suit yourself. It's your own risk.
Oh, my baby. Baby?
Yes, it is here.
Oh, hello, Daisy.
Hello, Ken.
I didn't know you had guests, huh?
Well, Ken, I want you to meet Daisy's friend. This is Mr. McDougal. This is my husband, Mr. Barton.
How do you do? I'm glad to know you.
Mr. McDougal was just leaving, dear. He He brought Daisy here.
Just leaving? With the typewriter?
Well...
No. Well, I gotta go. Oh, don't hurry off. Where's the shaker, Helen? I'll mix up a batch of poison. Poison? Poison? Say, he's not gonna poison me. Hey, what's wrong with that guy?
I don't know. Why, you do too, Daisy. You told me he goes crazy every time he hears the word poison. On account of he drank some bad liquor once and it went to his head. Remember? Oh, of course.
I'm sorry, I was talking about cocktails. Where'd you meet him, Daisy?
Why, they went to school together, dear. Yes, we went to school together. Well, I'll have to leave now. Mr. McNoonan is waiting outside for me.
His name isn't McNoonan. It's McDougal.
Well, that's what she said. Yes, that's what I said. Goodbye. Goodbye, Daisy. Well, dear, how do you feel?
Who was that man?
What man?
Who was he?
Oh, you mean Daisy's boyfriend, Mr. McCormick, I believe?
Mr. McDougal.
That's right, McDougal.
Why did he run out of here?
Well, I told you, dear. He ate some lobsters once.
Someday, right in the middle of one of your lies, I'm going to get up, put on my hat, and walk out that door. I'm going to walk all the way to China. Now, who was that man?
Well, just because Daisy brings a boyfriend over here, a crazy boyfriend she met at her office.
At school?
All right, darling, at school.
Who was he?
All right. He came here to take the typewriter away, and I didn't want him to take it.
So what did you do?
Well, I told him that you thought the typewriter was your baby and that you killed it and touched it.
In other words, you told him I was crazy.
Well, yes.
Well, that's fine. That's just great.
There, you see? I tell the truth, and now you're mad at me.
I'm not mad. I was just thinking I could wring your neck, that's all.
Well, I don't blame you. I didn't mean to tell him that, but all of a sudden it just popped out.
As usual. Do you remember the time I came into the room and discovered you told people I was a reformed bank robber?
Well, that's only because all the other women were bragging about their husbands.
And the time I met the Ralstons on the street after you told them we couldn't play bridge because I was in the hospital with gallstones?
Well, you know we can't play bridge at all well together, dear. Oh, all right. Go ahead and get mad at me and let's have it over with.
Oh, what's the use? I've done that. I'm living a nightmare. The darndest nightmare a man ever lived.
Ken. Gee, I wouldn't have had to tell that man a lie if I'd had the money to pay him with it.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, darling, I don't mean it's your fault. I mean, if only you'd let me go out and get a job.
I'm taking care of you. If you went to work, I'd be a confessed failure. I'm not that. Yes.
Oh, gosh, you're not. But if I had a job, I mean, secretly, maybe.
Do you know what I'd do if you went out and got a job behind my back?
Yes.
Are you going to try it?
No.
Are you telling the truth?
Ken, I might as well tell you.
What?
I've made a resolution. From now on, I'm telling the truth, so help me. I'm going to be proud of you for what you represent, and I'm going to manage on our budget with money to spare.
Oh, Helen. Good morning, madam.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Curler's new secretary.
Very good. Very good indeed. This way, please.
Thank you.
Do you wish breakfast, miss?
Oh, no. Am I supposed to eat here?
If you like. In this room, please.
Oh. Is this his office?
Yes, miss.
But, doesn't Mr. Curler have any other office? I mean, maybe in an office building?
An office building?
Uh-huh.
Will you have a drink?
Hey, what kind of a place is this?
Good morning, my dear. It'll be all Forsyth. Yes, Mr. Curler.
Good morning, Mr. Curler. I'm late.
Aren't we all? You can call me Otto. After all, an old friend of the family, you know.
Yes, sir. I mean, Otto.
You're going to work out all right, my dear. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. If I...
Otto.
Otto. If I only know a little bit more about being a secretary, perhaps...
Oh, I'll be patient, my dear. Very patient. Now, let's see. Take a letter.
I can't. Remember?
That's right. Well, don't you know any word games or anything?
No, sir. But all the while I'm working, I'll be learning shorthand. I'll get one of those little books with all those funny little markings.
Oh, that's fine. You're going to like it here, Helen. I'm going to like you. Sit down, my dear.
Thank you, but I'm sitting already.
No. Sit over here. By me.
Oh, excuse me, but
Oh, come on.
Otto, look, don't you think we ought to start answering your mail or something?
Now, don't be like that.
Look, if you just... And quit following me.
I'm not following you. Now, don't get excited. After all, I'm an old friend of the... Stand still.
Let me go.
My dear girl.
You let me go, or I'll punch you in the stomach.
Oh, no, my dear.
Oh,
no.
Yes, I will. There, you see? I told you. I warned you. I quit. You understand? I quit. Is this the house he lives in? Yes. This is the one, Daisy. I was afraid to come back alone. Well, what am I supposed to do? Well, you just ring the bell and you tell him that you've come for my hat and my coat and my purse, and I'll wait right here. Is that so? Uh-huh. Listen, I'll do the waiting. And if you know what's good for you, you'll try to sneak in and get your things without him seeing you. But why, Daisy? Won't you even go in with me? Please, stop. Well, somebody has to be outside to call for help when you don't come out. Oh, please. Please look at me, Daisy. I'm all upset and What's that? Look, it's the police. Police? For what for? I don't know. But they're stopping right here. Oh, let's get out of here, Helen.
Oh, no, you don't. Stay right where you are, girls.
Hey, who are you?
Detective Darcy's the name, Homicide Squad. What are you doing outside this house?
Oh, well, we
That's fine. Bring him inside, boys. Okay, Chief. Come on, you.
Hey, you, let's go. Let us alone.
Come right in, sir. You the butler of this joint? Yes, sir. Well, where's the body?
Body? What do you mean?
Get quiet. What were you girls doing out front?
Nothing. Oh, yes, we were. She came here to get her things, her coat and her hat and her purse. Helen, let's get them and get out of this joint.
Oh, by all means. So you came to get your things. And would you mind telling me when you left them here?
Yes, this morning. In that room right over there.
Well, that's fine. Let's go get them.
All right. There, you see? There's my purse and there's my coat right over there. Oh! Helen!
What's the matter, girls? Didn't you ever see a dead man before?
Who is it? It's Otto.
Otto, eh? Call him by his first name, eh? Nice point.
What happened to him?
He's dead, lady. But, of course, you don't know anything about it.
No. Oh, let's get out of here, Daisy.
Oh, I wouldn't leave. Let's go in the other room there and talk.
Don't do it. You don't have to talk without a lawyer. Get Ken. Oh, what's there to talk about? I was here this morning, of course, but I didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh, of course not. But let's talk anyway. Why did you kill him, sister?
I didn't. All I did was run out of here.
Okay, why did you do that?
Well, I mean, I hit him first, and then I ran out.
Oh, you hit him, eh?
Yes.
2 fist marks right through the head, eh?
Is he shot?
Where'd you hide the gun? Now, where's the money? Where's the $12,000 you took out of that desk?
Oh, listen. I'm going home.
Oh, no, you're not. You're coming downtown with me.
No, I'm not.
Joe, grab this dame. Take it to my office and keep it there.
Hey, cut it out.
Come on, lady. We're going for a little ride. All right, now, Mrs. Bartlett, let's have the story. You go to his home. Is that right?
So far, yes.
There he sits. The man that you thought loved you. But he don't anymore, and he just told you so. So you stand looking at this man. Looking and hating like only a dame can hate. And all at once, out comes your gun. Bam!
Bam, bam! You said he was shot twice.
All right. Bam. Taylor topples up his chair. Right on his puss. And out you fly, so excited you forget your purse and stuff. There you are. Simple as that.
Hey, that'd make a good story. You mean that I did it because he...
That's it. Now, come on, confess right now, and we'll duck the electric chair. I guarantee you'll get nothing worse in life.
Why? But I didn't do it.
I say you did.
I don't care what you say. I did not do it. And anyway, if I did do it like you said, where does the $12,000 come in?
Huh? Oh, that. Oh, wait, now I know what happened. All at once it's clear to me.
That's fine.
You don't love him, see?
Uh-huh.
You never did love him. You don't love nobody. You're that type of days.
Gee, go on.
You know he's got the $12,000 in the desk. So you wait your time until he's not looking. Then, bam.
Bam, bam.
All right. Anyway, you let him have it. Then you take the dough. But you're scared, so you run out and forget your stuff. Well, how do you like it?
What do I get for it?
The chair.
I don't like it.
Hey, Chief, they just found the money. It was in the desk all along in the cigar box. What? Get out of here.
That makes you and your little story sound pretty silly, doesn't it?
Well, a man can make mistakes. You can't always be right.
Yeah. Hey, you know something? You know how I'd have figured this thing out?
No, and I don't care.
Well, just look at me. Now, look at me for a minute. I'm a poor, trusting working girl until I meet Otto at a gay house party.
Yeah?
My husband's always been kind to me, but he's away from home so often on business, and on his last trip, he's gone a year.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I'm pining. Literally pining away for companionship. Mr. Crater, Otto, that is, he sees this, and soon my husband leaves me.
Does, huh?
Yeah. I come to Otto, ask for help. He laughs at me.
That's a guy for you.
There's only one course for me. I tell him I'll go to the papers, ruin him in business if he doesn't help me. And Slowly, he opens his desk drawer and takes out a gun. I reach for it, we scuffle. Suddenly a shot rings out.
2 shots.
Well, 2 shots. And Crater lies dead at my feet.
Boy, oh, boy.
Now, there's the story for you. What would I get for that?
5 years. 5 years at the most. Maybe nothing.
There, you see? I know how to do it. You offer me life to the electric chair, and I give you 5 years for nothing.
Sure. Now, we'll just get that on paper and you can sign it. Oh, by the way, what happened to the gun?
What gun?
Well, the gun you were just talking about, the gun you and Otto were fighting for.
Well, we weren't fighting for any gun.
But you just said that...
Oh, that! Oh, no, that wasn't true. I was just making it up like you were doing.
Do you mean to tell me that...
Of course, and stop yelling.
Oh! Hey, Chief, we found the gun in the Crater murder. Yeah, where was it? In this woman's apartment in a bureau drawer. And 2 bullets fired. Here. In your apartment, Mrs. Bartlett? Well.
Well, of course you found that gun there. Why shouldn't you? That gun belongs to my husband.
Your husband, eh? The 2 bullets fired?
Well, wait a minute.
I got it. He finds out another man has been after his wife. He goes to the man. They argue. The husband pulls out a gun. Bam, bam. Really? Cold as a cucumber.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
No, that isn't it. It couldn't be. You want to know what really happened?
Don't tell me. Joe, get her out of here. And send for an ambulance out there. Call her husband. I want both of them held without bail.
Here's your party. 5 minutes. Thanks. Oh, Helen. Daisy, did you hear anything about Ken? Yeah, they got him. He's in the other wing. In the jail? Yeah. They say he killed him. Oh, but he didn't. Listen, Daisy, I shot those 2 bullets from that gun over a month ago when I was out in the country working on my book. I shot them at a tree. You did? Of course. Well, then we can take them out to where you were and show them the bullets in the tree. Of course we can. Daisy, I didn't hit that tree.
In a moment, Mr. DeMille presents Act 2 of True Confessions, starring Loretta Young and Fred McMurray with Ruth Donnelly. During our brief intermission, let me present 3 friends. They each have something to tell you about new Quick Lux Flakes. Here comes our first friend, Speed.
New Quick Lux is so fast. Gives suds in a second.
Yes, in water as cool as your hand, new Quick Lux Flakes dissolve 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And here's our second friend, Thrift.
New Quick Lux goes so far.
Yes, it gives more suds, ounce for ounce, even in hard water, than any of 10 other leading soaps tested. In other words, Lux is thrifty. It goes further. And now, here's our third friend, Lux Purity.
New Quick Lux is so gentle. It's safe for everything. Safe in water alone.
Yes, new Quick Lux is gentle. It's fast, too, and it goes further. Yet it costs no more. Look for it in the same familiar Lux package. Get a big box tomorrow and use new Quick Lux for all your washables. Your blouses, dresses, stockings, and underthings. And for your dishes, to save your hands. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of True Confession, starring Loretta Young as Helen Bartlett and Fred McMurray as Kenneth Bartlett, with Ruth Donnelly as Daisy. Several hours have passed. The Bartletts, man and wife, are still stopping in adjoining wings of the city jail. At last, however, they've been permitted a brief meeting. In the visitor's room, Ken looks despairingly out of the barred window into the busy world from which he was so rudely torn. Helen can stand the silence no longer.
Ken, won't you please sit down? How can we talk when you stand there like a pallbearer?
How else can I stand when my wife, my own wife...
Go ahead and say it. Say it.
Isn't so bad here. How's the food?
All right, I guess. I haven't eaten any.
You should eat. No matter what happens, you should eat. I'm sorry I yelled.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sorry they put you in jail.
No, that's all right. I always wondered how it was.
Did they Do they upset the apartment very much?
No, just the dresser drawers.
Oh.
Found some socks I thought I'd lost. They were where you keep your manuscripts.
Oh, that's good. Ken, all I was trying to do was to get a job. I wanted to help out. And...
I told you not to.
But there were so many things that we needed.
Yeah. Well, it happened. And I'm going to do everything I can. I'll fight this like a case has never been fought before.
Gee, I feel better already.
But I'm your lawyer and your husband, and I have to know all the facts.
Of course.
Maybe I'd better tell you what I found out first.
Oh.
They've got a mile of evidence lined up against you. First, they can prove that you went to Kraler's house.
That's right, I did.
And they can prove that you struggled with him.
I punched him in the stomach.
And then you ran from the house.
Yes.
And finally, we might as well face the fact that they can prove the bullets came from our gun.
What? But how can they prove a thing like that?
The ballistics expert. He says that the bullets that killed Kraler came from the gun they found in our apartment.
Well, who cares what he says? What does he know about it anyway?
I said he's an expert. That's his work. That's his career.
Well, what's his career to us? He can be wrong, can't he?
Helen, listen to me. You can't even think of trying to convince a jury that you didn't fire those shots. Do you know what'll happen if you try to enter a regular plea of not guilty? Well, let's not talk about it.
I know what'll happen. They'll prove that I did do it. They'll put me in prison for life. Well, maybe they let me well.
I said let's not talk about it. I'll have to sort of get my bearings again. Before I saw you, I thought we were going to plead self-defense. But...
You mean killing him because...
Certainly. A woman has a right to protect herself against a brute.
Oh.
Well, there's no use thinking about it. If you're going to claim you didn't do it, throw our case out the window. Helen. Weren't you listening? What are you thinking about?
About you in court. Oh, I'd love to hear you. Fighting for a woman's life. Well, it's the case you've always hoped for, Ken. It's your big opportunity. Do you think you could win?
Fighting for you?
Uh-huh.
Of course I'd win.
Oh, I can just see you standing there, pleading for me, your wife, whose only crime was defending herself against this human wolf.
Oh, you poor kid. We'll show them, though. We'll vindicate you in the eyes of the world.
Yes. And in defending me, you'll be pleading the case of all womankind. Oh, it's wonderful. You'll be sensational.
You think so?
Of course I do.
Forget it. You're going to say you didn't do it.
I can. Ken, I guess I'll have to tell you the truth. You might as well know.
What? Tell me what?
I did kill Otto Kraler. I don't care what you say. You didn't kill Otto Kraler. That's so loud, Daisy. I did, too. I was with you when you went back. You were as surprised as I was. You shut up. Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're right in the middle of one of your lying nightmares, and I'm going straight to Ken. Oh, no, Daisy, don't. What if Ken ever found out about this? Hey, look, will you please mind your own business? No. Didn't you kill him? No, of course I didn't. Well, then why did you say you did? I don't know exactly. I was talking to Ken, and, gee, all at once it just popped out. We were both so excited about how we could prove I shot him for good reason, and, well, it seemed like the only chance I had to go free was to say that I did it. What a mess you're in. I know. No, I'm not out of it. Everything's going to be all right. But if you say anything, Daisy, this will be the end with Ken, and I'll go to jail for perjury. Well, isn't that better than going to the chair? Oh, Daisy. No, I didn't mean to scare you. Well, you're not scaring me exactly. And understand this, Daisy. It's too late to try to change anything now. You'll ruin my life, and you'll spoil Ken's big chance, and you'll put an end to everything. Is that clear? They're waiting for you in court. Just a minute, Matron. Is that clear, Daisy? Oh, I guess so. Thanks. All right, Matron. I'm ready.
Paper murder trial open. Husband will defend wife and free to flee for home and the state will prove that the defendant, Helen Bartlett, is guilty of murder in the first degree. A murder that calls for payment with her very life. The state will show...
We will show in our defense that Helen Bartlett killed only to protect herself. An act which has been justified in our courts since time immemorial. I was Mr. Kraler's butler. Helen Bartlett came to the house at exactly 9.
Well, I questioned her the morning of the murder. First, she denied it. Then confessed to it. Then denied it. Then confessed to it again. Then denied it. She had me off my neck!
No, I object.
Order!
Court's adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Say, Bartlett. Yes? Has There's a man here to see you.
My husband.
No, says his name is Jasper. Says it's very important.
Oh, all right.
Okay, you, come on. I'll be back for you in 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mrs. Bartlett. May I sit down? Thank you.
Well, what did you want? What's so important?
Nothing is important. That's what makes life so simple. Am I right?
But you told me you had to see me. Why?
I wanted to get a good look at you, my dear, so that I might understand.
Understand what?
I am Charles Jasper, criminologist in the utmost. You are a specimen under my microscope, and you're going to fry.
What?
You're going to fry, burn in the chair.
Get out of here. You're crazy.
Sure. Getting lots of publicity, aren't you? Big articles, pictures in the papers. You like it, don't you? It's the nectar of the gods for fools. And whether you killed Kramer or whether you didn't, you're going to look pretty. Right.
Get out of here. Get out. Get out.
What's the matter? Nathan, open up here.
Daddy's crazy. Get him out of here.
Hey, who is this guy? I'm Charles Jasper, criminologist in the utmost.
Ken, please.
All right, Mr. Outside.
Come on.
Certainly. It was nice meeting you, Mrs. Bartlett. Good evening.
This way.
Oh, Ken.
What do you want?
Nothing. He said he just wanted to look at me.
All right. Now take it easy. She's just one of those nuts that hang around courts. She can't hurt you.
Oh, Ken, I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, well, I can't stay long. You've got to get some rest. We may have a tough day tomorrow.
I know.
How do you feel, honey?
I don't know. Sometimes just sitting in court and listening, I want to see myself electrocuted. Say, Ken, if I feel that way, how will the jury feel?
Now, don't worry, please. I haven't even started yet.
Well, I can't help being scared, can I? Okay, listen. I've done something that's awfully silly.
I know, dear.
No, darling, you don't know. Look, this is all a mistake. It's a great, big, crazy joke, see? I didn't kill Otto Kramer. I was lying. Can you understand that, Ken? Darling, can't you understand why I'd lie about a thing like that?
I know how you feel, Helen. You're nervous and excited, worrying about what might happen. But it's not going to happen. Because we're fighting honestly and openly, admitting that you killed Otto Kramer. And if we can't win the right way, the honest way, we don't want to win.
Oh, Ken!
The defense will proceed. Your Honor, I want to thank you for permission to have the scene in Otto Kramer's home reenacted for the benefit of the jury. But first, I must have the defendant and her motives clearly established in their minds. Helen Bartlett is charged with murder in the first degree, meaning that she did willfully and premeditatedly take a life. To that charge, our answer is not guilty. But in an effort to convince you of our sincerity, I shall call upon the defendant to stand and face the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Helen Bartlett, my wife, who on August 8th killed Otto Kramer. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is the morning of August 8th, and I am Otto Kramer. And this is the office in his home. What follows is an honest reenactment of what occurred that morning, as related to me by my wife. I'm ready, Helen.
Well, the butler let me in. He showed me into the office, and he offered me a drink.
You refused, of course.
Of course.
Go on.
And then Mr. Kramer came in.
Yes. And he said to you, well, good morning, my dear.
Good morning, Mr. Kramer.
Now, sit down, my child. The first thing we must do, Mrs. Bartlett, is reach an understanding. Is that clear?
All I know, Miss Terry, is that I'll work hard and study while I'm working.
Oh, why work hard?
Because that's the only honest way to make a living.
Oh, you have a lot to learn, Helen. Now, here, sit over here by me.
Let me alone.
Oh, but my child, I'm an old friend of the family.
Let me go. Mr. Woodham put up with this because she needs a child.
Now, take it easy, Helen. We're going to get along just fine, just as soon as you...
Don't you dare to kiss me.
I'll do what I please. Be quiet, you fool.
Let me go, or I'll punch you in the stomach.
Oh, no, you won't, Helen.
Oh, you...
We're going to...
Oh, Ken, darling, I'm sorry.
No, go on, don't stop.
Yes?
You pay for this, Mrs. Bartlett. No woman can do this to Otto Kramer. Oh, where's my gun? I'll kill you for this.
Give me that gun. Bam!
Oh, you shot me.
Oh, I killed him!
And that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is the true picture of the death of Otto Kramer. Oh,
darling, sit down. Did I hurt you?
No, I'll be all right. Please stand, Mrs. Bartlett. I have a few questions.
Oh, certainly.
Mrs. Bartlett, you took that job at $50 a week.
Yes, sir.
Can you take shorthand?
No, sir.
But you took the job in good faith.
Oh, yes, I did.
And you can't type either.
No.
Nice going for a private secretary at $50 a week.
Mrs. Bartlett, could it be that in your charming way you, shall we say, forced Mr. Critter to employ you on threat of exposing your friendship with him?
Say, how'd you like a poke in your fat nose?
Your Honor, I object to the district attorney's unfounded and vicious accusations. If he doesn't stop it, I'll knock his teeth out. Order! Order! You'll knock whose teeth out?
Yours, you big clunk.
Order, I say! Order! Order! And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to ask yourselves this. You'll be going through that little door in a few minutes to decide the destiny of a human life. Ask yourselves this. Has not womankind the right to work so there shall be bread in her home? Has not womankind the right to expect decency from her employer whom she trusts? Has not womankind the sacred right to protect herself at any cost? I know what your answer will be, ladies and gentlemen. For I know you are honest, wise, and just. And I place the destiny of my wife in your hands. Your Honor, the defense rests.
Ken, oh, darling, you were wonderful.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right, Ellen. I don't think so.
Ken, it's that easy, man.
Get out of here, you. A wonderful defense, Mr. Bartlett. Well done, I say. But I still think your wife is going to fry. Get out of here.
You have just heard Loretta Young, Fred McMurray, and Ruth Donnelly in Act 2 of True Confession. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue with the third act of True Confession. The case of the people versus Helen Bartlett rests. The jury is behind locked doors considering its verdict. And now at last, the doors open and the jury files in.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
And how do you find the defendant? Guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Ken, I'm free, darling. I'm free.
Oh, darling, I told you the truth would win for us.
Not guilty. A new lease on life for Helen Bartlett. A new life altogether. Adoration from the crowd.
Can I have your autograph, Mrs. Bartlett?
Fame.
Can you give us a statement, Mrs. Bartlett?
Wealth.
We'll give you $20,000 for your last story.
All these are Helen Bartlett. No longer do she and Ken live in a kitchenette apartment in New York. A 10-room house in the country is none too good for such a world-famous pair.
Ken? Oh, Ken?
Oh, hello.
Hello, darling. How about a swim, huh?
Oh, no, thanks. Later.
Oh,
Where were you?
Dorothy's tea in town. I told you, remember?
Oh, yeah. What are you doing tonight?
Tonight. Oh, tonight I'm going to dictate some more of the novels of Daisy. How are things going at the office?
Oh, good, I guess. More business than I can handle.
Oh, Ken, did you ever think all this would happen?
What do you mean?
Oh, everything. The apartment in town, this house, your business, my novel. All we ever wanted, we have now. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm afraid it's just a heavy dinner.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Darling, what's the matter? Is anything wrong?
No, of course not. What could be wrong? I'm making money. You have what you want. You're doing what you like. You're the happiest you've ever been. You just said so.
Oh, Ken.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't be that way. Because I can't remember why all this happened. And that's what I can't understand about you. How you can ever forget that we'd be broke and I'd be happier if Otto Quayle was still alive.
I haven't forgotten, Ken.
I guess I shouldn't have said that.
No, you're right. Why, here I've killed a man and I'm happy. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Well, maybe it does. Maybe I just don't know how to act in a case like this.
Wouldn't it be perfect if everything were just as it is, except that other thing hadn't happened?
More than perfect. Just too late.
Ken, remember that day in the cell when I tried to tell you I was innocent?
Yeah, trial had worn you down.
Well, if I hadn't killed him, I mean, just pretend.
Pretend? Pretend that anyone would lie about a thing like that? That she'd make a mockery of justice and a fool of the man who was defending her? Leave an unsuspected criminal at large already plotting against his next victim? Why, that would be worse than murder.
Yeah, I guess it would, huh?
Helen, you're not trying to tell me
what?
that... Nothing.
I guess the heat's got me.
Yeah, it is kind of warm, isn't it? And then... Here, take this down, baby. And then, as McCormick enters Yvonne's room, he was certain that Go ahead. I can't, Daisy. I don't know what's the matter with me lately. You having trouble with Jen again? Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I bet you don't. Here you are out of one jam and into another. I'm not in a jam. Ken will get over this and everything will be fine again. It's just a matter of time. If he ever finds out that you didn't kill... find out. Oh, let's get on. McCormick enters Yvonne's room and the door opens stealthily and... who's that? Miss Bartlett. Yeah? He won't go away. Who won't go away, Ella? The man's what's here. But who? What man, Ella? Charles Jasper. You. Daisy, he's the one that came to me in the cell. What do you want?
Nice little place we have here. Hello, my house.
What do you mean, your house? Daisy, be careful.
It will be my house soon. I've always wanted a nice house. Hello, my house.
What do you want?
I'm selling wallets.
Well, we don't want any wallets. So get out of here.
You'll want this wallet. See, it has a name printed on it. Otto Kraler.
Otto... Where did you get this one?
Lovely house. Charming.
I asked you, where did you get this watch?
Where do you think? It was on Mr. Kraler's desk. I found it there after I killed him.
You killed him?
I, Charles Jasper, utmost criminologist, committed the perfect crime. And who stole the glory of my deed? Who writes childish articles, gives stupid lectures? Who has lived to see her husband grow sleek and fat upon the fruits of the stolen crime? My crime. You thief.
Oh, I didn't mean to take anything away from you.
Where's our liquor? Not the guest soup, our private bottle.
Helen, I'm going out and find Chen. Oh, no, Daisy, wait. Mr. Jasper, there's a bottle in that cabinet over there, and when you have a drink, will you please go away?
Certainly. As soon as you've purchased the wallet. With that bit of leather goes my entire interest in the crime.
Don't pay any attention to him, Helen. How do we know he did it? Of course. How do we know you did it?
Are you insane? On my word of honor.
That isn't enough.
Well, for that matter, how did I know you didn't do it? Because I did.
Oh.
And as for this wallet, unless you buy it from me, you shall be revealed as a perjurer, a common liar. And the prison gate shall clang behind you.
How much do you want for it?
The price, complete with crime, is $30,000.
30,000? Don't give him a cent. He can't expose you without putting his own pants in the chair.
Yes. Did she get the chair? No. Will I get the chair? Likewise, no. I have a wife. Kraler tried to give her a job. She turned him down. He insulted her. So I shot him.
I don't believe that.
Believe what you want. I have an airtight defense, and I'm ready to test it at any time.
But look, mister, I haven't got $30,000.
Well, you have this house, haven't you? Perhaps I'll take that. Is there a mortgage?
Listen, can't we talk about this some other time? You see, Ken.
What's going on here?
Well, darling,
what's he doing here?
I don't know. You see, he... Oh, what's the use?
Good evening. What do you want? Shall I tell him, Mrs. Bartlett?
No, I'll tell him. Ken, this is going to be the worst thing you've ever heard in your whole life. You're going to leave me and you're going to walk all the way to China or something, but I don't care what happens. I still love you. That's why I do things like this, I guess.
What are you talking about?
Do you really want to know?
Of course I want to know.
Well, I didn't kill Otto Kraler.
You didn't?
No, he did. Charles Jasper. Oh, I can't stand it. I can't stop.
Baby. I'll take care of her. Nice girl. What's your name? Get some water.
Ken, it seems I'd have a better chance if I said I did it than if I told the truth. Well, even you told me that, remember, Ken? And so I did it. Oh, I know I shouldn't have, but I did. And now he's here, and he wants money.
Quiet. Daisy, you all right?
What happened?
Here, take her out on the beach and walk her around. She needs fresh air. I'll take care of this guy.
Ken, I was only trying to...
Go on outside.
Yes, Ken. Come on, Daisy, I need some air, too.
That's my story, Mr. Bartlett, but you don't have to pay the money all at once. $1,000 a month is all right, or I'll take the house. Hello, my house. You're very considerate. But what if I tell you to go chase yourself? I'll go to the police. After all, I know a little law myself, young man. Do you know what will happen to your wife? 10 years or more for perjury. And what will happen to you? I'll go free. On the strength of that lie about your wife? I think not. You were after that money they found in the cigar box. Was I? Listen, you might as well get this straight from the start. You can't reopen this case. Why can't I? Because only the condemned person or his representative has a right to do that. And there is no condemned person. Nobody was convicted. What? You mean that's the law? That's the law. Are you trying to tell me there's no justice? Justice and the law aren't always the same. But in this case, they are. Because I'm going to the police. Why? Because you're an admitted criminal and you're at large. But they can't reopen the case. You just told me. No, but you've just attempted extortion. You threatened my wife and demanded money. I did that? What kind of a country is this? Get away from that phone. Do you realize you're sending your own wife to jail just to report me? We'll see. Wait, my boy, wait. Whatever we do, let's not lose our heads. There's really no need to call Mr. Bartlett because, unfortunately, I didn't kill Otto Craig. You didn't kill him? Oh, I'm sorry. Really, I am. Then who did? Control yourself, please. My brother-in-law. I found the wallet in his room, and he confessed to me. Then where is he? Dead. Killed the next week in a holdup. An amateurish chap. He couldn't find the money after he disposed of Kraler, so he attempted a trivial holdup in broad daylight, lost his head, and... It was in the papers. I don't believe it. I don't care what you believe. I can prove my statements in a court of law. Shall we have a drink? Get out of this house. Certainly. You know, there was a moment when all this was almost mine. When my destiny came within one iota being fulfilled. When fortune lifted the corners of her petty lips as though to smile. And then bared her teeth. But that's life. Goodbye. Goodbye, my heart.
Is it all right? I mean, did he tell you? Ken, why don't you speak to him?
Yes, he told me.
Helen, I think I'll go in the house and lie down. Oh, Daisy, don't leave me alone. Goodbye. That was a silly thing to say, wasn't it? Leave me alone with my own husband. Ken, did he go?
Yes, he's gone. And he won't bother you anymore. Because he's as big a liar as you are. He didn't commit the murder either.
He didn't?
No, his brother-in-law did. And his brother-in-law's dead. That's all that saved you from 10 years in prison. Oh. Because, mark my words, if the murder had been at large, I would have gone straight to the police.
Oh, that's right. That's what any honest person would have done. You're leaving now.
I'm catching the 9:10 to New York. What's left for me? You made a farce of our lives. You ridiculed justice, my profession, me.
Oh, Ken, I know this is all a nightmare to you, darling. Wondering how and why everything happened. And I don't think I could ever explain it so you could understand. I do want to say, though, that I tried to tell the truth, but it seemed that everything would work out better if I lied. And it did, too. Up to now?
Yes, everything worked out beautifully. Here we are, both successful, standing on the biggest lie in the history of mankind. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Helen Bartlett is not Helen Bartlett alone. Helen Bartlett is womankind. Ain't I the pretty one? And when that terrible moment came, she faced it, afraid but unflinching. Laughing at you, Judge. Laughing at me. Laughing at Otto Kraler. Defending the principle that is her prime heritage.
I can't really.
Well, go on, defend it. Pick up some more hot ones for your life story in your cockeyed books. I'm going so far away, I won't even know what year it is. Despite everything I've just said, Helen, I still love you. But I'll be darned if I can live a life like ours. Goodbye.
Ken, wait. Wait, there's something you ought to know, Ken.
I'm sorry.
Oh, but I've got to tell you something that's important.
Goodbye.
Ken, if it's a boy, I'll name it after you.
What did you say?
I said if it's a boy, I'll name it after you.
Oh, Helen. Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I wanted to surprise you.
Helen, when's it going to be?
Oh, what, dear?
I said, when's it going to be?
Oh, well, I don't know exactly.
Well, what did the doctor say?
The doctor? Oh, the doctor, nothing.
This is the last straw. Even that wasn't true, was it?
No, but it couldn't be, Ken.
Goodbye.
Oh, darling, wait a minute. Please don't leave me, Ken, please. Please, darling, I couldn't help it. Oh, hold me, Ken. Hold me, darling.
Oh, Helen. I suppose this is the price of life with a person like you. Happiness, misery, one after the other, till you don't know which is which. And I suppose I'll walk out on you and come back and walk out again. But first, I'm going to make one last attempt to teach you not to lie. From now on, whenever you lie, we're going to make it come true. Do you understand?
Oh, Ken. I think I've told my last one.
We bring down the curtain on the last act of True Confession. You'll hear from our stars, Loretta Young and Fred McMurray, in just a moment. But while we're waiting for them to come to the microphone, I'd like to ask a question. When you have an unpleasant task to do you complain about it or make the best of it? You know, I think most people try to make the best of things. For instance, I read about a woman who hates to wash dishes. But does she complain? No, indeed. She just props a book of poetry on the windowsill above the sink and memorizes a poem while she's doing her dishes.
How nice, rising above the circumstances. But you know, quite a few women really do hate to wash dishes. Well, it's partly on account of their hands.
Well, Sally, you can't blame a woman for wanting to keep her hands soft and lovely looking, even if she does wash dishes every day. That's why I'd like to tell every woman in the country about new Quick Lux and the one-hand test. 5 leading soaps commonly used for dishes, including Lux, were tested. Hundreds of women dipped one hand in Lux suds, the other in suds from another soap. They did this 3 times a day for weeks, under conditions similar to home dishwashing. The results proved Lux, kindest to hands. In case after case, the Lux hand was soft and smooth, the other hand rough, red, and unattractive. Now, you can easily prove how kind Lux is to hands if you'll just try new Quick Lux for your dishes. There is no harmful alkali, absolutely nothing to dry or roughen your hands in new Quick Lux. Get a large box tomorrow to help your hands stay smooth, white, feminine. It comes in the same familiar box at no extra cost. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars. As Loretta Young and Fred McMurray return to the footlights, we have a true confession of our own that should be made at once.
Pencil and paper, please.
What for, Loretta?
Well, the true confession is Cecil B. Minute. I beg your
Cecil
pardon.
B.
I can't say your name, even. Ought to be worth something, don't you think?
Don't bother. I was just about to confess that until tonight I was a bit doubtful, Loretta, about you as a liar. You have such an honest look in your eyes. As a matter of fact, C.B., I've been a little surprised all week at the convincing way Loretta told those tall stories in the play.
You know, Fred, I'm being serious. You're taking up fishing and giving you some competition on tall stories.
So what's your latest fantastic adventure, Fred, with our piscatorial friends?
Well, C.B., this didn't happen to me exactly, so I can't absolutely guarantee it. But a friend of mine just come back from a fishing trip with his brother. Every day the brother pulled in fish as fast as he could get his line out, but this friend of mine couldn't get a nibble. After about a week of it, he was fit to be tied. So one morning he got up early and borrowed his brother's boat and tackle and rowed out to the same spot where his brother had been having all the luck. He fished all day and still didn't get a bite. So he finally gave up in disgust and started for home. And just as he pulled away, he heard a hissing sound behind him. Turned around, and there was a fish with his head out of the water. And the fish said, "Psst, hey, bud, where's your brother?"
How big was that fish, Fred?
It was a small one. He said it was only 8 or 10 inches long.
You know, if you'd exaggerate the size of the fish, I wouldn't have believed that story.
I hope, Loretta, you'll believe me when I tell you that we have a great bill for the Lux Radio Theater next week.
I will, I'm sure. What is it, Mr. Bennell?
The next Monday night, our stars will be Claudette Colbert and Donna Michi. And they're going to appear in the Paramount screen hit, Midnight. It's a romantic story of an American girl in Paris pretending to be a baroness. Her masquerade fools just about everybody except the taxi driver, who happens to be in love with her. Claudette Colbert as the girl and Donna Michi as the taxi driver will have the same parts they played in the picture when they meet at our microphone in Midnight next Monday night.
That's a swell show. Good night, C.B.
It certainly is. Good night, Mr. Bennell.
Good night. And one more quick confession. You are both mighty good. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Donna Michi in Midnight. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Charlie Jasper, Wally Mayer as Darcy, Arthur Q. Bryan as Otto Kraler, Edward Marr as bill collector, Warren Ash as butler, Earl Ross as prosecutor, Jack Lewis as detective, Celeste Rush as matron, and Bernice Pilot as Ella. Loretta Young's current picture is the Columbia production, The Doctor Takes a Wife. Fred McMurray is being seen on the screen in Paramount Remember the Night and is now making Rangers of Fortune. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert and Don Amici in Midnight. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is the comedy of a gay masquerade, and of a reckoning that comes, as it must to all masquerades, when the clock strikes 12. It's the story of a young lady who completely hoodwinks international society, but can't deceive her own heart, and that turns her adventure into a love story. The United States has entertained a good many counterfeit titles from Europe, so perhaps it's only squaring accounts if an American girl takes the title of Baroness and makes the more or less polite society of Europe entertain her. And when the bogus Baroness is Claudette Colbert, of course any sensible European would outdo himself to place the continent at her feet. Claudette and Don Amici starred together in Paramount's delightful motion picture production of Midnight, and we didn't even try to improve on that kind of casting. Claudette comes to us before going back to work at Paramount in the picture Arise, My Love. As her relentless pursuer, Don Amici takes the wheel of one of the most terrifying machines in the world, a French taxicab. And that's a perfect setup for a gay whirl through the boulevards and bright lights of the Paris of a few years ago. Midnight is a play that will banish worry from the living room tonight as efficiently as Lux Flakes always does from the kitchen. Millions of women already know that secret, but for the few who don't, Lux Flakes will be a wonderful discovery. Now, if your tickets are in order, we'll start for Paris. A trip that will take just about as long as it takes to raise the curtain here in the Lux Radio Theater. We begin Act One of Midnight, starring Claudette Colbert as Eve Peabody and Don Amici as Tibor Czerny. A few years ago, when one spoke of Paris, it was always Paris in the spring or Paris by night, conjuring up visions of gaiety and romance. But there's another aspect of the great city rarely touched upon. Paris in the rain. Yes, it rains there, too, and just now it's pouring. From the railroad station comes a lovely creature in a trailing evening gown. She's young and beautiful. Certainly you'd expect her to step into a waiting limousine and be whisked off to the Rist Hotel. But no. This lovely apparition in evening clothes is walking in the rain with a dripping newspaper on her head to ward off the stinging drops. The taxicab drivers cannot believe their eyes.
Mademoiselle, you wish a taxi?
No, thank you.
Mademoiselle, you will not walk in this rain. Taxi, mademoiselle?
No.
Get in, mademoiselle. Anywhere in Paris.
I said no. Will you leave me alone?
To walk on a night like this.
Taxi, mademoiselle, taxi.
No.
Any place in Paris, mademoiselle?
No.
Which way are you going?
I don't know. I'm walking.
Oh, mademoiselle enjoys the rain, huh?
Oh, sure. I'm just mad about it. It feels so good running down my back.
Well, then why not ride? Mademoiselle, my taxi is yours.
Listen, I don't want it. All right, mister. Here's how things stand. I could have you drive me all around town and then tell you I left my purse home on the grand piano.
Yeah.
There's no grand piano, no home. And my purse, 25 centimes with a hole in it. That's what's left of the Peabody stake.
Oh, you have no money, huh?
That's right. I need a taxi to find myself a job, and I need a job to pay for the taxi.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm. No taxi, no job, no dinner.
Ah.
But look, if I do promote one, I'll pay you twice what the meter says, double or nothing.
You mean you'll give me the honor of driving you around while you look for a job, huh?
That's it.
And for that you'll pay me double?
Oh, and a great big daddy tip.
Well, that sounds like good business.
What do you say?
I say no.
All right, if that's the way you feel, I was going to walk anyway. Night.
Hey, wait.
What do you want?
Get in the cab.
Oh, never mind. I don't have
Get
it.
in, get in.
Well, if you insist. Only now you don't get that tip I promised you.
Uh-huh. What kind of work do you want?
Well, look, at this time of night and in these clothes, I'm not looking for needlework.
Look in your newspaper. They have jobs in there sometimes.
It'd be easier to drink this than read it. Here we are, nightclubs.
Nightclubs? What are you, a dancer?
No. Didn't you ever hear of Eve Peabody, the famous American blues singer?
No.
Well, confidentially, she didn't get to be a blues singer till she stepped into your cab.
Well, let's try the Bell Tavern,
You have to be pretty good to work there. Say, do you always travel in an evening dress?
No. I was wearing this in Monte Carlo when a nasty accident occurred.
What happened, a fire?
Mm-mm. The roulette system I was playing collapsed under me. I left the casino with what I had on my back.
Oh.
Well, drive on, and when I get that job, I'll think about restoring your tip.
Oh, thank you, mademoiselle. Oh, the Belle Tabourine, no job. Club Big Al, no job. Bolero Club, no job. Moulin Rouge, no
job. No job. All right. I guess mine is strictly a bathtub voice. How much is on the meter?
Oh, it's just a little matter of 80 francs. Well, where do you want to go now?
80 francs? No, that's enough, Skipper. I'm sorry I got you into this mess.
Yeah, it's all right. Where to now?
Back to the station, please.
What are you going to do back there?
Sit in the waiting room.
Waiting for what?
For tomorrow morning.
No, you can't do that. You come with me, I'll buy you dinner.
Oh, now listen. You lost a gamble. You don't have to feed it.
I don't like to think of a woman sitting around the station with an empty stomach.
Oh, I know. This is the pumpkin coach, and you're the fairy godmother.
Cut it out. I'm going to buy you a cheap dinner. You don't even have to thank me for it.
Okay, Skipper. Thanks. Gee, I'm sorry, Skipper. I wouldn't have taken oysters, only I thought they were on the regular dinner, honest.
Forget it.
No, it was a dirty trick, Skipper. Say, what's your name anyway? I'm tired of calling you Skipper.
Cherny is the name. Tibor Cherny.
T what?
Tibor Cherny. I'm Hungarian. Where I come from, they think E. Peabody is a funny name.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Mr. Cherny, I'm sorry I ordered oysters. I'm running into money.
I wish you'd stop talking about money. I'm a rich man.
You?
Sure, I need 40 francs a day, and I make 40 francs.
What about that rainy day when it comes?
On a rainy day, I make double. No bank account, no real estate, no possessions. 3 handkerchiefs, 2 shirts, 1 tie, and no worries.
Oh, you're talking like a fool.
Listen, if you want peace of mind, get yourself a taxi cab.
No woman ever found peace in a taxi. I'm looking for a limousine.
They don't ride any better.
They ride better than the subway. I spent most of my life in a Bronx local. Squeezed, trampled, stepped on. No, sir, one day I said to myself, that's enough, baby, you're going to get somewhere. So I came abroad. I shipped to London in a can of imported chlorines. You know, most of those gals end up with a lord or something.
Oh, is that what you call getting somewhere?
It's a step in the right direction. I landed a lord, almost.
Almost?
Well, his family got between us. His mother came to my hotel and offered me a bribe.
Offered a bribe? Well, you threw her out, I hope.
But how could I with my hands full of money?
You mean you took the money?
Listen, I've got a few ideas about peace of mind myself. I carried that cash straight down to Monte Carlo and played it to win.
And lost. Serves you right for wanting something for nothing.
Okay. It took me years to realize you just don't fall into a tub of butter. You jump for it.
You're the one that's talking like a fool now.
Oh, now. Oh, no hard feelings, Mr. Charity.
No. It's too bad, though. You want some more wine?
Uh-huh. Please. What's the matter?
Nothing. I think we need some gas, that's all.
Oh, we do. Out of gas, huh? Well.
It's all right. I always carry an extra can on the back.
Oh, well, that's a novelty. Say, where's that railroad station anyway?
Oh, we passed that. You're going to sleep at my place tonight.
What was that?
I said you're going to sleep at my place.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Now, listen, I've got to drive this cab all night. How do you expect me to keep my mind on my business knowing you're having a roof over your head?
No, thanks, Skipper.
Here, here's the key. There's a shirt drying over the bathtub. You can sleep in that. But be out by 7 in the morning.
No, Skipper, you'd better keep the key.
Now, don't be a fool.
Me? I've been a fool too long. Listen, back in New York, whenever I managed to crash a party full of luscious, big-hearted millionaires, there was sure to be some snub-faced kid in the orchestra playing traps. So around 4 in the morning, when the wise girls were skipping off to Connecticut to marry those millionaires, I'd be with him in some night spot learning tricks on the kettle drum. And he always had a nose like yours.
Was there anything wrong with my nose?
Mm-hmm. I like it. Do you mind? Oh, no, we're no good for each other, Skipper. We're going in different directions.
Yeah, that's what you think. I'm going to get that gas in the tank, and then we're heading for my place. You just sit tight.
Okay, Skipper.
Be right back. No, a girl like you shouldn't be running around Paris all alone. First thing you know, you'll be getting into trouble. Suppose you don't find a job. What do you do then? Can't sleep in the railroad station all the time. And what about those clothes? Then you try walking around in the daytime with an evening dress. How far do you suppose you're going to get dressed up like that? Hey, what's the matter? You asleep? I said, how far do you suppose you're going to... Hey,
Where'd she go? Hey, Peabody. Eve, where are you? Hey, where are you? Eve, where are you?
Good evening, madame.
Oh, good evening, officer.
Madame is going the wrong way.
Oh, what did you say, officer?
The house you're looking for, it's just down the street. 3 doors that way, madame.
The house I'm looking for?
You're going to the house of Madame Le Bon, no?
Oh, is that where I'm going? Oh, yes.
But of course. I knew at once when I saw the evening gown. Come, madame. I myself will show you there.
Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, my car, I must have got out at the wrong house.
One makes mistakes, madame.
Oh, yes, one does.
It's a musical evening at Madame Le Bon's, no?
Yes, that's right.
Of course. Here, madame. This is the house.
Oh, well, thank you. Good night, officer.
Oh, but go in. You're becoming wet, madame.
Yes, I know, but... All right, officer. Good night.
Good night, madame.
Good evening, madame.
Oh, hello.
Are you looking for a seat? I don't believe this one is taken.
Thank you.
I saw you come in.
That was observing of you.
My name is George Flammarion. George Flammarion? Dull evening, isn't it?
Not up to now.
I don't believe I've seen you here before, madame. Madame...
I've never been invited here before.
Oh, I see. Stuffy people, aren't they?
I don't think so.
Very. Someone once tried to come in under a false name. They found out she didn't belong.
Not really. What did they do?
Handed her over to the police. Stuffy people.
You're very.
Madame, will you come this way, please?
Someone's calling you, madame.
You mean me?
Please, I would like to a word with you outside.
Yes, that's what I thought. All right, I'll go quietly.
Come here, madame.
All right, now let's get it over with.
I've had my eye on you from the moment you came in.
I know. I should have known better, but you see, I didn't want to come in here at all. It was an officer outside.
Don't apologize. You're not the only one. There are 3 of us in rebellion against that music. You play bridge, don't you?
What? Yes, I do.
Good. Come this way.
Well, why did you pick on me?
Well, you look charming. You look bored. You look as though you wouldn't trump your partner's ace.
Well, thanks.
Now, in this room, our 2 partners await us impatiently. Helene, Jacques, I found a 4th for...
Come in, Marcel. It's all right.
For a moment, I was not sure. Jacques, wipe the lipstick off your face.
Oh, come in, Marcel, please.
Helene, I found a 4th, Madame Flammarion. May I present Madame...
How do you do? How do you do, Madame... Czerny.
Madame Czerny?
Yes, Czerny.
Madame, may I also present Jacques Picot, one of the most dangerous men in the room.
How do you do, Madame?
How do you do?
And I am Marcel Renaud.
How do you do? Sit down, everybody. Shall we cut for deal?
Will you do me the honor of being my partner, Madame?
Thank you, Mr. Picot.
Well, what are we playing for?
Our usual stakes, Marcel. 5 francs a point. 5 francs? Well, 5 francs is a bit tame if you'd care to make them higher. Oh, no. It makes no difference to me. Your deal, Madame Czerny.
Let me see. Not a very good showing, Madame. I'm afraid we're down 900.
Oh, is that all, monsieur? Only 900? I don't know whether you should be flattered or annoyed, Madame. Jacques usually plays an excellent game. Tennis or golf?
Madame, please. At times I find it very difficult to concentrate on cards.
You mean when you have a pretty partner, Jacques?
Helene. Good evening.
Oh, come in, George. How's the musical evening progressing?
As dull as ever, my dear.
Oh, Madame Czerny. This is Monsieur Flammarion, my husband. How do you do?
How do you do, Madame Czerny? You're American, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Hungarian descent?
Scotch, Irish, and Choctaw. Figure out the score, Marcel.
Czerny, though. Czerny. You know, that's Hungarian.
Oh, well, that's not my name.
Oh, isn't it?
No, except by marriage.
Oh, then you're the wife of Baron Czerny.
Baron Czerny, of course.
Yes, of course. You know, the last time I saw him in St. Moritz, he talked about an American girl. Where is he now, Baroness?
Back in Budapest. He's not very well. You know, the old trouble.
Oh, too bad. Helene, you should see Budapest. It's the most enchanting city, except, of course, for the subway. Did they ever finish that, Baroness?
The streets are still a little torn up.
Here's the total. Want to check up your losings, Jacques?
Very bad. I'm sorry, Baroness. We had the spirit even if we didn't have the cards.
Well, how much did we lose?
We're down 4,200 francs.
Oh, where's my bag? I may not have that much with me.
Pardon me, Baroness. Allow me to lend you enough to cover it.
Oh, thank you, Monsieur Flammarion. That's very kind of you.
You can repay me tomorrow.
Oh, of course. Well, I think I'd better leave now.
Is your car here, Baroness?
No, I had some trouble with my chauffeur.
Then let me drop you.
Oh, no, really?
Please, I insist. Where do you live, Baroness?
Why, but my hotel.
And that is?
I'll give you 3 guesses.
The Ritz?
That's right. The first time. The Ritz.
Come along, then. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
George.
Good night.
Good night, Baroness. Well, this is it. The Ritz, wasn't it?
Yes, thank you so much. Don't bother to see me inside. It's terribly late.
Oh, no. My mother taught me always to see a lady to her door.
Oh, thanks. Well, good night.
Oh, no. You can't get rid of me as easily as that. How do you know what dangers may lurk in the hotel lobby?
I know exactly what dangers lurk in hotel lobbies.
Come on.
Look, now, I'm going to stay in the lobby for a while. I have something to do, a telegram back home. You see, my husband hasn't been well, a night letter.
Well, write it out, Baroness. I'll get your key.
Oh, look, don't you know when to go home?
No.
Oh.
Clerk, the key for Baroness Czerny, please.
Yes, monsieur?
It may be in the name of Smith. You know, my maid sometimes makes a mistake.
Ah, here you are. The Baroness Czerny, room 217, 219.
What did you say?
The Baroness Czerny, room 217, 219.
What's the matter, Baroness? Don't you know your own room number?
Well, yes, of course.
Now we'll send that wire.
No, you needn't bother. I'll write it upstairs. Good night.
No, to her door, my mother said. That means upstairs.
Oh, Monsieur Picot, please.
No. Come on, Baroness. Right to your door. Well?
Well?
This is your door.
Well, yes, I know. Good night.
What? No nightcap?
Now, look, my mother taught me a few things, too. Good night.
Well, at least I don't have to ask for your telephone number. I'll be pestering you, Baroness.
Oh, won't you please go?
Not until you go in. Go ahead now.
All right. Well, good night.
Good night.
Now, listen, fellas, here's the idea. Now, wait. Hey, cut out that piano, will you? All right, now, fellas, quiet. Quiet, now. I'll explain it once more. We're all taxi drivers. That means we get around a lot. All right, now, each of us puts in 5 francs, and the guy that finds it gets the whole thing. Now, say we get 1,000 of us. That's a purse of 5,000 francs for the winner.
But, Deadwood, how can we find one woman out of all Paris?
Why not? There are only 4 million people here.
And only half of them are women. It's easy.
That's right. All right, now, look. Listen, she's an American girl named Eve Peabody. All she's got is a gold evening dress. She hasn't got a cent to her name, so she can't get out of town. All right, now, spread the word around. Keep your eyes open. Go to the consulate, the embassy, the hotel, the night spots, theatrical agency. All right, now, come on, each of you, put in 5 francs. Here's mine. That's it, fellas. Put it in here, 5 francs. Come on. 5 francs. In here.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you Don Amici and Claudette Colbert in Act 2 of Midnight. During our brief intermission...
The time has come, the walrus said, to speak of many things.
Wedding dresses, for one thing.
And particularly cotton wedding dresses. They're big news in 1940.
Oh, but Sally, that's not just a 1940 fashion.
Oh, no? Well, what is it then?
It's an 1840 fashion. Back in 1848, Daniel Boone's great-great-niece was married in a cotton wedding dress. A very beautiful one, too.
Now, how in the world do you know that?
Because the dress is on exhibition in New York at the Museum of Costume Art right now.
Oh, what's it like?
Well, here's our fashion scout, Libby Collins, to tell us about it.
It's tucked white organdy with an off-the-shoulder neckline, tiny waist, and very full skirt. It's trimmed with yards and yards of fine lace.
It sounds like a dream. You know, I should think they keep it all wrapped up in tissue paper.
Oh, not all the time. It's often on exhibition. And, of course, it has to be washed sometimes.
Washed? A dress like that? Why, it's nearly 100 years old.
Certainly, but the Museum of Costume Art always washes it in Lux Flakes. They're so wonderfully gentle, and the dress looks simply exquisite.
What else is in the exhibit, Libby?
Well, there's a bridal robe worn by the Hopi Indian women. It's made of cotton, which is grown, gathered, spun, and woven by the relatives of the bridegroom.
And what does the robe look like, Libby?
It's a large, square, white blanket, very finely woven, with elaborate tassels at each corner, which represent ears of corn.
Luxable?
Well, in those days, I don't suppose the Hopi Indians luxed it, Sally, but the museum does. You know, they use lux for so many of their lovely things. priceless treasures like that must have gentle care.
And new Quick Lux gives them just that. It's so mild and pure, it's safe for everything safe in water alone. That's why so many millions of women use Lux to guard the beauty of their own nice things. Silks, rayons, smart cottons.
Speaking of cottons, Mr. Ruick, this is National Cotton Week. Paris says, wear cotton for everything, from play suits to evening dresses. So this is a grand time to plan an all-cotton wardrobe. The lovely new cottons are at your favorite store right now.
And remember, these beautiful new cottons need gentle care, just like washable silks and rayons. Otherwise, you may spoil their finish and color. New Quick Lux helps colors and fabrics stay new-looking longer. It's fast, it's thrifty, and above all, it's safe. It's in the same familiar box, and it costs no more. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Midnight, starring Claudette Colbert as Eve Peabody and Don Amici as Tibor Czerny. Eve Peabody, the American blues singer, has been suddenly and mysteriously transformed into the Baroness Czerny. Early the following morning, the telephone rings in her luxurious apartment, awakening Eve to a bright new day.
Hello?
Good morning, Baroness. This is the clerk.
Who do you want?
Isn't this the Baroness Tierney's apartment?
No, there's no one here by that name. You've got the... Oh, the Baron. That's me. What do you want?
I just wanted to tell you, Baroness, that your luggage has arrived from Monte Carlo.
Well, from Monte Carlo? Well, that's impossible. I mean, are you sure there isn't some mistake?
It's sent for the Baroness Tierney. I had it sent up.
Oh, thanks. I'm crazy. Come in.
Oh, good morning, Baroness. Where shall we put your trunks, madame?
Well, just put them down any place.
Oh, Francois, here. Here are the keys, madame. Shall I open them?
You mean before Christmas?
Pardon, madame?
Oh, no, don't mind me. I'm just a little dizzy. You just go right ahead. Who is it?
Flowers for Baroness Czerny.
Flowers?
Shall I arrange them, madame?
No. Just lay them down. I'll have them strewn in my path on the way out.
The trunk is open, madame. Is there something else?
No, I think it's enough, don't you? Oh, you mean the tip. Well...
Oh, no. Your chauffeur took care of that, madame.
My chauffeur?
He's waiting downstairs. He wishes to know if madame wants the car today.
Oh, he does. Well, tell him I wouldn't be at all surprised.
Yes, madame. Thank you, madame.
Thank you. I'm crazy. I'm raving. Negligees, dresses. I don't believe it. Oh, all right, bring it in.
Good morning, Baroness.
Oh.
Remember me? Famarian's the name. I see you've been trying on your new coat. It's a little large, don't you think? I've arranged to have a fitter here at 2 o'clock.
So it was you. You made a pretty good guess at my measurements.
You know, I've always had a weakness for size 12.
Did you arrange for this apartment, too?
Mm-hmm. While you were on your way here with Jacques last night. Neat. Hmm?
You know, the minute you looked at me, I had an idea you had an idea.
You remember when I asked you if they were still working on the Budapest subway?
Yeah?
Well, the Budapest subway was finished in 1893. It's the oldest subway in the world.
Monsieur Flammarion, that is playing dirty.
Well, I use my brain when it comes to something I want very badly.
Also your bank account.
Oh, I guarantee we'll never have any arguments about money.
That's fine, but there's just one trouble. I won't play.
Now, don't misunderstand me.
Oh, look, when Little Red Riding Hood spots the long gray whiskers, don't still insist that you're grandma.
Well, suppose you hear my proposition out.
Okay, go ahead.
What was your impression of Jacques Picot?
Jacques? Well, he seems all right. Why?
I'm afraid I can't agree with you. Of course, I may be a little bit prejudiced. You see, my wife and Jacques think they're in love.
Oh, well, that's cozy. Why don't you punch him in the nose?
Alluring, but impractical. He was top man on the boxing team of his university.
Well, where do I come in? What you need is a lawyer.
I'll never get a divorce. Never.
I still don't see where I come in.
Last night, for the first time, I saw a ray of hope. While he was laughing with you, my wife was in torment. When you drove away together, she was fighting tears. Now, your job, if you'll accept it, is just beginning. My wife will fight for him.
Oh, and you want me to fight back?
I want to bring her back to her senses. I want you to take over his attention before it's too late. You can name your own price.
Say, you really love her, don't you? Of all the crazy plans.
Perhaps not so crazy from your point of view. Jacques' family makes a very superior income from a very inferior champagne. Yes, you could do much worse. We're having a weekend party at our place in Versailles. Jacques will be there. You will arrive tomorrow in time for tea.
No, wait a minute. I haven't said yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was all settled. You would arrive tomorrow, spend as much time at the house as necessary to separate my wife and Jacques, and then depart. The richer by some, let's say 50,000 francs.
Huh?
But, of course, if you have other plans, if you have some other offer...
Oh, I have, but I'll take yours.
All right, come on, fellas. Anybody else want to get in the pool? Put up 5 francs and win 5,000. Who's next? Come on.
Tibor, let me do it. Tibor, where's the money? I found her. Give me a cognac.
But what did you say?
I found the girl. 1 cognac.
Well, come on. You can talk without a cognac.
The cognac is for you, Journey, when you hear what I've got to say.
Well, say it.
Well, she lives at the Ritz. She's got a high-class car with a chauffeur. And would you like to know what her name is?
Why, her name is Eve Peabody.
No, it isn't. Not now. It's Cherney.
Cherney? My name?
The Baroness Cherney.
Give me that cognac.
Here, you there, taxi driver. Where are you going?
Let me alone. I'm going into the hotel to talk to the Baroness Cherney.
I'm sorry, my man, but I've orders to allow no taxi drivers through this door.
But I've got to speak to her. She ordered a taxi.
The Baroness Cherney has not ordered a taxi. She is out of town for the weekend.
Where?
We do not give out information regarding our guests.
Where?
Move along, my good man.
Are you going to tell me?
No.
All right, then.
Here, stop blowing that horn. Stop it, I say.
When I get done here, you won't have a guest in your whole hotel.
Stop it.
Where is the Baroness Cherney?
I don't know.
Then find out. If you don't, I'll blow this thing all day.
All right, I'll tell you. She is at the Chateau Flammarion at Versailles.
Where?
At the Chateau Flammarion at Versailles.
Thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
Monsieur Albert Augustine, Madame Policier.
Eve, how is it going with Jacques? All right, my dear?
Oh, fine. In fact, a little better than that. That boy ought to have his brakes relined.
Yes, I know his speed.
You know, this afternoon he suggested we cruise the Mediterranean on his yacht, and this morning he appeared with an emerald as big as a gumdrop.
I'll take it out of your salary.
Oh, don't worry, I refused it.
Why? Get everything you can out of this deal.
That's what I'm doing. You want to know something? I have a crazy idea Jacques may ask me to divorce my husband.
And marry him? You don't know Jacques Picot.
Ha, you don't know Eve Peabody. Excuse me, George. I'm supposed to meet him in the garden.
Ah, my wife will be furious. Good luck, darling.
Now, Jacques, please.
All right, but listen. And don't interrupt, Eve. I know you won't do it, but let's just suppose.
All right, I'll suppose.
Well, what if we ran down the path to the garage?
Mm-hmm.
And took the car and drove off just as we are?
No toothbrush?
I said don't interrupt. The two of us roaring down through the night. Let's see what time it is. It's 20 minutes of 12. We could get there just about dawn.
Mm-hmm. You know, if it's that little wayside inn, let's save the gas.
No. This is an old country place in the woods.
Oh.
We'll clatter the great bell beside the door hard. You see, the butler's dead.
Oh.
And upstairs, there's a very little old lady. I'll lead you into the room, and I'll say, Mother...
Oh, Mother's back again, huh?
Mother, I'll say, here she is. I found her. And the dawn will be pale behind the oaks.
It won't be as pale as Mother.
Mother, I'll say, it's this one or no one.
Baroness Cherney.
Oh, yes, George.
Baroness, you promised me a dance.
Did I?
Yes, a midnight dance.
But they're not playing.
Well, it's midnight. I've got to speak to you.
Oh. Jacques, will you pardon us?
Well, after all... I'll bring her right back, Jacques. Just wait right there.
Don't be long.
What is it? What's all the excitement?
Listen, the ground has just opened up under our feet. Your husband has arrived.
What'd you say?
Your husband has arrived.
I have no husband.
I know it, but he just arrived.
Well, what are you talking about?
Listen, a man just came in. He was announced as the Baron Cherney. He's inside now.
Well, what did he look like?
I didn't stop to find out. Come on, you've got to meet him.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I can't go in and meet a strange man and tell him I'm married to him. How can I?
In the garden.
Oh,
Thank you, madame. I'm sure I'll find
Here he comes.
It's the skipper.
Oh, here you are, Eve. Look who's come.
Oh, why, Tibor.
Eve, my darling.
Tibor, I'm so surprised.
Yes. No kiss for your husband, darling? Baroness.
Well, how come you're driving a taxi?
I climbed up to it by easy stages. Ah, there's nothing like a little wife who's interested in her husband's career. Come here.
Oh, cut it out, Skipper.
Eve. Eve, darling.
Please go away.
You can't run away from what started between us. I know we're right for each other. I know it deep down in my bones. Don't you?
That's why I didn't accept that room of yours.
There were no strings on that. I was really driving all night.
Oh, I know you were. You told me to clear out before you got back, but don't you see, that's not the way it would have worked out. I'd have awakened in the morning in that extra shirt of yours, and then I'd have waited to thank you.
And I'd have asked you to marry me.
I probably would have. Oh, Skipper, don't you see? We'd have had a few grand weeks and a lot of laughs. I'd have donned your socks while you bumped around in that old taxi, scraping our 40 francs together, and then all of a sudden, the walls of that one room would have started crowding in on us.
Yeah, I know that one. When your poor love flies out the window.
Well, I saw it happen to my father and mother. So many worries, so many quarrels. They just gave up. They didn't even hate each other.
I suppose love is safer in a place like this.
Please, Skipper, don't let's make a mess of our lives. We're no good for each other.
Oh, now, don't be a fool, Eve. Come on, kiss me.
No, stop it.
Get your things together. We're starting back.
No, I won't go. Oh, listen, Skipper, I just had a swell break. Don't you see? I got in with this crowd. Things are beginning to work out. There's a man here. Well, it's what I've been waiting for all my life. Now, please, we'll make some excuse to those people downstairs, and you'll leave in the morning.
So that's what you really want, huh? An imitation of a man. A fake existence. A cheap, tawdry little life.
Oh, be quiet.
All right. You, don't mind if I sleep out on the balcony, do you? It'll look pretty silly if I go downstairs.
Do what you want.
Thanks. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Oh, Skip.
The curtain falls on Act 2 of Midnight with Claudette Colbert and Don Amici. During this brief intermission before Act 3, we present a musical portrait of Mary.
Mary was as busy as a bee. All day she typed. She ran errands. And at night, she went dancing. She was very happy, except for one thing. When she stooped or ran errands or went dancing, her stockings would often pop a run. She was so mad she just boiled. She didn't know what to do, but one day someone gave her a hint.
Oh, Mary, it's new Quick Lux for you. It cuts down runs, saves money, too.
Yes, New Quick Lux does cut down on runs. You see, stockings have to be elastic to stand the strain you give them every day. With gentle New Quick Lux, there's no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing to weaken threads. It saves their precious elasticity, so that when you kneel or stoop, your stockings stretch instead of breaking into runs so easily. They wear longer. Now, it's easy to give stockings Lux care because New Quick Lux is so fast. It's thrifty, too, goes further. Even in hard water, it gives you more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of 10 other leading soaps tested. New Quick Lux comes in the same familiar box, and it costs you no more. So get a big box tomorrow and Lux your stockings every night to cut down runs. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with the third act of Midnight. It's early the following morning. In the bright sunshine on the terrace, Jacques Picot sits at the breakfast table, a perfect picture of dejection. As Eve comes from the house, his face brightens momentarily, then darkens again as he remembers her husband.
Good morning, Jacques.
Good morning.
Oh, if your face was any longer, you could skip rope with it.
Did you expect to find me all smiles?
I must admit, it was very pleasant when he was in Budapest.
But you always... The way you spoke of him...
What about it?
Eve, Are you in love with your husband?
With my husband? No, Jacques.
Eve.
Good morning, Baroness.
Good morning, Marcel.
Morning, Jacques.
Morning. Oh, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Helene.
You sleep well, Baroness?
Oh, like a baby.
Where's the Baron? Isn't he coming down?
I am down. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
Baron.
morning.
Eve, dear, why didn't you wait for me?
Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. I was too hungry.
I'm afraid you'll have to hurry your breakfast. I've just had bad news from home.
About what?
No, don't be alarmed, darling. It's nothing serious, I hope.
Well, what is it?
It's about Francie.
Francie?
Who's Francie?
Francie's our little daughter. She's 3 years old.
Oh.
Tibor.
You haven't told them anything about Francie, Eve?
No, I haven't.
Oh. Well, I just had a wire from home, and she's very ill.
Oh, is she?
Oh, wretched. What is it?
Measles.
Why, that's nothing serious.
Tibor, Francie's the healthiest child in the world.
Yes, but the strongest are often the hardest hit. Mother is very worried, dear.
Oh, of course, your poor mother. I'd forgotten about her. George, where's the nearest telephone?
Why, in the main hall.
What are you going to do, Eve?
I'm going to telephone Budapest.
Well, now, wait. With a child dangerously ill, the telephone will be disconnected.
Tibor, please don't argue with me.
Eve, I forbid you to telephone.
My dear Baron, the day is past when a man forbids his wife anything.
You keep out of this.
I will not.
Oh, please, my nerves.
What business is it of yours?
I'm very fond of children.
Oh, you are.
George, will you please show me where the phone is?
This way, my dear.
Wait, Eve, listen.
Why don't you let her alone?
I told you to shut up.
George, get on another phone somewhere in the house.
What for?
I've got to talk to somebody. Go upstairs.
All right. The phone's there on the table.
Eve, listen to me. Put down that
Now,
phone.
be quiet, Tibor. Hello, operator. I want long distance to Budapest. The name is Czerny.
Eve,
It's
look-
the only Czerny in the book. I'll hold the wire.
Why are you doing that? It won't help a bit.
Oh, Tibor, it makes things easier for me.
I'm so sorry, Baroness.
Thank you, Helene.
Listen, I'm taking that call when it comes through.
Oh, no, Tibor, I couldn't trust you. You know, Helene, if it's bad news, he'll try to spare me.
Of course.
Oh, darling, I know your nerves are just as strange as mine.
Hello, Eve.
Hello, is this Budapest?
Yes, George Budapest. I'm upstairs.
Hello? Is that you, Mama? How's Francie?
What do you want me to say?
Well, what did the doctor say?
He just left.
Oh, good. Tibor, the baby's temperature's gone down. The spots have practically disappeared.
Huh?
What did you say, Mother? It isn't measles at all.
No, dear. It's just a plain case of alcohol poisoning. The baby must have had one highball too many.
Oh.
Yes, she was out all night. We picked her up in the gutter.
Oh, how cute of her. Can I speak to her? Hello. Francie, darling. Tibor, it's Francie. Speak to her, dear.
Listen, Eve, this is...
Darling, it's your little Francie. Now say hello.
Hello, Francie.
Hello, Dada. Dada.
Yes, this is your dada.
Send her a kiss for me.
Yeah, here's a kiss, dear.
And here's one for you, Dada.
Well, goodbye, dear. I'll see you soon.
Goodbye, Dada.
Ah, isn't it wonderful? It was just a heat rash. We don't have to leave at all.
You snake, I'll show you.
Tibor, where are you going?
I'm going upstairs.
But your breakfast, dear.
I don't want any breakfast.
Oh, poor Tibor. He was so worried.
Of course. Do come and sit down, Baroness. Jacques, finish your breakfast, dear.
Well, I'm glad you don't have to go, Baroness.
Well, everything all settled?
Oh, George, isn't it wonderful? The baby's better.
Splendid.
Helene, where are the pulver's eggs you promised me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Marcel. I ordered them. Maurice?
Yes, madame?
Maurice, what happened to the plover's eggs?
They didn't arrive, madame. We tried to get in touch with the market, but the telephone has been out of order ever since last night.
What's that, Maurice?
The telephone, madame. It's out of order.
Nonsense. We just telephoned from the main hall.
The house telephone works, monsieur.
But the Baroness was just talking to Budapest.
There must be some mistake, madame. I wasn't able to use the telephone 10 minutes ago.
But Baroness, well...
Oh, I'm afraid he's right, Madame Flammarion. I wasn't really talking to Budapest.
You were?
But we all heard you.
Of course you talked to Budapest.
No, I didn't, Jacques. And I'm going to tell you something even more surprising. Tibor and I have no daughter.
What is all this?
Are you feeling quite well, my dear?
Oh, perfectly, but I shouldn't trouble you with my unhappy marriage. Forget what I said.
Oh, do tell us, please.
No, he seems so disloyal to poor Tibor.
Oh, you can't stop now.
Well, all right. You see, when I married, I didn't realize that in the Czerny family there was a streak of, shall we call it eccentricity? And yet, I had a warning. Why else should his grandfather have sent me as an engagement present a roller skate covered with Thousand Island dressing?
What? Oh,
of course. I'd forgotten the Cherneys are all like that.
But your husband seems quite normal. Oh, he is, Elaine, for long stretches. And then comes one of his attacks. Now, this morning was typical. Waking up and imagining we had a daughter. And you know one mustn't contradict him, of course.
Does he get violent if you do?
Oh, he breaks things and eats them sometimes.
Why, I used to do that. And you've put up with this for years?
Yes, I came to Paris this time to get away, but you see, he followed me. Once before I tried. I was hiding in Capri. He made a violent entrance into the hotel, disguised as a fisherman, and tried to have me shot as a spy.
At least he has imagination.
Oh, but there are moments when he's so sweet. One can't help loving him.
Oh, you're wonderful, isn't she, George?
Amazing.
What's that? Whose car's that?
A taxi. What's a taxi doing here?
Driver must have made a mistake.
Oh, you don't suppose... It's poor Thibault.
Bonjour, messieurs, mesdames.
He's having a spell.
Oh, it's all right, Eve. We're all with you.
Let's call a doctor. No. That would be the worst thing.
Good morning. Well, now you see me for what I really am. What do you say to this?
Why, Baron.
Do I look like a baron?
Thibault, please.
Come on. Tell them who I am.
George, Helene, he's not a baron, he's a taxi driver.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Nothing keeps one out in the air so much, does it?
I imagine this is the first time your chateau has entertained a member of the working class.
Well, times have changed, haven't they? Now, what would you like for breakfast?
Nothing. I have a few things to tell you, and then you can throw us both out of here.
Thibault, look at me. Look straight into my eyes. Let me hold your hand.
It's too late now. We'll make a clean breast of things whether you like it or not. In the first place, you are not my wife.
Oh, Thibault.
Well, are you?
No, Thibault.
We know. She's a spy.
A what? Spy. She's an American gold digger I picked up in Paris less than a week ago. Is that right?
Yes, Thibault.
Without a sou to her name.
No, Thibault.
But there was something about her nose and the way the raindrops trickled down it from that newspaper.
Newspaper?
Yeah, she was wearing one instead of a hat.
Oh, yes.
She twisted me around her finger in 2 minutes. I was crazy about her. She made me think she felt the same way about me, and until she remembered she had other fish to fry. Fish like you. Goldfish.
Oh, please, Baron Cherry.
I am not a baron. Say, what's the matter with all of you?
Why, nothing at all.
Well, you all act as though nothing had happened.
Well, what has happened?
Well, didn't you hear what I said? We're a pair of imposters. You don't want us around here.
They're terribly broad-minded people, Thibault.
What are you smirking about? Now stop it.
Don't talk like that to your wife.
She's not my wife. Are you all deaf or are you all crazy?
You're the one who's crazy, Charlie. We all know about it.
Your wife told us.
Oh, so that's it.
Oh, my God! Look out! He'll eat us!
I'll take care of him.
Take
your hands off of me.
Help me, George.
Oh, don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. Oh, get up. What have you done to him?
He hit his head.
He's unconscious. Oh, Thibault, look at me.
Get some water. Come inside, Eve.
But Jockey's her husband.
Not from now on. I'm taking care of that. She's going to marry me, aren't you, darling?
He's bleeding, look.
No, that's just gravy.
You'll be all right. Help me carry him upstairs.
Oh, how is he? Is he coming around, George?
Fine. Pulse like a trip hammer.
Oh, Skipper, look at me. Oh, poor Skipper.
You'd better leave the skipper to me. I'll see that he gets back to Paris, all right. Oh, are you and Jacques planning an autumn wedding?
Oh, nice kind of wedding. As we turn from the altar, I start explaining, I suppose.
My dear, you know it's amazing how little one has to explain to a man in love.
Mm-hmm. When he stops being in love?
Well, that's when the alimony will begin.
Oh, listen. You've always heard how hard it is to be honest. Let me tell you, it's a cinch. What's tough is to be a good, competent crook. Oh, leave me alone with him.
All right, I'll be outside if you need me.
Skipper, are you feeling better?
Oh.
It's all right, darling. It's me. It's Eve.
Where are we?
In the chateau. You hit your head.
Oh, yeah. You told him I was crazy.
Yeah, you'll feel better on the way home.
Home? It'll take 2 men pushing and 2 men pulling to get me away from here.
Oh, but darling, I'm going with you.
Going where?
Back to Paris. Isn't that what you came here for, to take me away?
Now what's the catch?
Oh, now, Skipper, you can't back out now. You told me you wanted to marry me.
Say, what's come over you?
Well, I try to be practical, but it's no use.
Oh, it didn't work, huh?
What?
Your little stunt downstairs.
Oh, come on, Skipper.
No, it's too bad you didn't land that fathead Jacques Picot.
Oh, he's not a fathead.
Why, because he found you out? I can tell when a baroness has had a swift kick.
Listen, you big idiot. Jacques Picot just proposed to me.
Ah.
Are you surprised somebody else wants to marry me?
You said no, I suppose.
I said nothing, but if you keep on, I'll say yes.
That's fine. That's where I step in.
Oh, what can you do?
Don't forget you're married to me.
I'm not married to you.
Well, Jacques Picot thinks you are. You're in a fine mess now. You are. You got to get a divorce from a man you aren't even married to.
All right, I'll get a divorce.
All right, just try it.
Well, watch me.
Well, is it settled?
It's settled, except for a small formality. All we need now is a good divorce lawyer.
The next case on the calendar, action for divorce, Jenny against Jenny.
George, I'm scared.
What about?
Suppose the judge finds out we're not married.
Quiet. He won't find out.
Oh, George, how are your jails in France?
Now, don't worry.
But suppose the skipper decides not to play ball.
I came up in the elevator with him. He was very friendly.
Oh, I don't like that. When he's friendly...
Eve, darling.
Oh, hello, Jacques.
Now, everything will be all right, darling.
I hope so.
I know it will. In half an hour, you'll be free, and in a week, we'll be married. I'll be waiting.
All right.
Let me see. This action, Madame Czerny, is represented by...
Maître de Bon. Here.
Yes, and the defendant, Baron Czerny?
This is a republic. I prefer to be known as Mr. Czerny.
Good. Who's your lawyer?
I shall look out for my own interests.
Among your papers, I don't seem to find the marriage certificate.
There is none. They were married in Shanghai.
Oh, married in Shanghai.
I admit the marriage.
Well, you'd hardly be asking me to divorce you if you'd never been married, would you? Yes. Your grounds for asking this divorce are...
Mental cruelty.
Oh, that again, huh? Suppose you describe this mental cruelty.
May it please the court, my client can testify under oath that in all the time she and the defendant have been together, he has objected to every one of her actions. During that period, he tried to break up every friendship she formed.
Yes.
He used abusive language while alone with the plaintiff and in the presence of others.
What language?
He called her a gold digger, for one thing, and then...
Wait! I've had enough. This is a familiar picture to me, and I find it deplorable that two grown-up people are unable to iron out their own childish squabbles. There's a very healthy law in Albania, I think it is, that a husband may bring his wife back to her senses by spanking her not more than 9 blows with any instrument not larger than a broomstick. What do you say to that, madame?
Oh, I say it's a fine rule, Your Honor. A husband should have that privilege, and no wife would resent it if she knew he loved her. But, Your Honor, did he ever say, I love you? Not once. Not when I was ready to give up everything and scrub floors for him if that was necessary. Oh, now, I was wrong in the beginning, I admit that. Then I came to think he was the only thing that mattered. I didn't care what he had or who he was, a baron or a gutter sweep. Is that so incredible? Your Honor, wouldn't you believe a woman if she said it? If she stood like a beggar with a tin cup waiting for you to drop in 3 little words. I love you, or I believe you, or anything warm and human. But no, do you know what he said, Your Honor? He said, is that so? And he said it with a smirking, cynical grin. Now, do you know what I call that?
Mental cruelty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As a judge who has been sitting on this bench for 35 years, I want to say that is as sincere a plea as I've ever heard. Mr. Czerny, she's still your wife. Before the law grants her her freedom, you have the right to answer her accusations.
No answer.
In other words, you're not contesting this divorce?
I am not.
You mean you're letting a woman like that slip through your fingers? Don't you want to say something?
I just want some water.
What's that?
Water. A basin full of water.
What are you talking about?
It's very simple. All I want is some hot water. The hotter, the better.
What for?
I want to shave myself.
Shave? Shave here in this court?
Sure, I always shave in court. I even brought my razor, see?
Put that razor away.
Why? I've shaved in better courts than this. I've shaved in courts all over Europe.
Young man, are you insane?
Ooh, I get very cross when people say that to me. I eat things.
Hold that man. He's crazy.
No, Your Honor, he's not crazy. That's an act.
Quiet, or I'll have this courtroom cleared. Quiet. Essential information has been withheld from this court. I want witnesses as to the mental condition of the defendant.
If it please the court, it's not a violent case. It's just that he thinks he's a taxi driver or a fisherman.
Quiet! Young woman, you almost succeeded in wheedling this court into what would have been a serious miscarriage of justice. According to the wise provisions of the French law, no divorce can be granted where either party is mentally unstable.
What? But...
Go home with your unfortunate husband, young woman, and get it out of your head that you can ever get rid of it. Divorce refused. Case dismissed.
Don't worry, darling. We'll get you a divorce in Mexico or in Russia, anywhere.
No, Jacques.
Of course we can. It's simple.
Jacques, you've had a stroke of luck.
What do you mean?
You mustn't ever get married. It would be unfair to so many women.
You're turning me down?
No, Jacques, I'm setting you free. Goodbye.
Eve, wait.
Well, George, it certainly was a flop, wasn't it?
Well, not entirely.
I'm sorry about your wife.
Oh, that's all settled. She's through with Jacques. She's waiting for me at home.
Oh, well, it's nice somebody got a break. Goodbye, George. Thanks for everything.
If you need some money, I should be...
No, thanks. I'll be all right. Goodbye.
Hello, mademoiselle. Taxi, mademoiselle?
Mm-hmm. That was a nice act you put on, Skipper.
Yeah, I thought it was all right myself. Taxi, mademoiselle?
No, thanks.
Oh, step right in. We're just going around the corner.
What for?
To the license bureau.
Oh, listen, Skipper, you'd better think it over.
Oh, I have thought it over.
I won't promise to manage on 40 francs a day.
Who said 40? With you around, I'll make as much as we want. Anything is possible. Don't argue now. Come on.
Well, I'm glad to see you took my advice, young woman.
Oh, hello, Your Honor.
You have been wonderful, Your Honor. We really didn't want a divorce, did we, darling?
No, we didn't, Your Honor.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. And where are you going now?
To get married.
Oh, yeah. What?
We bring to a close tonight's performance of Midnight with Claudette Colbert and Don Amici. In a moment, our stars return for their curtain calls. But while we're waiting, listen to this. Hear that clock? Morning, noon, and night. 3 times a day, 7 days a week, the dishes have to be washed. You can't get around it. But you can make it pleasanter, the way thousands of women have. That's with new Quick Lux. It helps do away with one of the things women hate most about dishwashing, the red, rough housework look it gives your hands. Yes, new Quick Lux is kind to hands. This was recently proved by hundreds of dramatic one-hand tests made in a laboratory under conditions similar to home dishwashing. 5 different soaps frequently used for dishwashing, including Lux, were tested. 3 times a day for weeks, hundreds of women dipped one hand in Lux suds, the other in suds from another soap. The results were amazing. The Lux hands looked so much softer and smoother than the other hands. Lovely hands are such an important part of a woman's charm. You want yours to stay soft and smooth, of course. So why not try new Quick Lux in your dishpan tomorrow? Will you do that? It's in the same familiar box, and it costs you no more. It's fast, thrifty, and so kind to your hands. Here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Paris having done its duty by the Baroness and the taxi driver, they now return to this microphone undisguised as Claudette Colbert and Don Amici for a well-earned curtain call.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It was really a lot of fun doing the play here in the Lux Radio Theater with Don.
And the same goes for me, Claudette.
Well, around here, we've come to look on you two as a sign of spring.
Oh, really? Oh, now, I rather like the idea of Don as a crocus.
Yeah, well, I don't. What do you mean we're a sign of spring, CB?
Well, just about this same time every year, we seem to have a play for you or Claudette. But this year, because of the severe winter in many parts of the country, we brought you here together as a kind of guarantee that spring had come.
It's probably starting to snow somewhere right now.
You know, CB, it isn't that we doubt your infallibility as a weather prophet, but wouldn't you be on safer ground with, say, next week's show?
All right, Don. Next Monday night, we're going to have Olivia de Havilland, Herbert Marshall, and Helen Chandler in Vigil in the Night, the RKO picture based on the novel by A.J. Cronin. In the play, we'll go behind the scenes of a hospital, with Olivia as a nurse and Herbert Marshall as a doctor, and watch drama you never see from the hospital's front door, the fight for life itself. But doctors and nurses do fall in love, just like other people. And that's also part of our play, Vigil in the Night, which we present next Monday night with Olivia de Havilland, Herbert Marshall, and Helen Chandler.
It was an exciting picture, CB. I'm anxious to hear it on the air. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. Oh, that string is out to you, too, all the time. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Olivia de Havilland and Herbert Marshall in Vigil in the Night with Helen Chandler. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Gail Gordon as George Flammarion, Fred Mackay as Jacques Picot, Rosemary DeCamp as Helen Flammarion, Ralph Sedan as Marcel, Lou Merrill as Judge, Warren Ash as Le Bon, Ted Bliss as Leon, Tony Martelli as Butler, John Lake as Doorman, James Eagles as Hotel Clerk, and Victor Rodman as Porter. Claudette Colbert is now working in the MGM picture Boomtown. Don Amici's current picture is the 20th Century Fox production, Lillian Russell. He appears tonight through the courtesy of the Old Gold program. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Millions of innocent men, women, children, and old people are suffering horrible agony in Europe's war. The American Red Cross needs a minimum of $10 million for European war relief now. Give all you can immediately through your local Red Cross chapter. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Olivia de Havilland and Herbert Marshall in Vigil in the Night with Helen Chandler. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When you or I enter a hospital, we generally are more anxious to get out than we were to get in. And that leaves us no time to look for a story. It may not even occur to us that the hospital contains a story. Yet, the best one of all, a love story, happens there more often than you might think. And one such love story is Vigil in the Night, a play that takes us through a hospital's calm outer corridors into the lives of the men in white and the women in white. We bring you Olivia de Havilland as a nurse who sacrifices her own professional standing for the sake of someone she loves. And Herbert Marshall as a doctor to whom an affair of the heart is, well, something that doesn't always require a stethoscope. This is the first time we've had Olivia on this stage in more than a year, and it's a good chance to congratulate her again on her fine performance as Melanie in Gone with the Wind. Proving her versatility, she comes to us this week from Warner Brothers Studio, where she's playing a very different role as a violinist in the picture Episode. I think you'll agree that Herbert Marshall, in the part of Dr. Prescott, is just what the doctor ordered. Vigil in the Night is adapted from the RKO motion picture, based on the novel by A.J. Cronin, a doctor as well as an author, who is entirely at home in our hospital setting. In a well-organized hospital, work is done with a streamlined touch, and clever women run their homes the same way, with the help of Lux Flakes. They've found that good management doesn't need luck as much as it needs Lux. But now we've an appointment to keep. A Vigil in the Night, and the curtain rises on Act One of our play, starring Olivia de Havilland as Anne Lee, Herbert Marshall as Dr. Prescott, and Helen Chandler as Lucy Lee. The isolation ward of the Shirham Hospital in England. A few hours before dawn. In the dreary quiet of the night, a child fights for life against the ravages of laryngeal diphtheria. A tiny silver tube has been inserted into his throat, a lifeline bringing air to tortured lungs. By the bedside sits a nurse. Every so often she leans forward and carefully clears the tube when it becomes blocked. The hours pass slowly, and little by little, the nurse's eyes close in sleep. But now the tube is blocked, the lifeline shut off. The boy fights for air, unable to call out, and then the battle is over. Death has won again. The nurse awakens quickly, stares horrified at the bed.
Anne!
Lucy, what's the matter?
Anne, he's dead.
What happened? Lucy, tell me.
Well, the tube, it was blocked. I was asleep. Oh, Anne.
Stop it. Stop it. Now get hold of yourself.
But it was my fault. I killed him. I killed that baby.
Lucy, listen to me. You weren't on duty. Do you understand?
I relieved you an hour ago. I was on duty when he died. You don't know anything about it.
No!
Do what I say. Now go to your room. Stay there. I'll come to you later.
Come now, nurse. I expect to be answered. I must know how the tube became blocked. Were you the nurse on duty?
Yes, I was.
I thought your sister Lucy was supposed to be on last night.
Yes, matron, but my sister had a headache and I relieved her.
And how did the tube become blocked?
Well,
matron. Yes, what is it, Nurse Gregg?
I've just found out something you ought to know. Tea has been made in the ward kitchen.
Nurse Lee, did you make tea in the kitchen when you should have been attending to your patient?
Yes. I felt sure he'd be all right, but when I came back, he was dead.
Nurse Lee, you of all people. It's almost...
You may well search for a word, matron. There isn't one to fit it. A human life has been lost, wantonly thrown away through gross and utter negligence.
Dr. Hassel, Mrs. Ward is here.
Last night I told her her boy would recover. What can I tell her now?
You will leave the hospital at once. And remember, Nurse Lee, wherever you go, there is nothing in the world so bad as a bad nurse, nor so good as a good one. Remember it all your days. You may go now.
Anne! Wait! Anne! Weren't you going to see me before you leave?
Of course, Lucy.
But where are you going?
I'm catching the 8:30 train. I thought I'd try for a place at Hepperton.
Oh, but Anne, I don't know why I ever let you take the blame for what I did. How can you ever forgive me?
You're my sister. We've got to help each other if we can.
Oh, Anne, I'm not cut out to be a nurse. I'm just weak and selfish.
Don't say that.
But it's true. I'm not like you. I'm only human. Oh, Anne, this isn't the wonderful work you told me it would be. Polishing, scrubbing, cleaning up slops. It's slavery.
Lucy, how can you talk like that?
Well, I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to take the blame and go to London. I've always wanted to go to London.
Next month, when you get your certificate, we'll both go to London. Lucy, I didn't take the blame just to be heroic. I have my certificate. I can go somewhere else. You'd never have received yours. Next month, when you have it, you can join me.
Oh, yes, Anne.
But there's something I want you to promise me.
Yes?
Never be careless. Let the memory of what happened last night keep you a good nurse.
I promise.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Anne. Goodbye.
Nurses. Strong young nurses wanted. Hepperton Institution. Apply Miss East. Matron.
Your name is Anne Lee?
Yes, matron. Here's my certificate.
3 years at Shirham, eh? Just got qualified and then cleared out. Bit the hand that fed you. Well, I know what ingratitude is. I've had it all my life. I thrive on it.
I took a year of surgery at Shirham and...
Never mind that. Ever been ill in your life?
No, matron.
Good.
I also have honors.
Never mind that either. You look strong. That's the important thing. Hepperton isn't the finest hospital in England, and I dare say I'm not its most lenient matron. I stand no nonsense, and I offer no favoritism. You're entitled to 1/2 a day a week off if you're lucky, extra duty if you're not. No smoking, no cosmetics, and share a bedroom with 2 other girls. Those are the conditions. If they're not to your liking, I'd appreciate your stepping out now rather than wasting your time and mine. I hope you'll be happy here.
Thank you, matron. I'll do my best.
I'm sure you will. You'll room with Nurse Dunn and Nurse Phillips and be ready for duty at 6 p.m. Next, please. Who's next? Don't keep me waiting all day. Step up here.
Come in, Nurse Lee. My name's Glennie. Her name's Nora.
Mine's Anne. How do you do?
Hello. That's your bed over there. It looks hard and it feels hard, but don't let it fool you. It is hard.
I'm used to that.
And here's our wash basin. The tap on the right is cold water, and the tap on the left is cold water. Repeat every day for the first 2 weeks. A cockroach is not a dangerous insect. And you may get to like this room.
I hope I'll suit you as much as the last girl did.
That won't be hard. She was a mess. Say, Nora, you better get ready for duty. It's almost 5:30.
5:30? Oh, maybe I've missed him.
No. Oh, here he comes now.
What's that all about?
Shh. It's a man. Every day at 5:30 sharp, Dr. Prescott goes down the walk and Nora watches him from the window. Her contact with him is entirely mental.
How
out the day you swallowed 2 pounds of grapes and the seeds, hoping to foul your appendix so Prescott would operate.
I ate those seeds because I was hungry.
Prescott's the house surgeon?
That's right.
I'd like to work in surgery.
Who wouldn't, my dear? Who wouldn't? Look at him. Straight and tall and bright.
As bright as chilled steel, only tougher. Steel melts at 2,000 degrees. Prescott wouldn't.
Is he really a good man?
They don't come any better. Wait till you meet him.
Nurse.
Yes, doctor.
Didn't you hear me call the first time?
Yes, sir. I was taking a temperature.
I'm Dr. Cayley, the resident medical officer. I have things to do, you know, and I can't stand around waiting for nurses.
You won't have to wait for me, sir.
No impertinence. Take these X-ray plates into Dr. Prescott. At once, please.
Dr. Prescott? Yes, sir. Dr. Prescott?
Just a moment, please. All right now, Johnny. Walk over there to your father.
But I can't walk.
But I say you can, Johnny. You can walk. All you need to do is try. Now, come on.
I can't.
Oh, yes, you can. Now, you look here. I got a surprise for you. See what's behind the screen, Johnny? A train. It's yours, Johnny. Now, walk over here and play with it. Come on.
A train?
Come on, Johnny.
It's mine?
All yours. Come on.
Mine? A train?
That's the boy. That's right. Keep going. Fine.
Doctor, he's walking. God bless you, Doctor.
It's all right. I think he's going to be all right now.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
You can take him home now. Good morning.
Come, Johnny. Come along, son.
Look, Daddy. My train.
Well, nurse, what is it?
Oh, these plates from Dr. Cayley.
Oh, yes, let me see them.
That was very remarkable, Dr. Prescott.
What?
That little boy. Making him walk.
Hysteria. Needed a push. That'll be all, nurse.
Yes, sir.
Hello, surgery. Get the theatre ready at once for an abdominal. Matthew Bowley's coming in. Acute appendix. See that everybody's on the alert. Nurse Wilde, clear the private ward near the solarium. Mr. Bowley's coming in.
But, matron, Mr. Hall's in there.
Move him. Give Mr. Bowley a special nurse the moment he arrives.
Yes, matron.
What's the rush, Wild?
It's a sensation. Matthew Bowley's appendix backed up on him. We're operating in the theater.
Matthew Bowley?
Who's Bowley, Glennie?
He's the chairman of the board that runs this place, and he has all the money in Manchester.
It's a wonder they bring him to a hospital like this.
Prescott, that's why. Prescott's going to operate.
Let's go and watch.
All right, but I once coughed while Prescott was operating. I might do it again.
Come on, I've got to see Prescott work.
No talking in the gallery, please. The patient is ready for you, Dr. Prescott.
Scalpel.
Scalpel.
Swab.
Swab.
How is it, Prescott?
Gallbladder is chronically inflamed. Have to do a complete resection. Scalpel.
Scalpel.
All through, Prescott?
All over. Suture, matron.
Suture. Count the swabs, nurse.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All correct, doctor.
No,
All correct, doctor.
they're not all there.
Talking in the gallery, Nurse Lee. Endangering the life of a patient. Unforgivable breach of discipline. All correct, doctor.
Recount the swabs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, one swab is torn in half, doctor.
It must be in the incision.
Here it is. Close call.
Come in, Miss Lee.
Did you send for me, Mr. Bowley?
Good evening, my girl. I'm glad to see you. This is my son.
Hello. What's your name?
Matt Bowley II, in Roman numerals.
How do you do, Matt Bowley II in Roman numerals? My name is Ann Lee.
How do you do, Ann Lee?
Yeah, now, run along, son. Sit down, nurse. I'm going out tomorrow, but I couldn't leave without having a look at you. I'd like to say that Matthew Bowley is apt to be more useful without a swab of cotton sewed up inside of him.
I'm inclined to agree, Mr. Bowley.
You've got sense as well as beauty, and that's a mighty fine combination in a woman. I always say that if a man's got to be ill, it does him good to see a smart lass about the room instead of a long-faced female.
Long-faced females can be excellent nurses, sir.
Maybe, but not for Matt Bowley. Now, I'm not one to forget a good turn. And in the meantime, I want you to take this purse, just as a souvenir of that missing swab.
Oh, but, Mr. Bowley...
No, not a word. Not one single word. You can thank me some other time.
Hello, Matt.
Oh, hello, my dear.
I've just come to take the boy home.
This is my wife, Nurse Lee.
How do you do?
How do you do?
This is the girl who spoke up, and I don't mind saying we're proper grateful, aren't we, love?
Yes, properly grateful. Well, I must be going along now. Come along, Matt. Goodbye, Nurse Lee.
Goodbye. Goodbye. I must be leaving, too. Good night, Mr. Bowley.
Good night.
Nurse Lee, just a moment, please.
Oh, Dr. Prescott.
I've been wanting to speak to you, nurse.
Dr. Prescott, I'm sorry about the other day in surgery. I just got in the habit of counting swabs.
I'm afraid you committed the unforgivable. You've endangered the ethics of the medical profession. Your duty is to work 12 hours a day and serve the patient with every energy you possess. But you should never do anything for him that might be a breach of ethics.
I understand, Doctor.
By the way, how much does Bowley value his life at? A new purse. Well, perhaps he's right.
I didn't want to take it, sir.
I know how you feel. Bowley's generosity is always embarrassing, but I wouldn't worry about it. After all, the laborer is worthy of his hire, and your help was worth a great deal.
Thank you, Dr. Prescott.
Good night.
Nurse Lee, will you come here?
Yes, matron?
Nurse Lee, you know Nurse Gregg. She's from Shoreham Hospital.
Nurse Gregg.
Good evening. I heard you were here.
Nurse Gregg has just joined our staff. She'll work with you for a while.
I'm sure we'll get along. Did you find it hard to get a position after you left Shoreham, Nurse Lee?
No, I didn't.
Really? I had imagined that after...
That's enough, please. I'm very busy. You may report for duty tomorrow, Nurse Gregg.
Yes, matron. Thank you.
Capable nurse, that?
Yes, quite capable. Oh, matron.
Well?
Matron, may I have tomorrow off?
Tomorrow off?
My sister's being qualified. She's getting her nurse's certificate tomorrow, and I promised I'd be there.
Why couldn't she pick your day off to be qualified? Oh, very well. Go on.
Oh, thank you, matron.
You can ride with me. I'm going on the Shoreham bus as far as the city. Get your coat and meet me in 10 minutes. Nasty night. I shall be soaked to the skin the minute I leave the bus.
I wish the driver'd slow down. It's so slippery.
Good evening, matron. May I sit here?
Oh, hello. Certainly.
Good evening, Nurse Lee.
Good evening, Nurse Gregg.
Well, this is pleasant. Going far, matron?
I'm only going as far as the city. Nurse Lee's going to Shoreham.
How nice. Well, this little ride will give us a chance to talk over old times, Nurse Lee. Over a cup of tea, as it were. Tell me, Nurse Lee, do you still crave tea and toast in the early morning? It does help one after a long night's duty, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
You know, after you left, we had quite a few cases of laryngeal diphtheria, like that little boy you nursed. Remember? Handsome little boy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
So you're going back to Shoreham. I should think that after what happened,
Well, what happened?
Well, matron, I feel that it's only right I should tell you that in the hospital one night, Nurse
Get me out! Get me out! Oh, can't somebody get me out?
Nurse Lee.
Are you all right, matron?
My arm. Nothing much. What about you?
I'm all right, but Nurse Gregg, I'm afraid she's badly hurt. Look at her.
Lift her head. Huh? Fracture, I should say.
Right over. Just get off the road.
You there, come here quickly.
Yes, miss.
How far are we from Hepperton?
Just about 15 miles.
Is there a doctor nearby?
There's one at the village, miss.
Well, get him here and call the Hepperton Hospital. Tell them to send the ambulance and as many nurses as they can. And Dr. Prescott. Get Dr. Prescott.
You have just heard Act One of Vigil in the Night with Olivia de Havilland, Herbert Marshall, and Helen Chandler. Before we go on with Act Two, there's something I want to say to women.
You know, Mr. Ruick,
When we have television on the Lux Radio Theater, your job will be easier than ever.
How do you mean, Sally?
Why, with television, you could illustrate all the things you say about new Quick Lux by actually showing people what you meant.
You mean I could hold up a Lux Flake so they could see how sheer and delicate it is?
Oh, goodness, it's so sheer you can see through it. Why, you can even read type through a Lux Flake. But what I meant was this. You could actually make suds right in front of the mic. People could see that new Quick Lux bursts into suds at the touch of water.
Yes, new Quick Lux is fast. In water as cool as your hand. It dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested.
You could show them all that with television, and you could show them how much suds you get with just a few flakes.
That's true, too. Ounce for ounce, new Quick Lux gives more suds than any of the other soaps tested, even in hard water. That's why we say, a little goes so far, Lux is thrifty.
But there's one thing television wouldn't show. That's Lux Purity. Now, what could we do about that?
You don't have to do anything about that. Millions of women have made Lux the most popular care for fine fabrics in the country. They've done that because they know it's safe for everything safe in water alone. Washable colors and fabrics stay new-looking longer with Lux. And that same marvelous purity is in new Quick Lux.
Well, there's one more thing we could do with television. We could hold up the Lux box to show women that new Quick Lux comes in the same familiar package.
Well, the easiest thing to do is to go to your dealers tomorrow and ask for new Quick Lux. Use it for all your nice things. Your stockings, underthings, your silks, rayons, woolens, and the lovely new cottons. It's fast, so thrifty, and so wonderfully gentle, yet it costs no more. And be sure to get the big package for extra economy. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Vigil in the Night, starring Herbert Marshall as Dr. Prescott and Olivia de Havilland as Anne Lee, with Helen Chandler as Lucy Lee. Far into the night, Nurse Lee and Dr. Prescott work side by side over the injured. By the light of an oil lamp in a farmhouse kitchen, an operating table has been hastily improvised, and bodies which were broken and torn are made whole again. Lives which hung precariously on the brink of existence are helped skillfully back into the world. Now the long night is almost over. Through the rain, Prescott and Anne drive slowly back toward the hospital, tired but victorious.
That great woman was about the toughest of the lot. For a while I thought we were going to lose her.
I don't see how you operated in that light.
I couldn't have done it at all without help. You were splendid, Nurse Lee.
Thank you. And I'm glad she's going to pull through.
Oh, I think she will. She's a nurse, didn't you say?
Yes, I knew her at Sharon. Oh, this isn't the hospital.
No, it's my house. I thought you might like a drop of something to pick you up.
Well, I should be getting back to the hospital. You know, I'll have to ring as it is.
There's a window very easily opened at the back of the hospital. I remember it from my student days. Not that I ever used it, of course. Hurry up, you'll be soaked. Good evening, Mrs. Merchant. You still up?
You forgot your key.
Oh, did I? Go in, Nurse Lee. Here, let me take your things. This is Miss Lee, Merchant, one of our nurses.
How do you do?
Mm-hmm.
We'll have some sherry, please, Merchant.
There's your tea on the table.
Well, in that case, we'll have another cup.
All hours of the night. No rest for anybody. Can't be a decent body, keep decent hours.
Mrs. Merchant wishes to point the fact that I'm not in the habit of entertaining the nursing staff of the hospital.
Here's the cup. Don't stay too long, please, Miss Lee. He has little enough sleep as it is. And don't let him start telling you about the new hospital, or you'll be up all night.
Oh, go to bed, Merchant. We won't want anything. I inherited Merchant of the house. My mother left her to me in her will. Sugar?
Thanks. Dr. Prescott, what did she mean by new hospital?
Oh, Merchant's ears are too big. Nothing at all.
She meant a new hospital for hepatins. She's right. Things are pretty bad.
How do you mean?
Oh, there's so much for everything else and so little for the sick.
Huh? A very short but able description of things at Hepperton. We're working with outmoded equipment all the time. I've been fighting for a new and adequate hospital. I've argued, reasoned, and begged. This is an industrial community. More accidents, more occupational diseases, increases of infections due to the crowded areas. If you'd ever seen them die like I have, you'd argue and reason and beg too. And all with no result. And why? Because of one man, Matthew Boley. All I get from him are promises. Promises and evasions and discussions of costs. Oh, well. Maybe I ought to save all this for the committee meeting instead of boring you with it. Well, shall I take you to that window yet?
Please. And you're going to get that new hospital. I know it.
Well, gentlemen, Dr. Kelly's report shows that everything in the hospital's working very smoothly. Meeting adjourned, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman.
Now, Prescott, if it's about the new hospital again some other time. Dr. Cayley's report...
Dr. Cayley's report rather glosses over the fact that in the past several weeks, any number of cases of cerebrospinal fever have broken out. Last year, we almost had an epidemic, you know. We were not fully equipped to fight it. This year, our position is no better. We're hopelessly overcrowded and constantly having to send cases out too soon in order to make room for others. And if we let one infectious case out, 5 will come back.
You may be right, Prescott, but as far as I can see, catching a disease is providence.
It's not providence, Mr. Bowley. It's just a dirty, murderous little microbe. Confine that microbe soon enough and long enough, and you'll save 3 times what is put into the new hospital.
Now, look here, Prescott. Money isn't as easy to raise as it used to be. World conditions at the present time are pretty well upset.
I understand that, Mr. Bowley, but regardless of world conditions, people still get ill. They still have babies, and they still get run over. And they come to us to take care of them.
All right, Prescott, you mustn't be impatient. I'll do my best to raise the money. Will that satisfy you?
How soon may we expect to hear the results of your efforts?
Oh, well, give me a day or 2. Meeting adjourned. Good morning, Nurse Lee.
Good morning. Matron said you wanted to see me, Mr. Bowley?
Yes, that's right. Sit down.
Mr. Bowley, I must get back to my work as soon as possible.
You know, that's a fine spirit. A clever girl like you would have a real chance. Now, the hospitals are dogs like. You should start a private home. There's pots of money in it if you have the proper backing.
That's very easy to say, sir.
Would you ever think of applying to Matt Bowley?
Why, no.
Why not? I'm a very wealthy man, and it gives me great pleasure to lend a helping hand to a good cause.
Well, there's no better cause than hepatitis, sir. Anything you'd give me could be far better used by Dr. Prescott for his new hospital.
You too, eh? Mm-hmm. That Prescott must certainly have a way with the girls.
Nonsense. He just happens to be a wonderful doctor. A great doctor.
I'm sorry, my dear, but when I take a liking to someone, I'm a jealous little devil. And I've taken a liking to you.
I'm afraid I'll have to go now.
Oh, no, please. I only meant that I want to help you.
Mr. Bowley, if you really want to do something, why don't you help Dr. Prescott? Conditions in Hepperton are appalling.
Would you really like me to help get Prescott's hospital for him?
Yes, very much.
Well, we'll see what can be done.
You don't know how much it'd mean to him, Mr. Bowley.
Oh, Anne, don't you think you ought to stop calling me Mr. Bowley? My name's Matty, you know. Matt for short. I'm a very lonely man, my dear. I've hesitated to speak about it before, but, well, you can see for yourself what the missus is. No. I'm not saying a word against her. I'm as loyal as any man could be. The fact remains, I need younger companionship, a little lady friend, as you might say.
Do you mind if I come in?
Why, Martha.
I've been standing just outside the door.
Martha,
Don't bother to explain. As for you, young lady, the first time I clapped eyes on you, I knew what you were up to.
Mrs. Bowley.
You take advantage of a man's illness to worm your way into his affections and steal him from under his wife's nose.
Now, look here, Martha.
Be quiet. What kind of a fool are you to be taken in with such a baggage as that? She and her precious Dr. Prescott. He couldn't worm enough money out of you, so he put her on the job.
Mrs. Bowley, Dr. Prescott had nothing to do with it.
That's enough from you. I'll ask you to leave. I'll have my say with the matron, and you'll find yourself out of a job, m'lady.
Well, Mr. Bowley, what is it?
Mind if I sit down? Well, Prescott, I just say you've heard a devil of a lot of talk going around the hospital this last couple of days.
I couldn't help but hear it. You've had that girl dismissed, haven't you?
Now, Prescott, I don't want you to get me wrong, so to speak, but, well, you know what women are, especially the missus. I'd like to make my position clear.
I think your position is abundantly clear.
Now, look here, Prescott. You shouldn't take that attitude toward me after all I've done for the hospital.
You've done the absolute minimum for this hospital.
Now, that's not fair. I told you I'd do my best.
Your best, unfortunately, consists of pestering a nurse with your unwelcome attentions. And that's one thing that's going to stop around here.
Yes, but I've explained...
I'm not interested in your explanations. The only service you could do the hospital would be to raise money. Since you can't be shamed into doing that, I'm going elsewhere for it. I'm going to London.
You forget I'm chairman of the board.
As far as I'm concerned, you're a pompous little man who'll be well advised to get out of this room before he's thrown out neck and crop.
Of course, if you feel like that.
I do. Get out. Who is it? Oh, come in.
I came to say goodbye, Doctor. I'm leaving Hepperton.
I know. You made any arrangements for the future?
I've had a letter from my sister. She's nursing again in London at the Rollgrave home. I thought perhaps I'd try to get a position there.
The Rollgrave? I don't think that's the kind of place you'd care to work.
Why?
From all I've heard of the Rollgrave, it has none too savory a reputation. Yeah, I'll give you a letter of recommendation to a friend of mine in London.
Thank you. Dr. Prescott.
Yeah?
I've been very worried by what's happened. I was afraid that you might think...
Nurse Lee, I'm not particularly concerned with Mrs. Bowley's story, whether it's a fairy tale or not. But when I told you of my plans, I did feel that it was in confidence. Frankly, I didn't expect it would go any further.
I'm terribly sorry. I realize now, as a nurse, I had no right to betray a professional confidence.
I'm quite sure you didn't anticipate that the result would be so seriously damaging to my plans. I've no wish that your good work here should go unrewarded. So if you'll give this letter to the matron of Trafalgar Hospital, I'm sure you'll have no difficulty in finding a job.
Thank you. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Suicide in nursing home. Actress beats to death. Paper.
Officer.
Morning, miss.
Officer, could you please direct me to the Rollgrave home? It's a hospital.
The Rollgrave? Closed, miss. They won't let you in there.
Closed? Why?
You'd better buy a newspaper, miss. It'll tell you all about it.
Death in Rollgrave home. Nurse held for questioning.
Boy, give me a paper.
Here you are, miss. Paper. Suicide.
The police are holding a nurse for questioning at the coroner's inquest. The nurse is Miss Lucy Lee of Sheeran. Lucy!
Now tell us, Miss Lee, in your own words, just what happened on the morning that Miss Dallas was killed.
Well, Miss Dallas rang for me shortly after 10. She seemed nervous, and I gave her the usual injection of Masonal.
You say the usual injection. In other words, you'd been administering the narcotic to her since her arrival at the home.
Well, yes, Dr. Andrews left orders for her to give me 1 grain whenever she seemed nervous.
I see. So we are to understand that you administered the drugs without the knowledge of Mrs. Sullivan, the proprietress of the home?
Well, no, not exactly. I'm sure Mrs. Sullivan must know whenever a patient is given a narcotic.
What happened after you administered the Masonal?
Well, I left the room to sterilize the hypodermic, and I suddenly heard a shriek. I ran back, and Miss Dallas wasn't there. I heard a commotion outside and ran to the window.
You looked out and you saw the body lying on the pavement. You're excused. Next witness, Mrs. Sullivan, please.
Anne. Oh, Anne.
It's all right, Lucy. Sit here, dear.
Yes, what are they going to do to me?
Nothing, Lucy. They can't do anything.
Yes, but I gave her the drug. I gave it to her.
Lucy, it's Dr. Prescott.
Well, how's it going?
We can't tell yet. This is my sister, Doctor. They say that she...
Yeah, I know. I've read about it in the paper. Have they questioned the Sullivan woman yet?
She's just been called.
Excuse me, I want to get permission to do a little questioning myself. See you later.
And what is he going to do?
I don't know. But I think he can help us.
You are Mrs. Henrietta Sullivan, proprietress and matron of the Rollgrave Nursing Home?
That is so.
How long have you held this position?
For the past 2 years. But I should like to say now that I had no idea the drugs were being administered to the patients by Dr. Andrews and Nurse Lee.
Am I to understand you were not familiar with Dr. Andrews?
No, I was not. Oh, I'd heard of him, of course.
Unfortunately, Dr. Andrews cannot be located. Is there any further light you're able to throw on this fatality?
I'm afraid not. May I be excused?
One moment. May I question the witness, Mr. Coroner?
This gentleman is Dr. Prescott of Hepperton, sir.
Oh. Very well, Doctor.
Thank you. Mrs. Sullivan, I believe you testified that you knew Dr. Andrews by reputation only.
That is so.
Tell me, Mrs. Sullivan, you have other patients in your nursing home, I presume? Under whose care are they?
There are 8 other patients, and they are under my care.
No, you must understand me, Mrs. Sullivan. I mean, which doctor looks after them?
They brought in their own doctors. But Surely these questions have nothing to do with Miss Dallas.
Would you be good enough to name any doctor brought in by any of these patients?
I don't remember for the moment.
Well, perhaps I can help you. Was Dr. Andrews brought in by any of these patients?
He might have been.
You must answer yes or no, Mrs. Sullivan.
Well, yes.
By how many of them was he brought in?
I don't know.
Was he not brought in by each and every one of them?
Mr. Coroner.
Furthermore, isn't it true that you ran a nursing home in Leamington 5 years ago, and that you found it advisable to leave when the local nursing association began to investigate? In other words, Mrs. Sullivan, under the guise of running a nursing home, you have been selling and administering drugs to addicts for at least 5 years.
Order. Order, please. Order. You no answer to these charges, Mrs. Sullivan?
I'm not on trial. I should like to speak to my counsel.
Everything I have said can be substantiated, Mr. Coroner. It will be a simple matter to prove that the nurse, Miss Lee, administered the drug in performance of her duty and at the express instruction of Dr. Andrews and Mrs. Sullivan. Consequently, no guilt should be attached to her.
I'm sure the jury will agree. Thank you for your help, Doctor.
I thought if it was nursing, it would be all right. But as soon as I started to work there, I knew I was doing the wrong thing. Oh, Anne.
Shh, it's all over, darling. You weren't to blame at all. The jury said so. Oh, Dr. Prescott, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try. Exposing Mrs. Sullivan was a pleasure.
Lucy, don't, darling.
I'm a bad nurse, Anne. After that terrible thing that happened at Sherham, I wanted to do better, but now I'll never get a chance again.
You're just not a nurse, darling. I've influenced you wrongly. I should never have insisted. Now, please don't cry. Come on, look up here. That's the girl.
You listen to your big sister, Lucy. She's a pretty smart girl. Well, I've got to be getting back to Hepperton. I suppose you heard about the epidemic.
No. Cerebrospinal?
Yes. 30 cases and more coming in every day.
Oh, that's horrible. What are you doing?
It's not doctoring they need so much. It's room for the poor devils when they come in. Supplies, isolation, and plenty of the right care all the time. Matron's having a job getting volunteers for isolation. Can't say I blame the nurses much. It's not a pretty disease.
Doctor, I'd like to go.
No, Lucy.
Anne, I'd like to really.
Why don't you let her, Anne? It might be a good opportunity for her to forget all this.
No. I want Lucy to stay with me.
Oh, but Anne, no decent place in London would take me after this.
That's true, Anne.
Oh, please, I know I can do it, and do it well.
I'm sure you can. All right. I'll go with you.
You? But I don't think you...
You mean after the way I left, they wouldn't want me? Oh, I'm sure they'll take me back in isolation. I can't do much damage there. Besides, it's my work. It's what I want to do.
But, Anne, nursing isn't your entire life, is it?
Why, yes. I thought you knew.
Oh, of course, I'm an idiot not to have seen that.
Quiet, please. Nurses, I'm not going to waste words. I've had to call you together again from the same reason. Things have become far more serious. We require volunteers to go across the court. Those willing to work in isolation ward, please stand up and step forward. Nurses, I'm very disappointed at this lack of response. Why is it? Why?
I'll tell you, Matron.
Well, Nurse Dunn?
You're asking us to go across the court and risk our lives. Why should we? Conditions here are bad enough. We work ourselves to the bone for rotten food and rotten pay and no thanks. And then when there's an even dirtier job to be done, we're asked to come forward and volunteer. Well, I, for one, would rather chuck up the job and work as a scullery maid.
That's enough. I take it then that there are no volunteers. That is all. You can go back to your duties.
Matron! Matron! Anne Lee. Hello, Matron. This is my sister Lucy. We're a couple of strong girls. We've never been ill in our lives, and we're reporting for duty.
Duty?
We've come to work in isolation, if you'll have us.
If I'll have you. Anne, you know what it means. For every patient who dies in there are 2 waiting to take his place. And once you're in, there's no getting out, unless you're lucky.
We're nurses, Matron. We know.
In a moment, Olivia de Havilland, Herbert Marshall, and Helen Chandler will return in Act 3 of Vigil in the Night. During this brief intermission, we bring you our old friends, the Browning family. 17-year-old Dot and her younger sister Midge are studying in the living room as our scene opens. And there goes the telephone.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes, this is Dot. Oh, hello, Mary Jane. What's new? Why, yes, I am. With Jim. You didn't? Oh, honey, what rotten luck. Why don't you come with us? I know, but it's a shame to miss it. Well, bye. And don't worry, honey.
What goes on?
It's Mary Jane, Midge. She didn't get a bid to the senior prom.
Oh, gee, that's tough. She's got that swell new dress.
I know. She and Betty are the only girls in the class who didn't get bids.
Poor kids. They're always missing out on things.
And they never know why. They're pretty and they've got loads of pep. Oh, well, I guess they don't realize you have to be awfully careful about daintiness. Oh, how about some shut-eye, Midgie?
Okay. Night, Mother.
Good night, girls. And don't forget to lux your things.
We won't, darling. Gee, you're a swell mother.
So much appreciation all of a sudden.
Well, I'm awfully glad you taught us all the nice things about being dainty. Like luxing undies and everything.
My dear, you know, I want you girls to be popular and happy and have loads of good times. And it's so important to be dainty and sweet.
I know. You know, I feel awfully sorry for Betty and Mary Jane. I wish there was some way of telling them.
Mother Browning is right, isn't she? Daintiness is the very foundation of charm. And a wise mother helps her daughters to have this lovely quality. She reminds them of how easy it is to lux under things after every wearing. To lux dresses, blouses, and accessories often. Especially with the new Quick Lux. Because it's so fast, so easy to use, and so thorough. These quick suds just float away every trace of perspiration. Yet they're so gentle, they keep washable colors and fabrics new-looking longer. Lux, you know, is safe for everything, safe in water alone. Keep a big box. That size is extra economical, you know. Keep it handy in the bathroom as your charm insurance. New Quick Lux comes in the same familiar box at no extra cost to you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Vigil in the Night. The isolation ward. Long rows of iron beds stretch endlessly into the murky gloom. Air thick with the odor of antiseptics. Hot, humid, cut off from the world by a single door, through which the sick enter, but rarely leave. Here is the battleground against cerebrospinal fever. Here Anne and Lucy have taken up the stand against death.
This one. He's not responding to treatment, Doctor.
I've been watching him. I'm afraid you'll have a bed empty in the morning.
Another. That makes 14 since yesterday.
And don't you realize what you're up against here?
Not by practical experience.
Well, you should. It's more virulent than the worst form of tropic plague. Don't be afraid to use antiseptic. Keep your mask on when treating a patient. Be careful, Anne. Please.
I will.
I know that work like this is your whole life. But you might be able to crowd something in on the side, too. We could work together always.
Are you trying to say...
You know what I'm trying to say. That's why you must be careful. For me.
Will you be careful, too, please?
Very.
Anne, Nurse Dunn and some of the other nurses are in the court. They want to see you.
Right there. What can they want? Nora. Glenn.
We're sorry, Anne. We should have been here sooner. But we're reporting now.
Oh, come in. How many are you?
8 of us, ready for anything. Come on, girls.
Hello, Anne. Hello.
Oh, it's wonderful. And can we use you? Report to Lucy. She'll give you the routine.
Right.
Good evening, Nurse Lee.
Why, Nurse Gray. You're quite well, I see.
Matron said I might come here, if you'll have me. I'd like to work with you, Nurse Lee. I'd like to make up for what I...
Please, come in, Nurse Gray. We need every fine nurse we can get.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's going on here?
Haven't you heard? We're building a new children's ward, Matron. Partitions for the beds, windows. We need them badly.
Who ordered it? Who's paying for it?
I ordered it, and Matthew Bowley will pay. He doesn't know it yet, but I charged everything to him.
And when they find out about this and you have to go to prison, we'll all go with you.
That's nice of you, Matron. But I hope that won't happen until the epidemic's over. Will you please leave now?
Really, Anne? Who is Matron here?
Hepperton is going to need you long after this epidemic is over. And if you're a party to this, you won't be here.
I appreciate your consideration, but I lack your confidence. I've already been reading the pages in the nursing journal, headed Situations Vacant.
And Matthew Bowley's here. He's coming across the court.
Take over the ward. I'll see him.
Righto.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowley. You're quite a stranger around here these days.
Look here, young woman. I want to know the meaning of these bills.
Are those the bills for the work I ordered to be done?
So, you admit you bought up half the town and calm as you please sent the bills in for the committee to pay.
Certainly. It had to be done. And unfortunately, a nurse's salary is hardly sufficient to finance the expenses for an epidemic.
Young lady, you know what you've done is a criminal offense.
I only know that people are dying and that other people like you aren't raising a finger to stop it. We needed a new children's ward, and we've got it. And though it probably means less than nothing to you, that room will keep children alive.
Oh, I've been insulted enough by you. You won't talk so big when you find yourself behind prison bars, me girl.
Would you be good enough not to shout, Mr. Bowley? We have some very sick people in here.
Oh, Matron, and you in this too?
Matron knew nothing of this. I happen to be in charge here, and I'm solely responsible.
You're responsible?
Yes, I am. Do you hear that, Mr. Bowley? That's the ambulance. They're bringing in another one. We hear it all day long and all hours of the night.
Now, don't try to beg the question, young woman. Dishonesty is dishonesty and stealing, stealing.
I'm sorry, but you can't...
Matt!
It's Mrs. Bowley.
They told me you were here, Matt. He's got it, the boy. They're taking him in there, in that ward.
Wait, what? It can't be, it can't be.
They brought him here to this horrible place. I've got to see him.
You're not allowed in there.
You mean we can't see him?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowley. All infectious cases must be isolated.
Nurse, is there any news? My little girl.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait, Mr. North, with the others. There's Dr. Prescott. Dr. Prescott. Won't you tell me something?
I'm sorry. I don't know any more than you. There'll be a bulletin in about an hour. Please be patient, everyone.
Prescott, I'm glad you're here.
You should be glad. It must warm your heart to see these people, Mr. Bowley.
No, Doctor, I'm glad because we got such confidence in you.
It's a little late for that. This is the result of your handiwork. You were warned time and time again that this would happen, but you didn't care. We begged you for the means to prevent it, but you blocked us at every turn. Good business. Saved you money. Well, look at those faces. Fathers and mothers of dying children. Pitiful, isn't it? Oh, if only there was some way to make you suffer. To make you feel what...
I know, Prescott. My boy's in there.
Cerebro?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take a look at him.
Thank you, Doctor. But look at me, boy. I'm an altogether, but when his turn comes...
All right, Bowley. We'll do our best.
Well, Doctor, did you examine the Bowley boy?
Yes.
What chance has he got?
1 in 100. Who's on duty here tonight?
Lucy.
I am, Doctor.
Keep a close watch on the boy, Lucy. Use ice packs regularly. And if the temperature continues to rise, double the intramuscular injections.
Yes, sir. Lucy, would you like me to stay with him?
No, I'll get along all right. You go to bed, Anne.
Keep your mask on. Don't get too near. Good night.
Good night. Watch him. Watch him. Change the ice pack. Don't take your eyes off him. Listen to him breathe. Oh, poor little boy. Don't let him die. Oh, he mustn't die. Watch him. Watch him. Count every breath. Is it weaker? Watch him. Oh, remember the other boy. Remember. Oh, what's happened? His breathing stopped. Oxygen. Oh, breathe. Oh, why doesn't he breathe? It's no good. It's no good. Breathe into his mouth. That works. Make him breathe with your own breath.
Lucy, what are you doing? That boy has cerebro. His breath is alive with it. Get away. No, don't. Don't breathe into his mouth. You'll get it too, Lucy. Don't.
Look. Oh, look. He's breathing again. He's living. He's living.
Today against 8 yesterday, 10 the day before, and we've got cerebro licked.
The Bowley child's out of danger. Matt Bowley was in this morning. I think you're going to get that new hospital, Doctor.
I know. I spoke to him. The sky's the limit now.
Oh, it's marvelous. Isn't it funny how things work out? All your plans, everything you've wanted.
Not quite everything yet. I still can't figure out how you're going to go on nursing and manage a household at the same time.
That's my problem, Doctor.
Anne! Come right away.
What's the matter?
It's Lucy. She's in her room. She's sick. I think it's cerebro.
Tell me. You've got to tell me.
Anne, this is the hardest thing I've ever had to say. Lucy can't live.
Oh, no.
She has a fulminant form of cerebro. She won't respond.
Anne.
Yes, dear.
Some water.
Here, darling. No, don't try to move.
Thank you. Anne, I'm glad I came here with you. I'm not much good now, but
You'll be up and working again before you know it.
Oh, not this time. And you remember the boy at Sheeran?
Yes, darling.
I wrote the matron and I told her everything. But lucky, wasn't it, that I had a chance to get back a life for the one I lost? And that sort of makes me even, doesn't it?
Yes, darling.
You know, Anne, I'm beginning to think I was a pretty good nurse.
Lucy. Lucy!
Poor Lucy. Poor darling.
And I stood there, helpless. I stood there and watched her die. Your fine Dr. Prescott. The great doctor who wanted you to work with him.
It wasn't your fault. You did everything you could.
And it wasn't enough. I brought that child back here to her death. She'd have been alive today if it hadn't been for me. Oh, Anne, I've failed you so.
No, no.
The years I've worked for knowledge, the years I've studied to save lives, to breathe on a fragile spark to keep it burning. And when a time comes to help someone I love, I fail. I'm helpless. I've learned nothing. I can do nothing.
You're wrong. You mustn't be bitter. And it isn't futile. It's glorious. We work for all. Some live and some die. How often we've seen two people, both with the same disease, come into the hospital, both with the same power of resistance. And yet, during the night, one dies and the other lives. It isn't science. It isn't medicine. It's something more. Someone who watches and reasons who is to live and who is to die. It's not for us to be bitter and criticize his judgment. We're here to serve. And if we do it well, we find happiness inside ourselves. The perfect happiness that Lucy knew when she left us.
Dr. Prescott, you're wanted in surgery at once.
Emergency, Doctor.
Better get ready, Prescott. They brought in 11 men already. Explosion at the Latham mine. They'll have more for us in a few minutes.
Nurse Wild, prepare the accident ward. Move all convalescents and bring in all the extra beds you can find. Yes, Nurse Lee.
Doctor, are you ready now?
I think so.
Come, Doctor. There's work for us to do.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with our stars. While we're waiting, here's our good friend Libby Collins with some advice for the women in our audience.
It's very timely advice, too. During the next few weeks, while you're concentrating on your summer wardrobe, don't overlook your hands. Will you promise me that? Think of them as part of your costume. They really are, you know, because people notice hands so much more when you're wearing light colors and short sleeves. If they're rough and red, they can stick out like a sore thumb.
Thanks, Libby. You're right. You know, speaking as a mere man, I can tell you men do think unattractive hands spoil the lovely picture of a woman that a woman should always make. Well, it's easy to avoid unattractive hands now, even though you do dishes every day. We've proved that conclusively by the famous one-hand tests of 5 leading soaps, including Lux. Hundreds of women made these tests, dipping one hand in Lux suds, the other in suds from another soap, under conditions similar to home dishwashing. After several weeks had gone by, their Lux hands were still smooth and white. The other hands rough, red, and ugly looking. The test proved Lux kindest to hands. No wonder women say,
I'll stick to New Quick Lux for dishes. And no substitutes, thank you.
now that's good advice to follow this summer. Use gentle New Quick Lux for your dishes to help your hands stay smooth and white so they look lovely with your pretty summer dresses. New Quick Lux costs so little to use, and it's so fast, so mild and pure. It comes in the same familiar box at no extra cost. Here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Olivia de Havilland and Herbert Marshall lay aside the white garb of Hepperton Hospital to return to our microphone. And we salute 2 fine performers.
Thank you, C.B. Perhaps Vigil in the Night is the kind of reminder we all should have now and then. A reminder of the service we receive from the medical and nursing professions. The men and women in white are pretty quiet about it themselves.
I'm glad you put the women in white right alongside the men, Bart. That's where you'll find them when they're needed.
You women in white couldn't have had a more sincere spokesman, spokeswoman, than you.
I suppose almost every girl at one time or another decides she wants to be a nurse. She may imagine herself as another Florence Nightingale, or she may just think she looked pretty in a white uniform. But the girls that stick to it, well, they have what it takes.
But it's still a great help to the patient if they do look pretty in a white uniform.
I think you're both right.
A very diplomatic answer, Mr. DeMille. What play are you going to have here next week?
Next Monday night, Olivia, we present Alice Faye, Robert Preston, and Ray Milland in Alexander's Ragtime Band. Our play is adapted from the 20th Century Fox screen hit, and woven into the romantic story are all those familiar tunes by Irving Berlin, which you've been humming down through the years. To borrow a line from the first of these songs, we hope you'll all come on and hear Alexander's Ragtime Band next Monday night with Alice Faye, Ray Milland, and Robert Preston.
Alexander's Ragtime Band is a great show, C.B., and you have a great cast. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Would you like a prescription for more parts here for you folks? Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Alice Faye, Robert Preston, and Ray Milland in Alexander's Ragtime Band. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Frederick Warlock as Mr. Bowley, Ethel Griffiths as Matron East, Inez Seabury as Nora, Eric Snowden as Dr. Cayley, Claire Videra as Mrs. Sullivan, Lou Merrill as Coroner, Helena Grant as Nurse Gregg, Marie Blake, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. Merchant, Lee Congdon as Nurse, and Thomas Mills, Dick Ryan, Douglas Scott, Joe Panario, Paul Hilton, and Dean Wong. Herbert Marshall will soon be seen in the Walter Wangerman foreign correspondent. He has just started work in The Letter at Warner Brothers. We're proud to say that the Lux Radio Theater has just been selected as the leading dramatic program on the air in the poll conducted by the Women's National Radio Committee. On behalf of the sponsor and the Lux Radio Theater staff, we wish to thank all women throughout the country who took part in this poll. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is our broadcasting system.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You watch well.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien in Till We Meet Again. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Ever since man learned to navigate the seas, a ship and a voyage have meant romance. And that's just as true in these days of luxury liners as it was when Columbus sailed from Lisbon. A ship in mid-ocean is still a world apart. Each passenger a different story, each on a different errand. And on that ship, anything can happen. That's the background for tonight's play, Till We Meet Again. And it's a perfect setting for what does happen. Till We Meet Again is the drama of a man and a woman in love on a voyage that ends in a strange harbor. Two travelers from different worlds with different ideals, but with the same destiny. And into the short weeks that separate Hong Kong from San Francisco, they crowd a lifetime of adventure and happiness and mystery. After seeing the picture, we knew there were 3 stars you'd demand for our radio production of Till We Meet Again, the same 3 who starred on the screen. So our next move was to get this trio together at the place where a good many Hollywood deals are negotiated, a luncheon table at the Brown Derby. Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien walked eagerly into the trap, and Pat went even further. He paid the check. It's a cast we're proud of, brought to you by a product we're proud of, Lux Flakes. And women who run their homes the modern way know that Lux Flakes on the shelf is the trademark of a wise homemaker. Now the steward has provided a comfortable deck chair for each of you. The gangplank is up, and our curtain rises on the first act of Till We Meet Again, starring Merle Oberon as Joan Ames, George Brent as Dan Hardesty, and Pat O'Brien as Steve Burke, with May Clark as the Countess. The harbor of Hong Kong, crossroads of the East, haven of ships from every corner of the world. Here at anchor rides the American steamship Maloa, her funnels gleaming red in the setting sun, harbor craft scurrying madly about her graceful bow. For within the hour, the Maloa sails for San Francisco and home. In a luxurious cabin on the main deck, a girl lies quietly on the sofa. The ship's doctor in a chair beside her, a maid hovering anxiously in the background. The girl is pale but composed.
Silly of me, wasn't it, Doctor? Keeling over like that in the middle of my own farewell party. I can imagine what my friends are saying. Joan's passed out. Poor Joan. Well, Doctor, how am I doing?
I'd like to listen to your heart, please.
Of course. Louise?
Yes, Miss Jones?
Where did everyone go?
Why, they went back on shore, Miss Jones.
All of them?
I took the liberty of sending them away. Will you fix Miss Ames' bed, please? She's going to rest.
Yes, Doctor.
And if you could help her undress, we'll avoid exertion.
No. Louise, will you leave us and lay out my green dress? I'm going ashore for a while.
But, Miss Jones...
Please.
Yes, Miss.
You don't obey a doctor's orders?
I used to, but not anymore. Why should I?
Miss Ames, have you had the seriousness of your case explained to you?
More than that, Doctor. I've read all about it.
Oh?
When I was in the sanitarium, I had nothing else to do. So I became an authority on heart cases.
I see. You know, then, that absolute rest and care are indicated. Apparently, all these doctors have told you the same thing.
They did. But you see, they knew and I knew that the thing was hopeless. And I couldn't go on just lying down waiting for it to come. So I've been waltzing around the world, keeping my little secret to myself. You see, Doctor,
There's nothing more devastating than kind, pitying people when one's in a predicament like this. I do know now that when it does come, I'll be going somewhere.
Well, there is something in that, of course. But if you were my little girl, you'd be in bed.
You're very charming, Doctor.
You know, it's a strong thing to say to someone who's young and, well, to anyone for that matter. But you do understand that with exertion and excitement, it can happen almost any time.
You mean keel over for good? Yes, Doctor. I understand that. May I send for you if I don't feel very well?
Why, of course. You going on to San Francisco?
Yes, and then to New York, and then round the little old world again. You see, Doctor, I love ships and people and sky and rain. And shall we say the elements? Not bad psychology in my case, is it, Doctor?
I see what you mean. That's why you're going ashore now, to join your friends.
All part of the scheme. To be with people, never to be alone. I've an hour yet before the boat sails. I mustn't waste it.
Of course. You'll let me know if there's anything I can do?
Thank you, Doctor. You're very kind.
You see, Mike, there are two schools of thought in mixing a drink like this. The lime juice school and the lemon juice school. I'm a lemon juice man myself.
You don't say, sir.
Emphatically. That's why I always mix it myself.
Well, I've been a bartender for 20 years, but I've never seen this one. Has it got a name?
Yes, it's a paradise cocktail. When anyone comes along who knows that every second of life is important, make him one of these.
I know every second of life is important.
Oh, good evening.
I've been watching you mix that. Rather difficult, isn't it?
Will you share in the fruits of labor? Another glass, Mike.
Yes, sir.
There you are. A few drops of paradise.
Think of that.
And looking at you, quite appropriate. My name's Dan.
Mine's Joan.
Hello, Joan.
Hello, Dan.
Shall we drink to our brief meeting?
Yes. Hail and farewell.
Oh, no, that sounds a little too ruthless. Auf Wiedersehen.
All right. Auf Wiedersehen. Do you always break glasses when you've finished with them?
It's an old superstition. It seals a promise.
You must be a nuisance around the house.
I don't make many promises.
Well, not to be outdone.
And now we're bound to meet again. Goodbye.
Wait. I'm just looking for some friends. Would you like to help me find them?
Do you think I should? Luck has allowed us a few drops of paradise.
And the others might spoil it?
Yes.
You're right. We'll trust luck to come around again sometime.
It must. Goodbye, Joan.
Goodbye, Dan.
Joan, dear. Oh, here you are. We've been waiting for you.
Hello.
Who was that man, darling?
What? Oh, an old friend of mine.
All right, Dan. I wouldn't move if I were you. I've got a gun right in your ribs.
Well, hello, Steve.
It's been a long chase, fella. Looked as though I might make a career out of it.
Well, you can put that rod away.
I'll put you away first. Hold out your hand. I've got a bracelet for it.
Want me to roll up my sleeve for you?
All right, sucker, you asked for it. All right, Danny boy. Will you come peaceful like, or will you be having some more?
Okay, Steve. You win.
Put your hand on that bracelet. You make another move, and I'll blow you in half.
Oh, don't be such a copper. My, we got rough, didn't we? Well, where do we go now?
To the boat, and then San Quentin.
Mind if I get my clothes?
They're on board.
Oh, very considerate of you.
Yes, wasn't it? All right, this way.
You know, you're a hard man to lose, Steve.
Yeah, so they say. The chief told me when I left San Francisco, don't come back without Dan Hardesty. Well, here I am.
And here I am. You know, they're making these handcuffs better looking these days. That last pair. They looked awful. You know, I was ashamed to be seen in them.
Well, I'm glad you like these. You're going to be wearing them a long time.
Yeah? What boat are we taking?
The Maloa? Is that all right with you?
I don't mind. We've got a few minutes yet. Mind if we stay out here on deck?
No, help yourself.
Thanks. You know, Steve, you ought to be very grateful to me. How many cops get a chance for a trip around the world? Marseille, Algiers, Cairo?
Yeah, your trail wasn't half bad.
Yeah? Well, the last leg now. Honolulu, and then San Francisco.
Yeah, and you're going all the way.
Sure, why not? Everything's free, good company, swimming pool. Oh, do you swim, Steve?
What's the difference?
Ever play water polo?
Nope. But I play a swell game of tag.
I used to be sensational at water polo. Must teach her sometime.
Oh, yeah? You know, you jumped off a train once, but most of this ocean's a long way out.
Steve, do we have to do the Siamese twin act all the way?
I don't know. We'll see.
Say, any chance you lost the key in that battle back there?
You can relax. I got it right in my pocket.
Don't stand too near that rail, please.
What's the matter, sailor?
We haven't put the pins in yet, sir. If you lean on that rail, you'll be able to go clean over.
Oh, thanks. What are you looking at, Dan?
Huh? Oh, just looking down. Be a long drop, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of gives you the shivers.
Oh, why don't you get back a little?
Look. Look down, Steve.
Come on, get away from that rail.
Hang on!
Watch it!
Hey!
There's two of them. Get a life preserver. Life preserver.
Sorry, Steve. This is where we part company.
Wait.
Where's that key?
Wait.
So long, Steve.
Dan, I can't swim. I can't swim.
Oh, you poor. All right. Hang on to me. Hang on and keep your head up. Keep it up.
Grab them there. Grab them. I've got them, sir. Give me a hand here. All right, then. Up they go. There we are. There. You all right?
Me? Sure.
You all right, sir?
Yeah. I'm okay.
McDonald.
Yes, sir?
See that these two gentlemen get to their stateroom.
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
I'd better say goodbye, Joan. Take good care of yourself, dear.
I will. There seems to be some excitement over there.
Then stay away from it. Remember, Joan, the faster the trip, the shorter.
I know.
Goodbye, Mrs. Hester.
Oh, Bonnie, goodbye, dear. Oh, Joan, you know Mrs. Coburn, Joan Ames.
How do you do?
How do you do? This is my husband, Jimmy.
Hello.
Hello.
I've got to run. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
How did you get off all right, Mrs. Hester?
Are you sailing alone, Miss Ames?
Yes, just the maid. Call me Joan.
All right, Joan. Call me Bonnie.
You look it.
Thanks.
You're on your honeymoon, aren't you?
Is it that evident?
You look happy.
Here we go. Happy voyage, Joan.
Happy voyage, Bonnie.
Feel all right?
Yeah. You must be nuts.
I'd like to prove that I'm really nuts to the governor. You see, he might make it life. I don't feel like letting them take mine just now.
Dan, why did you have to slip me that life belt?
I didn't have to.
Why didn't you let me drown, Dan?
I was just wondering.
I'd have been out of your way, and with your knack of disappearing, you'd have had a real break. Oh, I guess you are nuts.
There's a difference between stepping on a dirty rat and rubbing out a... Oh, well, forget it.
Rubbing out what? What are we going to say?
I think you'd be all right if you weren't a cop.
Thanks, Dan. And thanks for the life belt.
Okay. Now, what about those handcuffs? Can we leave them all for the trip? There isn't a chance of my getting away. We're 3 miles out right now.
Well, I'll tell you, Dan. Just because of that life belt, you're not going to the brig where you ought to go. I'm going to give you a break. But one move and you get it. You understand?
Okay, Steve. Thanks.
All right. Well, 14 days to Frisco. A lot of sea out there, isn't it, Dan?
Couldn't be too much for me.
Oh, forget it. Go on, get yourself a drink.
Thanks. I think I will. Want one?
No, thanks. Hey, wait a minute. Who's that guy giving you the eye?
Who? Where?
Inside there at the bar.
Oh, I don't know. I never saw him before.
Now, listen. I can spot a con when I'm asleep. And that guy's it.
Is he? I'm sorry I can't help you make a pinch.
Now, look, Dan. I won't make it any tougher than I have to for you if you don't start playing hide and seek with me. I want you to stay around where I can see you, and if you find yourself straying, just tip me off where you're going to stray to. Do that for me, will you?
Yeah, sure. So long.
Oh.
It's my roll with the dice, no?
That's right. Your roll, Countess.
Such a strange game. 6 dice. I never had a... Oh,
I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to bump you like that. It's rather crowded in here.
yes. Have we not met before, monsieur?
No, I don't believe so, madame.
No. Perhaps I make the mistake.
Excuse me, please.
Is it still my roll, Serrano?
Evening, sir. What'll it be?
A paradise, and I'll mix it myself.
Yes, sir. Hello, Dan.
Hello, Rocky. Where did you spring from?
I ain't sprung yet. Well, you look okay, Dan.
Not for long. Are you alone?
I'm the cat that walks, just me and myself.
I'll need you.
Hey, look, I got $15, Danny. The ticket cleaned me.
No, listen. I'm on my way back to San Quentin with Steve Burke. He's outside there watching us now.
What's the rap?
Murder.
Murder?
Be careful. What's it mean, Dan? Life?
For a couple of weeks, I'd say, and then, well, you know.
How can you beat it?
It's the Sharks or Honolulu.
Well, I'd say Honolulu.
Don't know me too well in front of Burke. Now listen. The Frenchwoman behind me with the English mug is a very old friend of mine. Catch her presently away from that mug and tell her what I've told you. And not to know me. Get it?
Okay, sure.
Now beat it. I'll see you later.
All right.
Here's the making, sir. Thanks.
Joan, what are you staring at? Bonnie. That man over there? Is he someone you know? He didn't say he was sailing, but he did sail, didn't he? Who is he, Joan? He's Dan. He must have decided rather suddenly. Bonnie, do you mind? Oh, don't bother about me. If he's that important, go and speak to him. Hello, Dan.
Why, it's... Hello, Joan.
The luck's come back, hasn't it?
This time in full measure. Paradise cocktail?
Please. You can't spare a drop.
No. It's much too precious.
To this important second.
Look out there. Sunset.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Shall we go out on deck?
I'd love to.
Hello, Dan.
Oh, you two haven't met, have you? Miss Ames, may I present Mr. Burke?
How do you do, Mr. Burke?
How do you do? I'm glad to know you.
Steve's an old friend of mine. We're, sort of traveling together.
How nice.
Yes, we're together all the time.
Practically inseparable.
May I borrow him once in a while, Mr. Burke?
Sure, as long as you see you don't lose him.
No, I won't lose him.
Well, see you around, Dan.
The day knows how to go out, doesn't it, Dan? What does the setting sun make you think of?
The Angelus.
It's a silly game, but will you play it with me?
Anything? What is it?
It's a game where I can find out all about you.
All right. What do we do?
Well, I say words or phrases, and you say whatever comes into your mind.
Very well. Go ahead.
Bubbling water.
Laughter.
And laughter.
The crinkles around your eyes.
Life.
Death.
Good. Green grass.
Bare feet.
White clouds.
Freedom.
Excitement.
Smiling eyes.
Friendship.
A hand clasp.
Cabbages.
Kings.
Adventure.
Pirates.
Will-o'-the-wisp. Quickly, quickly.
A sadness. A long search.
And love.
The end of the search. Know all about me now?
Yes, Dan. Yes.
Who is it?
Bonjour, Countess.
Who are you? What do you wish?
Rocky's the name. Rocky Rockingham. I'm a friend of Dan Hardesty. Is that enough?
Yes. What's the matter with Dan? Is he too up in the world to say hello to old friends?
He's not up. He's way down, and I got to slip it to you pronto. He wants you to help him.
Go ahead.
Now, wait a minute. What about this English guy you're hanging around with?
That's mine. I've been building that up for months.
Can you get some dough?
I'm trying, if the dice fall right. Is that what Dan's after?
I guess he could use it.
What's his angle? The girl?
No, the cop.
You mean the one tonight upstairs, the one from Frisco?
Yeah, Steve Burke.
What's he doing socially with cops?
It ain't so social. Burke's taking him back to San Quentin.
San Quentin?
It happens to the best of
But
us.
not to Dan. Is it a long stretch?
How well do you know Dan?
I've known him since I was a kid. I used to think, once in a while, that maybe Dan and I could... Well, I didn't have quite what it took, I guess. Not quite the luck.
You're in love with him, huh?
What do you think?
Well, that makes it tougher for me to tell you what I got to. Can you take it?
Sure, I can take anything.
Didn't you know that Dan was in for murder?
Murder? When?
That's what they called it. He rubbed out a dirty double-crossing heel. Self-defense, too, but he couldn't prove it.
Murder? You don't forget a rap like that. That means life.
Yeah, worse than that, it means his life. He hasn't a chance. He's been sentenced. He'd have been dead by now, but he broke away while they were taking him to San Quentin.
Oh, you're crazy.
He'll tell you himself. His only chance is Honolulu, and he thinks you can help him.
How?
Well, he's got some idea, something.
We'll get him here now.
Hey, he doesn't get out of Burke's sight.
We'll try. I'll stay up. If you can't get him, come back anyway. We'll arrange something for the morning.
Top deck. No further to climb.
I can climb forever if you just hold my hand.
Yes, Joan. All my life I've been reaching out for your hand.
Where are we? I haven't known since Hong Kong. Since I was wrecked on the bar.
On a ship in the Pacific. A very small ship.
10 days to Honolulu, 5 more to the Golden Gate.
10 days, the Golden Gate.
But what is time? Days, hours, years. Eternity can happen in a minute. Haven't you found that out?
I will. Will you teach me all the important things you seem to know? How did you find them out?
Watching the stars on nights like this. They're like us. Tiny specks lost for all time in their own unending oceans.
And they say that if you make a wish on a star, it's sure to come true.
I wish.
What do you wish?
To tell would spoil it.
Yes, it would. Will you be satisfied? Us, here, just us. No questions asked.
No questions at all, except the ones your eyes ask and my eyes answer.
Nothing said.
Except what my heart says and your heart understands. Listen. Can you hear it? Dan, 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 Dan. Let me say it. Let me just whisper it.
Joan.
The curtain falls on the first act of Till We Meet Again, starring Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien. During this brief intermission before Mr. DeMille brings us Act 2, let's have a little music. You know, there are 3 things women like about new Quick Lux Flakes. And I've asked Lou Silvers to say these 3 things to us in music. First, that says speed. New Quick Lux is fast. The next thing, that music says a little goes so far. Just a few flakes make so many suds. And finally, that says purity. New Quick Lux is so pure. Now, if you will remember these 3 things, you'll always get New Quick Lux Flakes for washing the things you want to keep lovely. Because it cleanses so swiftly and surely. Because it's thrifty to use. And because it's so pure. We think New Quick Lux is just about tops for your nice things, for all your washables. And a lot of women think so, too. Their enthusiasm has made Lux Flakes the most popular care for fine fabrics in this country. Now, that's a pretty fine vote of confidence, isn't it? Next time you order, get a big box of New Quick Lux. It comes in the same familiar package. Costs you no more, and you'll find it's so fast. A little goes so far. And it's so pure. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Till We Meet Again. Starring Merle Oberon as Joan, George Brent as Dan, and Pat O'Brien as Steve, with May Clark as the Countess. The steamship Maloa moves slowly eastward toward San Francisco. But Dan Hardesty and Joan Ames are bound for another port, eternity. They know nothing of each other's destiny and are happy with the stolen holiday which fate has allowed them. It's late evening, 4 days out of Hong Kong. To the cabin of the woman known as the Countess comes Dan Hardesty. The door is opened for him, and he slips quickly into the room.
Dan. Oh, Dan.
Hello, Countess. Oh, don't look like that. They haven't banged those gates behind me yet.
They can't.
We've got to whisper. You looked lovely tonight. Ravishing.
Dan, what's going to happen to you? You've got to get away.
I've got one chance. Honolulu. We'll be there for 1 whole day from 9 till about dusk. I've got to give Burke the slip, and believe me, he's no dummy. He's been on my trail for over a year, all over the globe, Paris.
Oh, I wish I'd known. I was in Paris.
Well, about this Burke, he's taking no chances at all.
I could move in on him.
Burke? Oh, he's no ladies' man. But I know you when you want to. If you could just find out what he intends to do with me that one day in port. He's being pretty decent right now.
Letting you loose?
Yes, he's got something of a heart.
So have you. I've seen you with that girl.
Well, I can't tell you anything except don't know me at all. Keep clear. Just get to know Burke. Now lead some money. How do we go for that?
I've got a branch of the Bank of England on board. Sir Harold.
All right. One other thing, and write this down. Herb McGillis.
Yes.
Send him a radio. 221 Front Street, Honolulu. I'll need a quick way off the island, any kind of a tramp. Anything that could be rented to leave as soon as I can make it. Don't mention my name on the radio.
Dan, you've got to make it.
Well, just in case I don't. You know I'm grateful to you, don't you?
Dan,
You're a great girl. I've always said so. Good night.
Good night, Dan.
Albert! Albert, come here at once. You must not bother the gentleman. Down, Albert.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, Albert, stop. Monsieur, I am so sorry.
Oh, don't mention it. Come here, Pooch. Hiya, fella.
Seems to like you, monsieur. But then you look like the kind of a man who would love dogs. And dogs would love, n'est-ce pas?
Well, I got a little dog at home.
A bull?
No, one in the family's enough.
Then you have two.
No, only one, a spaniel.
Ah, a one-man dog. A wife, a spaniel, a pipe, a fire. Good American, no?
You got everything right except the wife.
No, monsieur, that I cannot believe. But I am too curious. I shall know all about you before we have met. I am. My name is Countess de Brissac.
Mine's Burke. Steve Burke.
How do you do?
How are you?
Perhaps Monsieur Burke, he would walk with us? With me and Albert?
Sure, I'd like to.
Come along, then. Come, Albert.
You, object to my pipe?
Do I look like someone who would object?
Well, you never can be sure.
You know, monsieur, Albert is acting very strange. Usually he has no use for the men. Albert likes the ladies.
Oh, is that so? Well, looking at you, Countess, you can't blame him for that.
Oh, monsieur, you are too droll. Then, what do they call you at home?
Burke, just Burke.
Just Burke?
What goes on, Countess? You sizing me up?
What does this mean, sizing up?
You know, that look, it kind of goes through you.
You mean like the look you just gave to me?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a habit in my line. I mean, when strangers meet, they, you know, I guess everybody does it.
And what do you find is my size, Burke?
I don't know.
You think I am pretty? A little?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh.
Well, I don't think you're as pretty as you're, regular, you know? You seem like a regular guy to me, if you know what I mean. Do you know what I mean, Countess?
I think so. And at home, they call me Tina.
Okay, Tina. You see, that's what I'm talking about.
My darling Joan, this letter is the hardest I've ever had to write. How can I ever tell you?
Hello, Dan.
Oh, hello, Joan. I was just writing a letter.
To me?
No, it's just a sort of a business thing I had to do.
Oh, so you couldn't write me a tiny note, but you could write a dull business letter.
I tried to write yours and couldn't. Look, you see all these? I began it 20 times.
Why did you write so many mad-looking Joans on this one?
What else could I write? Just Joan, Joan, Joan. There's nothing else.
You're right. There's nothing else. Except...
Except what?
I'll whisper it, Dan. Let me whisper. Stars are out again.
Just for us.
A perfect night. And tomorrow a perfect day. Honolulu. You've been there, Dan?
Once. Just calling.
There's a spell to the islands. Tomorrow I'm going to take you high up to the mountains, where you can look down and see the ocean on both sides. The colors keep changing. And then suddenly a cloud will roll right over like a blanket. It makes you feel as though you'd left the earth and were riding away on a cloud. Then it clears, and you can see the colors again. And sometimes you can hear music. No one knows where it comes from. What are you thinking about?
You. I love you, Joan.
Oh, Dan. Dan.
Joan, what is it? What's the matter?
Nothing. Wait. Wait here. I'll be back in a moment. Just a moment. Not yet. Oh, please. Please, God. Not now. Not now.
Miss Ames, is that you?
Yes. Good evening, Doctor.
Anything wrong?
Well, I think it's all right now.
I do wish you'd go to bed and rest, Miss Ames.
Not now, no.
Well, of course, I can't order you to bed, but you're actually pounding your life away. A girl who's as ill as you shouldn't keep up this pace. You know that, don't you?
Yes, Doctor, I do, but not now, really. Please.
All right. Good night, Miss Ames.
Good night.
Joan, why did you run away like that? Have you been crying?
Yes.
But why? Why were you crying?
I don't know. It was all a little too much. I've never been so happy in my life.
It was the music and you and, well, all just too good for me, that's all.
Hail and farewell. Remember?
Not farewell, no.
Joan, whatever happens at any time, you will remember, won't you?
Remember? Remember what?
Oh, that I'm grateful. I mean, beautiful moments are given to some people only to be snatched away again.
But you can't snatch moments when they've been given to you. I couldn't lose you, ever. You know that, Dan?
Yes, I do.
But everything you say has a faint sort of goodbye underneath it. Why? Why, Dan?
Well, you've made the present so perfect. And any future is uncertain, isn't it?
Not ours. Dan, tell me, do you belong to me? Do you really belong to me? That's all I want to know.
Yes. The best of me is yours.
And tomorrow? Tomorrow is going to belong only to the two of us, isn't it?
Every minute I can give.
Well, 3 o'clock. Time goes quickly with you around, Countess.
One little glass more of champagne?
No, thanks. I'm over my quota now. I don't drink. Besides, I've got to think about Danny boy. I'll bet he's still up on deck with that little girl.
Do you blame him?
Nope.
It's very strange what you tell me. That nice man, a murderer.
Yeah, it's tough. With any kind of a break, he could have... Oh, well.
But you allow him freedom, at least on the boat. You have a good heart, Burke.
Right now, I got a headache and a butte. I'll be staying awake, though. It's only a few hours till Honolulu. I wouldn't put anything past him.
Take care of yourself.
I will. I'd like to be around for the rest of this trip, if only to see you.
You are very nice, Burke.
Good night, Tina.
Wait. Tomorrow you put this Mr. Hardesty in the, how you say...
In the brig, yeah. Why?
Then tomorrow is yours to spend with me?
Oh, okay, sure.
Ah, good. You must come early. Here, you take one of these tonight.
What's that?
For your headache, Burke.
No, I never take anything.
Now you are a baby. Your head will clear, poop, like that.
Well, it's very kind of you.
Here, you take 2. That will fix it.
Thanks. You know, Tina, I'm getting fed up with this police game.
So?
Yeah, my dad was a cop.
Yes?
You see, I was kind of brought up in it. When you get around the world a bit, you find out it isn't such an elegant job.
They are a necessary evil.
The cops? Yeah. Yeah, but you see, people in your position in life, well, you never know there's police around till you lose your jewels. Or something like that. You know what I mean, Tina? Kind of worlds apart, as you might say.
Yes, I see.
Boy, I am tired. Well, night.
Good night. Rocky, open up.
Well?
Tell Dan it's okay. I gave Burke enough dope to keep him asleep all day tomorrow.
Swell.
Tell him he can leave the boat in the morning. And, well, tell him good luck.
Is that you, Bonnie? Come in, I'm just getting dressed.
Hello, Joan.
Have we docked yet?
Almost.
Have you by any chance seen my gentleman? I've just been calling. There's no answer. I usually wait for him to call me first, and he usually does. But this must be an unusual morning.
You're in great spirits, aren't you, Joan?
Why not? I love Honolulu.
You're going up to the mountain?
To the Pali, yes. A picnic in the clouds.
Joan, did you tell Dan Hardesty that you were ill?
What?
That you've been ill for a long time, and that you should have nothing but rest and quiet and no excitement?
Who told you that?
Your maid. She's worried about you.
May I ask what concern it is of yours?
It's the concern of anyone who happens to be a human being.
Don't you think it would be better to wait until I mention the subject myself?
Oh, Joan, please don't be angry. I never butt in where I'm not wanted, but I am another girl.
It's such a beautiful day. I was trying so hard to forget, to put it away, not to think. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to be afraid. He mustn't know. It would change him. I know it would. I go round and round the world, always trying to forget it. It's got to come. I know it must. But not now. It couldn't now.
Oh, Joan. It won't. It won't. Oh, Joan, don't cry.
Look at you. I don't want other people to suffer about me. This is the first time for ages that I haven't been resigned to it, you know. But now I want to live so much.
I've got to somehow. I've got to for him. Oh, Bonnie, I love him so much and I don't know what to do. You won't say anything to him, will you? Will you promise me?
Yes, I do promise, but you...
There are no buts. No buts at all. Nothing anyone can do or say can change things as they are. Shall I mope in here and wait on a beautiful day like this with everything to live for? If it's only for a few hours, wouldn't you crowd it all in if you could? Wouldn't you?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Well, that's what I'm going to do. I don't care about tomorrow. I don't care. I'm living now, today. And I want to live every second.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you Act 3 of Till We Meet Again, starring Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien. While we're waiting, we bring you our friends, the Browning family. This summer, the Brownings have decided to go to the seashore. Dot is talking about their plans with Peggy Smith, who is spending the night.
I think vacations are so much fun, don't you? Meeting new people and everything. What are you going to do this summer, Peg?
Well, the family hasn't decided yet. I'd just as lief stay in town.
Oh, but it's so much fun going places.
Oh, I hate it. I never have any fun. Anyway, I read that there were more boys than girls in town in the summer, and I thought maybe I might.
And this is what Peggy is thinking.
I want dates and good times. I'm sick of being left out of things.
And Dot is thinking,
Poor Peggy. She's so pretty. She'd be a whiz except for one fault. Maybe I can find a way to tell her later this evening.
About ready for bed, Dot? In a minute, Peg. I'm luxing my undies.
Goodness, at this hour?
Why, of course. I like to put on fresh things in the morning. You know, honey, if they aren't fresh and free from perspiration every day, you're apt to offend people. Besides, it's so easy to keep them dainty with new Quick Lux Flakes. It's ever so fast.
Dot Browning's suggestion to Peggy is a wise one for every girl who wants lots of friends and lots of happy times this summer. Daintiness is important. And now with new Quick Lux Flakes, it's very easy to be dainty at all times. New Quick Lux removes perspiration so quickly, yet it's so mild, so gentle, it keeps washable colors and fabrics new-looking longer. Doesn't wear things out, as cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali may. Safe in water, safe in Lux, you know. Remember to Lux underthings after every wearing. Blouses, dresses, and sweaters often. That generous big box of new Quick Lux will last you a long time. It comes in the same familiar package. You'll find it fast, wonderfully gentle and thrifty, yet it cost you no more. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Till We Meet Again. It's late the same afternoon. With Steve Burke out of the way, Dan is off the boat and ready to make his escape from Honolulu. But he's lingered for a while to spend the last sweet minutes with Joan. High on a mountaintop, shut off from the world and its troubles, Dan and Joan sit looking out across the blue sea.
You know, Dan, I used to think of heaven, long ago when I was a little girl. I'd think of it as a place of golden streets and fanfares of trumpets and people fluttering around like mad on wings. But then I didn't know. I didn't know that heaven is a little spot in the mountains above Honolulu. Oh, Dan, if we could stay here forever.
Joan, would you be really content to spend the rest of your life with me?
Yes.
No matter where?
Anywhere, Dan. But what's the matter? Why are you so restless suddenly?
Joan, darling, there's something I have to tell you.
Is it serious?
Yes.
If it's that serious, not today, please.
Joan, there's something unreal about us, isn't there?
How?
Oh, our whole experience together. We're so close, and yet we still know so very little about each other.
But I don't want to know any more than I know now. Do you?
Yes, but what kind of people are we? What have we done? What do we intend to do?
Well, about the past, I think I was born when you first looked at me. And about the future, if I should ever lose you, I'd die. And in between the past and the future, we have this. It won't ever end, will it, Dan?
No. Whatever happens, we belong to each other always. Darling.
Don't say anything, I know.
But it's the second warning.
Let's pretend we don't hear it. Dan, kiss me.
What is this? Tears?
I can't help being a little sad. It's been such a happy day. Well, I suppose we should go back, shouldn't we?
Yes, I suppose so.
But, Dan, this isn't our dock. The Malheur's down further.
I know, Joan, but you're going back to the boat alone, you see. I'm not sailing with you.
Dan!
Please don't ask me why, but quickly now, you'll be late.
If you're not sailing, neither am I.
Oh, Joan, I've left this everything to say until the last moment, and now it's too late. But we'll meet again, and I'll write to you from wherever I find myself.
But where? Where are you going?
I don't know, somewhere. I'm sailing on a little schooner just off here. Joan, kiss me.
I'm coming with you.
Yes, I know you would, but you can't.
Anywhere with you, anywhere.
Joan, please, you must go now. You must.
I know. I've known a goodbye in all you've ever said or done. I prayed it wasn't so, and it is. You're leaving me. If only I could have been more, meant more to you. Dan. Dan, are you afraid?
Afraid?
Has anyone said anything?
But what?
Don't lie, you know. You know and you don't want me anymore. Oh, Dan.
Joan. Joan, what's the matter? Joan. Let me through there. Will you please let me through?
Dan, what are you doing here? What's the matter with her?
She's fainted. Get the doctor, quick.
Dan, Stave's looking for you.
Get the doctor. Joan, are you all right?
Dan, listen, you've still got time. You can make it. Dan,
Yes, dear?
don't leave me. Don't leave me. Dan, please, come on.
Where is she?
Here, doctor.
Miss Ames. Miss Ames. This girl's acutely ill. I'd be obliged if you'd leave.
Acutely ill?
She's been suffering from a chronic heart ailment. It won't be a matter of months, perhaps weeks.
You mean she...
Yes. Now, please leave.
Of course.
Dan.
A few weeks.
Dan, you can just make it, please.
Not now, he don't make it. Come on, Dan. From now on, I'm chaining you to the bedpost. Come in.
Is Mr. Hardester here?
What is it?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but she wants to see you. The doctor said she might, just for a minute. Will you come right away?
Yeah, sure, he'll come.
Why? What's the matter?
Haven't you seen handcuffs before?
Handcuffs? Oh, what do you mean?
It means that I'm an escaped prisoner. I'm being returned to San Quentin, and Steve Burke is the police officer who's taking me back.
What did you do?
I should tell you, because you'll probably hear of it anyway. But she mustn't. Joan mustn't hear of it.
But please, what is it?
Wait, Steve.
What?
Take these things off, please. The truth about me would kill Joan. We all know that. You've got to help us. I want to go up and see her now. May I, Steve? Oh, my breaking days are over. Whatever my word is worth to you, will you take it?
If you're going, you better go.
Thanks, Steve. You're swell. Hello, Joan.
Hello, Dan.
How do you feel, darling?
Oh, it wasn't anything. I'm ashamed of myself. I wanted to come and find you myself, but that silly old doctor wouldn't hear of it. He said girls who faint should rest after.
You're a sissy.
Well, you shouldn't have said goodbye to me like that. I just couldn't take it. And will you remember that, sir, in the future? Go easy on the goodbyes with little Joan.
Never again.
Never?
Never and never and never.
Listen, are they dancing upstairs?
Sounds like it. May I have this dance?
Shall we skip out for half an hour? Rats to the old doctor or anyone else. We're our own masters, aren't we?
Yes. But we're going to wait until the morning. Want to do me a favor?
Anything?
Go to sleep and dream of me.
I always do. And I think I always will.
And so will I.
Good night, Dan. Bless you.
And bless you.
And now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, oh,
Good evening, Burke.
Hello.
Well, our trip is almost over, isn't it?
Yeah,
We'll be in San Francisco in the morning.
that's right.
Burke, have you been avoiding me?
Sure I have. I don't want any part of you. You can save that French act for the suckers.
Oh.
Sure, I took the trouble to send a radio. Got an answer. Your record's nearly as good as Dan's.
All right. Where's Dan now?
He's up on deck.
You've been pretty decent to him, Steve.
All right, so what?
Listen, I've got $30,000. The money's in New York.
You can stop right there. He's going all the way back.
He's no thug.
Now, will you cut it out? I want to talk about it.
Just a cop at heart.
Peace officer, yes.
Steve.
What?
You're the first one of your breed that I've ever known who seemed to be human.
Well, according to the history I got on you, you've been too smart to get near enough to know much about cops. Frenchie Lonergan. What a moniker. Lonergan, your old man?
Yes.
What'd he do?
About 14 years straight. The jute got down his lungs, and one day we heard he'd passed on.
Pretty tough, aren't you, Liz? What'd your mom do?
She's okay. I've got a little place for her in South Dakota. And what makes you think I'm so hard? You were going like steam for the Countess.
Yeah, it was a swell act. But there's one thing about your not being a countess.
What?
Well, there's a lot of distance between a cop and a countess.
Worlds apart.
But there's, I don't know, kind of a relationship between a cop and a crook. What are you going to do after? Around 40 or 45 or so when you get old?
I'll be dead.
No, you won't, Liz. I've been watching you and thinking about you the last few days. And I was wondering what might happen to make you get on to yourself. You know, thieves grow old very badly. They shrivel up and fear gets them. They either fall back on drugs or booze.
Oh, cut it out.
All right, I'm sorry.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, come on now. I wouldn't hurt a hair of your pretty head. Come on, Lonergan. We're going to talk a lot someday. You've been on my mind anyway.
Have I, Steve?
Sure you have. And, you know, cops grow old, too. And I was thinking, Tina, if you've got company for it, it's not so.
Steve. Oh,
Happy, darling?
Very happy, Dan. It doesn't seem possible that we could ever have been strangers.
Never. You know, men pretend not to need things. I've tried to pretend, you know, trying to be the lone hunter. There's really only half of something. One half looking for the other half.
Dan, there's no one like you. I could talk to you forever.
Will you?
What?
Talk to me forever.
If there's a God, I will.
You know, you came out of nowhere at a time when I really doubted. I actually knew there was no such a thing as a soul. I could see no perfection in existence at all.
The half looking for the other half?
Yes. And I found you, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Getting late, Dan. We've got a long day ahead tomorrow.
I know. Joan, shall we slip down for one final drink? A goodbye one?
Bar's closing. You better hurry.
Come on, Joan.
What does San Francisco mean to you, Dan?
A lot of things.
I love San Francisco.
So did I. Until now.
Why now?
Oh, the end of our journey?
But we'll be together.
Yes, we will. After a little while.
Not more business like Honolulu?
Yes, you see, I'm leaving immediately for Mexico City. It's quite a gay place.
Yes, I've heard. Could I, do you think?
No. I've made the plans. After all, I am the man of the family.
What? What plans? Tell me. Am I in them?
Yes. You and I are meeting in Mexico City at the Palace Bar for New Year's.
New Year's? Oh, it seems too long to wait.
Well, I'm not going to try to explain it all now, but you see, that's the way it must be.
All right, my master.
Agreed?
The Palace Bar, Mexico City, New Year's Eve. You'll be with me inside here every second until then. In my heart, Dan.
To us, darling.
To us.
Joan, are you almost ready? The gangplank's down.
In a minute, Bonnie. Is Dan waiting?
Well, I didn't see him.
Hello.
Who are you?
Won't keep you a minute, Miss Ames.
Have you been on board? I don't remember seeing you.
I just got on. I'm from the San Francisco Plain Dealer.
A reporter? What is this? Get out, please.
Oh, all the fuss. I just want to ask a couple of questions.
No.
I understand from the steward, Miss Ames, that you and Dan Hardesty have been pretty good friends on this trip.
Joan, don't answer him.
Did you know that Hardesty is a convicted murderer?
Bonnie. Get out. Get out. Bonnie, what did he say?
Well, I'm sorry, miss, but didn't you know?
Oh, please. What? No, what?
That Dan Hardesty is back here in the States to be hanged for murder.
No, Joan, don't listen to him.
That's not true, is it, Bonnie?
It's all right, Joan. Don't excite yourself.
Where's Dan? Why doesn't he come to me? He promised.
Joan.
Where is he? Where is he? Dan!
Gangplank is down.
Dan, where are you? Dan, wait!
Joan, here.
Oh, Dan.
Oh, darling.
All set, Dad?
Yeah, sure.
Still got a minute. Meet me over by the gangplank. I want to check my passport.
Thanks, Steve.
I'll be right back.
Joan, don't.
It's all right. I'm all right now. I just wanted to see you once more. I love you, Dan.
I love you, Joan.
Goodbye, darling.
Not goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen. Until New Year's.
Mexico City, New Year's.
I'll be there, Joan.
I'll be waiting. Auf Wiedersehen.
Don't forget.
Never.
Joan, are you all right? Joan, Dr. Cameron's here.
Miss Ames,
I saw him. I said goodbye. He's gone. He's gone.
Joan. Oh, Joan.
Stand back, please. Is there anything I can do, Doctor?
No. It's too late. There's nothing anyone can do now.
Happy New Year, Steve.
Happy New Year, Tina. Funny, isn't it, to be spending it here in Mexico City?
If things had been different, maybe Dan and Joan would have been with us. They wanted to so much.
Two cocktails for senorita or senor.
Oh, thanks. Well, here's to Dan.
And here's to Joan.
Senor, please, to watch the glasses.
I didn't break any glasses.
Neither did I.
Pardon, senorita. It was over here, you see? Those two glasses. They were standing on the bar. Now they are broke. Very strange.
Steve, what was it?
They always used to break their glasses like that. Joan and Dan.
They loved each other, those two. Then and now. They still love Steve, I know it. Away off, somewhere, where people who love each other always meet again.
Mr. DeMille brings our stars to the microphone in just a moment. While we're waiting, Sally tells me she's been composing riddles lately. Yes, I can see one in her eye right now. What is it, Sally?
Oh, something I thought of this afternoon. What housekeeping job gets done 3 times a day, yet is never finished?
Can the housewives in our audience guess the answer? Well, suppose you tell us, Sally.
Well, it's dishwashing, of course, as every housewife knows.
To her sorrow, I suppose.
Well, there are ways to make it pleasanter. A lot depends on the soap you use.
Yes, if you care for your hands, and practically every woman does, a lot does depend on the soap. That's why millions of women stick to new Quick Lux for their dishes. They do it because it's so kind to their hands. Doesn't leave them with the coarse housework look that's so unattractive. Now, this has been proved very conclusively by recent tests of 5 leading soaps frequently used for dishwashing, including Lux. The tests were made under conditions similar to actual home dishwashing. Hundreds of women took part in them. Not 1, not 10, not even 50, but hundreds of women. Here's what they did. Each woman dipped one hand in Lux suds, the other in suds from another soap, for 20 minutes, 3 times every day for weeks. The conditions, remember, were similar to your own dishwashing. At the end of the tests, the difference was truly amazing. Lux proved that it was milder. In case after case, the Lux hand had remained soft, smooth, and white, while the other hand was rough, red, and coarse-looking. Now, which kind of hand do you want? The soft, smooth one, of course. It's more attractive, more feminine, more lovable. So why not help yours stay that way by using new Quick Lux Flakes for your dishes? It's a good idea to get the generous large-size box because it will do your dishes for a long time. And all the time, it will be caressing your hands, helping them stay soft and white and pretty. Remember that new Quick Lux comes in the same familiar Lux box. It's fast, thrifty, kind to your hands, and yet it costs you no more. Here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The lights come up, and Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien return to the microphone after a great performance.
Well, it's the luck of the Irish, C.B.
Only 2 Irishmen could be that lucky.
I can't agree, gentlemen. A performance like tonight's is a matter of skill.
No, you got it wrong, C.B. Only 2 Irishmen could be lucky enough to have Merle Oberon in the same play with them.
I'm afraid one or both of you has been playing tag with the Blarney Stone.
Well, it must be Pat. He's been coaching the Notre Dame football team these days.
That's right, in the new ROCKNE picture. How does the team look, Pat?
Oh, fine, Merle. I think we win a lot of games. As a matter of fact, if the Notre Dame team doesn't win in a picture called The Life of Knute Rockne, there's something wrong.
And South Bend won't be safe for O'Brien, huh?
How do they treat you back there, Pat?
Oh, great, George. We shot a lot of scenes on the campus, and they put on such a welcome, I almost believed I was Rockne.
Well, Pat, I'm anxious to see your team in action. Mr. DeMille, what's your play next week?
Next Monday night, Merle, we're bringing one of the screen's most popular starring teams to this stage. William Powell and Myrna Loy. And our play is After the Thin Man. Bill and Myrna will play Nick and Nora Charles, the gay husband and wife they've made famous in the Thin Man pictures. As the detectives in After the Thin Man next Monday night, they do their sleuthing in the same romantic and light-hearted way that you've applauded on the screen.
Well, you've got all the ingredients of a hit there, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night. I hope it won't be long until we meet again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Myrna Loy in After the Thin Man. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Kathleen Fitz as Bonnie, Lou Merrill as Doctor, Wally Mayer as Rocky, and Ted Bliss, Fred Shields, Celeste Rush, Clara Blandick, James Eagles, Earl Ross, Warren Ash, Eric Snowden, and Lee Millar. This week, the people of the United States are celebrating Flag Week, culminating in the observance of Flag Day next Friday, June 14th. Now, all of you may join in the observance of this national occasion by displaying the American flag this week. May I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the American Red Cross is appealing to all Americans for contributions to help the thousands of suffering women, children, and aged in war-ridden Europe. More help is needed, and now. Show your sympathy by sending a contribution to your local Red Cross chapter. The picture Till We Meet Again was produced by Warner Brothers. This studio's newest production is All This and Heaven Too, starring Betty Davis and Charles Boyer. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And your announcer has been Melville Ruick.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper in The Westerner with Walter Brennan and Doris Davenport. Ladies and gentlemen,
Your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I have a telegram here from Helen Hayes. She says best wishes to you and the Lux Radio Theater. May your 7th season be so good it surpasses the other 6. That's just like Helen Hayes wishing good to others. So this seems the right time, Helen, to wish you all success in your new program. But it'll be hard to top the performances you've given us in the past. I'm going to be one of your listeners next Sunday night, September 29th. I wouldn't miss the Helen Hayes opening broadcast on the CBS network for anything in the world. Good luck, Helen. We'll be listening. A few weeks ago, on a flight across this continent, I had a bird's eye view of the jagged mountains and broad plains, the quiet towns and bustling cities, the haystacks and the smokestacks. A bird's eye view of America. It was a panorama of achievement, a vision of freedom fulfilled. There was a script in my hand that went well with what I saw. It was the script of tonight's play, The Westerner. A play about some of the men who dreamed America and made the dream come true. To those men, Samuel Goldwyn paid a tribute in his motion picture just released. And to them, we dedicate this radio production with the same stars you'll see on the screen. Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport. The Westerner is a story of the march of empire toward the setting sun, of men who shoot first and ask questions later. It's the story of one man in particular in this rough scramble for land and power, a man with a sense of justice and a way with a gun. His name is Cole Hardin, and he's played tonight by Gary Cooper. Ordinarily, Gary is no easier to pin down for a date at a microphone than he is for a speech at a banquet. But this time, I had him right in the cast of my Northwest Mounted Police, and I got my man. We're proud to present a play like The Westerner because it's part of the old American tradition, and it's brought to you by a modern American tradition, Lux Toilet Soap. We think that American women are the most beautiful women in the world, and we're mighty proud that so many of them use Lux Toilet Soap to help them stay that way. As our curtain rises, it's a signal for action, romance, and excitement. We begin Act 1 of The Westerner, starring Gary Cooper as Cole Hardin, with Walter Brennan as Judge Roy Bean, and Doris Davenport as Jane Ellen Matthews. In the throes of rebirth, after the war between the states, America moved west, where the land was free. First came the cattlemen, and with them, Judge Roy Bean, who took the law into his own hands, administering justice according to his lights. His court was a barroom. His sentences were swift and to the point. The strong limb of a tree and 6 feet of rope. Then into his stronghold moved another army, the homesteaders, who plowed the soil and fenced the fields to bring security to their wives and children. War was inevitable, a war out of which grew the Texas of today. And the bloodiest battleground of that war was west of the Pecos.
Quiet! Quiet! This is a hanging, not a shindig. All set, Judge. We're ready to swing the homesteader.
Chad Wilkins, you've been tried and found guilty of the most serious crime west of the Pecos. To wit, shooting a steer. Got anything to say for yourself before the sentence this court's executed?
I told you those cowherders shot at me first. I didn't mean to kill that steer on purpose. I was aiming at the man.
It's your bad luck you missed him. That's the trouble with you sod busters. You can't shoot straight. But when I move that horse out from under you, by gobs, you'll hang straight. Chad Wilkins, may the Lord have mercy on your soul. All right, boys. Everybody over at the bar. The drinks are on me.
That's what I like to hear.
Now, propose a toast to the greatest woman in the world. There's a picture right up there. To the fairest flower that ever bloomed, Miss Lily Langtry.
Here's out, Judge.
Hold it, boys, hold it. You you there, stranger? Why ain't you drinking? Didn't you hear the toast?
Yes, to Lily Langtree. I thought you meant your friends. I didn't know that included me.
And that includes every man that drinks at my bar.
Yeah, glad to join you. Have you ever met Miss Langtree, Judge?
No, I never met her. I never met the sun and never shook hands with the moon, and I've never been introduced to no clouds.
Hey, that's all right. Too bad Lily Langtree couldn't have heard that.
Did you ever see her?
No, I was in England once when she was playing at the Empire, but I didn't get around to it.
Oh, you was in England once, and you could have seen her, but you never got around to it, huh? Get out of my bar.
Huh? Well,
get out of my bar. Go on, get.
Yeah, sure. I didn't do anything. I just...
To the Jersey Lily, boys. Miss Lily Langtree.
Whoa.
Hey, what's going on out there, Chickenfoot?
Looks to me like Blackjack's bringing in another prisoner.
Prisoner, huh? Hand me my law books under the bar.
Get in there. Go on. Keep moving. Give us room, boys.
What you got there, Blackjack?
A horse thief, Judge.
Prisoner to the bar. Chickenfoot, the law.
Order in the court. Hear your court of vinegaroon now in session.
Where's the prisoner? Which one's the prisoner?
I guess you're talking about me. Are you Judge Bean?
That's right. Why?
Well, nothing much. I've heard of you.
So is a lot of people. What's the charge, Blackjack?
We caught him on Chickenfoot's horse that was stole last week.
A horse, Pete? Where's he at?
Right outside.
Let me see. Well, so it is. Bean.
Guess we got a case, all right. People of Vinegaroon again, you can use any name you like.
Cole Hardin.
What are you doing in Vinegaroon?
Oh, just passing through.
Homesteader?
No.
Where do you hail from?
Oh, no place particular.
Where you heading for?
No place special.
Oh, saddlebum, huh? Well, it's all right to live on a horse if it's your own horse. Chickenfoot, swear him in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you? Take off your hat.
Now, Cole Hardin, I'll tell you.
Here, let me in.
Here, order. What do you want in here?
Are you Bean?
Yes, ma'am, Judge Roy W. Bean.
My name's Jane Ellen Matthews.
Yes, Miss Matthews, what can I do for you?
What have you done with Shad Wilkins?
Shad Wilkins?
He was working in the fields when some of your wranglers came up and took him away.
Shad Wilkins. Oh, yeah. He was hanging around out here a while back, but he ain't around now.
Your men not only took him away, but they tore down the fence. Not a stick of it was left standing.
That's so?
Yes, that's so, and you needn't pretend you don't know about it.
Well, it don't surprise me none. It's against the law to build fences hereabouts.
What law? Whose law?
Mine.
Now, you listen to me, Mr. Bean.
Judge Bean.
You're no more a judge than I am.
I wouldn't say that if I was you. I might consider it contempt of court.
It's contempt, all right. You call this a court?
I do, and it happens to be in session right now. Southeast, get the young lady a chair. Now you sit down, Matthews, and I'll tend to your case in a minute. Cole Hardin, you're charged with stealing a horse. Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Where's Exhibit A?
Huh?
Where's the horse? Bring in the horse, Chickenfoot.
Oh, yeah, sure. Look out.
Miss Matthews, when cattle can't get to water, they die.
There's miles of river on each side of our homestead.
This country's unfenced rangeland. It always was and always will be.
Get in there. All right, Judge, there he is. Oh, boy.
Cole Hardin, it's my duty to inform you that the larceny of an equine is a capital offense, punishable by death. But you can rest assured that in this court, a horse thief always gets a fair trial before he's hung. Chickenfoot, that's your horse?
Oh, sure he is.
Ownership of the horse clearly established. It belongs to Chickenfoot. That's my ruling.
Well, I don't contest it, Your Honor. Maybe the horse does belong to Chickenfoot here, but I didn't steal it.
How'd you get it then?
I bought it.
Order in the court. That all you got to say?
That's all.
No, it's not. I'm not going to stay here and see anybody railroaded like this.
Miss Matthews, I don't recollect you as summoned as a witness in this trial.
What kind of a trial is it when a prisoner isn't even allowed to have anybody speak for him?
You an attorney, miss?
I'm as much an attorney as you are a judge.
You know this man?
No, I don't.
Ever seen him before?
No, but...
Can you prove he didn't steal the horse?
No, but...
Then he don't need no lawyer. This man was caught in a stolen horse, and in this jurisdiction, that's prima facie evidence. The case is closed, and that's my ruling.
Yes, and it's just like all your rulings.
The courtroom will now be cleared of everybody excepting the judge, the jury, the prisoner, and the witnesses. I guess that means you, Miss Matthews.
I'll go. I don't want to see any more. Murder, that's what it is. This man hasn't got a chance, and you know it. But you never give anybody a chance. You didn't give us one when you stampeded the cattle over our crops. You thought you'd starve the homesteaders out, but you didn't. You can pester us and rob us and kill us, but you can't stop us. Because there'll always be more coming, more and more. And we'll stay on our farms in spite of you and your courtroom and your killers.
By gob, she's all right. She'd make a good cattleman. If it wasn't for Lily, I'd marry her. Gentlemen of the jury, you heard the case again the accused, pro and con. And now I guess you better retire to consider a verdict. Chickenfoot, you better take Pete out for a little fresh air.
All right. Take him out, Bart. I got work to do. Jury to the rear. Come on now. Come on, Bart. Take him out there easily.
Do you suppose it's all right for the prisoner to take a drink?
Why, sure. We don't aim to inflict no cruel or unusual punishment on a man, even if he is a horse thief.
Join me, Your Honor.
Don't mind if I do. Don't spill none of that liquor, son. It eats right into the bar.
Well, here's to the most beautiful lady. The beautiful lady on the wall, Miss Lily Langtree. Say, is that a bullet in her face?
Yeah, and the man that fired that bullet was hauled out of here feet first.
Is that so? Well, he ought to be. Any man that'd shoot at a picture of Lily Langtree ought to be killed. It's just retribution.
You admire Miss Lily's, too?
Well, that's putting it mildly. She's the most beautiful woman I ever met.
Met? You mean to tell me you met Lily Langtree, the real her in the flesh?
Oh, many times. Wonderful actress.
How'd you get to know her?
Well, that's a long story, Judge. Mighty fine liquor. What do you call it?
Rub of the brush. Go on. Did you get to know her real well?
It's got character.
I said, did you get to know her real well?
Now, Judge, a gentleman never discusses a lady in a barroom.
Who said it's a barroom? This is a courtroom. Tell me, is she as pretty as them pictures?
The picture's never been made that can do justice to Lily Langtree.
See, is she good-natured?
An angel. I'll never forget the night we met.
Yeah? Go on. What's she like?
I'll never forget it as long as I live. You've been down around Llano Bay, ain't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, you know how it is at sunset? You can look out and that water ain't exactly blue, and it ain't exactly purple. It's a kind of color a man can feel, but he can't put a name to.
Yeah?
Well, that's Lily's eyes.
By gobs. How about her hair?
Her hair? Oh, well, that's a tough one, Judge. Well, you know how bright and coppery and gold-like a young chestnut horse is a-running in the bright sun?
Yeah.
Well, her hair is something like that in the daytime.
You mean it's different at night?
Well, not different, but just sort of more so.
By gobs.
I got a lock of her hair.
But you mean to tell me you actually got the real... well, I don't suppose you'd ever part with that lock of hair, no matter what a man is willing to give.
A man don't trade things like that.
Oh, of course not. See, let's have a look at it.
I haven't got it with me.
Where's it at?
It's with my stuff in El Paso.
El Paso, huh?
Uh-huh.
Suppose you could ride for it?
Sure.
Wouldn't take long to get here by mail coach?
Oh, about 2 or 3 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks, huh?
Yeah, about.
Mm-hmm.
Jury's ready, Judge.
Come on in. Well, what's the verdict?
Why, you know what the verdict is. Guilty.
Hardin, there's only one thing it can do. You're sentenced to hang. That's my ruling. Turn loose the prisoner's hands, boys.
But, Judge, you just ruled.
I didn't finish my ruling. The court sentenced the prisoner to hang, but the court didn't say when. So long as there's reasonable doubt...
What reasonable doubt, Judge?
We caught him with Chickenfoot's horse.
There ain't any room for doubt.
Order! I've been talking to the prisoner. He's a friend of Lily Langtree's. Stands to reason no friend of Lily Langtree's goes around stealing horses. Leastways, there's reasonable doubt. His sentence is suspended for 2 or 3 weeks until I can look into the matter further. That's my ruling. Court's adjourned.
A man get a drink now?
Sure he can. Hi, Evans.
Evening, Judge.
What'll it be?
Jersey Lily Special.
Ain't seen you for some time, Evans.
Nope. Been up north. Just rode in. Pardon, mister. Yeah? What's on your mind? I heard you say you've been up north. Say, you don't happen to have a twin brother, do you?
No, I haven't.
Then maybe you better pay me that money you owe me.
You're loco, brother. I don't owe you nothing.
You owe me $60.
Get away from me.
$60.
Get away, I tell you.
Say, look, mister, I don't happen to have a gun on me. But I want that money, and I want it now.
Why, you...
Pretty nice work, Hardin. Thanks. Now, with the permission of the court, I'll just take my $60 out of his pocket.
Just a minute. I ain't so sure that's legal.
Yeah, well, it is in this case. You see, this friend of yours is the man who sold me that horse.
What? And he's the fellow that stole it from me. Get him up off that floor. I'll
take it easy. Stand right where you are.
Look out, Chickenfoot. He's got you covered.
Put away that gun, Evans.
I'm going out that door. Anybody makes a move, I'll drop him.
That goes devil for me. Put down that gun.
I'm warning you.
Come on, you.
Oh. You got him, Judge. Right through the heart.
That's where I aimed. How much he got in his pockets?
Let me see. 50, 60, 80, $84.06.
You fined $80 for disorderly conduct and $4.06 for carrying concealed weapons. Now you men get some rope and string him up.
String him up? Why, he's dead already.
We hang horse thieves, don't we? String him up like I tell you.
Well, all right.
Hardin, you can have his horse and outfit. Come on, have a drink. Rub with the brush?
Rub with the brush.
Say when, son.
When?
I guess I can match that. When? Well, son, here's to a lock of Miss Lily's hair. That's coming from El Paso.
Right.
Better have another one on that. Make it a good one this time. Say when, son.
When?
Good boy. Say when. Oh.
Morning, Judge. Time to get up.
Huh? Who are you? Who are you?
Sorry if I woke you. I was just leaving.
Oh, you was. Well, what... Oh, stranger. Come here, quick.
What's the matter?
Straighten out my neck, will you? Grab hold of my head now and jerk it quick. Oh, thank you. Where's my neck? You see, I was hung once, but my friends cut me down in time. Now, when I don't live right, why, the crick comes back on me. Now, who are you, anyhow? What are you doing here?
Well, don't you remember? I'm the fellow that filled out the inside straight on one Chickenfoot's horse. He's waiting outside for me now, saddled and ready to go. Well, so long, Judge. Nice to have met you.
One Chickenfoot's horse. Inside straight. I never saw him before in my life. Man, it's crazy. By gobs, that lock of hair. Hey, you! Come back here! Come back! Come back, you!
What's all the excitement, Judge?
Get out of my way. I gotta catch that fella. Get me a horse. Anybody's horse. Quick. Hey, you! Pull up that horse! Stop! Do you hear?
Sorry, Judge. I'm in a hurry.
Pull up that horse and by gobs, I'll pull you down off it.
Try it.
All right, I will.
Hey, look out! Why, you crazy old...
That lock of hair. Lily's hair. You promised to write to El Paso for it, don't you remember? We drank on it. When are you going to do it, huh? You ain't going to crawfish?
No. The first post office I come to.
Oh, my neck. Straighten her out with you, son. Thanks.
You mangy old scorpion. You might have got us both killed. Here, Pete. Come on, feller. That's a boy. Come on now, easy.
Hey, son. Where you going?
California.
What do you want to go to California for?
See the Pacific Ocean.
It's just like the Gulf down Atlanta Bay.
It's bigger.
Why don't you stay around Vinegaroo a while? We could have a lot of fun together, you and me. We could talk about Lily and...
No, I'm on my way.
Listen, it's a great country here west of the Pecos. Fella could really make something of himself. Why, when I first come here, I didn't have nothing. Now I'm boss of the whole section.
That's mighty fine, Judge.
You know, I sort of cottoned to you the first time I seen you. Why don't you put in with me?
Well, I tell you, Judge, it's nice of you to ask me, but I'm heading for California, and nothing short of hanging can stop me.
Wait a minute. You can't go. You're under suspended sentence for horse stealing.
Why, you hung Evans for that.
You're under suspended anyhow. Who are you? What do I know about you? How do I know they ain't looking for you? You're under arrest for disorderly conduct, for disturbing the peace, for vagrancy, and you're on your way back to town with me, and that's my ruling.
Sorry, Judge.
Come back here.
Thanks for everything.
Come back or I'll shoot.
No, you won't.
I won't, huh? I'll show you.
So long.
By gobs, he stole my gun.
Act 2 of The Westerner, starring Gary Cooper as Cole Hardin, Walter Brennan as Judge Roy Bean, and Doris Davenport as Jane Ellen Matthews. West of the Pecos, the land shall be free for the grazing of cattle. That was Judge Bean's law, enforced by a roaring six-shooter. On the homestead farms, hired hands dropped their tools and ran, leaving the crops to wither in the sun. Only the braver souls remained to plead and beg and fight, and one of these was Jane Ellen Matthews.
You're cowards. That's what you are. Afraid of your own shadows. This is our land. It belongs to us. We have a right to be here, and it's our duty to stay here.
We hired out for farm work, miss, not a civil war. This is no fit place to homestead in.
Land's no good when there's all this lead flying over it.
If you'd shoot back, maybe they'd stop bothering.
We did shoot back.
Go to Chad Wilkins, and he ain't a-trying it no more.
Shad Wilkins is only one man. My daughter's right in a lot of ways. She says you've a duty to stay, and it is a duty. To open this country, make it free,
We're
not a
sorry,
lawless.
Mr. Matthews, but we don't want no part of it. Come on, Jack.
And they call themselves men.
I told you what it'd be like, Mr. Matthews. My hands quit the same way yesterday.
But you're going to stay. You're not going to leave Wade.
I own my land. I'll stay all right. But we've got to do something and do it fast, or there won't be a hired hand left in the country.
What can we do?
We can fight fire with fire. There's enough homesteaders left that feel the same way I do. We can give Judge Bean the same thing he gave Shad Wilkins.
No, Wade. That's not the way. Just more killing and more bloodshed. We can't win like that.
Maybe. Well, I gotta get over to the farm.
Aren't you going to stay for supper?
I'll be back.
Father,
Yes?
you suppose Wade meant what he said?
There's no telling about Wade. I was thinking, though, maybe if some of us did see Roy Bean, appeal to him for justice.
Justice. If you'd seen him yesterday pretending to try that prisoner, well, the man didn't have a chance.
What's the matter?
Oh, that man. The one I saw him plain as day looking in the window.
Well, you were seeing things, Jane Ellen. They hanged that man.
I saw him, I tell you.
Who's there?
Evening. Am I intruding?
Oh, no, you're not. It's just, I thought you were a ghost.
I guess you're partly to blame. I'm not. I just stopped by to thank you.
Father, this is Mr.
Hardin.
Welcome, Mr. Hardin. You mean to tell me Bean tried you and you didn't hang?
Well, your daughter was my lawyer. I guess she's the one that got me off.
I knew you weren't a horse thief.
Thanks. What made you so sure?
Oh, I just knew.
Are you working anywhere, son?
No, I'm heading for California.
I see. Well, Mr. Hardin, I suppose a body that's just been hanged is apt to be a bit hungry.
You can stay for supper.
Well, I don't want to put you out any.
Oh, no, not at all. Sit down here, Mr. Hardin.
Thank you. You're very kind.
He likes it here, Jane Ellen. Wouldn't surprise me if we've got him.
What's he doing now?
Out feeding his horse.
Looks good and strong. Probably could take the place of 2 men.
I was thinking that. I was also thinking you might add on a little more welcome.
How do you mean?
Oh, just keep smiling at him, and if it should come up natural-like, you might mention what a handsome man he is. Can't do any harm.
Father, I'm not going to.
Look out. Everything all right, Hardin?
Fine, thanks.
Good. I'll go see about your bunk.
Oh, don't trouble.
No trouble at all.
Can I give you a hand?
Oh, no, thanks. Just sit down and make yourself comfortable.
Well, I won't argue with you. If I had to wash dishes, I guess I'd give up eating.
Well, what do you do about the dishes when you're home?
Home? You mean in a house?
Well, you live in a house, don't you?
No, ma'am. My house is all out there. All one room with the sky for a roof.
Pretty big place.
Yep, got some space to rent.
And California's your next stop, huh?
California? Yeah, but I don't stop. Oregon next, I guess.
Well, all places aren't just the same. Wouldn't you rather stay a little longer in some places?
Nope, they're all the same. Beautiful when you leave them. It's like the turtles. They carry their houses with them. If I had to build me a house, I'd have it on wheels.
Not me. I'd want my house so that nothing could ever move it. Down so deep that an earthquake couldn't shake it, and a cyclone would be just another wind going by.
Well, you say, who wants to be a turtle? And I say, I hope you'll be very happy in your house. Well, I guess I'll be getting along.
Oh, say, wait a minute.
What?
I'll bet I know something we would agree on.
What's that?
Well, in about a week now, we're going to husk the corn, and I'll bet you'll agree that that's fun.
Huh? Husking corn fun?
Yes.
I'd rather wash dishes.
Oh.
Well, it was a fine supper and good cooking.
Oh, Mr. Hardin.
Huh?
You're a very handsome man, you know.
I doubt that, but I'm a very, very tired one. Good night.
Good night. Shoot! Oh, yes. There he goes. Oh, that was fine, Mr. Hardin.
Yeah. Huh. If anybody told me yesterday I'd be playing tag in a cornfield with a lot of cows,
If we had some men that would ride fence, there wouldn't be any cows in the cornfield.
That's right, isn't it? You know, you were sure cute last night, Miss Matthews.
Well, what was cute about me?
Well, in the first place, I've never been so welcome anywhere in my life. And when I said I didn't like picking corn, well, that was when you were cute.
Now you're making fun of me.
Well, it's more fun than picking corn.
Jane Ellen! Hardin!
Hey, look at your father. I wonder what's up.
Father, what is it?
I tried to stop them. They wouldn't listen to me.
Wade.
Oh, yes. It's the wrong thing to do. I begged them not to.
Who? What happened?
Wade Harper's rounded up some of the men. The homesteaders. They're going to town to lynch Judge Bean.
When did they leave?
About an hour ago. They took our wagon.
Well, get off that horse, quick.
Where are you going?
Into town.
You back from California already?
Hey, you got to get out of here and don't stop for nothing.
Did you write to El Paso?
Hey, listen, just get on your horse and get because they're after you.
Did you write to... Who's after me?
The homesteaders. They're going to string you up.
Why, that bunch of plow-pushing, sod-busting...
They're outside right now. A whole wagon load of them.
A wagon load? Why, I can handle a train load of them. I'll tear their livers out.
Get in that back room.
What for? Let go.
I'm locking you in there till they leave.
You're locking nobody in. I'll shoot my way out.
Get in there.
Open up! Open this door!
gentlemen. What'll it be?
It'll be Roy Bean. Where is he?
He's out for a while.
Oh, that's because you came down here and warned him.
I told you Judge Bean is out.
All right, we'll wait.
Make a move and I'll kill you.
Wait, Judge.
I'm handling this. Keep your hands up, all of you. Cole, start collecting them shotguns and set them down this end of the bar easy like. Go on.
Drop your rifles, boys. He's holding the cards right now. Now, Judge, I'll take yours.
Let go, you crazy.
Thanks. The drinks are on me, gentlemen.
We're not drinking with you, Hardin, or him either.
I ain't serving none of my liquor to no bunch of tomato-kissing, plow-pushing...
Now, Judge, we don't want any harsh words to spoil this friendly little get-together.
Get-together? Why, this pack of weasels invade the dignity of my courtroom, come in here armed with malice aforethought to kick up a rumpus?
Now, look, you being a judge, you know there's always two sides to any question. Now, these men have come here with a legitimate grievance.
We're not asking you to speak for us, Hardin.
No, not me either.
Well, that makes it unanimous. I'm going to talk for the both of you. There's a law here against fencing land that seems nothing short of murder to people raising crops. But it's common sense to men running cattle. I've seen this kind of war before. The cattlemen came in first, and then the homesteaders moved in and fenced them out. They had crops for a year, and then a dry spell, a drought. So the homesteaders moved out, and the Russian thistle and the gypsum weed moved in. And the big spaces were all broken up by little quarter sections. And the homesteads left empty. And the houses caved in, and the land no good for man or cattle.
Yeah, you spoiled the land in the east. Now you come here to spoil this land.
Well, this here's a big country.
Yeah, but it ain't big enough for cattlemen and homesteaders, and it never will be. Now clear out of here. That's my ruling.
All right, Bean. We're going. We're going back to build our fences.
If you do, you better build coffins along with them. You sure told them off, son.
Yep, and now I'm going to tell you off. I'm sorry I stopped them from lynching you. They got a right to defend their homesteads.
This ain't homestead land. You just said so yourself.
The government didn't say so.
I'm the government here. By gobs, I don't see how you can talk up for scum like that.
Well, they proved up on their land, and they've got deeds to it. When you make war on them, you're making war on their women and kids, too. Those people were starved out last year. I heard about those cattle being stampeded over their crops, and there's too many strays running loose in that valley right now. Only they're not strays.
What do you want me to do, arrest them cattle and fine them a couple of dollars apiece for trespass?
Now, look. Those people don't take up much room with their little shirt-sized pieces of land. Why don't you be a real judge? For all the people. Why don't you try to see their side of it and help them instead of fight them? Make peace around here instead of war. There's plenty of room for everybody. Then everybody'd look up to you. Then someday maybe they'd put up a statue out there in the street. A statue with carving on it. To Roy Bean, a real judge.
What are you doing? Catching a fish?
I guess I'm wasting my time.
Hold on, wait a minute. Did you write that letter to El Paso yet?
No.
You promised we drank on it.
I didn't have to write it. I had that lock of hair on me all the time.
You did? Well, why didn't you give it to me then?
If I'd have given it to you, you'd have hung me, wouldn't you?
Might have at that. Let's have a look at it, would you?
I haven't got it on me.
Suffering, bleeding Chickamauga. Where's it at?
Well, I left it over at the Matthews place.
Oh, how is she?
Huh?
Come on, I'll ride right over there with you.
No, you won't.
You mean you're going to crawfish? You ain't going to give it to me?
Sure, I'll give it to you.
When?
When the last steer's out of that valley.
All right. I'll pass the word around to the boys.
No, you don't. You're going to help run those cattle out, and I'm going along with you to see that it's done.
Well, don't you trust me, Cole?
When I was a kid, I had a pet rattlesnake. I was fond of it, but I wouldn't turn my back on it.
You all right.
I'm going back now and gather my stuff.
And that lock of hair?
Yep, the lock of hair. I'll remember. Morning, Jane Ellen.
Why are you stopping? California's that way.
Oh, I don't seem to be in favor here. Anything wrong?
They told me you spoke up for Bean, Mr. Hardin.
Well, I did try to tell them Bean's point of view.
Why didn't you tell him ours?
Well, I did that, too. And we got together. You won't have to patrol your fields any longer. The judge gave me his word. They'd round up all the cattle in this valley and take them out of here.
You think he'd keep his word?
Well, I'm going along with him to see that he does.
You mean it, don't you?
Yes'm. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to say.
What?
Let me look at you. No. No, you're not the prettiest girl I ever saw.
Well, that's good news. Who asked you?
But you got the prettiest hair I ever saw.
Oh, thank you.
I never saw anything like it. Could I clip a lock of it?
No, you can't.
Will you clip one?
No, I won't.
Kind of a deadlock, isn't it? But I sure would like to have it. You don't suppose I could sort of talk you into it, do you?
I doubt it.
Mm-hmm. Well, sit down, will you? I brought along a pair of scissors. You know, just in case.
Gosh, a lock of Lily's hair. It's genuine, ain't it?
Cut it off with my own hands.
By God.
Remember, you said every steer out of the valley by harvest time, and that's around next week.
They'll be out. You got my word.
I hope so. They're figuring on a little celebration. I'd hate to disappoint them.
That's hard to believe. On a steer around for miles and the crop half reaped. It's too good to be true.
Don't be so gloomy, Wade. We're celebrating the occasion, not brooding over it.
Just the same, it's funny. I don't trust him, Mr. Matthews.
Well, shall we go back?
No, Cole. Not yet. There's something I want to show you.
All right.
Tell me something. What'd you ever do with that lock of hair?
Your hair. Why,
Show it to me.
Nobody can see that. Not even you.
Look, Cole. There's what I wanted to show you. The best piece of homestead land in the whole country. Used to belong to one of the hired men that left us, and now it's anybody's. You just claim it.
Yeah, say, that's a fine piece of land, all right. Yep, say, look at the feed up on those slopes over there, and that strip along the bottom's fine for wheat or corn.
And that little knoll right there, it's just begging for a house.
Do you know how to build a house?
No.
Well, you have the kitchen there, and the bedroom there, and the parlor right smack here in the middle.
Yes, and it would have to have the right things in it, too.
What sort of things?
Oh, fires and lamplight. The smell of coffee in the morning and sound of rain on the roof.
You make it sound pretty nice.
It couldn't be on wheels, though. It'd be there to stay.
When you talk about it, it don't sound bad.
Cole.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know it. Look, fire! The wheat fields are on fire.
What's happened? Go to your homes, everybody! Protect your houses! Who did it? Judge Bean and his men. They've set fire to every field in the valley. Go to your homes!
Bean and his men.
Go to your homes!
You told me he promised to let us alone.
He gave me his word.
Our whole crop's burning to the ground. That's how good his word is, and yours, too.
Jane Ellen.
You knew we were going to be burned out. You must have known. That's why you herded all the cattle out so they wouldn't be burned with the crop.
You don't believe that, Jane Ellen.
Get away from me. Don't you touch me. I hate you. I hate you.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
curtain rises on the third act of The Westerner. Throughout the night, the fire rages, sweeping across the green valley, turning the houses to heaps of gray ash, the fertile fields to a sea of smoldering black. In the desolate dawn, the homesteaders move slowly across the plain to a new and more friendly land. But there's one who stays behind, a victim of hate and lawlessness. Jane Ellen's father, buried now beneath the soil he loved so well.
Man that is born of woman has but a short time to live. He cometh up and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth as if it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. In the midst of life, we are in death.
Jane Ellen, I just heard about your father. I came to see if I could help you.
They ran him down with their horses. Judge Bean's men. He tried to stop him, and he killed him.
The wagon train's left. The homesteaders have all gone, Jane Ellen.
I'm staying. Nobody's going to drive me away from my land. Not with cattle or fire or killing my father or anything else. I'll be here long after Bean and his gang of murderers are gone.
Sure you will. And me, too.
I don't want you. I don't want any of Roy Bean's friends around me. I don't need your help. I can do what I have to do alone.
So can I. I'll be back, Jane Ellen.
So this town, heretofore known as Vinegaroon, is hereby christened Langtree. Langtree, Texas. No man ever give a woman a whole town afore, but I'm a-doing it. And from now on, this whole section's gonna bloom like the Jersey lily herself. Quiet! Quiet! I ain't through yet. Miss Langtree's coming soon to play a night over at Fort Davis. And I want every legal resident of Langtree, Texas, to go over and see the godmother of this here town. A town of cattlemen. For cattlemen, and by God's run by cattlemen. Now, in honor of this great occasion, I'm dishing out free beer to one and all. And anybody found sober after sundown is liable to arrest for disorderly conduct. And that's my ruling. Let her go!
I'd like to see you for a minute, Judge.
Why, cold. By gobs, man, I'm glad to see you. Why, I never wanted to see a man so much before in my life.
What for?
What for? Why, don't you know what for? She's coming to Fort Davis. Lily Langtree's coming to Fort Davis.
Lily Langtree?
Lily Langtree, yeah. And you and me are going over there together. You're going to introduce me to her. By gobs, I'm going to meet her. I just can't believe it.
I want to talk to you, Judge.
Yeah, all right. And look, what I got to tell her when I see you. See that sign over there? Langtree. That's the name of this town. A great town after a great woman.
I said I wanted to talk to you.
Sure, Cole. This is a great day. I tell you, it's the greatest day in the history of Texas. Come on inside. Sit down, Cole. I'll fix you a drink. Say when, son?
When?
Huh? What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Quite a fire, wasn't it?
Huh? Oh, the fire. Yeah, wasn't it, though?
Yeah. Too bad.
Yeah.
I wonder who was behind it.
Oh, fire don't need nothing behind it. Fire has a way of moving all its own. Here's how, Cole.
Wait a minute. Before I drink with you, Judge, I want to know you had nothing to do with it.
Me? Why, how can you say a thing like that? Didn't I round up all them cattle for you? Wasn't I right in here in town when the fire broke out? Didn't I? Well, I was. And what's more, I ain't got no idea who done it. Now, drink up. Don't you believe me?
No.
Now, listen, son. I told you how it was. And I don't want you calling me no liar. Now drink hearty.
Will you swear by that?
There ain't no reason it should be, but I'm willing. All right. I swear I had nothing to do with it. I swear by the revised statutes. By gobs, if there was a Bible in town, I'd...
Where's that lock of hair?
Huh?
That lock of hair, where is it?
Right here with me.
Let me see it. Will you swear on that? Will you?
All right, it was me. I burned their houses and the crops. I run them varmints out, and if you think I'm sorry, you're crazy. I'm proud and glad to rid the country of them. It was either them or us, and now the range grass will grow back. And someday the cattlemen will put up a statue of me out there in the street, and they'll write on it, to Judge Roy Bean. He give us back the land.
You get warrants in Fort Davis.
Yeah, that's where they get them, but they don't know how to spell my name. It's been tried before.
I'll get one.
Cole.
And this time, you're going to get what's coming to you.
Cole. You and me's friends. I done what I had to. You think I was wrong. But if it was my own son come over here with a warrant, he'd have to be first on the draw.
I aim to be. Unless I get it in the back before I get out of here.
So long, Cole.
So long, Judge.
Raise your right hand. Do you, Cole Hardin, solemnly swear to carry out the duties of Deputy Sheriff according to law and in the best interest of the state and citizens thereof?
Yes, sir. I do.
Here's your warrant for Roy Bean. Good luck, Hardin.
Quiet! Go ahead, Chickenfoot.
I
tell you, I seen Cole Hardin over at Fort Davis. I was buying those tickets for Little Lancry for you, and I seen him coming out of the sheriff's office with a star on his shirt.
Got a one-track mind, ain't he? A deputy, huh?
If I was you, Judge, I wouldn't go anywhere near Fort Davis to see the best actress ever was.
Me neither.
How do you know you ain't heading into a trap?
Them hombres is just waiting down there for you.
Why, you pack of yellow bellies. Chickenfoot, give me them tickets.
You mean you're going to Fort Davis alone?
Not by a jugful, I ain't. You're all going with me as a guard honor right up the Opera House. But I'm going in alone. I bought out the whole house just for me, see? I ain't sharing the Jersey Lily with no one.
Come on, get one of them.
Town's kind of deserted, Judge. Yeah. They must have heard I was on my way.
There's the Opry House.
Pull up. All right, boys, tie your horses over there. Take your places outside the theater and stay there. I want strict privacy all during the show.
You'll get it.
I'm going in now. Chickenfoot, give me one of them tickets.
Right this way, sir. Your seat's over here.
My seat's anywhere I want to sit.
Oh, yes, certainly, but...
Right here'll do. When does Miss Langtree go on in the play?
Well, as soon as the curtain goes up, sir.
Well, when's that?
Well, when the audience is here. You're the first one, and
I'm the only one. Yeah. So we can start right now.
Oh, but I don't...
Don't you hear good? I'm the audience. I'm the only one here.
Except me, Judge.
Why, you?
Don't make a move for your gun. Usher, you better beat it.
Yeah, yes, certainly.
Now, look, Judge. I'm coming over there. I'm coming over to get you.
Yeah, you better come a-shooting.
I'm hoping that won't be necessary. Just keep your hands where they are, Judge.
Deputy now, hey, Cole?
Yep.
That star on your shirt makes a right good target.
Yeah.
I hate to do this, Cole.
Maybe I'll beat you to it.
All right, let's see.
Judge.
Now, you see what you done? You stopped the show. How are we going to see Lily? Waited a long time for this. Now it's too late.
No. No, it isn't. She's back there now waiting to see you.
What?
She knows all about you. She wants to meet you. She told me so herself.
She wants to meet me. Help me stand up.
There she is. She's coming right here.
I can stand alone. Turn me loose. I tell you, that's my ruling.
Miss Langtree?
Yes?
Miss Langtree, I'd like to present an old admirer, Judge Roy Bean.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Judge. There's your house, Mrs. Harden. The last nails driven and the last stones in place.
Not a wheel in sight. Oh, Cole, it's wonderful.
Look. Say, look across the valley.
Why, it's the homesteaders. They're coming back again.
Yep, wagons as far as your eye can see. Coming back in peace to build a state. It's the promised land.
Gary Cooper, Walter Brennan, and Doris Davenport are back at the microphone without 6 shooters. Things are a little calmer in the state of Texas these days, aren't they, Gary?
Well, we were all down there last week, CB. It was pretty lively around Fort Worth and Dallas.
And we all had a grand time at the premiere of The Westerner. The people in Dallas and Fort Worth really got off the red carpet for us.
But nobody shot at us. Maybe they liked the picture.
Gary, I think your idea of audience criticism may be just a bit dated.
It's the Judge Bean influence.
If my memory doesn't fail me, the judge was not exactly fiction.
No, sir. He's a lot too real for the good health of quite a few people. As a matter of fact, CB, we met a fellow that used to work for him while we were making the Westerner.
Yeah, the judge hired this fellow to hold up a train.
Oh, was there any gold on the train?
No, just Lily Langtree. That was the judge's way, rather, of inviting her to the town of Langtree.
How romantic. What happened, Gary?
Well, the feller missed the train.
Yeah, and the judge never let him come back to town again.
I suppose that's why he's still alive. You know, Mr. DeMille, this is the first time I've ever been in the Lux Radio Theater. But I'm a regular listener and a regular Lux soap user, too. As a matter of fact, I was a good customer of yours long before I started working in pictures. Lux soap agreed with my skin from the very first time I tried it. So, naturally, I've used it ever since.
Another Lux soap booster, CB.
The more the merrier, Gary. And I think we'll have a lot of boosters for next week's play, too.
What's it going to be, CB?
Next Monday night, Walter, we're going to have Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray on the stage. And you'll hear them in the play, His Girl Friday. It's adapted from the Columbia Picture success and brings Claudette to this microphone as a wisecracking girl reporter. Fred McMurray is the boss editor, but bossing a reporter like Claudette Colbert is no easy job. Add the fact that the reporter was formerly the editor's wife, and the sum of the situation for us is a brilliant comedy romance next Monday night.
Well, that sounds good to me, CB, and I'll be in the audience. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr.
Good night. That was great play action tonight, partners. So, Gary, check your guns at the stage door. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray in His Girl Friday. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here is important news for those of you who live in communities not operating on daylight saving time. If you live in a community which does not operate on daylight saving time, you will hear this program beginning next Monday night, 1 hour later than heretofore. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Chickenfoot, Fred Shields as Wade, Harry Humphrey as Caliphate, Donald Curtis as Blackjack, John Deering as Shad Wilkins, Brooks Benedict as Bart, J. Michael as Evans, Ted Arthurs as Hod, Hal K. Dawson as theater manager, Forrest Taylor as farmer, and Gloria Holden as Lily Langtry. The stars of The Westerner appeared tonight through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn. The Scarlett O'Hara brooch, offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, is designed after one worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in Wings of the Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Brave men going down to the sea in ships have written a glorious history for the United States Navy. Over the years, they've brought new honor to the great names of John Paul Jones, Stephen Decatur, Oliver H. Perry, and Admiral George Dewey. In ships of wood and ships of iron, under sail and steam, they've served notice to the world that this land must be respected. Today, that tradition lives on in ships of steel that guard the ramparts of the sea, and in ships of silver that guard the ramparts of the sky, our first line of defense. This new frontier of the air provides the background for tonight's exciting drama, Wings of the Navy. And we have the original stars of the Warner Brothers picture, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne. It's a saga of those men of destiny who do their daily work at 200, 300, 400 miles an hour. We throw the spotlight on two of these men. Two brothers, played tonight by George Brent and John Payne. They're both daredevils, and they're both in love with the same girl, which won't be hard to understand, because the girl is played by Olivia de Havilland. I think it's fitting that a story like this should be brought to you by a national theater. And we're grateful to the millions of you who have made this a national theater by your loyalty to the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. We look to your letters for guidance in producing these plays. Your comments make pleasant reading for us, not only in what you say about our plays, but what you tell us about Lux Toilet Soap. Now there's adventure in the air and a thrill in every cloud as the curtain goes up on Act One of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Arlington Cemetery, where great men of America lie at rest, is a national shrine dedicated to those whose lives were given in service to their country. On a bright spring morning, a crowd has gathered to pay tribute to the memory of another hero, William Harrington, Admiral, United States Navy. Uniformed officers stand stiffly at attention, their eyes on the speaker's platform. Among them are Jerry and Cass Harrington, sons of the man to be honored. Far overhead, a fleet of airplanes soars in battle formation, a jagged spearhead against the fleecy clouds.
And today we dedicate this monument to the memory of Admiral William Harrington. It is a small thing compared to the monument Admiral Harrington created for himself in the hearts of those who served with him. Along the coast of America and far at sea steam a majestic array of fighting craft. Mammoth battleships, destroyers, silent, deadly submarines that prowl the ocean depths. This is the battle fleet of the United States Navy. And in the skies soars an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, defying the blackness of night, breathing challenge to the fury of storm and lightning. These are the wings of the Navy. Death often rode the wings of the fleet in earlier days, but from the beginning, through sheer determination, through sacrifice of life and limb, the Navy has progressed to the point where today it can fill the heavens with the most powerful fighting force in the world. Admiral Harrington and others of his day paved the way for its existence by giving all they had to the service they loved. And today, men are giving their lives to maintain and improve our greatest safeguard against war, a great and powerful Navy. It is not only to Admiral Harrington, but to the men of the United States Naval Aviation, to those who fly today and to those who will ride the Navy wings of tomorrow, that we dedicate this monument.
Well, Jerry, I guess we can feel pretty proud.
Yeah, but it's too bad a fellow has to be gone 10 years before they start praising him.
He's not gone. He had a peculiar belief in immortality, Jerry. He believed that so long as there was a Harrington in the Navy, he'd be part of it. I guess that leaves it up to us.
Well, Lieutenant Harrington, just a moment, would you please?
Yes, what is it?
I'm from the Daily News, Lieutenant. Can we get a picture of you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Okay, Herb, over here. Oh, say, young fella, you.
Who, me?
Yes, would you mind stepping aside, young fella? We just want Lieutenant Harrington in this.
His name is Harrington, too. He's my brother.
Yeah, but he ain't news. What's he do?
He's in the submarine service.
Oh, the Hawk's got a turtle for a kid brother, eh? Lieutenant, I understand that you have designed a new fighting plane. Can you tell us about it?
Oh, it's not that far along yet.
Okay. All right, Herb, shoot it. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You designed a new submarine, young fella, and you'll get your picture in the paper, too. Come on, Herb, there's an admiral over here.
Well, I guess he put me in my place, all right.
See that you stay there. Well, I've got to get over to the field. Walking that way?
Sure. You flying back to Pensacola, Cass?
Yeah, I got to get there tonight.
Some guys have all the luck, don't they?
Hey, Cass, wait up.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya. You ready to leave?
Yeah. Jerry, this is Harry White. He's an instructor with me at Pensacola.
Hiya. Glad to know you. Say, Cass, how do you go about getting a transfer from submarine to aviation?
What? You don't?
But it can be done, can't it?
You haven't got that flying bug again, have you?
It bites me every time I see you in the air. I want to trade this sub insignia for wings.
Well, forget it.
Why?
Because I said so. You aren't the type.
What kind of a guy is the type? Does he have to have feathers?
Look, forget it. You're not going to transfer it.
All right, Pop, all right. But did it ever occur to you that I might grow up someday?
No.
You might be surprised. So long. I'll see you at the field.
So long.
Well, that's the first time I ever heard you try to unsell anyone on flying. What's the angle, Cass?
Oh, Jerry doesn't like being a kid brother, I guess. The difference in our ages gave me a head start, so he's always trying to find a shortcut to top me. When we were kids, he nearly broke his neck trying to outclimb me, and he nearly drowned trying to outswim me.
And if he goes to Pensacola, you're afraid he'll break his neck trying to outfly you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he might be good, Cass.
He is good. But when he's competing with me, something happens to him, and he's a bust. That's why I want him to stay in the submarine service. He won't be under my influence, and he'll wind up with a record that'll make mine look like something scratched on the side of a barn.
In other words, he isn't entirely hopeless.
Ah, he's a great kid. I'd give him a right arm for him. While I was doing it, I'd hang my left on his chin at the same time.
Well, I'll see you at the field, Cap.
All set?
Yeah. I wish that brother of yours would show up. We're late.
He'll be here. Tell me some more about those big ships, Harry.
What for? You heard Papa. You're going to stick to submarines. Oh, there he is. Cass, come on.
Hey, that can't be Cass. He's got a girl with him.
Hurry up, will you?
All righty, Harry. Goodbye, darling. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Cass.
Oh, Jerry, this is Irene Dale. Irene, this is my kid brother.
Cass!
Coming. So long, darling. So long, Jerry.
Yeah. See you in Pensacola.
No, you won't.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Cass.
Hello.
Hello.
Say, did I see my brother kissing you just now?
Well, I don't know. Were you watching?
Yeah, I thought it was an optical illusion. I can't imagine Cass taking time enough off from flying to fall in love with anyone.
Oh, he managed. You see, we have a schedule. He flies 6 days out of the week, and we meet every other Sunday from 3 to 5, and that allows plenty of time for aviation and romance.
Oh, I see. Here, let me look at you. I can understand, all right. You know, I just met you, but if you had a twin sister and there was a moon, I'd be asking her to share my entire fortune, consisting of 3 uniforms, a gunnery medal, and a sword.
My twin sister would be flattered if I had one.
Yeah, but I was talking about me. With Cass, it's different. He isn't human, you know.
Really?
Nope. He's just a built-in accessory to an airplane. He's got a carburetor for a heart, and it pumps blue and gold gasoline. Why, the only thing he's been in love with in the last 10 years is an air-cooled rotary engine.
Oh, yes, I heard about that affair. But it's all over now. We have an understanding.
Who? You and the engine?
Yes, we're going to divide him. Is that Cass coming? He's awfully low, isn't he?
Hey, look out!
Oh, how do you like that? My own brother tries to murder me.
What was that he threw out?
Here it is. It's a note.
For me?
Probably.
Let's see.
If you come to Pensacola, I'll break your neck. Does he mean you or me?
He means me.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Well, what do we got here?
Cadets, sir, just off the train.
Are they all checked in?
Yes, sir. 21 of them.
My report says 22. Well, must have gotten lost. Welcome to Pensacola, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I take it for granted you are all anxious and eager to become part of the United States Navy. Let it be understood, please, that the desire to serve is highly commendable, but not necessarily an indication that you're fit for this service. You'll all be given a thorough physical examination, followed by an intelligence test. If the results are satisfactory, you'll be assigned to barracks and your training will begin. For a certain period, you'll be schooled in the mechanics of aviation. You'll fly first to observe, then with an instructor, handling the controls yourself. When you're ready, you'll be given a solo flight, to be followed in time by an examination in instrument flying. All of these are in the nature of tests. Pass them, and you'll be with us for some time. Fail them once too often, and you're on your way out. You'll each receive a rule book. You'll be required to observe every one of these rules. You must understand that they're formulated for your own good and the good of the Navy. Their purpose is to turn out the finest flying personnel in the world. Is there anything else I can explain?
Yes, sir. When do we fly?
Oh, eventually.
Not until then.
That'll be all for now, gentlemen. Lieutenant Harrington.
Yes, sir.
You might try to round up that lost sheep.
Yes, sir. I'll take a look around the field. Hey, Mac. See a cadet around here?
Not today.
Hiya, Cass.
Hi, Harry. Have a good trip?
Smooth as glass all the way from San Diego. Hey, give me a hand, will you? I've got a passenger.
Passenger? Where?
He's on the floor.
Oh, where's sick, huh?
He's been dying ever since we took off. All right, come on, kid.
Up you go. Stand out on the wing, kid.
Oh, hello.
Jerry.
Hiya, Cass.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm going to be an aviator, and
Jerry!
He's out cold.
Yeah. Come on, let's get him over to the barracks. All right, now drink this. Here.
What is it?
It's medicine for air sickness. Air sickness. They're still laughing at you over at the officers' club. I ought to knock your block off.
It's a fine welcome I get to Pensacola, and from my own flesh and blood,
Quit
too.
trying to be funny. I don't know how you wangled yourself into getting ordered here, but you're going back to your pig boats.
Now you're trying to be funny.
Why don't you quit before you disgrace the name of Harrington?
Look, Cass, I know what I'm doing.
Sure. So does a kid playing with a machine gun.
Whether you like it or not, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to learn to fly, and when I do, I'm going to fly the pants over you.
Mm-hmm. I figured that was it. You don't want to be a good Navy flyer. All you're interested in is flying my pants off, and that's where you're going to be a flop.
If I do, that'll be my business, won't it?
All right. From now on, you're on your own. I'm going to pretend you're not here. And if you get into a jam, you'll get out of it yourself. I'm going to leave you strictly alone.
Is that a promise?
Yes, that's a promise. Now, come on, take your medicine.
Remember now, son, pull back on that stick and start the takeoff. You've got to get her up on the step or she won't move. I'll let you in on the secret. Hitting the water is bad for the pop.
This is what we call a gosport. It's a speaking tube that allows the instructor to talk to the student, but the student can't talk back, which is the whole idea.
I'm not waving at angels when I do this, kid. I mean your right wing's too low. Now bring it up.
Relax, kid. You're stiff as a rail.
This is what's known as a loop.
Your snap roll's ragged, kid.
Never freeze the stick.
You lose flying speed, you spin.
Turn your nose up.
And just remember this. Any landing you walk away from is a good one.
Hi, Cass.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, just admiring myself in your mirror. Somehow I don't find this outfit quite dashing enough for a Navy flyer. You know, Congress ought to do something about it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will see you when you're flying but your instructor.
Yeah, but suppose you make a forced landing in a bean patch and the farmer's rosy-cheeked daughter comes out with apple pie for the wounded heroes.
If you ever land in a bean patch with one of those primary seaplanes, you won't be interested in the farmer's daughter.
Those primary seaplanes are a headache. Say, Cass, is it hard to get assigned to the big boats?
What's that got to do with you?
Well, I want to command a big boat and take a mass flight to Midway or Alaska. That's the branch of the service with a future in it. I don't want to be a dizzy fighting pilot all my life.
That's marvelous. That's marvelous. You don't know the first thing about flying, and already you're commanding big boats.
Well, you can't stop a fella from hoping, can you?
You can't stop him from being a dope either.
Oh, I don't know. I'm doing all right. I take my solo this afternoon.
Solo? Well, you're not ready, Jerry.
Don't be silly.
Now, listen. There's lots of things I've been wanting to say to you. I've been watching your flying. You're terrible. You've been fooling.
Wait a minute. You were going to pretend I'm not here. You weren't going to give me any help or advice. That was a promise, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, okay, Jerry. You're on your own. But try to keep your neck in one piece, will you?
What's the matter? You worried about me?
No, I'm thinking about myself. Irene's coming down here next week, and I don't want anything to spoil it.
Okay. Say, how did she ever go for a guy like you?
I don't know. I can't figure it. When do you solo?
3 o'clock. Gonna watch me?
Thanks. I've got more important things on my mind. Harry, is that Jerry up there?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
I don't know. He's been twice around the bay. Coming in too fast.
Well, give him the signal.
I did. Here he comes again.
Easy. Easy now, kid. Relax. Forward on the stick. Easy. Your left wing's too low. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Look at him. He's heading for the seawall.
Up.
Out. Gun it, you. Jerry, are you hurt? Jerry.
Sir, I wish to report a crash.
Jerry, are you hurt?
No, sir.
Oh, well, it's too bad you aren't. You deserve to break your neck.
Did anyone ever tell you that you danced divinely, Mr. Harrington?
Sure. That's the only thing I can do better than Cass.
Oh.
You know, Irene, it was swell of you folks to drag me along tonight. Not that I blame you.
What do you mean?
Well, does Cass always draw airplane designs on your tablecloth?
Oh, yes, always.
Here she is, Cass. I think I ought to tell you. She says I danced divinely.
Wait a second now.
Shh, don't disturb him. He's drawing designs. Who is he? Do you know?
Dokes is the name, I think, lady.
Dokes. Oh, of course. Joseph P. Dokes, the mad inventor. Naturally, I know him.
Oh, hello. I know you. You're going to be Mrs. Dokes, remember?
Mrs. Dokes. That sounds perfectly horrible. Next time a man asks me to marry him, I'm going to find out his name before I say yes.
Look, I found out what's the matter with the wing surface of my fighter.
See, Irene? That's what your life's going to be like. Instead of moonlight and roses, it'll be wing surfaces and empennage designs.
Oh, that's an old story already. You know, when we dance, Cass isn't keeping time to the music. He's counting RPMs. And to think I had to come all the way to Pensacola to play second fiddle to an overpowered flying machine.
That's all right, sweetheart. After this, it'll be worse.
Could it be? I hardly see you as it is.
You won't see me at all for a week or so. I've beefed up the center sections, and I'm taking my designs to Washington. The Navy has asked for them, and believe me, this time the plane will be accepted.
Oh, darn that plane.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't know when you're well off, Irene. Cass and his plane will be gone, but you'll still have me.
Will I?
Yeah, and I'll make up for all the good times Cass has been cheating you out of. We'll dance every night.
No matinees?
We'll play tennis and ride horseback.
Uh-huh. Will you have any time for flying?
Don't mind him, and we'll swim.
Oh, you're going to make a marvelous brother-in-law, Mr. Cass. Can you make it a month, darling?
Nope. 1 week probation is all you get. After that, you're going to be an old man's darling again. In the meantime, let's dance.
Had enough?
I could swim to Key West.
Well, I couldn't. Come on, get up on the raft.
Give me a hand.
Up you go.
Bet my hair's soaked. What's the matter? What are you staring at, Jerry?
You? I'm going to have to put you back in the hothouse. This outdoor life is giving you freckles.
Really? Me without a mirror? Are there many?
Did you ever see a turkey egg?
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, don't worry. I like girls with freckles.
That covers a lot of territory.
I'll narrow down the field a little bit. I'll include you and your twin sister.
Told you I haven't got a twin sister.
Oh, that's right. But think how swell it would be if there was another one like you. I could really go for your sister. Do you think she'd like me?
I think she might like you a lot.
I hope so, because, well, you see, she'd be my idea of something perfect.
She wouldn't be as perfect as you think. She'd be selfish, for one thing. She'd want so terribly to be happy that she'd make mistakes. And then she wouldn't have the courage to do anything about them. Sometimes she'd be pretty disgusted with herself.
She wouldn't be that way at all. She'd have a lot of courage. She'd be generous and kind. Why, just being near her and helping to make her happy would be the greatest break a fellow could ever expect to have.
Having you feel that way would give her more happiness than she deserved, Jerry.
Look, Irene.
Yes?
Well, I was just thinking, Cass will be back sometime today, and...
I know.
He's a great guy, that brother of mine.
Yes. A great guy. Jerry, let's go back, shall we?
Sure. He might be in by now.
Hey, Irene.
There he is.
Hello, you two.
Hello, Cass. You look happy. You must have good news.
Good news. I'm loaded with it. The Navy Department is going ahead with my plane.
Oh, Cass, that's wonderful.
But wait a minute. I'm also promoted to the noble estate of Lieutenant Commander.
Oh, congratulations, Cass.
And as for you, Jerry, you're liable to be Lieutenant Junior grade pretty soon if you keep your nose clean. You've been selected, too.
Yeah, that's swell.
Swell. Is that all you can say?
Well, I'm tickled to death.
Well, then why don't you act like it? What's the matter, flat hat? You in trouble or something?
No, I'm all right.
I know what it is. The first promotion always does that to you. Drive me to headquarters, will you, darling? I want to say something to you that isn't any of Jerry's business. We'll let him walk. Maybe it'll help pull him out of his tailspin.
All right. Goodbye, Jerry.
So long.
Jerry, where are you?
Here. What do you want?
Well, I've been looking for you. Why aren't you out flying?
I don't feel so good.
No? Well, I talked to the doctor, and he says there's nothing wrong with you.
Did he?
Yes. Looks to me as if you're just moping. Why don't you snap out of it?
Well, I'm sick of flying.
You're what?
I'm sick of flying.
Oh, you're not sick of flying. You're sick in the head. Now, all right, what is it? What's it all about this time?
I told you, I'm sick of flying.
Now, you ought to know you can't kid me. You've got something important on your mind. Now, what is it?
Look, Cass, there are some things in my life that don't concern you.
Ooh, romance is wonderful, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I recognize the symptoms. Every time you get a case of love, you go Shakespeare on me. You're Romeo and she's Juliet, and you always wind up under a balcony. Who's the girl this time?
None of your... There isn't any girl.
Now, let's see. Now, it couldn't be that redhead. She's not your type. And the Spencer girl married that Marine. Now, let me see. I've been gone a week. Oh, there's only one you've seen.
Why don't you shut up? Get out of here and let me alone, will you?
Oh. I guess maybe it's serious this time, huh? Sorry, Jerry.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille presents George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in the second act of Wings of the Navy. Over on Morton Street, a cheerful postman is hurrying up the steps of the Douglas home.
Oh, here you are. Miss Joan Douglas. This little box is for you. Looks like you're getting a present.
Oh, thanks. I've been waiting for it. Gosh, I can't wait to unwrap it. Oh, it's gorgeous. Mother, come here quick. Look what I've got.
Oh, your brooch came, dear. That is handsome. Let me see it closer. Why, it's so rich looking.
It'll be perfect with that green silk jersey dress. Hooray for Lux toilet soap. Dum, da, da, dum. Dum, da, da, dum.
That's the Lux toilet soap theme Joan was humming. Did you recognize it? Lux toilet soap. And that's the answer to how you can get one of these stunning simulated cameo brooches. A brooch designed after the one worn by lovely Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. Now, here's what you do. Buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper. Send it with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. To Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. When your Scarlett O'Hara brooch comes, you'll be just as keen about it as Joan was. The pure white head on a glistening ebony background is encircled with a delicate Grecian border design. The setting is gold finished, and there's a fine safety clasp. It's a real jewelry piece you'll be proud to wear. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how you can get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. A ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same beautiful design as the brooch, and all at amazing bargains. Remember the address. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And remember, too, that Gentle Lux Toilet Soap has active lather. Active lather that 9 out of 10 screen stars use for their priceless complexions. Remember, on your shopping list for tomorrow, 3 cakes of Gentle White Lux Toilet Soap. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Pensacola, proving ground of Navy airmen, where fledglings try their wings. Many of them thunder valiantly into the clouds, keeping their courses straight and true to their goal, while others falter and slip, fluttering in gloriously to the ground. One of these fledglings is just coming in, his ship bouncing crazily, sliding to a stop.
All right, kid, cut your motor. It wasn't so good, Ormsby.
Oh, I know it, sir. I'm sure that... Well, I know I can do better, sir.
We don't gamble on promises, kid. Take my chute over to the office. I'll see you there in 10 minutes.
Does that mean I'm busted out?
Did you hear me? I said I'd see you in 10 minutes. Now go on.
Yes.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Cass.
I was watching upstairs there. Kid flopped on you, huh?
Yeah, bad.
Gee, it's a shame. He was a good kid.
I know it. That's why I hate to see him busted out.
Want me to give him another check?
I don't know. Might be a good idea at that. Maybe I've got the Indian sign on him.
Okay, I'll do it this afternoon. Meanwhile, I'll go and have a talk with him.
Thanks, Cass.
Oh, don't thank me. You yanked Jerry out of his slump. If I can save a student for you, why, we still won't be even.
Wait a minute. Look, Cass, watch your step. This Ormsby kid has a tendency to freeze the stick.
Yeah?
I had to slug him once to let go.
I'll watch him.
Hey, isn't that your lady friend?
Yeah, that reminds me. I did have a date. See you this afternoon, Harry.
Right.
Cass, are you ready?
Oh, hello, darling.
I thought I'd come down and pick you up.
Well, look, Irene, I can't make it. I've got to give a cadet a special check flight. I'm trying to save him from being busted out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be through about 4 o'clock. Why don't you dig Jerry up?
No, I think I'll just wait for you.
On second thought, maybe that's a good idea.
Why?
Well, Jerry's undergoing a case of growing pains known as puppy love. You better not see him till he gets over it.
What have I got to do with it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think you're the one he's in love with.
Did he say that?
No, I'm just psychic.
Cass, listen.
No, don't let it worry you. I know Jerry. He'll get over it in a week. He always does. So just forget it, will you?
All right, Cass.
Irene. Hello. Hey, you weren't going to pass me up, were you?
I'm sorry I didn't see you, Jerry.
What are you doing down here? I thought you had a date with Cass this afternoon.
I did. He's busy. I'm going to wait.
Oh. Shall we sit down? You haven't been seeing much of Cass, have you?
Not very much.
Well, he's had a lot to do, I guess.
Maybe it's just as well.
Why? What's the matter, Irene? Is something wrong?
No, except that not seeing Cass has given me time to think things over. And I know now that I almost made a mistake that would have hurt him as well as me. Jerry, I'm going to tell Cass I can't marry him.
Have you two been quarreling?
No, he's been as sweet to me as ever. That's why it's going to be so difficult to tell him.
Then don't. I mean, not right away. Think it over, huh?
I have been thinking it over. Cass was gone a week, and he's been back 3 days. During that time, I've come to realize that I'm not in love with him.
That's pretty serious, isn't it? He's crazy about you, Irene.
Would it be fair to marry him feeling the way I do?
I don't know. All I do know is that he's the finest brother in the world. He's square and he's honest and he's...
He's all of that, Jerry. That's what attracted me to him. But I was wrong when I thought that it was love. I can't marry him. You can't marry a person when you're in love with someone else.
Look, Irene...
Don't say it, Jerry, please.
It's funny, isn't it? You know how I feel, and I think I know how you feel. And we can't even talk about it.
Neither of us wanted it this way. We've both been fighting against it. Sometimes things happen to people that they can't help. But they don't want to happen. And it's happened to us.
What about Cass? Does it solve anything to make him unhappy, too?
I'd make him more unhappy if I married him. Oh, Jerry, I know how you hate to hurt Cass, and I love you for it. But it can't change things between Cass and me. You figure things out for yourself. No matter what you decide, I'm going to try to live up to whatever code of ethics I have. Hello, Mac. Is Cass around?
Oh, afternoon, Miss Dale. Cass is up there with Ormsby, see?
Oh, do you suppose he'll be long?
Well, he's been up almost an hour right now. If anybody can take the kinks out of that kid, Cass is the man. Holy
Mac, what was that supposed to be?
Snap roll, but it didn't come off. I'd like to see a little more altitude right now.
What do you mean, Mac?
That kid freezes the...
Pull her out, Cass. Pull her out.
Mac, what's the matter?
She's going into a spin. Pull out. Pull out.
Cass! Oh, Cass!
All right now. Take it easy, kid. Shove her nose down and give her the gun, and then start pulling back.
I can't. It won't move.
Come on, relax. Better let me have that stick. Let go, kid. Come on, loosen up.
I can't move it.
Let go, do you hear? Let go of that stick.
I can't.
Let go. Are you crazy?
We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
Give me that stick. Give it to me. Give me that stick. Let go. Are you crazy?
We're going to crash. We're going to crash.
Give me that stick. Give it to me. Give me that stick.
Doctor, can I go in now?
I think so.
How's he going to be, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to say. That left leg is very bad. There's a chance he may never walk again. Don't stay too long.
I won't. Thanks, Doc. Hiya, Cass.
Hello, Jerry. Come in and see the cripple.
Yeah, that was nice flying, mister. Aren't you the guy who was going to give me some pointers? Of course, I realize it wasn't all your fault.
When I get up out of here, I'll break your neck. If I ever do get up.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, the doc had 4 specialists in here this morning. They all voted the same ticket. I'm grounded for good.
The woods are full of specialists. They make mistakes, same as anybody else. You'll be as good as new. You'll be in better shape than Ormsby, and he's walking around already.
Now, you're not a fortune teller, and you're not a doctor, so why don't you keep quiet?
You're not giving up, are you, Cass?
I'm just looking facts in the face, and I'm not asking for sympathy.
I'm sorry, fella.
I'm sorry, too.
Sure.
Well, looks like you'll be carrying the ball from now on, Jerry.
Well, that won't be so bad. You and Dad ran up a pretty good score. All I have to do is follow the interference.
Yes, but you got to show them the way. You've got to be the best fighting pilot in the Navy.
I'm going in for big boats.
Oh, yeah, big boats. I forgot. An aerial truck driver on an ice wagon. That's what you'll be.
Yeah, well, it takes a darn sight better man to fly a big boat than it does to herd a fighting hornet.
Oh, if you weren't young and stupid, I'd argue with you.
And if you weren't old and flip-dippy, I'd argue back.
A big boat's got a crew like a submarine. When you're in a fighting plane, you're on your own. You're as near as you'll ever come to having wings. You've got the wind in your face, and you're part of the ship, and it's part of you. And the motor's a living thing, and it obeys you. There's nothing over your head but the sky, and you can reach up and touch it. And when you feel happy, you can play like a kid on a blue lawn. You loop and dive and zoom, and you chase clouds like a cat after a ball of yarn, and you... Oh, why should I waste my breath? You don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do, Cass. I've felt it, too.
Sure. Get out, will you? I'm tired.
Okay. I'll be in to see you tonight.
Jerry. How is he, Jerry?
They say he may never walk again.
Oh.
He'll have to quit the Navy. You know what the service means to him.
Yes.
Irene, he's lost all that now. All he's got to hang on to is... Well, all he's got left now is...
I know, Jerry. Don't worry about it. He's not going to lose me.
just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne, will bring you Act 3 of Wings of the Navy. And now, let's listen in on a little conversational bridge game played by 4 charming ladies.
Your deal, Mary. Before I pick up this hand, though, I'm going to ask you a question I've been dying to ask all afternoon. Where did you get that stunning cameo brooch you're wearing?
Looks like an antique to me. Is it a family heirloom?
Well, girls, if I didn't know you so well, I'd just let you keep on thinking that. But I can't help telling you what a bargain I got. This is designed after a brooch worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind. And how much do you think it cost me? Just 15 cents. And wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap.
When you see this handsome brooch, you'll say it's simply stunning. It's a simulated stone cameo, a pure white head on a jet background, encircled with a handsome Grecian border in black and gold. It's the kind of expensive-looking jewelry piece that looks equally well with a frilly blouse or a simple tailored dress. You'll get plenty of compliments on your style and good taste when you wear it, because there's nothing cheap or flimsy-looking about this pin. It's made, as expensive jewelry is, with a solid back and a fine safety clasp. Its simplicity and good taste will be applauded by the most smartly dressed women. So don't miss your chance to get this wonderful bargain. Here's how you do it. Get an order blank from your grocer tomorrow, or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it, together with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And in a few days, you'll receive your pin. Think of it. Only 15 cents and the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap, the gentle white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces for your Scarlett O'Hara set. Ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings. Act quickly. This is the last time this offer will be made on this program. Send in your order today. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Wings of the Navy. Several months have passed, and Jerry Harrington's training period at Pensacola is finished. The fledgling has become a hawk, serving now at the Naval Air Station, North Island, San Diego. On the beach, a giant patrol bomber spreads its silver wings across the sand. Beneath these wings stands Jerry, gazing upward, lost in admiration for the power and beauty of the monster ship. He doesn't notice the man who comes to stand behind him. A man who moves slowly, leaning heavily on a cane.
If the cavalry ever got in a jam, that thing would carry a good load of hay.
Is that so? Well, Cass, when did you get here?
How are you, Jerry? About an hour or so ago. How's the boy?
I couldn't be better. How are you, Cass?
Oh, fine. I'm allowed to limp around all by myself now.
No, I'm not kidding. Is that leg coming along all right?
It'll do. So you're flying that big boat now, eh?
Yeah. Isn't she a beauty?
Not bad. Wait until my plane's accepted. We'll fly the wings off of that thing.
Don't call that thing a thing. I'm going to fly it to Honolulu.
When?
Mass flight next month. There are 3 commands vacant, and I've got mine all picked out.
Oh, still the modest boy, huh? Well, good luck.
Thanks. How about coming along, Cass? I'll bet I could swing it.
Save yourself the trouble. They don't want one-legged men in the Navy. I found that out when I went before the examining board. I'm grounded for good.
Oh, well, there are other things beside the Navy. How's Irene?
Oh, she's fine. Hadn't been for her, they'd have sewn me up in canvas long ago.
Where is she?
She's here, staying with relatives until they test my ship. When I get that off my mind, we're going to be married. I know she's anxious to see you. Come on up and say hello to her.
Oh, no, not right now, Cass. I got a few things to do here. Some other time, huh?
luck, fella.
It's in great shape, Cass. And that ship of yours will pass any test they want to put it to.
Well, keep it good and hot. We're almost ready.
Right.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, this is Captain March of the Bureau of Aeronautics.
Glad to know you, Captain.
I hope your plane comes through, Lieutenant. The Navy can use a ship like that.
Well, it passed everything but the terminal velocity test.
If it passes that today, the Navy will owe you a vote of thanks.
Having the Navy accept it will be thanks enough. Excuse me, sir. There's the test pilot. Steve, over here.
Hi, Cass.
All set, Steve?
All set.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Well, she's in perfect shape. Take her up to 15,000 feet. Dive her at least 10 before you pull her out. Try to push the needle off the dial.
I'll try.
Give her the works. Tear the wings off if you can. I don't think you can, but try anyway.
Okay.
And if you see she won't take it, don't forget to bail out in time.
Listen, Cass, my wife's giving a birthday party tonight for the kids. I'll bring your crate down in one piece.
Thanks, Steve, but give it all it'll take. Okay, Mac, we're ready.
Looks like he's got enough altitude. Why doesn't he turn it down?
I told him 15,000 feet. He'll be coming any minute now.
Good luck, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry.
Oh, hi, Irene. Come down to see the test?
Yes. And to see you. Why have you been avoiding me, Jerry?
Well, I've been pretty busy and...
Don't you realize you're creating exactly the impression you don't want to create? Cass wonders why you've been finding excuses not to go out with us.
What can I do, Irene? I've
We
tried.
made a bargain, Jerry. What else is there to do but make the best of it? Let's be grown up. Let's behave as if nothing had happened. We'll meet and we'll be friends. And we'll be happy because Cass will be happy.
Okay.
You'd better watch this. It's a big moment for Cass. How far is he taking it, Lieutenant?
I told him to bring it down to 5,000.
Coming awfully fast.
He'll be all right.
Those wings hang on at that speed, we've really got a plane.
They'll hang on.
I'd say it was less than 5,000 right now.
Well, he'll turn it up in a second. Come on, Steve. There he goes.
He's going to spin.
Pull out, Steve. Pull it out.
Turn it up! What's the matter with it? He's going to crash if he doesn't.
Jump, Steve. Jump, fella. Don't take a chance.
Bail out! Bail out!
Cass, darling, please don't take it so hard. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, snap out of it, Cass. Come on. You've got another ship ready for testing?
Sure. And somewhere, I suppose, there's another test pilot like Steve, ready to die in a coffin designed by Cass Harrington, huh?
Well, how do you know it was the plane that failed? Maybe it was Steve. It ought to be a breeze to take it through that test. I could do it myself.
Oh, you could. Do you know what a pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive?
Well, I have an idea.
No, you haven't. You've got to take a cranky, unknown experimental plane up to 15,000 feet. Open your throttle and shoot yourself at the earth like a cannonball. You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives that rip and tear at your wings. You're going 300 or 400 miles an hour straight down. Then you pull back in the stick, and when you do, believe me, you pray. And the air's turned into a brick wall. And if the seat isn't stretched for 2,000 pounds, you bust right through it. And all of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. What's inside of you keeps on falling. Your blood drains. Everything goes black. You can't see, you can't breathe, and you're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. And then you might find that you're in a death trap. You try to jump, and it's too late. Something like that happened to Steve today. Does that sound like a job for a kid like you?
No, I suppose not. But even a guy like me can have faith in what his brother's trying to do. Am I out of place, Cass?
No, you aren't out of place. And I'm not giving up. Not yet, anyway. There must be a test pilot willing to take the job. Keep on trying. Offer more money. But do something before Captain March goes back to Washington and scratches my plane off the list.
I'm sorry, Cass. I know what that plane means to you and how valuable it'd be to the Navy. But there are only 6 or 7 test pilots capable of giving your ship the beating the Navy will demand before the design is accepted. I've communicated with all of them. They feel that the plane that killed Steve Connor can't be any good. Those men will risk their lives, but they won't commit suicide.
Then there isn't anything to be done?
No. I'm sorry, Cass.
Who is it?
Hello, Irene. Where's Cass? Is he here?
No, I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Oh, well, maybe he's heard the news and he's avoiding me.
What news?
In me, Irene, you observe a man of consequence, a person of vast importance. In other words, a Navy hotshot.
Suppose you tell me what it's all about.
Honolulu, I've been given command of a big boat, and I'm going to take it on the mass flight from here to there.
Oh, congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah, and wait till Cass hears about it. Will he be mortified? After I rub it in for a while, we'll go out and celebrate, huh? What's wrong, Irene?
Nothing. Only I wouldn't plan on rubbing it in, Jerry. I wouldn't plan on a celebration either.
You don't think I meant it, do you?
Why, no, you're just kidding. Cass has changed. He's abnormally sensitive. He's always brooding. And when I try to cheer him up, he just gets irritable.
It's that plane of his, huh?
It looks as if it's going to be abandoned. And if it is, he'll lose everything he wants out of life.
Ah, it's not that important, Irene. He'll get over it, and he'll have a lot left to live for, too. He'll have you, won't he?
That isn't enough. Can you understand that?
No.
I didn't at first. I made a bargain. I accepted the job. And I believed that by merely accepting it, I had accomplished it. Jerry, I did everything I could to make Cass happy. And I failed. I'm not important to him.
That's not true, Irene. Cass loved you.
I think he does. But he's never reconciled himself to being out of the Navy. He feels that he's only half a man. That he's a failure. That plane is a symbol to him. He puts the Navy's colors on its wings, then he'll be in the service again. He won't mind being crippled. He'll be happy. And if the plane's a failure, he'll die slowly inside. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can now. You know, Irene, a long time ago, I gave up something I wanted very much. And since then, I've been so busy feeling sorry for myself that I never considered that there were two sides to the bargain. I can't come close to matching what you've done, but the least I can do is try. If there's any way in the world of putting Navy colors on Cass's plane, I'll do it.
Hello, Cass. This is Brown. Listen, we've got a man to test the plane. You better get down here right away. He'll be at the field in an hour.
You ready, Jerry?
In a minute, as soon as the doc gets finished here.
I'll be out at the ship. Make it snappy.
What do you say, Doc? How am I doing?
Oh, we'll be through in a minute. Stand still. I got to tape up your waist.
What for?
Keep your insides in place. Hold that pad right there. And draw on your stomach. You'll want this good and tight.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Better than having your insides fall out. Now put on your shirt. Put this belt over your flying suit. It'll help. It'll be a good idea to yell as hard as you can before you pull out of the dive.
Yell? Why?
Well, that'll tighten your throat and stomach muscles still more and keep your arteries from puffing up. Here, take this scarf. Keep it around your neck. When the time comes, tighten that as much as you can. Stop the blood from draining out of your head.
There sure is a lot to remember in this racket, isn't there?
You better remember all of it, or you'll never pull out of that dive. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Doc.
What are we waiting for, Mac? Where's the test pilot?
Now, take it easy, Cass. He'll be here in a minute.
Who is he? Is he any good?
I think he's great.
Sure. So do I.
Hello, Jerry. Say, listen, Hey, what's the idea of that outfit?
Well, test pilots have got to dress like this. It's a union rule.
You mean you're going to take that ship up?
Of course I am. I'm your pilot, mister.
Well, you can't. It's against regulations for Navy men to test planes. You'll be thrown out of the service.
I'm not in the Navy anymore.
What?
I resigned my commission.
You resigned? You mean you quit the Navy just so that... Well, I won't let you do it.
It's already done, Cass.
What about the Honolulu flight?
That was just a joyride. This'll be a lot more fun.
Don't be a fool, Jerry. You don't know what you're up against. You haven't the experience. You'll be...
Yeah, I know, Papa. Now, will you run along and mind your own business?
Will you go and take that junk off? That plane's not going up today.
Listen, Cass, for a long time I've been trying to convince you that I'm a better flyer than you were in your best day. Today I'm going to prove it, and in your ship.
Kill that motor, Mac.
No, look, Cass. I'm taking that crate up even if I have to knock you cold to do it. Wait a minute.
Come here.
Mac, take care of this guy, will you?
Cass.
Take your hands off. Will you take your hands off? Let me alone.
I gotta do it, Cass. I don't want to, but I gotta. Hurry up, Jerry, will you?
On my way. So long, Cass.
Jerry!
Look at that ship climb.
Cass, I just heard about Jerry. Cass, you can't let him do it.
Well, he's doing it now. That's him up there.
If anything should happen to him, if anything should happen to Jerry,
Well, I tried to stop him. I couldn't.
he may be killed. He may be... Oh, Cat.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now except to hope.
Just about ready. There he goes.
You know when a test pilot goes through and he makes a terminal velocity dive? Open your throttle and shoot yourself in the earth like a cannonball. This is to keep your insides in place. You smash back in your seat, you gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives to rip and tear at your wings. You're going 400 miles an hour, straight down. Put this belt on, straight down. Let it have your insides fall out. 400 miles an hour, straight down. The air's turned into a brick wall. Yell as hard as you can before you pull out. All of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. Yell as hard as you can. Your blood drains. You can't see. You can't breathe. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. If you're lucky, you come to before you crash. If you're lucky, you come to. If you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky.
A great ship. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Irene, he did it. Jerry, he did it. He gave my ship to the Navy.
He's safe. Oh, Cat, he's safe.
If only you'd try to understand, Captain. The kid loves the service as much as any man ever did.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, but this Honolulu flight, sir, is the most important thing in his life. He gave it all up for me. Please hold up that resignation, sir. If not for my sake, for the sake of the old man. If he were alive, it would be awfully important to have one Harrington left in the Navy. I'm washed up, and Jerry's the only one to carry on. Please, sir.
The Honolulu flight leaves tomorrow. I'll see that your brother has his command.
Thank you.
Cat, I don't see Jerry. You suppose they've decided not to let him go?
Wait a minute. Oh, there he is. Jerry. Jerry.
Hi, kid. Hello, Irene.
Are they taking you, kid?
That's my boat right over there.
Great. You know, I hate to admit this, but I'm kind of proud of you, Jerry.
Well, thanks. I've been waiting to hear you say that for a long time.
Well, I've said it, so don't make me change my mind. And remember, only one Irishman got away with flying backwards, so don't wind up in Cuba.
Well, I've checked my compass. It'll be Honolulu or nothing.
It better be. And remember, the water is soft unless you hit it hard, so don't get wet.
I'll try not to. Well, I guess I'd better get going.
So long, kid. Good luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, Irene.
Goodbye, Jerry.
Lots of happiness to both of you. So long.
Gone, Cat. I hope he's happy.
He will be. Tomorrow a clipper ship takes off for Honolulu. You'll be on it.
I'll be.
Yes, you. Now that I'm cured, I'm firing the nurse. That's gratitude for you, isn't it?
Cat.
No, let's not have any arguments. I'm sending you to Honolulu, so I won't have to support you for the rest of my life.
Okay. You know, don't you?
Sure. Something I should have had sense enough to see long ago. Oh, please don't think that I'm hurt or angry or that I feel cheated. Having known you for a little while gave me more happiness than I'll ever deserve.
Oh, Cat.
And in the skies an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the cloud, wings of the Navy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back for their curtain calls. In the meantime, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap have asked me to make this special announcement to the members of our Lux Radio Theater audience. They urge all of you who have not already done so to send in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch at once. This is the last time we will make this offer on the Lux Radio Theater. Now, surely you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to own the lovely Scarlett O'Hara brooch. We know you'll be delighted with this stunning jewelry piece when you see it. So note these instructions carefully. If you haven't already sent in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch, buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap from your dealer. Ask him for an order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper
and enclose it in an envelope with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins. No stamps, please. Address to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars back to the microphone.
The curtain has fallen on Wings of the Navy, and if I had my way, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne would get a 21-gun salute for their performance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little doubtful about that many guns.
Yes, I'm afraid that salute is reserved for the Commander-in-Chief, C.B.
All right, George, we'll make it 17. That's only an admiral's, but I still think you deserve 21.
You know, when we made this picture, Mr. DeMille, we were practically in the Navy for a couple of months, and we really saw what makes the flying service tick.
Yeah, the fellows that run one of those big flying boats don't spend much time in saluting. It takes both hands to handle that job.
One look at the instrument panel of a big boat completely confused me. It looked like 50 clocks, all with a different time.
That's one of the reasons it takes so much training to make a Navy pilot.
Training and a smart pupil. Mr. DeMille, we've all had a grand time coming back to the Lux Radio Theater this week, and I'd like to say one thing more. Lux soap is the complexion care I use every day, and I wouldn't be without it. And from my own experience, I know it's soap that's really gentle.
Those words ought to be sufficient for the wise, Olivia, because Lux soap never had a lovelier recommendation. And right now, I'd like to recommend our play for next Monday night.
What is the bill, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, John, is one of the most distinguished weeks in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. A great star makes her first appearance at this microphone, Miss Shirley Temple. Our play is one that many of you have asked for time after time, with Shirley in the leading role. It's The Littlest Rebel, a story of a little girl who taught 2 armies the meaning of gallantry. With Shirley in The Littlest Rebel, we present 2 fine actors, Claude Rains and Preston Foster. And we think that makes next Monday night a night to write home about.
Well, you can't beat a combination like Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel, C.B.
We'll be right at the radio listening, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Mm-hmm. Good night. And happy landing. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Tristram Coffin as Harry White, Lou Merrill as Mac, Gail Gordon as Speaker, Stuart Buchanan as Dr. Harper, Earl Ross as Captain Brown, Stanley Farrar as Captain March, Wally Mayer as Reporter, Frank Richards as Steve, and James Eagles as Ormsby. Here's an important announcement. Uncle Jim's Question Bee, which so many of you enjoy, will now be on the air Tuesday nights beginning October 8th instead of Wednesday. See your local newspaper or radio magazine for details. George Brent and Olivia de Havilland appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Mr. Brent will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Honeymoon for Three, and Miss de Havilland's forthcoming picture is Santa Fe Trail at the same studio. John Payne was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently appearing on the screen in their production of Maryland. The Scarlet O'Hara brooch offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap is designed after one worn by Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture, produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood.
The The Lux Radio Theater brings you Alice Faye, Edward Arnold, and Victor Mature in Lillian Russell. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we turn back from the nervous world of the 1940s to those gay and glamorous years at the end of the last century. Back to those years when a certain very beautiful woman was the toast of America. Her name was Lillian Russell, and that name is the title of tonight's play. We present Lillian Russell not as a shadowy legend, but as a woman who lived and loved and had the world at her feet. She comes to life again in the person of Miss Alice Faye, who has a considerable portion of the world at her feet right now. You'll hear her singing the same song hits that Lillian Russell made famous. Songs that carry me back to the gay 90s, where I knew Lillian and Diamond Jim Brady both. And that makes the characters of this play very real to me. Lillian Russell was one of Alice Faye's biggest hits at 20th Century Fox. And those who saw it on the screen will also remember Edward Arnold's great performance as Diamond Jim Brady. He's here tonight to repeat the same part in our production. And Victor Mature plays Alexander Moore. This drama of a woman noted for beauty is brought to you by a product dedicated to beauty, Lux Toilet Soap. The millions of women who use our product are responsible for its good name. They trust their own beauty to Lux Toilet Soap, and that trust, vindicated so many times, is the best guarantee of quality I know. This coming week I'll see many of you in person, because tonight I'm leaving for the Chicago premiere of my new picture, Northwest Mounted Police. And I'll have several stars with me. Stars you've heard on the Lux Radio Theater. But now we meet a star of another day. We raise the curtain on the first act of Lillian Russell, starring Alice Faye as Lillian Russell, Edward Arnold as Diamond Jim Brady, and Victor Mature as Alexander Moore. In 1861, a baby girl was born to a Mr. and Mrs. Leonard of Clinton, Iowa. This squirming little red-faced bundle was Helen Leonard, later to become world famous as the beautiful Lillian Russell. Throughout her first night in this world, young Helen screamed lustily. The fond father, gazing into the tiny face, shook his head in wonderment.
Well, young lady, I'll say one thing for you. You've got a good voice.
18 years later, in New York City, a man named Leopold Damrosch used almost the same words, this time after listening to Helen sing.
Yet hold the lads, they smile on me when coming through the ride.
Well, young lady, you have a good voice, a very good voice, but not for grand opera.
Oh, Mr. Demos,
No, I'm sorry to say it, my dear, but you cannot sing opera.
Grandma, did you hear?
Now, don't let it upset you, Helen.
Oh, Grandma.
Stop it at once. What is the matter?
Grand Opera was our ambition, Mr. Damrosch. We moved all the way from Clinton, Iowa to New York just
What do you mean, we? Are you a singer, too?
I can remember having rather a nice voice when I was young.
Oh, of course, everybody remembers having a good voice when they were young.
Well, it was good.
Oh, please, Grandma. She's just excited, Mr. Demos.
I know. She's like all grandmamas. Your mama's dead, young lady?
Oh, no, Mr. Demos.
Why is she not with you?
Well, she happens to be very busy right now. You see, Mother's in politics.
Oh, suffragette.
She's just been nominated to run for mayor of New York City.
Mayor of New York? A woman? I suppose you taught her such nonsense, eh?
On the contrary, Mr. Damrosch. I believe a woman's place is in the home.
You're right.
And I'm right about Helen, too. She has great talent, Mr. Damrosch, whether you think so or not.
Grandma,
ladies,
please.
The interview is ended. Good afternoon, please.
Very well. Come, Helen. There are many teachers in the world.
And too many grandmothers. Young lady, you will come back tomorrow at 3, please.
At 3?
For your first lesson.
Oh, Mr. Demos, are you really going to teach me?
I am. I like you very much, and I am sorry for you.
Sorry for me? Why do you say that?
Because you are beautiful, and even though you might have great success, you will most likely be very unhappy. Beautiful women generally are.
But why, Mr. Demos?
Why? Because so many men will fall in love with your beauty, you may never know which one really loves you. 3 o'clock tomorrow, yes?
At 3, Mr. Demos.
Go right across 14th Street, coachman.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Helen, isn't it wonderful? A pupil of the great Leopold Damrosch. And he is great, my dear. Why, he was famous in Europe long before he came to America. The old buzzard.
Oh, Ginger. Oh, Teddy.
Coachman, what's the matter?
That band music. The horses don't like it.
Well, turn off the street.
Oh, look, Grandma. It's a suffragette parade.
Oh, Ginger.
Equal rights for women. Votes for women. They ought to be home taking care of their kids.
Easy, boy, easy. Oh, oh there.
Helen, they're running away.
Sit down, Grandma.
Stop them. Stop the carriage. We'll be killed.
Hold on, Grandma. Hold on.
Hit them off. Hit them off.
Grandma.
Oh, there.
Oh, thank heaven. Let me out of here.
Easy now, easy.
Grandma, did you see? That young man stopped us. He ran right into the street in front of the coach.
Young man, come here, please.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anyone hurt?
No, we just wanted to say thank you. I saw what you did running in front of the horses that way.
Oh, that's all right. I'm glad you weren't hurt.
Hurt? Young man, if it weren't for you, you'd be being killed.
Oh, I just happened to be in the way, that's all.
You're very brave.
And if you don't mind my saying it, you're very beautiful.
Thank you again, young man. Come along, Helen.
Bye.
Goodbye.
You're a very brave fellow.
Oh, thank you.
The young lady. She's very lovely. What's her name?
I don't know.
You saved her life and don't know her name. You're also a very stupid fellow. What's your name?
Moore. Alexander Moore.
I should hate to save such a beautiful creature, never know who she was.
Well, I'll find out someday, perhaps.
Bravo. When you do, tell me, please. So I can invite you both to my theater. Tony Pastor's theater.
Well, sure. Thank you.
Receiving only 84 votes. Oh, it's horrible, Mother. You've been terribly hurt, haven't you? Not really hurt, dear. Humiliated a little. But you were crying. I've often cried, but I was never caught at it before, and I don't want you to tattle either. Oh, I won't. I won't if you promise me you won't cry anymore. Very well. If you promise me, you'll forget all the stage talk I've been hearing lately. But, Mother, I talked to Leopold Damrosch about you yesterday. What did he say? Well, he feels you have a great career. He thinks you're beautiful. Yes, he told me that, too. Did he tell you to be afraid of it? Mm-hmm. But I'm not. I'm not because I don't think I'm beautiful. You're going to find yourself very attracted to men, Helen. Oh, I won't mind that, Mother. I don't dislike men. Anyway, I've never seen anyone I thought I could love except... Except whom? Oh, I don't even know his name, and I'll probably never see him again. So you see, Mother, you don't have to worry about me. What was that? Someone threw a stone at the window. Father, what's the matter?
Cynthia, there's a crowd outside the house.
What do they want?
Hey, where's the lady mayor? Bring out the 84-vote mayor.
I'll go down and speak to them. Mother, I wouldn't if I were you.
You can't go out there, Cynthia. They're drunk. I'll send them away.
No, Father, please let me go. Helen, come back. Let him. Stop her.
Where is she? Bring her out. Hey, who's that?
Gentlemen. My mother's very tired. Do you all mind going home? Please.
Why don't you run for something, lady? I'd vote 10 times for you.
Well, I guess you did it all right. They're leaving.
Oh, hello.
Oh, do you remember me?
Well, I should, don't you think? Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just happened along with the crowd. I tried to stop them, but it wasn't much use.
This is the second time you happened along when I was in trouble. What's your name?
Alexander Moore.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Moore.
Thanks. You were sort of brave facing that crowd all alone.
Oh, I knew they were only celebrating. But it won't do them a bit of good. The women will win someday. Do you believe in equal rights for women, Mr. Moore?
Well, yes, I guess I do, sort of.
What do you mean, sort of?
Well, I think a woman has the right to everything a man can give her.
Don't you think she's also entitled to her own success?
Well, now, that all depends on what she calls success. What's your ambition?
Well, first of all, I want everybody to love me. And yet, I want to love one person so madly that nobody else matters.
That's selfishness, isn't it?
No, you don't understand. I want everybody to love my work. On the stage, I mean.
Oh, are you an actress?
Well, I hope to be someday. What's your ambition?
A job.
What kind of a job?
Well, any kind right now. I'm trying to get on a New York paper.
Maybe my father could help you. He used to own a newspaper in Clinton, Iowa.
I hope to own one myself someday.
I bet you will, too.
Thanks. But if I don't, I won't mind. Just so long as I don't get hurt too much trying. And that's what I'm hoping for you, too.
Well, let's make a pact. If you get on a newspaper before I get on the stage, you take me out and we'll celebrate. Huh?
And if you get on the stage before I get on the paper?
I'll take you out. Isn't that fair?
Well, not exactly. I'll have to do my best to beat you to a job.
I hope you do. But if you don't, I'll expect you to keep our pact just the same. Good night, Mr. Moore.
Good night.
Many a heart is aching if you could read them all. Many the hope that has vanished after the ball.
That was fine, Helen.
Who's that?
Sounds like someone in the yard.
Let's go see. Oh, there he is, that man coming through the gate.
Good evening. Pardon the intrusion, please, but I was dining at the cafe next door, and I couldn't resist the sound of your voice. I'm Tony Pastor.
Pastor? You're not Tony Pastor's theater.
No, I'm not at the theater. The theater belongs to me.
Oh.
Young lady, I should like to see you at noon tomorrow. That is, if you're interested in going on the stage.
Yes,
Interested? Well, we've been playing theater for years.
Tomorrow at noon, then?
I'll be there, Mr. Pastor.
Good. I'd like to hear you sing once in the theater. And then maybe we can talk of business. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Pastor.
Father, I'm going to sing for him. I'm going to sing for Tony Pastor.
My evening star, I wonder who you are. Sit up so high, like a diamond in the sky. No matter what I do, I can't go up to you. So come down from my evening star. Come down, come down, come down from my evening star.
Good, very good. Come here, please. Sit down, please.
Thank you. Did you like it, Mr. Pastor?
I liked it very much, Miss.
Helen Leonard.
Oh, yes. I don't like your name. Here, let's see. What shall we call you? What's your favorite flower?
The rose.
Rose? No, I don't care for that either. Rose, gardenia, pansy, camellia, lillian. Yes, I like that. Yeah, Lillian what? Lillian... I have it. I can see it as plainly as if a hand were writing it for me. Tony Pastor presents the great English ballad singer Lillian Russell. From now on, that's your name. And something tells me it'll be a very important name.
Will it?
Don't you like Lillian Russell, my dear?
Yes. Yes, of course I do, Mr. Pastor. But somehow I already feel lonesome for Helen Leonard.
Lillian Russell, the English songbird, appearing this week.
Who's Lillian Russell?
Now, there's her picture on that poster.
Yes, sir, you can't buy a seat at Pastor's.
She's lovely, isn't she?
My evening star, I wonder who you are.
No seats available, sir. Standing room only.
Oh, this is all right. Oh, good evening, Mr. Pastor. Can't you get a seat either? Huh? Oh.
Well, I always watch the show from here, Mr. Moore, wasn't it?
Yes. She's wonderful, isn't she? Wonderful. She's the greatest success I've ever had. A star in a little more than 3 weeks. Would you like to come and meet her after the show?
Oh, no, thanks. But I imagine she's pretty busy these days. I'd rather not bother her.
Come down, my evening star.
Grandma, weren't they wonderful?
And weren't you wonderful?
Look, even more flowers than last night.
And the same basket of roses again.
Oh, I hope there's a card with them this time. I'd like to know who sends them.
I don't see any card, just a package.
A package? Let me see.
Now, just a minute. Don't get so excited. Here we are. Well, look at that. It's a necklace.
Diamonds. Diamonds and rubies. Oh, Grandma, isn't it beautiful? Oh, no, I hope you don't find a card, because if you do, I'll have to send it back, won't I?
Try it on. Whoever sent that must be a millionaire.
I come in?
What's Mr. Pastor?
Yes, come in, Mr. Pastor.
My dear, you were wonderful again tonight. How does it feel to be a success? Or are you still afraid of it?
No, I was never afraid of it, Mr. Pastor. My mother was.
And how does she feel about it now?
She doesn't know.
But it's almost a month. Doesn't she suspect?
No. She thinks I take my lesson every night. Oh, but I'll never give it up now, Mr. Pastor.
No, you can't, my dear. You can't give it up. Even when you grow tired, you still go on. Lillian, do you remember the young man who stopped your horses almost in front of my theater?
Remember him? She's been expecting him ever since her first day here.
He was here tonight.
Tonight? Well, didn't he ask to see me?
No, as a matter of fact, he left before the show was over.
Oh.
Good night, my dear.
Good night, Mr. Pastor.
Good night, Grandma.
Good night.
You see, Grandma, he does know I'm on the stage, and he's forgotten our pact. Very well, I'll forget him.
That may be easier said than done, Helen. I think you fell in love with that young man.
Oh, don't be stupid, Grandma. I scarcely know him. Why should I love him? Just because he stopped our horses, any gentleman would have done the same. And besides, maybe he'll come back again tomorrow night. Helen, come in, Mother. I was just hoping you were awake, dear. I wanted to say good night. Well, you weren't home when I came in, Mother. I know. Your father told me you asked for me. Did you take your lesson tonight? Yes. Yes, I did, Mother. Good. Has Mr. Damrosch said anything about your voice lately? Well, he thinks I'm improving, I think. Helen, look at me. Now smile. Yes, it's true. You do look like Lillian Russell. Mother, have you seen her? Almost every night for the past 3 weeks in the same little seat in the gallery. Oh, Mother. And I'm so proud of you, dear. Oh, Mother, you're wonderful. Hush, dear. Helen, who gave you this? What? This necklace. Oh, I don't know, Mother. I got it tonight in a basket of flowers. There wasn't a note, a card, or anything. I see. Good night, darling. Mother, aren't you going to kiss me? You're not angry because I've gone on the stage? No, dear. We're going to miss you, though. But, Mother, I'm not leaving you. You've already left yourself, dear. You're Lillian Russell now. Someday you'll forget you ever knew Helen Leonard. I'd rather forget Lillian Russell first. You can't forget her now. Her name is in lights, in the newspapers, and on thousands of lips. Millions of new faces will take the place of the old ones. Men will offer fortunes just to stand in the shadow of her glamorous career. Women will envy but copy her. And even kings may applaud her. Mother, do you really think I'll be that successful? I'm afraid you will, dear. Good night, my darling. Good night, Mother. Millions of new faces. Men will offer fortunes. And women will copy her. Oh, I hope I like you, Lillian Russell.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Alice Faye, Edward Arnold, and Victor Mature, will bring you Act 2 of Lillian Russell. Oh, Sally, did you say you had something to tell the ladies in our audience?
Yes, Mr. Ruick. I've got a helpie that I think is a dandy.
A helpie? What's that?
Well, you just listen. Now, every housekeeper knows that it spoils the appearance of a bathroom if when you run a hot bath, you get the room all steamed up. Well, the mirrors get clouded and the guest towels get limp. Well, I have discovered a way to avoid all that.
Well, tell us about it.
Well, here's what you do. Now, first, before you run any hot water at all, you run the cold water for a while. Then you add as much hot water as you like.
And the bathroom doesn't get all steamed up? Why, that's a very good household hint. And now I see what you mean by helpy. It's a hint that helps, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Ruick. And this particular hint is especially good when you're expecting company. So the bath you take just before the guests come doesn't spoil the spick and span look of the bathroom.
Oh, I see. Your Lux Soap Beauty Bath that makes you feel fresh as a daisy in spite of the fact that you've been busy all day sprucing up the house and getting dinner ready.
Yes, sir. That Lux Soap Beauty Bath that thousands of women take every day. Not only because it peps them up, but because it makes them sure about daintiness. Sure of skin that's really fresh and sweet. That's where Lux Soap's active lather comes in. And its nice, delicate perfume.
Yes, Sally, it's costly perfume. But Lux Toilet Soap sells for only a trifle because so many millions of people buy it and use it every day. Volume production brings the price down, you know. And, of course, the screen stars out here and women everywhere find that Lux Toilet Soap is a wonderful aid to complexion beauty. Actually, 9 out of 10 screen stars, lovely women everywhere, use gentle, white Lux Toilet Soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Lillian Russell, starring Alice Faye as Lillian Russell, Edward Arnold as Diamond Jim Brady, and Victor Mature as Alexander Moore. In the few years that followed, the marquee lights of New York told the story of a girl's rise to glory. Lillian Russell in Pinafore, Lillian Russell in Olivet, the Pirates of Penzance, the Grand Duchess, show after show, hit after hit, until her name shone like a brilliant star over the world of the theater. Through all this time, mysterious gifts of flowers and diamonds continued to arrive at her dressing room door. And now in a fashionable jewelry shop, another gift is chosen by her anonymous admirer, Diamond Jim Brady.
Look at this pendant, Jim. The center stone is 12 carats.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all right.
It was part of the Chadwick collection, originally set in the crown of Louis XVI of France.
Well, I suppose he lost it when he lost his head, huh? How much?
Well,
And remember, this is Jim Brady talking and not Louis XVI.
To you, $15,000.
Sold.
Jim, you certainly are a gallant. It's been a long time now since we sent the first jewelry to Lillian Russell for you. And still you say you don't know her.
No, I don't, but I will one of these days. And it's worth looking forward to.
I don't like to discourage you, Jim, but I hear she's going to be married soon.
Oh, yeah? Who to?
Well, she's been seen a lot lately with Jesse Lewison.
Uh-huh. Well, she couldn't find a nicer fellow. You know, Jesse is a great friend of mine. By the way, send that pendant to the Casino Theater. She's opening there tonight.
Without a card, as usual?
Without a card, but in the usual basket of roses.
She's more beautiful than ever.
The second act's as good as the first. This is Lillian's greatest triumph.
Well, she's done it again. That girl is marvelous.
You like her, don't you, Jim?
Well, don't you, Edna?
Yes, but I'm a little jealous of the way you look at her.
Oh, don't be silly. I don't even know her.
You will.
Hello, Jim. I was just looking
Hello,
for you.
Jesse.
I beg your pardon.
That's all right. Dear, this is the famous Jesse Lewison. Jesse, meet Miss Edna Macaulay.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Famous for what, Jim?
Well, for being a great friend of Lillian Russell, for one thing.
Well, that reminds me. Would you like to see something very interesting?
He would if it's Lillian Russell.
Well, it is. She's going to sing over the long-distance telephone for President Cleveland during the intermission.
You mean she's going to sing here and the president is going to listen in Washington?
Exactly. After the show, we're all going to Rector's. We'll expect you both.
Rector's? I'll be there.
Oh, by the way, Edward Solomon's coming along.
Solomon?
Yes, the young fellow who writes his songs. He's rather jealous of Lillian and inclined to be a little hot-headed. Don't pay too much attention to him.
Some more lobster, Mr. Brady?
Put it down, put it down.
Oh, what's so funny, Mr. Brady?
I was just thinking of President Cleveland at the other end of the telephone wire, listening to Lillian Russell when all the time you were really singing to me.
Well, I was very nervous, and you were very encouraging.
Yes, I don't think you could have done it without him, Lily.
Teddy.
Oh, now, Mr. Solomon, I didn't say that. By the way, you were very good tonight, Mr. Solomon. You played the piano beautifully.
You flatter me, Mr. Brady.
Oh, no, not at all. I've been an admirer of yours for some time. I know a lot of your compositions.
Well, thank you.
You know, you should write all of Miss Russell's songs.
Someday I hope to write at least one that's worthy of her.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Teddy.
Say, look, Mr. Solomon, will you do something for me?
Have the orchestra play one of your songs and you play it with them, huh?
You know our weakness, Mr. Brady. Musician can't resist the opportunity of showing off. Excuse me, Lily.
Thanks.
Well, we seem to be alone, don't we? Oh, aren't you surprised, Mr. Brady?
No, not very much.
I rather enjoyed watching you work it out. Is that how you planned your steel railroad cars and all that sort of thing?
What do you know about steel railroad cars?
Nothing. But I know all about Diamond Jim Brady. You really eat as much as people say you do?
Well, how much do they say?
Well, I heard someone say that he had seen you eat 6 dozen oysters on the half shell, 3 tureens of mock turtle soup, 5 steaks.
Well, wait a minute. It's a lie. It's a libel. I never ate over 3 dozen oysters and 4 steaks in that room at one time in my life.
Oh.
Yeah. You enjoy eating?
Well, I like good food.
Yeah, so do I. Tell me, what's your favorite of all food?
Corn on the cob.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's mine, too. How many years can you eat?
Oh, when I've been really very hungry, I've eaten 2 or 3, maybe.
Oh. I bet you I can spot you 3 and beat you by 10.
Well, we'll try it sometime. Well, listen, Teddy's playing his piece for you.
Would you sing it for me, Miss Russell?
Oh, I couldn't hear.
Oh, please, just quietly, just for me, huh?
Adored one, my wonderful adored one, so lovely, so charming and divine, just like a melody, you seem to haunt me, to taunt me, won't let me free. Adored one, you smile and you enchant me. Please grant me the right to call you mine. My heart will sing again, my darling, when you do. Adored one, I'm so in love with you.
That's the most beautiful thing I ever heard in all my life.
Thank you. Well, what are you laughing at now?
Oh, at myself. You know, I've been waiting years for the night just to be alone with you. And all I could talk about was corn on the cob.
Keep the doorway clear, please. No waiting at the stage door.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Jesse.
What are you doing out here in this storm?
Oh, I like storms. You know, ever since I was a kid, I loved to walk in the rain. I've had some of my best ideas walking in the rain.
Did you have a good one tonight?
Well, yes, Jesse, I did. That's why I'm waiting for Lillian. Do you mind?
Well, I haven't exactly the right to mind yet. But I'm going to be honest with you. I love Lillian, Jim.
I'm glad you told me, Jesse. And I'm going to be just as honest with you. I love her, too.
All right, Jim. Let the best man win.
Yeah, and we'll let the loser be the best man at the wedding, eh?
Stand back, please. Harry, pull up that carriage, quick.
What's the excitement, Joe?
The company just found out about the folks getting married today.
Somebody in the show getting married? Who?
Didn't you know, sir? Mr. Solomon and Miss Russell, they got married this morning.
Here they come. Good luck, Miss Russell. Good luck, Mr. Solomon.
Solomon. I never figured on him.
Well, Jim, it's still raining. Got another idea?
No. I guess that was my last one. Miss Lillian Russell sailed today for England to appear in an operetta by Gilbert and Sullivan. Sailing with her was her husband, the composer, Edward Solomon.
Russell?
No, thank you, Marie. I'm not hungry.
Aren't you feeling well, Mum?
I'm tired, that's all.
I thought perhaps London didn't agree with you, Mum.
Oh, no, Marie. I love London.
I'm glad you stayed away from rehearsal today, Mum. You were in the theater all day yesterday. I don't blame Mr. Solomon for wanting you to rest.
I never get tired of the theater, Marie. Oh, I'll go. It's probably Teddy. Hello, darling. How did everything go?
Oh, fine. I was completely successful. Not only did I get you out of the rehearsal, I got you out of the show.
Stop joking, Teddy. What happened?
I told you you're fired.
Simply because I missed rehearsal?
That started the argument.
Oh, now you didn't lose your temper again, did you?
Very well, crawl to your London tramp if you want to. Get on your knees to Mr. Gilbert and apologize. I don't care. I can even tell you exactly what he'll say. My dear Miss Russell, of course I want you back, but I don't like your meddlesome husband. He's selfish and stupid, and he doesn't want anybody to do anything for you but himself. That's what he'll say to you. Unfortunately, it's the truth, every word of it. I can't help myself, Lillian. That's how I feel about you. I want to write you the greatest operetta of your career. And I can do it if you'll have faith in me. I'll start tonight. This very minute.
Teddy, darling, sit down beside me. I know what you want to do for me, and I love you for it. And someday you will do it.
You have faith in me? You have?
Yes, Teddy. And if I'm out of this show, I don't care, because I know how good yours will be.
Oh, Lillian, I'm a very selfish person. I'm willing to risk your career as if it belonged to me. And it doesn't.
I belong to you, Teddy.
It may mean months and months. I'd be working, nothing coming in. We couldn't live like this, darling.
Then we'll move to a less expensive place, and we'll be just as happy as we are now.
Lillian...
Now take me in your arms. Hold me tight. And never let me go, darling. Marie, did you give Mr. Solomon his eggnog?
Yes, Mum.
Did he drink it?
No, Mum. He doesn't look well, Miss Russell.
Oh, he's tired, Marie. He's overworking himself.
He says it's going to be the greatest role of your career, Mum.
I hope so, for his sake. Good night.
Good night, Mum.
Oh, Marie, what about our visitor? Isn't he coming tonight?
Visitor, Mum?
Yes, the American newspaper man.
Oh, dear. The one who wanted to do the story of your life. I completely forgot, Mum.
Oh, Marie, how could you possibly forget when you know he's bringing us money?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mum. I'll show him in as soon as he comes.
Wait, what did you say his name was?
I have it right here, Mum. Alexander Moore.
Alexander Moore. Isn't it strange? I seem to remember that name so well. Alexander Moore.
And now this is the agreement, Miss Russell. It gives our paper the exclusive right to publish your story. You'll have to sign where it says accepted, and this is your check.
Tell me, why did you break our pact, Mr. Moore?
Huh? Our pact?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't think you even remembered me, Miss Russell.
Oh, that doesn't answer my question, Mr. Moore.
Well, I don't think I can answer it without quibbling. You see, I made my pact with a girl named Helen Leonard. When I found out she was Lillian Russell, well, I got scared, I guess. It seems a long time ago, doesn't it?
Yeah. I can see it all as if it were yesterday. We had just left Professor Damish's house, and all at once had happened. You seemed to leap from nowhere, and I thought you were going to be killed.
Oh, I was afraid you were.
And here we are, years later, signing a contract for my life story. Would have been a very short one if you hadn't been so brave.
Maybe it wasn't bravery. Maybe it was just a newspaper man saving a good story. You see, my paper sort of considers you one of the finest women that ever lived. Not only because of your success, but on account of the way you've carried it. Guess maybe you didn't realize it, but everybody in America loves you.
Everybody?
Well, they just can't help themselves, I guess. You've got a way of making people love you. I mean, well, that's how my paper feels about you, Miss Russell.
Well, it's very sweet of you to tell me, Mr. Moore.
That's beautiful music.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it lovely? Mr. Solomon is writing it for me.
You're very happy, aren't you?
Oh, yes, very. We haven't had such an easy time of it lately. This check is more than welcome, but we have been very happy.
What was that?
Well, that's what you call artistic temperament. Whenever Teddy becomes dissatisfied or annoyed with his work, he slaps the poor piano as if it were all its fault. Now, Tell me something about yourself. When are you going to own a newspaper?
Well, I don't know yet. I didn't get on very well in New York, so I went back home to Pittsburgh. I've been there ever since.
Married?
No.
No girls?
No. Well, yes, there is a girl I sort of grew up with.
What's her name?
Lucille.
Lucille. Oh, I like that name. Why don't you marry her?
Well, I just never thought of it, I guess. Maybe she wouldn't have me if I did. Well, I'll have to leave. I'd like to begin our work tomorrow if we can, Miss Russell.
Tomorrow, then. And you will keep our pack this time, won't you?
You can depend on it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Moore.
Will there be anything else, Mum?
No, Marie. But you might see if there's anything Mr. Solomon wants.
Yes, Mum. Mr. Solomon? Mr. Solomon, sir. It seems very quiet, Miss Russell.
Perhaps he's asleep. Open the door.
Yes, Mum. He's still at the piano, Mum.
Tiptoe in and see if he's asleep.
Yes, Mum.
Marie, what is it?
Miss Russell, come quickly. Come quickly.
What is it? Is there anything wrong?
Oh, Mr. Solomon, there's something the matter. Miss Russell.
Lillian Russell's husband dies in London. The composer Edward Solomon was back last night while working on an operetta for his wife.
Flowers, Miss Russell. Aren't they beautiful?
Yes. Lovely.
There's a card with them, Mum.
Read it for me, Marie.
Dear Miss Russell, I'm so sorry. Alexander Moore. Mr. Moore phoned to say goodbye, Mum. He's leaving for Paris today. But he said if you wanted to reach him before he sailed for America,
Oh, it seems so long since I've seen America.
Yes, Mum. Oh, and that producer gentleman also called early this morning. He hadn't heard about Mr. Solomon. He wanted to speak to you about a new play.
A new play?
Yes, Mum. I told him you might call him next week.
I won't be here next week. I'm going back to America.
To America? Without a London success, Mum? Oh, you can't.
What do you mean, Marie?
Mr. Solomon, Mum. He wanted it so much. I heard him say it time and time again. We'll bring London to your feet, he'd say. That's why he works so hard, Mum, writing his music for you.
His music? Yes. I owe it to him. At least I can give him that. We'll stay in London, Marie. We'll do that show.
Wasn't meant to sing alone. Blue lovebird, still singing for your mate, but it's your fate to wait alone. Once there were two of you singing to the dawn. What can a lovebird do when his love has gone? Blue lovebird, your song becomes a sigh. It seems that lovebirds die alone.
They liked it, Teddy. They liked your music.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars Alice Faye, Edward Arnold, and Victor Mature will bring you Act 3 of Lillian Russell. And now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood news reporter. She went over to 20th Century Fox a while ago to see what was going on over there. And if I know Libby, that gleam in her eye means she came back with a real story.
Well, Mr. Ruick, I know that when it comes to stories, you're from Missouri. But this story is true, and it's about a young lady who really is from Missouri, Brenda Joyce.
Brenda Joyce? Why, she's one of the most promising young starlets over at 20th Century Fox. I'll never forget the way she played the part of Fern Simon in The Rains Came.
Wait until you see her in her new picture, Public Deb #1. I watched her working in a few scenes over at the studio. She's terrific.
And did you notice her lovely complexion, Libby?
I certainly did, Mr. Ruick. Brenda follows the lead of 9 out of 10 famous stars. She uses Lux toilet soap, too.
Smart girl, Brenda. But tell us, Libby, what's she like? How'd she get in pictures?
Well, Brenda's blonde, 5 feet 4 inches tall, and weighs 112 pounds. And she's every bit sheer glamour. She's been living right here in Hollywood since she was 5 years old, you know. Eventually, she went to work as a photographer's model. And all the local photographers called Brenda when they wanted a typical American girl type.
And then one day the usual talent scout noticed her?
Right. But the rest of the story is unusual. Her screen test was so extraordinarily successful that she was assigned that first part of hers, Fern, and The Rains Came. And guess what she says about Lux toilet soap, Mr. Ruick?
Go ahead, Libby. Let's hear it.
Brenda says she uses Lux toilet soap every day. She never neglects her daily active lather facials because they really work. She says they're the right care for her skin.
Well, thank you, Libby. And say thank you to Brenda Joyce for me next time you see her. And now, for those of you who haven't already tried it, here's the way to take the Lux Toilet Soap Active Lather Facial famous Hollywood stars use every day. They know Lux Toilet Soap's active lather is gentle, does a thorough job of removing dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Just pat the rich active lather gently into your skin. Rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool. Then pat your face lightly to dry. This active lather facial leaves skin feeling smooth and soft and looking so fresh. Just try it for 30 days. See what this care Hollywood screen stars use can do for you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Lillian Russell. With the applause of London still ringing in her ears, the homesick Lillian Russell returned at last to America, to Broadway and her old friends. On a Sunday afternoon, the strollers in Central Park were treated to a rare sight. A bicycle built for three, speeding along, pedaled gaily by a trio of celebrities. Jessie Lewison, Lillian Russell in her famous white cycling dress, and Diamond Jim Brady in peaked cap and knickers.
Stop it. I've had enough. Stop it. I couldn't pedal another foot.
Pull up, Jesse. I think Jim's tired.
Tired? We've exhausted him.
I couldn't pedal this thing another 10 feet. Let me sit down somewhere.
Too many lobsters.
Going on the cob.
Say, that reminds me, didn't you promise we'd stop off for something to eat? That's what's the matter with me. I'm weak.
I'm sorry, Jim, but I've got to get back. There's my carriage waiting.
Oh, you don't have to leave us now, do you, Lillian?
Oh, I'm due at rehearsal.
Carriage? Well, when will we see you again?
Not until after the show opens, Jim. I'm going to be very busy till then.
All right, but I'll be there for the opening.
Bye, Jim. Bye, Jesse.
Bye. What are you laughing at?
Oh, you and me. Every time I start out with Lillian, I end up with you.
I don't think it's so funny. You don't either. I know you, Jim. You laugh when you're hurt. You still love Lillian, don't you?
Don't you?
No? I'm being honest with you again, Jim. I'm in love with Edna.
Edna? My Edna?
No, my Edna. We're going to be married. Do you mind?
Mind? I think it's great.
I'm sorry in one way.
Why?
Because I know how lonely you're going to be without Edna when you lose Lillian again.
You wouldn't want to bet a lot of money against my chances, would you?
No, but you can't buy her, Jim. I tried that.
Yes, but you never offered to lay everything you had in the whole world at defeat, did you?
No, not exactly.
Well, I will. And it's millions, Jesse. Millions.
10 minutes curtain time. Curtain time, 10 minutes.
Marie.
We'll have to fix this dress again, I'm afraid.
I'll put a stitch in it, Mum, in the dressing room. It won't take a minute.
Marie, who wrote that on my mirror?
Where, Mum?
Lillian, I love you. Who did that?
I did, Lillian.
Oh, Jim Brady. What are you doing back here? Marie, we'll let the dress wait.
Yes, Mum.
Why aren't you out front?
Oh, I just couldn't wait, Lillian. I got an idea, and the minute I got it, I just had to do it.
You mean this on the mirror?
Yes, I've been trying to say it for a long time.
Ah, Jim, you're sweet. But I'm going to scold you.
What, again?
Mm-hmm. And seriously. I want you to look at all the things you sent me tonight.
Well, but I've seen them, Lillian.
Well, look at them again and try to repent your extravagance. A basket of orchids with diamond necklace and bracelet. American Beauty roses with rubies. Gardenias with emeralds. Violets with pearls. And a bicycle of golden sapphires. Jim, have you lost your mind?
No, my dear, just my heart.
What?
Lillian, Edna and Jessie are out front watching the show. They're married. You were fond of Jessie, weren't you?
Yes, I'll miss him, Jim. He was a grand friend. But you'll miss Edna, too, won't you?
I won't miss anything or anybody in the whole world if I can have you. And I'll give you everything I've got in the world if you'll just say yes, Lillian. And if at the end of a year you tire of me, I'll walk out of your life and leave you everything I've spent my life for. I love you, Lillian. Lillian, what's the matter? Why are you crying?
Because I don't love you, Jim. And I wish I did.
Oh, Lillian, come on now. Stop that. Can't you see I was just joking? The only reason I said that was because you were scolding me about my gifts, and I wanted you to believe I was serious. That's all it was. Can you imagine me being married? Why, I'd make the worst husband in the whole world because the minute you were mine, I'd begin to lose interest in you, just as I have with everything else I've gotten out of life, except perhaps corn on the cob. I would, really.
No. You're not telling the truth. I've hurt you deeply, and I'm sorry. But if I married you, I'd hurt you even more because it would be gratitude, Jim, not love. And you wouldn't want that, would you?
And what if I should say yes?
Then I'd marry you, Jim.
Do you really mean that?
Yes, I do.
Well, then, I'll bet this is the shortest honeymoon two people ever spent together. It's all over, and what's more, Miss Russell seems very, very happy about it.
No. No, I'm not happy, Jim. Neither are you. We're pretty much alike, aren't we? I mean, we've each had everything life could give us except what we really want. And I've looked for it so hard. When I was a girl and I first went to work for Tony Pastor, my mother said that every success has its penalty, that somehow life has a strange way of making you pay for the things it gives you. Now I know what she means.
Lillian, I wish I could give you the happiness you're looking for.
And I wish I could do the same for you, Jim.
There. Don't you worry about me. All I'm thinking of right now is what we're going to eat after the show. We have a supper date, you know.
Yes. Yes, I'll be waiting for you, Jim.
Good. We'll see you then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Russell, there are more flowers, Mum, and a message.
Read it to me, Marie.
Dear Miss Russell, I'm in the theater enjoying your show, but I'm leaving for Pittsburgh immediately after. Would love to say hello to you before I go. Alexander Moore.
Alexander Moore. You remember him, Marie?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mum.
Oh, I'd like to see him. Send a message back, Marie. Tell him to come during intermission.
Yes, Mum.
Marie, isn't it strange? I so often think of Alexander Moore and so seldom see him.
15-minute intermission. Don't forget now, on stage, 5 minutes before curtain.
Good evening, Mr. Moore.
Good evening. It was nice of you to see me.
Oh, it's been a long time, Mr. Moore, and you've missed so many chapters of my story.
Oh, I've been reading them, Miss Russell. Your success has been glorious.
Thank you. Tell me, what have you been doing? Still a newspaper man?
Newspaper work is seldom just a job. It's a lifetime. I have my own paper now.
Oh, I said you would, didn't I? The Telegraph?
The Leader. I'll have a review of your show in it tomorrow.
A good one?
I'll send you a copy of it, so you can finally read an article about yourself in my paper.
Oh, I'll enjoy that. And now, how about yourself? And, oh, you know who I mean. You told me all about her in London.
Lucille?
Yes, Lucille. How is she?
Oh, I haven't seen her in quite some time now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Love can be so elusive, can't it?
Yes, it seems that way.
Miss Russell, you'll have to change soon.
Very well, Marie. Get my things ready.
I'll be running along.
Will I see you later?
No, I'm leaving now, getting the first train I can. But I'll be coming to New York again sometime.
Soon?
Maybe.
Well, why don't you wire me before you come, and we'll arrange to have dinner together.
We will?
Well, don't you want to?
Oh, yeah, sure I do. As a matter of fact, I've had dinner with you lots of times.
You have? When?
You wouldn't remember. You weren't there. Good night, Miss Russell.
I'm glad you came back.
So am I.
Isn't it a strange coincidence, Mr. Moore?
What?
Well, ever since I first came to New York, you seem to have punctuated my life. And every time something important or serious has ever happened to me, you've come along.
Perhaps it hasn't been exactly a coincidence, Miss Russell. Good night.
Good night.
We'd better hurry, Mum.
Marie, did you hear what he said? He said it wasn't a coincidence. Do you realize what that means?
Not exactly, Mum.
It means he's been thinking of me all these years. He's been in love with me, Marie, almost all my life. And I think I loved him the very first time I saw him. Grandma told me I did, and she was right. Marie, find him for me, will you? He's leaving for Pittsburgh tonight, and I don't want him to go away, because if he does, it'll probably be years before we see him again. Please, Marie, never mind my dress. I'll get into it somehow. Tell him I don't want him to go. Tell him anything, Marie, but find him for me.
Ooh, lovebird, your song's a tender thing that wasn't meant to sing alone. Ooh, lovebird, your song becomes a sigh. It seems that lovebirds die alone.
Miss Russell, I found him, Miss Russell. He's in the dressing room.
Oh, thank you, Marie. Mr. Moore.
Hello. Your maid said that if you... Well, anyway, I came back and I saw something written on your mirror, and I thought I'd add to it.
Lillian, I love you. Alex Moore. Alex, I'm so glad you came back. I want to make another pact with you. That's if you promise to keep it, Alex.
I've never really broken it, Helen.
Clear the way, please. No standing in the stage door.
There she is. There's Lillian Russell.
Good night, Miss Russell. Good night, Mr. Moore.
Well, Jim, there they go.
Yeah, she's a wonderful person, Jesse. We may have greater stars, yes, and someday even a more beautiful one. But they'll never be able to write the history of the American theater without Lillian Russell.
Will you join us for supper at Rector's, Jim?
That's nice of you, Jesse. But for the first time in my life, I'm not hungry.
Lillian Russell, Diamond Jim, and Alexander Moore fade into the glamorous past. But Alice Faye, Edward Arnold, and Victor Mature are right here at this microphone, and we congratulate them all.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I hope we did bring all those people to life for a few moments.
Oh, as far as I'm concerned, Lillian Russell was right here on the stage tonight.
You're right, Victor.
As I remember, Lillian and Diamond Jim, you were both pretty nearly perfect in the part.
I think Eddie's getting that Diamond Jim look again.
What's that?
Oh, that fellow Brady talks so much about eating that I have to rush home to dinner every time I play the part. How's the food in the picture you're making, Alice?
Well, it's pretty scarce. I'm working on Tin Pan Alley at 20th Century Fox. It's a story about songwriters.
Well, as long as you sing the songs, Alice, Tin Pan Alley is right down my alley.
Well, if I knew how to curtsy, Mr. DeMille, I'd do it. And now, before we go, I'd like to add my little word or two to the sincere tributes that so many others have made to Lux Soap. I think it's a wonderful complexion care, and naturally, I use it all the time. The very first time I tried Lux Soap, I knew it was the right care for my skin, and I've been a Lux fan ever since.
Like one of your songs, Alice. Your opinion of Lux Soap is music to our ears.
Well, what about this trip of yours to Chicago, CB, for the opening of Northwest Mounted Police?
Well, Eddie, I'm leaving right now, right after the program. Chicago is planning a 3-day celebration, ending with the premiere on Thursday. And with me in Chicago, I'll have 6 stars of the picture. Gary Cooper, Madeline Carroll, Paulette Goddard, Preston Foster, Robert Preston, and Lynn Overman. And the Canadian premiere of Northwest Mounted Police is being held in every theater in Regina tonight.
Oh, that's fine. And what's the Lux Radio Theater going to do without you next week?
Oh, I'll be on the program, Eddie, from New York. My brother, William C. DeMille, is taking over here.
With 2 DeMilles working on the show next week, the sky is the limit.
Next week, the sky is the limit. Because we're going to have Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland. And the play is their latest MGM screen hit, Strike Up the Band. It's the first appearance at our microphone of these 2 youngsters who have taken the country by storm, and the play is made to order for their cheerful enthusiasm. So next Monday night is certainly a night to strike up the band, with Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland.
Oh, that's a wonderful cast, Mr. DeMille. I'll be listening. Good night and a pleasant trip.
Good night, CB, and lots of fun.
Good night. I'll send you greetings from Chicago. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Strike Up the Band. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
An important announcement. This is Community Chest Time, when you are asked to help fight disease, neglect, disaster, and suffering among your own townspeople. America's strength today is the strength of her people. Her social agencies stand guard over the health and welfare of the weakest among us. Help to keep America and Americans strong. Give generously to your community chest. Heard in tonight's play were Stuart Buchanan as Jessie Lewison, Noreen DeMille as Marie, Beatrice Maud as Cynthia, Jay Michael as Tony Pastor, Frederick Mackay as Teddy Solomon, Verna Felton as Lillian's grandmother, Earl Ross as Leonard, Lou Merrill as Damrosch, Dorothy Farrar as Edna McCauley, and Bob Burleson, John Berry, Norman Ainsley, and James Eagles. Edward Arnold will soon be seen on the screen in the Frank Capra production, The Life of John Doe, to be released by Warner Brothers. Victor Mature appears through courtesy of Hal Roach Studios and will soon be seen in Topper Returns with Roland Young and Billy Burke. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Joan Bennett in Nothing Sacred. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Once upon a time, our own time, right now, there was a little nobody who suddenly found herself rich, famous, and in love. That's the story of Hazel Flagg in Nothing Sacred. And compared to her story, the adventures of Cinderella were as routine as a timetable. One day, Hazel Flagg is living a highly unexciting life in a quiet little village. A day later, she's off on a mad whirl of New York, the toast of the town, a national idol, and the object of publicity so vast that even Hollywood must gape in astonishment. She didn't want to be famous. Her only desire was a trip to the big city. But her little innocent deception went so far wrong that she lost control of her life and, of course, her heart. Our bewildered heroine is played by the very lovely Joan Bennett. And as the originator of all her adventures, you'll hear Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in the part of a newspaper reporter whose talent for reporting the news is surpassed only by his genius for making it. Many of you have asked for this play and these stars in your letters, and the postman is our number one advisor in this theater. Not long ago, he brought us a letter from one of the women of our audience. That's almost an adventure story in itself. She wrote, I traveled to Alaska recently by the Yukon River route. At the junction of the Yukon and the Big Salmon River, a quantity of freight was unloaded from the stern-wheel steamer Whitehorse. Along with sugar, flour, rice, and hardware, I saw a case of Lux toilet soap put ashore. Someone must have wanted it very much, for already it had traveled hundreds of miles by steamer and train, and from that point it was to go still further inland by plane. Then she adds loyally, of course Lux toilet soap has been with me on every mile of my journey. You know, it's loyalty like that which inspires us in this theater on every mile of our journey through the season. And now to begin an exciting evening. We ring up the curtain on Act 1 of Nothing Sacred, starring Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. as Wally Cook and Joan Bennett as Hazel Flagg. New York City, the skyscraper champion, where the city slickers and the wise guys peddle gold bricks to each other. One of these gold bricks is being peddled right now in the banquet room of a Park Avenue hotel. At a dinner in honor of the Sultan of Mazapan, in all his oriental splendor, the Sultan sits at the head of the table while the Toastmaster, editor of the Morning Star, holds forth on his virtues.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the Morning Star summoned you to this banquet, I realized there were only two people qualified to introduce the great man we're honoring tonight. Either my humble self or that pearl among journalists, Mr. Wallace Cook, my great friend and star reporter.
Thank you.
I want Mr. Cook himself to tell you of the great feat he performed, not only for the Morning Star and for the city of New York, but for mankind itself, in interesting our guest of honor in this great project.
Thank you. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, the Sultan, is a man of great culture. When I first approached him with our idea, he was in immediate accord. You know our plan, 27 halls of learning, 27 arenas of art, to be known as the Morning Star Temple. And for every dollar we contribute, our guest has pledged himself to give 10. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my great honor to introduce to you a prince with a heart as big as his pocketbook. That fabulous and magnificent potentate of the Orient, the Sultan of Mazapan.
Peace be unto you, my friends. Peace and blessings of culture. As Sultan of Mazapan, it has been my privilege.
Let me see. That's all I ask. Just let me see.
Quiet back there. What's the trouble?
Where is he? Yeah, that's him. That's him, officer.
What's the matter here? Do you realize you're interrupting the Sultan of Mazapan?
That ain't no Sultan. That's my husband. Take off them fancy clothes, big shot. Get on back to Harlem where you belong.
Paper! Morning Star Sultan exposed his boot flag. Sultan of Mazapan, the hope of the century.
Sultan in rented robes tricks Morning Star. Sultan of Mazapan is Harlem boot black. Oriental potentate shines nifty shoe. Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
I'm sorry, Mr. Stone.
You're sorry. You're sorry, and the Morning Star is ruined. Well, my fine Oriental potentate, I'm not going to have you arrested. I'm going to put you on the payroll as a janitor.
Thank you.
And I want you always present in the local room where my reporters and Mr. Wallace Cook can drink you in constantly as a warning against fakes.
Yes. May I ask, ain't Mr. Cook a reporter anymore? I wouldn't like for him to lose his job. He was very nice to me.
No, Mr. Cook has not been discharged, Your Majesty. For his own good and the good of the Morning Star, I have removed him from the land of the living. Mr. Wallace Cook is now editor-in-chief of the obituary column. What is it? Oh, he does. Well, tell Mr. Cook I don't want to see him. And now, Your Royal Highness, get out of here and get to work.
Yes.
Listen, Oliver.
You get out, too.
I won't. You're going to listen to me. I tell you, I'm innocent. I was just as fooled by that fake as you were. I believed everything he said, just as you did. And either you cut out these fat-headed monkey shines of yours and let bygones be bygones, or I'm walking out of this fish trap right here and now.
You are under contract to the Star for 5 more years. You're not in a position to resign unless you wish to retire from journalistic efforts over that period.
Oliver, you're not going to keep me pounding out obituaries for 5 years.
Those are my plans, Mr. Cook.
That's granted. I'm the best reporter you ever had. I've handed you 100 scoops. It isn't fair, Oliver. It isn't human.
Oh, shut up.
Oliver, I don't like to say this, but the paper's going to rack and ruin without me. Look at this.
What's that?
An item from the second page. The second page, mind you. About a poor little working girl. Doomed to death from radium poisoning.
Well, what about it? We covered it, didn't we?
Covered it. Oliver, you're getting old. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines on Hazel Flag. And a poor little small-town kid with a few months to live at the outside. Doomed. Death staring her in the face. What does she feel? What does she think? Doomed by radium poisoning.
Don't shout at me.
Listen, Oliver. There's a story in this kid that ought to tear your heart out. Where is it? Why hasn't the Star got it? I'll tell you, because I'm stuck behind a water cooler on account of some whim of yours. Listen, Oliver, give me a chance, will you? Say, help me. May I drop dead? I'll redeem myself.
I ought to be shot for what I'm thinking.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that maybe you aren't the most tittering imbecile on earth. I'm thinking that maybe you've learned your lesson.
Oliver, say, help me. I'll go up and see that kid tomorrow. I'll dig you up a story that'll make this town swoon. Here's my hand on it.
All right. I'm a sucker, but go on. Redeem yourself.
Thanks. You won't regret it, Oliver. If I don't come back with the biggest story you ever handled, you can put me back in short pants and make me the marble editor.
Aikinsville, walk.
Good morning. I said good morning. You the station master?
Yep.
Fine. You can tell me then, do you know this girl in this picture here?
Yep.
Hazel Flagg, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh. Well, where can I find her? Is she in the hospital?
Nope.
Oh, just walking around, laughing and carrying on, I suppose.
Yep.
I see. My name's Cook, Wallace Cook.
Uh-huh.
I'm from the New York Star. And I'm going to be filing a lot of stuff in your telegraph office here.
Don't think you are.
Who says?
The Paragon factory owns this town. They don't care to have any scandal printed. What they say goes. Better take the next train back.
Well, you're encouraging, I'll say that. Look, there's a fellow by the name of Enoch Downer around here, isn't there? Miss Flagg's guardian?
Yep.
Well, what kind of fellow is he?
He won't talk to you. Nobody will talk to you in this town except me. Better go home.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll take a little stroll and have a look at the sights first.
Won't do you no good.
So you said before.
Yeah?
Good morning. You Mr. Enoch Downer?
Yep.
Well, my name's Cook.
Yeah? Come in.
Thank you, Mr. Downer. I'm up here from New York.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, I understand that you're Miss Flagg's guardian.
Yeah?
That's true, isn't it?
Yep.
Good. Now, may I speak to her, please?
Nope.
You mean she's not in?
That's right.
Oh. Well, she'll be back, won't she?
Nope.
She won't be back?
Nope. She don't live here.
Oh. Well, could you tell me where I could find her?
Where'd you say you were from?
New York. Now, if you'll just tell me where I could
You know what I think, young fella? I think you're a newspaper man. I can smell 'em. I've always been able to smell 'em. Excuse me while I open the window. Now, I'll tell you what I think of newspaper men. The hand of heaven reaching down into the mire couldn't elevate one of them to the depths of degradation. Not by a million miles.
I think you're being a little severe toward my profession. Not much, mind you, but just a little.
Nothing of the sort. I'm a fair-minded man, young fella. But when you've been robbed, swindled, cheated for 22 years out of a fortune, it's pardonable to formulate an opinion. From New York, huh?
Yep.
You don't happen to know of a newspaper called the Morning Star?
You have the honor, Mr. Downer, of addressing that newspaper's most gifted correspondent.
Moses in the mountain. You're from the Morning Star? Stay right where you are. Don't move. I'll show you something that'll freeze you.
Listen, I'm getting sick of this taffy pull. Where can I get a hold of Hazel Flagg?
Don't talk to me about Hazel Flagg. No, sirree. Here's the evidence.
Mr. Downer, all I want is a simple answer. What is Miss Flagg's address?
Don't waste my time, young fella. Here, read that. That's a copy of the essay I wrote. Read it. Go on.
Tit for tat. Give me your address, and I'll pore over these interesting documents all night.
I entered this contest with a clean pair of hands. Who are the 6 greatest Americans? Read that. I named them and proved why. Name them and write the essay about them, the rules said. And I wrote the essay. The best essay you ever read, young man. And what happened? Did I win the $10,000? No, siree. Did I win $5,000? Did they even try to save their faces by giving me one of the smaller $1,000 prizes? Not that gang of chicken thieves. Here's what they gave me. Read that. A check for $1. Young fella, for 22 years I've been...
Downer, try to be reasonable. You can't harbor a grudge for 22 years. Besides, maybe it wasn't the best essay sent in.
What's that?
Well, it's a difference of opinion that makes horse racing, isn't it? And if everyone thought alike about things, all the men would be trying to marry the same gal. And what's more...
Don't try to talk me out of this, young man. This is my grudge, and I'll harbor it till the day I die.
But you can't blame a newspaper.
Wait and see, that's all. The Morning Star had its chance to win my respect 22 years ago. They saw fit to pass it up. Very well. I'll prove to them before I die who the 6 greatest Americans are and who wrote the best essay.
I could do better in darkest Africa. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, it's all right.
Say, wait a minute. Aren't you Miss Hazel Flagg? I want to speak to you.
Excuse me, I can't talk now.
Oh, but listen, wait.
Good morning, Enoch.
Morning, Hazel. Come on in, sit down. Just had a young fella in here from New York, fresh as paint.
I just stopped by at Dr. Fennick's house.
Did you see him?
No. He was supposed to have those new x-ray plates this morning.
Yeah, he's got them all right.
He has?
Yeah, he was here a little while ago. Thought he might find you.
Oh.
Now, you don't have to stand there looking so dramatic like Eliza crossing the ice. Sit down. Got some news for you.
Oh, I can't help feeling a little bad. You couldn't either if you were going to die.
Well, you can stop giving yourself the airs of a dying swan. According to the new x-ray plates, you ain't gonna die. Unless you get run over or something.
What?
You heard me. I don't like to chew my cabbage twice.
Enoch, I'm not going to die.
That's what the doc says. You're fitter than a fiddle. And stop gawking at me.
Oh, I've got to cry, Enoch. I can't help it.
Come. This ain't no way to behave. You'd think it was bad news instead of good.
Oh, but Enoch, it's so sudden.
Well, the doc was mighty pleased. He says that first diagnosis was a mistake. Says he got so he was seeing radium poisoning everywhere.
Oh, I've been awfully brave, haven't I, not to cry before? Please say I have.
Well, now that it's all over, I don't mind telling you, Hazel, I felt kind of sorry for you. Sort of. I've been under a great strain.
You know, I don't know what I'm so happy about, Enoch. It sort of spoiled my trip.
Huh? What trip's that, Hazel?
I was going to take that $200 you get for dying in Aikenville and go to New York and blow it all in and die happy. And now I've got to stay in Aikenville.
Well, that ain't a nice thing to say. So that's your gratitude for being snatched from the jaws of death.
Oh, I don't know whether I'm happy or miserable. I'm all mixed up. Oh, I'm terribly grateful to Dr. Fennick, of course, only it's kind of startling to be brought to life twice. And each time in Aikenville. Goodbye, Enoch.
Well, I'll be darned.
Miss Flagg. Oh, Miss Flagg,
Yes.
I'm Wallace Cook from the New York Star. I've come to see you. I know it's hard for you to talk, but if you'll just listen to me a little while...
I have nothing to say now. It's sort of too late.
I know how you feel, Miss Flagg. I won't ask you any questions about your ailment.
Oh, that's all right. We just heard something. The new x-rays have come and they prove that the diagnosis...
Oh, please don't cry. I was thinking while I was waiting for you to come out. I have an idea. I want you to come to New York with me.
Huh?
As my guest, as the guest of the Morning Star. Now, don't say anything till I tell you.
Oh, I won't say anything.
If you were my sister or somebody close to me, I'd take you out of Aikenville dead or alive, Miss Flagg.
Oh, I've always wanted to see the world outside before, I mean...
Oh, it's tragic. You've lived here all your life, huh?
Twice that long.
You poor kid. You've never been in New York.
Oh, my grandmother took me when I was 3, but I didn't appreciate it.
Listen, we'll show you the town. We'll take you everywhere.
You'll have more fun than if you lived 100 years in this moth-eaten yep and nope village.
Oh, that's so very true.
Is it a bargain?
Oh, I don't know. It would be imposing on everybody and...
Imposing? In what way?
Well, I just thought it would be wrong to make people sad. I mean, I'd be kind of a killjoy, wouldn't I?
Listen, I'll be frank with you. Even if I sound like a ghoul, you'll be a sensation. The whole town will take you to its heart. You'll have everything you ever dreamed of, and you'll have it on a silver platter. You'll be like Aladdin with a magic lamp to rub.
You mean they'll like me just because I'm dying?
Well, that's a cruel way to put it. No, they'll like you because you'll be a symbol of courage and heroism. Well, we'll talk about that on the plane.
An airplane? You mean we're going to fly there?
Sure, we haven't much time. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, the sooner you get there, the more time you'll have to enjoy yourself.
You know, I was going to go before. I saved $100.
Listen, $100 million couldn't buy you the fun the Morning Star can give you. Come on.
Oh, no, I got to take him with me.
Who?
Enoch, Mr. Donna. You wait here. You won't go away, will you?
Nope.
I'll go ask him. Will you wait here?
Yep.
Enoch, listen! Look down there.
I don't care for scenery from this point of view.
Oh, but Enoch, that's the Statue of Liberty.
I seen it.
Miss Flagg?
Yes, Mr. Cook.
I got in touch with Oliver by radio. Oliver Stone, my editor. He's toe dancing in the streets, waiting for us.
Oh, I hope he's nice, like you.
Well, he's got a different quality of charm. He's a sort of a cross between a snake and a werewolf. But with a lovable streak, if you care to blast for it. You getting nervous?
Oh, no. I just hope he doesn't have a lot of long-whiskered doctors around to bother me. You know, I'm not coming to New York to play guinea pig for a lot of scientists. Everybody knows that radium poisoning is incurable, so why waste any time in that direction?
Don't you worry about that. You won't be bothered at all.
You know, I'm not going to bed till my teeth start falling out. That's when I begin worrying, isn't it, Enoch?
It's as good a time as any.
How are you feeling now, sailor?
Hunky-dory, Skipper.
Look, there's New York.
Oh!
There she is in all her beads and ribbons. And you're really going to see it right. Oliver's worked up a demonstration. New York's going to lay its heart at your feet. While the whistles blow, the bands play, and the cameras grind. How about you, sailor? Anything you care to say before we go into action?
I'm going to have a marvelous time. Whatever happens afterwards, I mean about my teeth falling out and all that. I'm going to have fun first. I am.
Well, if that doesn't make them cry, nothing will.
Cry? Well, why should they cry?
Because you're the bravest kid that ever lived. And there's no fake about it this time.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Joan Bennett, will bring us Act Two of Nothing Sacred. And now here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood news reporter, just back from a scouting expedition over at 20th Century Fox. Well, what's the good word, Libby?
The good word this week, Mr. Ruick, is about one of the most promising young starlets in Hollywood. See if you can guess who she is. Her 21st birthday is day after tomorrow. She's a lovely natural blonde with violet blue eyes. She's exactly 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighs 120 pounds, and best of all, she has a lovely, creamy, smooth complexion.
Let's see. 21 this Wednesday. Blonde, lovely complexion. Of course, she's a Lux girl, Libby.
Of course. That's an easy guess, with nearly every star in Hollywood using Lux toilet soap. But that doesn't say who she is, so I guess I'll have to tell you. She's Mary Beth Hughes.
Mary Beth Hughes. Oh, I should have guessed. But tell us more about her, Libby.
Well, Mary Beth is working very hard for a career that her grandmother can be proud of.
Her grandmother?
Yes. You see, her grandmother was Flora Fosdick. She played with Ethel Barrymore, was in Grand Opera at one time. Mary Beth says it was listening to her grandmother's recollections of the theater that made her want to become an actress. She began studying for the stage when she was just a little girl. Later on, after experience in stock company production, she came to Hollywood. Some chances to play bit parts followed. It wasn't long before her striking appearance, her ability, and personality gave her the part of a young wife and 4 sons. And she woke up next morning to hear herself acclaimed the find of the season.
Yes, and she's been on her way up ever since. Her new picture is Sleepers West, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Ruick.
Well, that's a very interesting story you've told us, Libby.
Yes, and here's something else that will interest you, Mr. Ruick. Mary Beth says she uses Lux soap every day. Never neglects her active lather facials, no matter how tired she may be at night. She says this Lux soap care is just right for her skin. Really works.
Thank you, Libby. And thank Mary Beth Hughes for us the next time you see her for the nice things that she said about Lux toilet soap. You know, rising young starlets out here in Hollywood are clever young women. They value the all-important charm of a lovely complexion just as you do. That's why they never neglect their daily active lather facials with Lux toilet soap. Won't you try these facials and see what they can do for you? Active lather does a thorough job of removing dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Gives skin protection it needs. Smooth the rich active lather gently into your skin. Rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool. Pat lightly to dry. Then see how fresh your skin looks. How smooth and soft it feels. Take Hollywood's tip. Try these Lux Soap Active Lather Facials for 30 days. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Nothing Sacred, starring Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. as Wally Cook and Joan Bennett as Hazel Flagg. New York has taken Hazel Flagg to its heart. Newspaper headlines boast of the doomed girl's courage. Skywriters fling her name across the heavens. The city is writhing at her feet, screaming its anguish, and loving every minute of it. And Hazel Flagg, the gentle faker, loves every second of it. On Wally Cook's arm, she's seeing New York as no one has ever seen it before. Tonight, she and Wally are witnessing a wrestling match in Madison Square Garden.
Wally, look, that big ape. He's going to break the other man's arm. Wally.
Here, don't excite yourself too much. It's just a fake.
What'd you say?
I said, don't excite yourself too much. It's just a fake.
Who's a fake?
Those wrestlers. The only square thing about them is the ring.
Oh, them.
They're a symbol of the whole town, pretending to fight, love, weep, and laugh all the time. And they're phonies, all of them. And I had the list.
Oh, no, you don't. Don't say that.
Using you to get a bonus and a byline on the front page. Making good over your poor little pain-racked body. And I'm worse than those fake wrestlers.
Oh, I'm feeling fine tonight, Wally. And you and the Morning Star have been so wonderful to me. All those wonderful gowns and banquets and the theater tickets. It's glorious.
Stop looking so happy and gallant, will you? Breaks my heart.
Hold it, boys! Stop the match! Stop the match! Quiet, please! Quiet! Ladies and gentlemen, I have just learned that Miss Hazel Flagg is in the audience. I would like to ask this distinguished gathering to observe 10 seconds of silence in respect for Miss Flagg. Let her go, Mike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Wally, they're so sentimental.
Casino modern, driver, and don't spare the engine.
What's that? Another nightclub?
Yeah, they're having a Hazel Flagg night.
Oh, everybody's being so nice to me. And you're the nicest.
Yes, I'm a real little Boy Scout.
Mr. Cook, could I get personal?
Well, that's what we're here for, to get personal. Proceed.
Well, I asked several people, but they didn't know.
Didn't know what?
If you were married.
The answer in capital letters is no. N-O.
N-O?
N-O.
Oh, I see. I don't suppose newspaper men marry as a rule.
Not after they're 14 or 15. That's the dangerous age for journalists. His ideals are not yet formed, and he falls easy prey to elderly waitresses. But once his finer side is born, he waits.
For what?
For the sound of the fire alarm, Miss Flagg waits to go rushing off to the fire.
What fire is that, Mr. Cook?
Love.
Oh, I used to hear about that in Aikenville.
Yes, it's gotten around. Having fun?
Oh, yes.
Have some more champagne.
Oh, you think I ought to?
Oh, why not? It's on the Morning Star.
All right. You know, I am having fun, but sometimes I get kind of depressed, too. Like last night when I came into the theater and everybody moaned. Oh, like that. You'd think I was a case of walking cholera.
Yeah. You know, I used to love New York when it would gaga over some celebrity. Danced in the streets with a neon light around its heart. I'm getting fed up with these trick tears and phony lamentations over you.
Oh, I'm glad they're phony. It makes everything all right in a way.
Huh?
Well, what I mean is I wouldn't want to feel I was really making all these people suffer.
Oh, they're not suffering. They're weeping for pure joy.
Greetings, my little folk. This is your old MC again, little old Harry Bushwick. Thank you. But there won't be any jokes tonight, folks, because tonight there is one among us who adds a bit of unaccustomed drama to our little revel. She sits here, eyes sparkling, her face wreathed in a lovely smile, drinking in the charms, the glitter, the gay sounds of life. So drink your wine, laugh and applaud, while this little doomed child sits saying goodbye. Her last goodbye with a grateful smile on her lips. And now I want you to meet her. That little girl from Aikenville. That little soldier whose heroic smile in the face of death has wrung tears and cheers from the great stone heart of the city. Our own Miss Hazel Flagg.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. All I want to say is, oh.
She's fainted.
Hazel.
She's fainted, folks.
Hazel, look at her. Speak to me. Hazel, darling. What do you say, Enoch?
She's going to be all right, Mr. Downer.
The doctor's on his way over. Now, if you fellas will just run along home, I'll let you know.
No, I'm going to wait. Has it... You suppose it's come, Enoch?
Yes. Tell the doctor we want to know the worst. We don't want him to spare our feelings. We go to press in 15 minutes.
Oh, shut up, will you?
I'll have to get back in there now. She's been asking for me.
Let us know, Enoch. We'll be waiting. Hazel. Wake up. Open your eyes.
Oh, Enoch. Where am I?
I'm disgusted with you, Hazel. Getting drunk in the middle of a memorial.
I'm not drunk. Just had one little sip or so. And then all those buffaloes ran over me.
What buffaloes?
I might have been trampled to death.
Don't yell. Somebody respectable now. That would be pretty, wouldn't it? Shame on you. Take your shoes off.
Take 'em off yourself. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Quiet.
I danced the whole night through.
Be quiet, I tell you. That editor fella is right outside. You want him to hear you?
Why doesn't he let us know?
Oh, it's getting late. If anything happens to her, we'll have to tear out our front page.
That's all that counts to you, isn't it? You bird brain. You've got a headline for a heart. That poor, gallant little kid standing in front of that goofy crowd. Smiling. Just smiling.
Don't waste copy on me, Wallace.
Oliver, there's the sweetest, loveliest kid in there that ever lived.
Yes, you said that before, Wally.
I'm through. I can't play pallbearer any longer. I'm resigning.
Oh, here he is. Well, Mr. Downer, is she gone?
She's all right, gentlemen. She's sleeping like a little baby.
Oh. Are you sure?
Just as if nothing had happened. She'll probably be fitter than a fiddle in the morning.
3 o'clock in the morning.
What? What's that?
Dear. Delirious again.
Nurse, answer that thing. Hello. Yes, this is the nurse. Well, I'll have to ask Miss Flagg. Miss Flagg, there are 20 little school children downstairs to sing for you. Mr. Stone arranged for it yesterday. Oh, that's horrible. I'll go mad. Later. Hello. A little later, please.
Morning, Miss Rafferty.
Good morning, Mr. Downer.
How is the patient this morning? Feeling better?
It's hard to say. Mr. Downer, don't you think we should have a doctor in?
Doctor? We have a doctor. He was here last night.
Well, that's strange. Why didn't he leave me any orders? If Miss Flagg has radium poisoning, I think that...
Miss Rafferty. I imagine the doctor knows more about Miss Flagg's condition than we do. Step outside, please.
Certainly, Mr. Downer.
That young lady's getting a little too inquisitive.
Oh, Enoch. I wish we could have a doctor. I feel awful.
Now, I brought you something. Raw eggs. Just what you need. Now, drink them right down. They'll settle your stomach.
Oh, Enoch, what's the matter with me?
Nothing much. You've got what is known as a hangover.
I've got something worse than that. I've got a conscience. I'm ruining him, Enoch.
Ruining who?
Wallace, Mr. Cook.
Oh, him. Have another egg.
Enoch, listen. He thinks I've helped him become a great journalist, and they're giving him a bonus.
And it's coming out of the $10,000 they owe me. If I'm not complaining, why should he worry?
He thinks I've helped him, and it makes him feel bad. Oh, I can't stand it. You know what'll happen when they find out that I'm a good-for-nothing fake? They'll blame him. They'll burn down the newspaper. They'll have Wally lynched. Oh, Enoch, why did you let me come to New York if you were only as honest as you look? Mr. Cook is here to see Miss Flagg. Do you feel able to speak to him? Tell him to come in.
Hello. Hello, Hazel.
Hello.
Hello, Enoch. It won't hurt her if I visit her a while.
No. The doc says she's doing very well for her last few weeks. If you want me, I'll be right outside.
I wouldn't disturb you, Hazel, but I'm going away, and I thought I might not see you again.
You're going away? Where?
Oh, just to Albany.
Oh, what for?
Just to see the governor.
Wallace? What for?
Now, Hazel, you mustn't get overwrought.
Oh, it's something about me. I must know about it.
It's about the arrangements, Hazel.
What arrangements?
For the funeral.
What funeral?
Yours.
Oh.
Have I shocked you?
Oh, no. Everybody's got to have a funeral sometime.
Oh, but not like yours, darling. I meant to keep it as a surprise.
Oh, it's better this way. You're telling me in advance so I can get used to it. I hope it's going to be a little funeral.
Well, not exactly. According to the present registration, there'll be about 30,000 automobiles and a considerable number on foot. Oh, about 500,000, I think.
Oh, my.
Oh, that's not half enough to mourn for you. I'm getting the governor to declare a public holiday for the occasion.
Oh, like St. Valentine's Day.
I'm glad I told you. Hazel, I want you to know now and always that I think you're magnificent.
Oh, please don't say that. Do you have to go away?
Oh, I'll be back by night. I've got another surprise for you. I'll not tell you now.
Oh, I've got to hear it. Tell me.
Well, I promised you I wouldn't do this.
You wouldn't do what?
Call in any doctor. Hazel, I've broken my promise. Dr. Emil Egelhofer is in town, and I'm bringing him up to see you.
What for?
Hazel, he's the greatest expert on radium poisoning in the world. There's always an outside chance, just 1 in a million.
Wally, listen.
Hazel, I'm sorry, but I've got to run to catch the plane. Don't worry now. It's only a long shot, but we can hope. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Dr. Egelhofer. Oh.
Hazel, the little children are here.
What little children?
They're going to sing to you.
Enoch, this is the end.
Huh?
Don't ask any questions. Just listen to me. We're caught. Dr. Egelhofer is coming here tonight to expose me and Wally.
No, don't worry. We'll just refuse to see him.
Oh, there's only one way out. There's only one way to save you and me and Wally. I've got to commit suicide in advance. Before that scientist gets to me, I've got to be drowned.
Oh, shut up.
No, I've got to do it. I'll leave a note to the city thanking everybody. You get rid of the nurse for the evening, and I'll jump into the river. Somebody's bound to see me jump in, and you'll be waiting in a rowboat and fish me out, and I'll swim underwater, and I'll change my name and hide away for the rest of my life and never see him again. Oh, they'll hold the funeral without me.
Hello. Where is he? Well, find him. I've got to find him.
Hey, Oliver, I spoke to the governor.
Never mind. He's here now. Wally, she's double-crossed us.
Who has?
Miss Hazel Flagg.
She's gone to some other paper?
She's gone into the river.
Listen, you weasel brain, what are you trying to tell me?
Hazel Flagg has committed suicide.
I don't believe it.
The hotel maid found her suicide note. The clerk saw her leave the hotel 5 minutes ago.
We've got to stop her.
Get the fire department. Tell them to cover the waterfront from the Battery to the Bronx.
Tell him yourself. I'm going to look for her. Taxi!
Yes, sir. Where to?
I want to go to the docks, quick.
The docks? Which one?
All of them. Start at the Battery and work uptown on the west side. Stop at every place that somebody could jump into the river.
Oh, none of that now, buddy. None of that. That's the coward's way out.
No. I'm not going to commit suicide. I'm looking for Hazel Flagg.
Oh, well, why'd you say so?
Well, get going.
Here's another dock, mister.
All right, wait here.
Now, listen, buddy. This is like looking for a needle. The whole city's out searching for that Flagg dame. You'll never find her.
I'm still trying. Be right back.
Hey, wait a minute. Look, there's a dame.
Where?
Down there at the edge of the pier.
Hazel! Hazel, stop!
Stay away!
Hazel! Come here.
Let me go.
You're not going to jump. You're coming with me.
No. Let me alone.
Listen, I'm not going to let
Look
you...
out or we'll both fall in. Oh! Wally, are you all right?
Sure, I'm all right. But I can't swim.
Wally, keep your head up. I'll save you. Hang on to me. Hang on. Here, grab hold of my arm.
No, save yourself.
I'm all right. I'm hanging onto the pier. Pull yourself up, Wally. There's a platform under the pier.
You first. Go on. That's a street trick you tried to play.
Well, why didn't you stay in Albany?
Jumping off a pier like some hophead.
I didn't jump. You pulled me with you.
Scaring everybody out of their wits.
Stop hollering at me. I'm nervous.
Listen, either you'll give me your word of honor you won't try that again, or I'll spank you good.
What's that?
Fireboat. They're dragging the river for you.
Oh, Wally, don't you think you ought to tell them you found me? It seems unfair.
The fresh air will do them good. I want to talk to you.
Wally, are you really mad at me?
I'm mad at myself, drooling away to you about the funeral. That's what drove you to it.
Oh, to be really frank with you, Wally, it wasn't that at all. Oh, darling, I'd love to just sit here with you for the rest of my life.
Hazel, will you marry me?
What?
You heard me. Will you marry me?
Oh, Wally.
Come on, answer me.
Oh, but darling, there's no future in it.
Oh, don't talk like a half. I don't care about the future.
Oh, Wally, if things were normal, No, I mustn't. Don't ask me. Just kiss me and let it go at that without ruining your life.
Listen, what is there better to life than we've got? A handful of perfect hours. That's all the luckiest ever get out of it. Just a handful of hours to save and remember. And I'll be there at the end, sailor. I'll be there waving you goodbye. I'll be there just the same as if you and I had lived forever. You'll grow old in my heart. Well?
Wally, you're not doing this only because you're sorry for me. I mean, suppose I wasn't going to die. Suppose maybe I was going to live, a long, long time. Would you still want me?
Oh, that's a silly question. Of course I would.
Okay, then, Skipper.
Oh, Hazel, we only have a few hours, but we can make them seem like years.
Yeah, I bet they will, too.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Joan Bennett return for Act 3 of Nothing Sacred. Have you ever walked through a beautiful garden and wished that all its fresh, sweet fragrance could be captured and combined into one lovely perfume? Well, you'll feel as though just that has been accomplished when you breathe in the lovely, subtle fragrance of Lux Toilet Soap. 34 different ingredients gathered from all parts of the world have been blended by a master perfumer into a single delightful bouquet. No wonder screen stars say, "We love the delicate perfume Lux Toilet Soap has." And that's one important reason why this fine white complexion soap makes such a wonderful bath soap, too. Screen stars tell you Lux Soap leaves such a lovely fragrance on the skin. Well, they depend on Lux Toilet Soap for their daily beauty bath because it protects that lovely freshness
that's so much a part of feminine charm. Leaves skin really sweet. Now, why don't you try this beauty bath tomorrow? You'll be delighted with the Lux Soap's rich, creamy lather, and the way it leaves you exquisitely fresh and dainty from head to toe. Here's a little economy tip, too. Lux Soap is luxurious, yet its cost is ridiculously low. Because it's hard-milled, it can be used right down to the last thin sliver. Get 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow for your beauty bath supply. A beauty bath I know you'll love. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Nothing Sacred. The excitement seems to be over. Hazel Flagg has been rescued from a watery grave and is on her way back to her hotel suite. But there's more excitement to come. As she opens the living room door, she sees that Enoch has been entertaining a visitor.
Oh, excuse me.
It's all right, Hazel. Come in. I was wondering what became of you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, excuse me, Hazel. This gentleman dropped in for a little chat. This is Miss Hazel Flagg, Mr. Why, I don't believe I got your name.
My name is Dr. Emil Egelhofer.
What?
Dr. who?
Egelhofer. Well, shall we begin the examination?
Oh, Enoch.
Now, wait a minute, Dr. Egelhofer. This means a lot to my newspaper. Are you sure you examined the right girl and not some imposter?
The only imposter in this case, Mr. Stone, is the girl I examined. There is no vestige, no trace, no symptom of radium poisoning whatsoever. Here are the x-rays to prove it. You will receive my bill in the morning. Goodbye. Goodbye. A fake. A phony. Hello. Send Wally in here. Yeah. And get me 4 sluggers from the circulation department. I'll kill him. I'll murder him, that dirty double-crossing...
Hey, Oliver, you want to see me? Yeah. I have a bulletin and a new lead for you on Hazel Flagg that's going to read that sourpuss of yours into a nosegay of smiles. So sit tight and tuck in your ears.
Go right ahead, Mr. Cook.
Well, listen, Miss Flagg is getting married tonight. You can wish me luck, old weasel brain. It's me. Hey, you stewed or something? I came in for congratulations. What's up? What's eating you?
I am sitting here, Mr. Cook, toying with the idea of removing your heart and stuffing it like an olive.
Hang on, Oliver. You're going screwy.
You've ruined me. You've ruined the Morning Star. You've blackened forever the fair name of journalism. You and that foul mistake of nature, Hazel Flagg.
You've got some excuse for those words, Oliver. Let's have it quick.
Excuse. Look at that.
What is it?
An X-ray plate. Look at that skeleton. Not a bone missing. Down to the last healthy vertebrae intact. And that's Hazel Flagg, the biggest fake of the century.
She hasn't got anything wrong with her at all? Oh, I can't believe it. It's like some miracle.
All right, boys, come on right in here. Oh, hello, boss. Here we are.
Who are you?
We're the 4th boys from the circulation department.
Oh. Good. 3 of you get to the Waldorf Hotel as quick as you can. Grab Hazel Flagg and bring her to this office if you have to drag her through the street by the hair.
Okay, get going, boys.
Wait a minute. So help me, Oliver. If you hurt that kid, I'll knock you cold. I'll brain you.
Shut up. Go ahead, boys. You, wait here.
Me, boss?
Yeah. I want you to stay and take care of this maniac. Keep your eye on him. He's dangerous.
If he makes a move, I'll slug him, huh?
Right.
Oliver, you're not going to hurt her.
Shut up.
I'm marrying her. Get that into that thick skull of yours. I don't care how we've been taken or what she's done. I'm in love with her.
Oh, that's a beautiful thought.
I thank heaven on my knees that she's a fraud and a fake and isn't going to die.
You're on your knees, are you? When the whole town's getting ready to laugh at us? A howl that'll be heard round the world.
Well, let him laugh. I'll do my own laughing back. And I want to make one speech to our dear readers before they carry our heads off on a pike. I want to tell them that we've been their benefactor. We gave them a chance to pretend their phony hearts were dripping with the milk of human kindness.
You, buddy, what's your name?
Me, Max.
I want quiet in this office, Max. Quiet, so I can think.
So Hazel Flagg's a fraud, eh?
Gag him.
Come here, Sonny.
Well, when you start yelling foul, remember she was just a circulation stunt for you.
Quiet now, Bob.
Let me go. You used her like you used every broken heart you've ever found.
I'm getting sore now.
To inflame the public and help sell your papers.
That's enough, slug.
Thank you, Max. And before I'm through with that female Dracula, she'll wish she did have radium poisoning. How's Wally?
Oh, he's coming around, Will. I didn't sock him hard.
Hello? Hello, who? Mo. Mo who? Well, who's Mo Levinsky?
Oh, that's my brother. You sent him over to get our girl, remember?
Oh, listen, what's that? Get the mush out of your mouth, man. Speak up.
Oh, he's a dumb cock, Mr. Stone. You better let me talk to him. You just get him all excited and he's gone.
All right.
Hello, Max. This is Mo. What's on your mind? Uh-huh. Oh, that's a shame.
Well, what is it? What is it?
I'm getting it. Go on, Mo. And take it easy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You don't say. Look, Ma, will you hold a wire? I'm going to take up with Mr. Stone.
Well?
He wants to know where we can get a doctor. This girl is sick.
Who's sick?
This girl, Hazel Flagg.
It's a lie. It's a lie, I tell you.
I know,
Listen.
Listen. Ask him what she's sick with. He just told me. He says it's something like a DT's, only the dope can't pronounce it.
Well, is the nurse there?
Just a minute. Hello, Mo. This is Max. Your brother, Max Levinsky. He's getting rattled. Now, look, Mo, don't fire off the handle. All I want to know is the nicey there. No, not a nice. Nicey. Like a tootsie.
Oh, give me that phone.
I'm getting it. Hello?
Give me the phone, I tell you.
Here's the nicey.
Hello. Hello, Miss Rafferty. Oliver Stone. What? She's got what? Pneumonia. It's a lie, I tell you. Temperature of 106. Dying. Go back and take that temperature again. I don't trust that girl till I get a doctor. Pneumonia. It's like a pardon from the gallows. Hello, get me Dr. Emil Egelhofer, quick.
Listen, Oliver, I'm going over there, and if you try to stop me, so help me, I'll get you if it takes all my life.
Stop you? Why, nobody's going to stop you now. If that little girl is sick, your place is by her side. Go ahead. Hello.
I'm so glad you came.
Oh, you are. Well, cut out the shenanigans. We haven't got any time to waste.
Oh, Wally, I'm on fire.
Keep quiet for a minute and listen. Egelhofer's going to be here in 10 or 15 minutes. Dr. Emil Egelhofer.
Oh, Wally, what'll I do?
I knew you were faking the minute I heard about that temperature.
Oh, Wally, they were going to arrest me. I couldn't get away. I put the thermometer under hot water and threw a fit. Oh, Wally, you hate me. I knew you'd hate me. I told you.
Well, let's not go into that now.
Egelhofer, he'll expose me again.
Keep your head and listen to me.
You hate me.
Oh, keep quiet. Must have been a lot of fun playing me for the world's prize chump. Wallace Cook, king of the booze.
I didn't mean it, really. I didn't.
Now, keep quiet and listen to me. Get out of bed.
No, let them arrest me and put me in prison. You won't hate me so much if I'm behind the bars.
Listen, my dying swan, this is no time to stop faking. Get up.
Ouch!
You're going to have pneumonia, and you're going to have it good.
You want me to stand in front of the window and catch cold?
No, that'll take too long. We've got to raise your pulse to 160 quick. We've got to have you gasping and panting and covered in a cold sweat inside of 5 minutes.
How?
We're going to fight. Come on, Delilah. Up with your dukes.
Oh, I can't. I'm sick of faking and lying.
Stand up here and fight.
What's the use? Why fool them any longer?
Because I love you.
Ouch! You hit me.
Because I'm going to marry you, and I don't want to spend my honeymoon hanging around Sing Sing, blowing kisses to you in the exercise yard. Come on, stop dogging it. You've got to be bathed in perspiration. Get going, you little crook.
Oh, call me a crook. You and your crooked newspaper. How do you like this?
That's a baby. Come on, keep moving.
Oh, I'll kill you. Dragging me around like I was a prize pig with a blue ribbon.
There's no blue ribbons on you, baby. Just a big yellow sign marked fake.
Oh, I'm a fake, huh? I'm a fake. What are you and that phony Santa Claus Oliver Stone slobbering and drooling over me? That's for the Morning Star.
That's for your Aunt Mary. Keep on. Keep moving, my little fraud.
Oh, I'll never forgive you as long as I live. I'll kill you. I hate you. I just hate you.
You're going to have plenty of reason to hate me. I'm going to show you cards and spades in lying for the next 50 years. I'm going to pay you back for every lie you ever told. I'm going to flirt and lie and cheat and swindle right through to our golden wedding.
Yeah. Let me just hit you once.
All right, come on. There's the girl. Fast. That's the girl. Keep moving.
I'm getting dizzy.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Now, listen to me. And listen carefully. When you come to, I want you to remember what I'm telling you.
What do you mean, come to?
I mean when you regain consciousness. I want you to keep up with that old fake. See, you're dying.
Yeah. Let me just suck you once. Just once on the jaw, and I don't care what happens.
I just heard the elevator door. They're coming. Now, don't forget about the fake.
Yeah.
Say goodnight to Papa now.
What are you going to do?
This.
Well, you put up a nice fight, Wally. Is she out?
Why, you Where have you been?
I stepped in the door at the beginning of round 2.
You mean to say you saw the whole thing?
From the beginning, Mr. Cook. And it won't work.
Do you mean to say you stood there and let me beat up a defenseless woman?
I did, Mr. Cook.
Well, where's your sense of chivalry?
My chivalry? Aren't you just a trifle confused, Mr. Cook? You hit her.
That's entirely different. I love her.
Oh.
Wake up, darling. Wake up now.
Water. I'm on fire. I'm hot.
Well, you can cool off now, Hazel. The game's over.
What?
The game is over. Mr. Stone saw me sock you.
You mean to say that whole thing was for nothing?
Sorry.
Why, you big...
Hazel, put down that lamp. What's the matter with you? You trying to kill me?
Oh, Wally, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Now, listen, let's be calm. Let's sit down and talk this thing over rationally. Whether you realize it or not, Miss Flagg, we're all in a very bad spot.
My jaw hurts me. Did you break it, Wally?
Let me see. No, it's all right.
Oh, please, listen to me. Miss Flagg, the whole country is standing by waiting for you to die. The Morning Star has practically promised them you'll be deceased before dawn.
Oh, shut up about the Morning Star. I'm sick of the Morning Star, and I'm sick of you. I'm sick of the whole business.
Miss Flagg, I wonder if you're aware of the traditions of a great newspaper. Do you realize what it means to those who carry aloft the torch of journalism from the highest editor to the lowest office boy? The lifeblood of a newspaper, Miss Flagg, is its integrity. Am I right, Wally?
Word for word. I wrote that speech for you 10 years ago at the convention, remember?
You can both talk all you want. I've made up my mind.
You're what?
I'm through.
What do you mean you're through?
I'm going to confess. I'm going back to Aikenville. They love me there. They don't hit me on the jaw and push me in rivers.
Oh, but you can't confess. Do you realize that just outside this room are some of the most important citizens of New York City? And they're out there by special invitation from the Morning Star. And why? To pass on to the people of New York, to the people of the world, your last words.
For instance?
Now, this is no time for sarcasm, Wally. You got me into this. Get me out. Use your brain. Mine's stuck.
Where's that Downer guy? We'll blame the whole thing on him.
He went back to Aikenville.
Oh, he would, and we could use him now. We could throw him to the wolves. Just when we need him, he isn't here.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea.
Uh-huh.
We could bury her like they do in India. You know, like the yogis. We can stick a tube down her to breathe through and dig her up in the morning with no harm done.
You do it, too! Let me out of here!
Where are you going?
I'm going outside to tell those people the truth.
No, Wally, stop her. Stop her.
There she is, Hazel Flagg.
Listen, everybody.
Hazel, keep quiet.
I'm a fake. I'm a phony. I'm not going to die. I never was going to
Hazel,
die. I never
come
had
back here.
radium poisoning.
Hazel,
I
don't.
never had anything. I wanted a trip to New York, and I got it. What's more, you in New York could go fly.
Get back in that room. What's the meaning of this?
Ladies and gentlemen, please. The Morning Star keeps faith with its readers. I appeal to you. This story must not get out. If you'll just wait, I'm sure we can fix the whole thing. Oh, I'm ruined. Beaten to the dust. The Star will never rise again. And it's all your fault.
Oh, let me alone. I wish I really could die. Go someplace by myself and die alone. Like an elephant.
Alone? Like an elephant? Why not?
Huh? What do you mean? Have you got an idea?
Listen, Oliver, get me a pencil and paper and 2 tickets to Bermuda on the next boat.
What?
And then give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes to write your story. Go on, get going. Here it is in the ship's news. Reprinted from the Morning Star.
Read it.
Radium girl disappears. Hazel Flagg goes to die alone. Doomed girl's last words. Quote, Dear New York, we've had a lot of good times together, you and I. But even the best of times must end. And so I have gone to face that end alone. Goodbye, dear New York. Sincerely, Hazel. Unquote.
Oh, it's very sad, isn't it?
Very. And look at this radiogram from Stone. Hazel's funeral held today. Stop. Great success. Love and kisses.
Oh, how beautiful. I wonder if I got many flowers.
Truckloads.
Oh, it's nice to know that people love you.
I'm a little touched myself. Are you happy, Mrs. Cook?
Ecstatic, Mr. Cook.
Curtain falls on nothing sacred. And while Mr. and Mrs. Wally Cook sail in quest of some peaceful island, we bring back Joan Bennett and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in person.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Oh, and Joan, it's really been a great pleasure to do this play with you. By the way...
Yes, Doug?
Did anyone ever tell you that you look exactly like that girl who created such a stir in New York?
Who was that, Doug?
Let me see. Her name was, Oh, yes, Flagg. Hazel Flagg.
Strange, I don't remember anyone of that name.
Perhaps it's a case of dual personality, Doug. Right now, she looks and talks like Joan Bennett.
Now, perhaps this will convince you, Mr. DeMille. Something I was going to tell you about Lux Soap.
Oh, go ahead, Joan. We won't stop you.
All right. I was going to tell you how much I enjoyed coming back to the Lux Radio Theater this week, and that Lux Soap is something I enjoy using all the time. It's my regular complexion care and has been for a long time. So you see, when I recommend Lux Soap to anyone, I know they'll like it.
Of course they'll like it. They like Lux Soap. If you could see the mail in my office, you'd be surer than ever.
What's on the schedule for next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next Monday night, Doug, we have two stars who've never appeared in the Lux Radio Theater before. Tyrone Power and Annabella. And our play is that engaging comedy, The Rage of Manhattan. It's a romantic mix-up with Annabella as a beautiful and likable fortune hunter and Tyrone Power as the fortunate young man who loves her in spite of everything. A perfect cast for The Rage of Manhattan next Monday night.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Tyrone Power and Annabella are the perfect answer for an evening's entertainment. So I'll be listening at home next week. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Your return ticket is good any time. Before I leave the stage, I want to make an announcement of interest to all radio listeners. The program Grand Central Station will start a new series tomorrow evening. I believe this program will richly reward your tuning in. I've made a date with myself to listen, and I know you'll be glad to hear it, too. Your local papers will carry the time and station of this fine program. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Tyrone Power and Annabella in The Rage of Manhattan. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is an important announcement. All services of the Red Cross, so tremendously important to national defense, here at home, in this country, depend on your memberships volunteered during the annual roll call. These are troubled days. Every American should belong. Join the Red Cross now. Heard in tonight's play were Eddie Waller as Enoch, Lou Merrill as Mr. Stone, Edward Marr as Max, Charles Seal as Dr. Egelhofer, Ann Tobin as Nurse, Edwin Max as Bushwick, Arthur Q. Bryan as Fight Announcer, Jack Carr as Ernest, Warren Ash as Taxi Driver, and Bernice Pilot as Mammy. Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. is currently starring in the Columbia picture Angels Over Broadway, of which he was also associate producer. Joan Bennett will soon be seen in the Edward Small production, The Son of Monte Cristo. Nothing Sacred was produced by David O. Selznick, the producer of Rebecca and Gone with the Wind, which is shortly to be re-released. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Tyrone Power and Annabella in The Rage of Manhattan. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. To the American theater in every generation, a benign fortune gives at least one Tyrone Power. That's practically an established tradition, established by a century of the theater and 3 Tyrone Powers. I saw the second Tyrone Power many times, on the stage and screen both. In fact, Mrs. DeMille and I were in the same stock company with him in Denver 35 years ago. But the first Tyrone Power was playing in New York a little more than 100 years ago. Perhaps I'd better reassure you that I did not see him. Tonight, Tyrone Power III stars for the first time in the Lux Radio Theater. The play is The Rage of Manhattan. And that title refers to our co-star of the evening, the lovely and charming Annabella, who has captured the screen audiences of 2 continents. In The Rage of Manhattan, she plays one of those very dangerous characters, a young lady in search of a husband. The young lady happens to be stranded in a strange country, but that's no handicap at all because she also happens to be beautiful. But there's a young man who's determined that she will not find a husband. And, of course, that's Tyrone Power, who comes to us this week from 20th Century Fox, where everybody is very happy over his recent hit in the swashbuckling Mark of Zorro. It's a joy to present 2 stars like Tyrone Power and Annabella in our play tonight. And you know, it's rather staggering, even to an old-timer like myself, to realize that literally millions and millions of you are listening to this play. And it's just as staggering to realize how many cakes of Lux toilet soap your purchases amount to every day. How many millions of cakes every week. And we intend to keep on deserving your faith by giving you the best possible in plays and the best possible in soap, which, of course, is Lux toilet soap. And now, try our prescription for your enjoyment tonight as we raise the curtain on the first act of The Rage of Manhattan, starring Tyrone Power as Jim Trevor and Annabella as Nicole. In a Manhattan skyscraper, 83 floors above the street, are the offices of the Tower Model Agency. It's a busy morning, and the reception room is lined with most of the city's famous glamour girls. Those young ladies of beauty and charm who smile so provokingly from the pages of our leading magazines. In the doorway stands a pretty but obviously inexperienced young girl. She glances timidly about the room, and then, summoning up all her courage, approaches the secretary.
Good morning, please.
What?
I said good morning, please.
Oh, you're welcome. What do you want?
How can I have a job here to model?
Are you registered?
Registered? Oh, yes, I am registered.
Did you get a call from Mr. Wright's office?
Well,
If you didn't, there's nothing for you. Sorry.
Oh, but I did. He called me, Mr. Wright.
Oh, then go in, please. That door over there.
Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello, Miss Ingram. Get me Mr. James Trevor's address, please, right away.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Hello, did I call you?
Oh, yes, sir.
What for?
I don't know. To be a model.
Say, you've got an accent.
Yes, I can't help it, but it wouldn't show any picture, no?
No, that's right. Sit down. Now, let's see. This job is,
Oh, here's that address, Mr. Wright. James Trevor.
Okay, thanks. Leave it right there. Now, young lady, this man is a first-class photographer. You pose with drapes.
Pardon?
Drapes, like on windows.
Oh, drapes. And what else?
Nothing else.
You mean you want me to pose and have my picture taken just with a few drapes? Who do you think I am?
You don't want to do it?
Me? No, I never do it.
Okay, excuse me. You, that girl over there.
Yes, sir?
I have a job for you to pose in drapes.
How much?
$2.75 an hour.
Swell.
Wait out here and I'll get you the address.
Mr. Wright.
Oh, you still here?
Mr. Wright, I changed my mind. I will take the job.
Sorry, I just gave it away.
Oh, but I need a job so bad.
Nothing else today, miss. Come back next week.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, where in heaven's name is that address? Miss Ingram.
Yes, sir?
I thought I asked you for James Trevor's address.
Well, I gave it to you, sir.
Well, where is it?
It's on your desk.
It is not on my desk.
But I put it there.
Well, it's not there now.
You didn't give it to that girl, did you?
What? What are you talking about?
Why, that girl who was just in there. She had a slip of paper in her hand when she came out.
Miss Ingram, since when has Mr. Trevor been a photographer?
I know he
Then
is.
why would I give the girl his address?
But she might have thought he was a photographer.
Miss Ingram, I don't wish to argue. Mr. Trevor is our biggest client, and he's waiting for those proofs. Will you please get his address so I can send them to him?
Yes, sir, I will.
And there you are, gentlemen. The Tower Agency is sending us the proofs this afternoon, so you'll have a chance to look over the whole setup.
Sounds fine to me, Mr. Trevor.
Good. And if there's anything further you want to talk about, I'll be in my office till lunchtime. Right. Goodbye.
How do you do?
What the... How did you get in here?
You are Mr. James Trevor, no?
I am Mr. James Trevor, yes. But I'd still like to know...
Where can I change my clothes, please?
Huh?
My clothes. I'm ready to change my clothes.
Oh, are you?
Well, you don't want me in this dress. The man said so. I'll take it right off.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Would you mind telling me just what this is all about, please?
About?
Yes, what's all this for?
Oh, for $2.75 an hour.
$2.75?
Is that too much?
Oh, no. Go right ahead. It's worth that to see what happens next.
You're sure you are Mr. Trevor, like is on this paper?
Let me see. Yeah, That's me, all right.
Oh, then where are the draps?
The what?
The draps. You have the draps.
Well, I don't know. I had the measles. What are the draps like?
Listen, where is your camera?
Oh, my camera. Now, that's a long, sad story. I lost it.
You lost it? But you are a photographer, no?
Now, that's where you've got me. I am a photographer, no. What are you?
I'm a model from Towers.
A model from Towers. Now, that's very interesting. I think I'll just give them a ring.
Oh, no, please. Don't call them up. I'm not supposed to be here.
Uh-huh.
I am from Towers, but they didn't send me. They said about the draps, and I come here.
All of which sounds very, very fishy. Oh, Sanders.
Yes, sir?
Ask Mr. Humphrey and Mr. Charles to step in here.
Yes, sir.
I think we ought to have witnesses to this. Something's phony.
Oh, no. Nothing is funny. I just wanted to make a little money, that's all.
Yes, that's what I thought. Come in, gentlemen.
What's the matter, Mr. Trevor?
This girl forced her way into my office. She wants to know where she can change her clothes. Doesn't this look a little haywire to you?
Uh-huh. It's a good thing you sent for us, Mr. Trevor. It certainly is haywire.
What does this mean, haywire? I'm a model for $2.75 an hour.
Oh, it's undoubtedly a bargain, but you see, we can't use it.
Oh, vous êtes dégoûtants. Vous êtes tous affreux. You old idiots. You pigs. How dare you make fun of poor girls who are honest?
Well, gentlemen, undoubtedly there's a moral in this somewhere. So will you please go back to your offices and think about it? If you find out what it is, let me know.
And then I run from the office, and I'm so mad, and then I come back here and still have no job.
Come on, drink your tea. You'll feel better in a minute.
But I must have a job. The landlady says she will lock me out if I don't pay her tomorrow.
The old war horse. But don't you worry. I still have a couple of bucks you can have.
You? Oh, no, I can't.
What do you mean? You got to have a place to sleep, such as it is.
But why are you always so good to me?
Well, I suppose you got to be good to something, and my dog died the week before you moved in here.
I must get a job tomorrow.
Listen, Nicole, I've been telling you for months there's only one job for a woman, and that's marriage.
Who would marry me?
There's nothing the matter with you that a nice rich husband couldn't cure.
Did you marry a rich husband?
Me? I married a hoofer.
A hoofer?
Dancer.
Oh.
Great guy, heaven rest his soul. When I married him, I turned down a millionaire. Every time I think of it, I want to cut my throat.
But you love the hoofer.
Yes, my luck. We used to go to Reisenweber's every night after the show. I could have had anybody there, from a millionaire down to the busboy. There was a funny kid, that busboy. He used to... Say, he's at the Grand Savoy right now. He's the head waiter. He'll give you a job.
Oh, you think so?
I know so. Mike will do anything I tell him, and we're going to tell him tonight. There he is. Mike. Oh, Mike.
Yes, what can I do for... Gloria, I do not believe it.
How are you, Mike?
It is not you, but it is you, and looking so good. Come into the kitchen where we can talk. Who is this, your daughter? How do you do?
No, Mike, she's just a friend.
Oh.
Nicole, this is Mike.
How do you do?
It is an honor.
Mike, I know you're busy, but this young lady wants a job.
A job? But I couldn't put anybody on right now. This is the bad season.
Yeah, so I see. Well, they're doing the good season. Hang from the chandelier.
And when it gets better, I can't put her on either because I won't be here myself. I am going to open my own restaurant.
You are? When?
Very soon. I have found just the place.
But not the price?
No. I have $3,000, but I need money to renovate.
That's great. I'm sure you'll get the rest of it.
And when I open my own business, I may be able to put the girl on.
Salad dressing for Mrs. Britton.
One moment, I will fix it myself. I'll be right back, Gloria. Excuse me, please.
Sure. Well,
that's too bad, isn't it? It would have been so nice to work here.
Mm-hmm. But look at those girls in there in the dining room. That's where you belong, not in the kitchen. If I only looked like you do and know what I know now, I'd be in there brushing caviar off a mink coat this minute.
You think I could be like those girls?
Sure you could. All you need is clothes, a decent place to live, a chance to meet the right people, and... Yeah. You know, about $3,000 would land you a swell guy.
$3,000?
Careful. I think I got an idea. Mike, come here.
Yeah?
Listen, Mike, you need some more money for that restaurant, don't you?
Another $3,000, that is all. You want to be my partner?
I'd like to talk about it a little bit.
Wonderful, wonderful. We will meet later tonight and we will talk, eh?
No, I'll talk. You'll listen.
No, I will not do it. No.
But I tell you, we can rent the clothes. Give her a big build-up. We'll move right into this hotel so you can keep your eye on your investment.
Oh, it is crazy. It is insane.
But it'll work, Mike. Look at Nicole. Imagine what she'll look like dressed up. I
Well,
tell you, she'll be the rage of Manhattan. And when she marries a millionaire, you'll get your $3,000 back, plus another $3,000 for your restaurant. Think of it, your own restaurant, Mike Leverovich's Grill.
No, it is too much of a gamble. I am not a gambler. I am a... Do you really think it would work?
Right this way, mademoiselle. This way, please. Your suite, mademoiselle. The best in the hotel.
Oh, thank you. It looks wonderful.
How many rooms, manager?
8, madam, and 3 baths.
Yes, I think we'll be comfortable here.
If there's anything madame requires in the way of special service, we will be only too happy to arrange for it.
Good morning, madame. Will you have luncheon served in your room?
Yes. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, my good man.
If you need a maid to help you unpack, just phone the desk clerk.
I think my niece and I can manage. Thank you.
Well, remember, we are all at your service at all times, for all things.
I thought he was going to stay for breakfast.
Isn't it wonderful? Gloria, Mike, look at my coat. It's like a dream.
It costs $30 a day to rent that coat. That's no dream. It's a nightmare.
Let's get unpacked. Mike, why did you pick this suite?
Because Bill Duncan lives across the hall.
Who's Bill Duncan?
He has $10 million.
$10 million? Well, we'll dedicate this little blue number to him then. Go inside and try it on, Nicole.
Oh, it's so wonderful, so beautiful. I can't wait.
Oh, she's such a child.
Yes, and while she's growing up, it's costing me $60 a day for this suite. That's a nickel a minute.
And a penny and a half every time you draw your breath. So hold it.
Don't make jokes at these prices, please.
Listen, if you lose a cent on this deal, I'll give you my right eye.
And I'll take it.
Stop worrying. Tell me about this Duncan man.
He's got $10 million. Isn't that enough?
Maybe. How does Nicole meet him?
That is up to you, not me, but make it soon.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, I think. Let's see. Nicole meets him in the hall by the elevator. She thinks he's an old friend. A natural mistake. She speaks to him. He speaks to her.
Drawing down, Mr. Duncan?
Thank you.
Charlie, attendez-moi, c'est Nicole.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, Charlie, qu'est-ce que vous faites ici? Il y a un temps, faut que je ne vous ai pas vu. Quelle chance de vous rencontrer. Comment allez-vous?
I'm sorry, but I think there's some mistake.
Charlie, why don't you speak to me in French?
Well, principally because I don't speak it.
Charlie, are you sick?
I don't think so.
Are you not Charlie Dumaret that I met in Paris 4 years ago?
I wasn't in Paris 4 years ago.
Oh, you are not Charlie. I'm so sorry.
My name is Bill Duncan, but please, don't be sorry.
Oh, but I am. Oh, I've made such a big mistake. And excuse me, please.
Oh, no, wait. Do you live here, in the hotel?
Yes, I live in suite 1460.
Oh, then I'll see you again.
Please, excuse me.
Oh, but wait. Wait. Listen, couldn't we just...
Nicole, it worked.
You think so?
I know so, darling. It'll be the same old story in the same old settings. Lunch one day, dinner the next, races, hockey games, nightclubs.
Oh, I like that.
Doesn't mean a thing. But if he invites you to the symphony and sits you in the family box, then, my dear, that's love.
Do you like it, Nicole?
Oh, it's wonderful.
Hey, Bill.
What? Who's calling me?
Bill, it's me. Over here.
Jim! Why, you old...
Who is it?
An old pal of mine. I haven't seen him since New Year's.
Bill, I'll see you outside.
Okay.
Quiet, please.
Nicole, will you excuse me? I'll be right back.
Of course.
Nicole, what's going on?
Gloria, that man Bill just went out to see. It's Mr. James Trevor.
Who's he?
Oh, Gloria, the man I told you about. The man in the office.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, shut up. I got troubles of my own.
Oh, Bill, this is marvelous. How have you been?
Great. It's good to see you, Jim. Who are you with?
A customer.
Well, get rid of him and join us.
I wish I could, but he has a big contract in his pocket.
Oh, forget the contract. Come on.
I can't, Bill. It's business. Who are you with?
A girl. Jim, she's really something. 2 diplomats tried to blow their brains out last year because you wouldn't marry them.
Sounds interesting.
Interesting. She's marvelous. Daughter of a baron. Her Aunt Gloria told me so.
Oh, she has an aunt, huh?
All nice girls have aunts.
Well, never mind the aunt. When do I meet the girl?
Wait. You still like brunettes?
Sure.
That's fine. Nicole's a blonde. You can meet her.
I can't wait.
Oh, you won't have to. There she is. Nicole! Nicole! Now, what's she going that way for? Nicole, here! Wait, Nicole!
Oh, did you call, Bill?
Nicole, I want you to meet an old friend of mine, Jim Trevor.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do? I'm charmed.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Yeah, it's too bad you can't make it for supper with us, Jim.
Don't believe a word he says, mademoiselle. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
All right, I think...
Too near the music, Nicole?
Oh, no. This is wonderful.
I think so, too. Tell me, how long have you been in New York, mademoiselle?
In New York? Why, just a week.
A week? I should have said that you'd been here longer than that.
Oh, she fools everybody, Mr. Trevor.
I'm sure she does. That reminds me. I don't know why, but the funniest thing happened to me about 3 weeks ago in my office. A young lady called and got herself into my office.
Wouldn't you young people like to dance? Oh, yes, yes.
It would be a great pleasure if I may.
Oh, but
You don't mind, do you, Bill?
Well, no, I guess not.
Thanks. Now, mademoiselle, suppose you tell me all about it.
About it? About what, Mr. Trevor?
I think you know. Everything. The Grand Savoy, the big play for Bill, the clothes, all this stuff.
Stuff?
Now, please, don't stall. I know there's monkey business going on, and all I want to be sure of is that my friend Bill isn't going to be the monkey.
Monkey? I don't understand monkey. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too, but you're going to understand it. Come on outside where we can talk.
Again, I am sorry, but I have nothing to talk about with you.
No? Then suppose we go back to the table, and I'll tell Bill how you were in my office 3 weeks ago posing as a model.
Oh, we will go outside.
Good. This way. Well, go ahead. Uh-oh. So you won't talk, All right, then I'll do the talking. Now, this whole act is to impress Bill that you're a nice girl from a nice family. You want to marry him, then divorce him in a few months and live happily ever after on the alimony. Right? That's a very dishonest, cheap idea. Shall I go on?
Yes, I can took it.
Fine. I can dish it out, too. I want you to lay off, Bill. Tell him the truth, because if you don't, I will.
You don't know anything about me.
I know enough. 3 weeks ago, you were in my office with some other kind of a racket. When he knows about that little episode, you're fini. Now, who tells him? You or me?
I will tell him.
When?
Tomorrow.
Oh, no. You'll tell him right now while I'm here. I started this, and I want to be in at the finish.
All right. You see the finish.
Oh, there they are.
Hey, what is this?
They're coming now.
All right. I try to do a good job. Hello, remember us?
Hey, Jim, I just loaned you Nicole for a dance. I didn't give it to you for keeps.
Oh, Bill, please forgive me, but we have been talking, and shall I tell him now, Mr. Trevor?
Sure. Go ahead.
Tell me what?
A story. Mr. Trevor wants me to tell you a story. Nicole, maybe you better tell it to Auntie first. Oh, no. I can tell it to everybody. He wants me to tell you that I once went to his office. Is that right, Mr. Trevor?
That's right.
And he was taking photographs. And I was to be the model to pose with drapes for a calendar. That's it. He said it will be a big joke. Don't you think it's funny, Bill?
Very funny.
Excruciatingly funny. But you don't see why it's so funny. I'm not a model, and I never pose for one picture. And he's not a photographer. Everybody knows this. But anyhow, Mr. Trevor says if I tell you this joke, he takes me out to dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, so that's it.
Say, what are you trying to do?
Oh, that's what you said, no? If I tell Bill this story, you and we can go to dinner tomorrow all by ourselves.
Why, you little...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Trevor.
Bill, I never said that.
It's all right, Jim. I get it.
But I tell you that...
Forget it. It's okay, I tell you.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, Nicole. I'll take you home.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, Mr. Trevor, but you see, I could not lie to Bill. He's my good friend. I could not make him the monkey. Good night.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Tyrone Power and Annabella will return in Act 2 of The Rage of Manhattan. And now here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood news reporter and super sleuther. Where have you been sleuthing today, Libby?
Well, I've been over at Paramount, but it doesn't take much sleuthing to find out what they think of a certain young star over there.
Over at Paramount?
Mm-hmm.
I'll bet I know the star you mean, but just give me this much of a clue. Is she blonde or brunette?
Both.
What?
I said she's both blonde and brunette. Her studio claims she's the only blonde brunette in Hollywood. You see, she has brunette coloring, but casting directors say she has a distinctly blonde personality. She's very vivacious, and she's... Oh, but you know Patricia Morrison as well as I do.
Patricia Morrison? Why, of course. I should have guessed. Well, I know just 3 things about her. I know she's a fine little actress because I saw her in Rangers of Fortune. I know she's a striking beauty. And I know she's a Lux girl, too.
I was just getting around to that. As a matter of fact, Patricia's used Lux toilet soap for a long time. She says her daily active lather facials help her skin stay just right. Nice and smooth and soft and camera clear, as she calls it.
Well, that's fine, Libby. And now, before I tell our listeners exactly how to take a Lux Soap active lather facial, is there anything more you want to tell us about Patricia Morrison?
Well, I thought maybe you'd like to know that in addition to her acting ability, she has another talent. She's an excellent fashion designer, and fashion designs in her spare time. Sort of a hobby, you know. But she hasn't much spare time. She's very busy now making another Paramount picture, The Roundup.
Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to seeing it, Libby. And now about the Lux Soap Active Lather Facial that Hollywood stars and starlets use as a daily complexion care. Here's all you do. Just pat the gentle Lux Soap lather lightly in. Rinse with warm water, a dash of cool, and then pat your skin dry. Active lather has removed every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Now your skin feels wonderfully smooth and soft. Take Hollywood's tip. Try active lather facials for 30 days. See if you don't agree they're the best care you ever found for your skin. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Rage of Manhattan, starring Tyrone Power as Jim Trevor and Annabella as Nicole. It's later the same evening. Determined to protect his friend from the designing Nicole, Jim Trevor has settled himself comfortably in Bill Duncan's apartment. He's still there, reading a newspaper, when Bill returns.
Hello.
Oh, hello. What are you doing here?
Just reading the newspaper. You know, if Orphan Annie gets out of this jam, she's a miracle woman.
That was a nice trick you pulled tonight, Jim.
That's the reason I'm here. Bill, there's something phony about that young lady. She's not what you think she is at all.
Oh, get a new line, Jim.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, you were serious in Bermuda, too. Remember Sonia? Same story.
But not the same girl.
And then I pulled it on you in Miami. Yeah, what was her name?
Eloise. But, Bill, this time let's be sensible.
My idea, exactly. Oh, I don't blame you for trying, but it won't work.
All right. Be smart. But that girl's a phony, and I'm going to prove it to you if it takes me a month.
Well, you don't mind if I get a little sleep in the meantime, do you?
Are you going to be an idiot about this?
Not tonight. I'm too sleepy. Good night, Jim.
Okay. But I'm not through yet. Good night, sucker.
Who is it?
It's Mike with the fur coat.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Where is she? Where is she?
What's the matter?
Look, her fur coat, she left it downstairs. Does she think fur coats grow on trees?
I'm so sorry, Mike. I forgot it.
Forgot it. She forgot it.
Mike, please calm yourself. We can be very proud of our little girl. She saved all of us tonight. You were wonderful, Nicole.
Yes, wonderful.
Well, don't cry about it. What's the matter with you?
That's the first time anyone ever said anything like that to me before.
Said what?
Mr. Trevor. He said I am cheap.
Well, you paid him back for that.
He's got some nerve. Cheap. I figured out just now what it cost tonight. $87.50 for rentals. Cheap. What does he want you to wear? Radium?
He meant I was dishonest.
All women are dishonest. If they weren't, there'd be just 2 classes of people in the world. Old maids and bachelors. Lipstick is dishonest, and clipped eyebrows are dishonest, and rouge is dishonest, and a fat woman in a girdle, well, that's highway robbery.
Of course. It is so simple. When I put parsley on a steak, does anybody ever eat the parsley? No, it is for show. What you are doing, Nicole, is just putting parsley on a steak. You are the steak, and the clothes and all the other stuff is just the parsley.
Exactly.
Oh, please, stop talking about it. Let me alone.
Now, look, I am a partner in this.
Leave her alone. You're the silent partner.
Leave her alone. Somebody tells us she's cheap, then right away she gets unreasonable, but can I get unreasonable? No.
Now, Mike, everything's going to be all right.
Sure, it's going to be great. I started out to get a restaurant. I'll be lucky if I wind up with a sandwich.
Oh, shut up. Hello? Oh, excuse me. Who? Oh, why, yes. Just a moment. Nicole, it's him, that Trevor guy.
I'll speak to him.
Hello?
Hello?
What do you want?
I was thinking about that dinner you said I wanted to take you to tomorrow night. I was thinking maybe it would be a good idea.
I don't have dinner with you.
Oh, yes, you do. I'll send a car for you at 7 sharp.
I won't come. I don't like you. I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry at all. Probably save me money. But you are coming. Do you remember the 4 men in my office? Well, they remember you. And if you don't come up here, I'll bring the whole quartet down there to sing Mammy right in front of Mr. Duncan's door. Goodbye. Everything arranged, Wrigley?
Yes, sir.
I want everything to be just right tonight.
It will be, sir. I assure you.
Thank you, Wrigley.
Mr. Trevor, sir, the young lady you're expecting for dinner, her name is Miss de Cotillon, isn't it?
Nicole de Cotillon, yes? Why?
Well, sir, I saw this item in the evening paper, the Mad Manhattan column, sir.
Oh, let me see.
It might explain things in the event she doesn't come, sir.
The Duncan clan is gathering tonight at the Grand Savoy to meet young Bill's new heartbeat, Nicole de Cotillon. If they put the stamp of approval on her, as your correspondent did when he saw her in a night spot recently, there will soon be a formal announcement of their engagement. Well, you don't have to worry about that, Wrigley. She'll be here all right. It was a command invitation.
Yes, sir. But if I might be permitted a suggestion, sir.
Well?
It's rather a dangerous business, sir, interfering between a man and a maid.
Yes, Wrigley, I know I'm in trouble without your telling me.
There was a certain affair along those lines in my own family. As a matter of fact, it's the way my second cousin lost his right eye.
Oh, you don't say.
I know you and Mr. Duncan are great friends, sir, but it was my second cousin's brother who knocked out my second cousin's eye, sir.
Well, I'll have to take that chance, Wrigley.
Yes, sir. I hope you'll forgive my mention of the incident affecting One-Eyed Wrigley, sir.
Oh, there she is. Let her in.
Good evening, miss.
I think Mr. Trevor expects me.
Indeed I do. Hello.
Hello?
So nice of you to come.
Well, you told me to.
But some little girls don't always do what they're told. Where's Bill this evening?
He's with his mother and father and some friends. They are waiting for me.
Oh, yes, the reception.
I think that is a word. So you see, I'm in a hurry. Tell me what you want me for, and then I will go, please.
Dinner is served, sir.
There's your answer. Dinner.
I don't want to eat dinner.
Now, look. You do what I tell you to do, or I'm liable to get mad and throw you out the window. Now, sit down. I have a lot of nasty things to say to you, and all I want you to do is eat and listen.
I'm waiting. Why am I here?
You may pour the wine, Wrigley.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is pleasant, isn't it? You know, you look very nice by candlelight. Some people might even think you were beautiful. I wonder how many men have told you that.
One too many.
But I never said you were.
You said it.
I didn't, but it's true. You dress with judgment, your manners are, well, fair, and you have the sort of eyes that some men like. Of course, you drink your wine too fast, but I'm sure no one notices the little flaws when they look in the general direction of perfection.
You said it, Mr. Trevor.
Your English is rather limited, but if you never opened your mouth, if you never did anything but just sit there like that, you'd still be perfect. Except that the tip of your nose is shiny.
Will you please explain what I'm doing here?
All right. I thought there might be a chance for us to find a nice, friendly way to call off hostilities.
Pardon?
End our little battle.
Oh.
Provided, of course, that there is some way I can make you give up this idea about Bill.
I'm sorry.
Now, you're not going to tell me that you're madly in love with him.
I'm going to tell you nothing.
You're a very smart girl.
I don't think so.
Oh, yes, you are. Because you know if you told me you were in love with Bill, I wouldn't believe you. But by refusing to answer, you get credit for being honest.
Bill is very lucky.
To get you?
No. To have a friend like you who fights so hard for him.
Come on now. Won't you be regular and drop this whole thing?
Oh, but to do this, I need money. About $3,000 and...
I thought so.
Huh?
$3,000, eh?
Oh, but...
Do you hear that, Wrigley?
Do you want me to hear it, sir?
I do.
I did.
Good. And remember it when I tell Mr. Duncan tonight.
Oh, no, you can't do this. I didn't want you to give it to me. Oh, this is a trick. It isn't fair.
I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but the age of chivalry is dead. When I come back, we'll go to the funeral.
Where are you going?
To see Bill. Like to come with me?
You. I'll see him myself.
Come back here. Wrigley.
Yes, sir?
Get your hat. And get mine, too. We're going to a reception.
Mr. Trevor, I don't like this, sir.
Shut up, Wrigley. You just have to tell the truth, that's all.
But I can't seem to forget about my second cousin, sir.
Jim.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Well, this is a surprise.
It's always a surprise when somebody that's not invited shows up, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim, but I didn't think you'd want to come. I think I've met this gentleman, but I can't quite place you.
You remember good old Wrigley.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Wrigley?
How do you do, sir?
My butler.
Yeah. Oh, your butler. That's a very nice idea. Make yourself comfortable, Wrigley.
I'm very uncomfortable, sir.
Go ahead, Wrigley. Speak your little piece, and we'll get out of here.
Well, sir. Well, you see...
Speak up, speak up.
Well, it was a... Mr. Trevor, I can't do it, sir.
All right, then. I can. A few minutes ago, Bill, your fiancée was up in my apartment trying to hook me for $3,000.
You asked for it, Jim.
For what?
This! Oh. Sorry, Jim, but I had to do it.
You big chump, you.
Maybe you'd better leave.
Sure. Good night, all.
Wait, please. Wait. Mr. Trevor. I saw what happened. I'm terribly sorry.
I'll bet you are.
Oh, please come back. I'll explain to everybody what you meant.
No, thanks.
Oh, but I'm so sorry, and I want to help you.
Yeah? Get in the car.
What?
Come on, get in.
Out! What are you doing? Let me out. I have to go back there. I don't want to go with you. Let me out, I tell you. Take me back.
I'll take you back when I get good and ready.
You are a gangster. You are a...
The beast is the word.
Beast. Yes, you are a beast. And I don't stay in a car with a beast.
If you don't like it here, jump out. We're only doing 40.
Oh, you want me to hurt myself? I won't do that.
Oh, please. Just as a favor to me.
Oh, look out where you are driving it. That car! Look out!
Hang on. Ah, there.
Oh.
See what happens when you don't behave? We almost hit that truck. Are you all right?
Yes, I can't talk.
Good. That's the best news I've had yet.
Will you tell me now where you are going to take me?
Keep still, and you'll soon find out.
I don't care, because when I get there, I get back.
Sure. How?
I hitch.
You what?
Hitch.
Oh, you mean hitchhike.
Oh, it's what I said.
Now, the only thing that goes by the place we're going to is the milk truck, and that's at 4 o'clock in the morning. You've got a lot of practice waiting for it. Oh, by the way, I suppose you know the accepted hitch gesture is made with the thumb, like this. Ow! Oh, why, you bit my thumb.
Sure. This is nothing. Just wait. I'll make a lot of trouble for you.
Is that so? Well, I can took it. Now, here's where we get out.
What place is this?
My little gray home in the mountains. Get out.
I won't.
All right, don't.
Oh, what is that?
Don't be afraid. That's the caretaker. Used to be a hog-calling champion.
What is a hog?
A big pig.
I could say something, but I don't.
Hello!
Oh, hello, Pops. It's me, Jimmy.
Jimmy, let me have a look at you. Gosh, but you're looking fine.
I feel great.
Say, you ain't been here in so long, I was beginning to commence to forget what you look like. Hiya, miss. What are you doing up in this neck of the woods, son?
It's a long story, Pops.
Well, it ought to be worth hearing.
Later, Pops.
Sure, I'll open the house and light the fire so it'll be nice and warm for you.
Come on, you.
No.
Come on.
No. I'm going to sit down straight.
Oh, well, then I better get your coat.
I don't want a coat. I'm going to get pneumonia and die. Then what will you do with the body?
I'll show you. Now, here, going in here. You're going to like it.
Oh, don't. Put me down.
Stop kicking. Stop it.
Put me down.
Oh, sure. There you are.
You.
Well. Married, eh, Jimmy?
Pops, I'd like to... What did you say?
Carrying the bride across the threshold, eh? Well, I always said when you get spliced, you'd pick out a lollapalooza.
What is it, Lalupalushka, you call me?
Pops is just...
A lollapalooza is a humdinger with big blue eyes.
Oh, can't you speak English?
He is speaking English, but it's also nonsense.
I hope you'll be as happy as two jaybirds in a cherry tree. And I'm mighty glad to see somebody as pretty as you in the family at last.
Pardon?
Now, Pops, you've got this all wrong. Let me explain.
What is this?
He thinks we're married.
Oh, then why don't we tell him the truth?
I have every intention of telling him the truth.
I think we should tell him.
Now, listen, you.
I didn't need to be told. I knew it the minute I seen him carry over the doorstep. It's the custom in these parts.
Yes, I know it's the custom up here, Pops, but it's also the custom to...
Now, don't be mad, Jimmy.
Jimmy?
You see, Pops, it's a secret, but if you have to know, you have to know.
Oh, it's a secret, huh? Well, I won't tell nobody. I'll have something for you to eat and 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Well, now you've fixed it.
I didn't tell him. He told me, and I said, yes, Jimmy.
Stop calling me Jimmy.
Well, if you like, I'll call you Mr. Trevor, but I think it sounds funny for me bride.
You're not a bride, and you're not going to be one. That's why you're here. And you're going to stay here until you make Bill understand what you are and what you did.
And if I stay here and I don't say we are married, I get a bad reputation.
And I get a bad reputation if you do.
Then take me back.
No. I don't care what happens. You're staying here.
Okay. I told you, didn't I? I make an awful lot of trouble yet. Just wait.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars Tyrone Power and Annabella will bring us Act 3 of The Rage of Manhattan. Well, what have we here? Or whom have we here, I should say.
Oh, you remember us, Mr. Ruick. We're the Lux Toilet Soap symbols.
Why, of course. For a moment, I thought you were just 6 pretty girls. Very pretty girls.
Oh, no, Mr. Ruick. We're symbols. We stand for 6 Lux Toilet Soap qualities. I'm its mildness. That means Lux Toilet Soap cares gently for even delicate skin.
You ought to ask each of us what quality we stand for, Mr. Ruick.
Well, you then, all dressed up in that lovely white satin dress. What quality do you stand for?
Why, you just practically said it yourself, Mr. Ruick. I'm Lux Toilet Soap's whiteness, a quality that makes Lux Toilet Soap very popular with choosy women.
Oh, I see. Well, who's next?
I ought to be next, Mr. Ruick, because I stand for Lux Soap's purity, and that's a very important quality. Only the finest ingredients are used in making Lux Soap, Mr. Ruick.
Yes, that's right. And now with the next one...
I stand for Lux Soap.
Just a moment, girls, please, one at a time. We'll take that tall blonde girl next.
Oh, I stand for Active Lather. Lux Soap's active lather that does such a thorough job.
And now the little dark girl.
I stand for Lux Soap's perfume, the nice, delicate fragrance that makes it such a wonderful bath soap, too.
And now last, but not a bit least, I assure you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Ruick. I stand for the long-lasting quality of Lux Soap. You know, Mr. Ruick, Lux Soap is as hard-milled as the finest French soaps are. And that means it's economical to buy, because it lasts and lasts.
Well, thank you. Thank all of you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. It's been a pleasure to have you here, and I'm sure you're the best-looking set of symbols any complexion soap could ask for. Thank you, and good night.
Good night, Mr. Ruick.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of The Rage of Manhattan. An hour has passed. In the lonely cabin, Jim and his fair prisoner sit before a cheerful fire. Nicole, gazing into the flames, is secretly amused about something. For at intervals, Jim hears a sound suspiciously like laughter.
Well, what's so funny? You might tell me what the joke is, you know.
I was just thinking of something. It's very amusing.
What is?
You wouldn't understand.
Oh.
Here's your dinner, folks. Just country ham and country cheese. If I'd known you was coming up, I'd have shot a couple of rabbits.
This'll do nicely, Pops.
When you want me to clear up, just ring the bell.
Where's the bell?
Now, son, you know we ain't got any bell. Just give out with the old suey. Suey!
Okay, Pops, thanks.
Say, miss, ain't you going to eat something?
No, thank you.
Girls nowadays don't eat any more than a hummingbird. I remember when I was young...
Yeah, that's all, Pops. Thanks a lot.
Oh, want to be alone, eh? All right, son.
Oh, wait, Mr. Pops.
Yes'm?
Mr. Pops, where is the telephone, please?
Telephone? Well, I'll tell you. You go to the head of the stairs out there and turn right. You'll see a little door in the wall about so big. No, about so big. Phone's in there.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Pops.
But they ain't connected.
Oh, but
can't you make it connected?
I can if you want.
Oh, yes, I do.
All right. It'll take about 10 days. I'll write the company in the morning.
10 days. That ought to be enough time for you to come to your senses. Have some cheese.
No. I'm very particular
About what you eat?
about who I eat with.
Oh, charming girl.
Who is this man
What man?
in the picture up there? Funny-looking one.
Oh, the funny-looking one. That's my father.
I thought so. Who is the other one?
My grandfather.
He's funny-looking, too.
Yes, he is, isn't he? I never noticed.
Why do they all have guns?
They were hunting.
Oh, hunters.
Yes, I come from a long line of hunters.
I think you come from a long line of sourpusses. And you are a sourpuss, too.
Thank you very much. Look, if you'd let me in on the joke, I could laugh with more feeling.
But it's no joke for you, but it's a big joke for me. I've just been thinking what happens when Bill Duncan comes here.
Oh, is he coming here?
Oh, sure. He comes right in this door, and he says, "You asked for it, Jim." Bang! And hits you right on the nose. And you fall over in that direction. Oh, pardon me. I better move the wood box so you don't cut on your head.
And you think it'll happen just that way?
Why not? It happened that way before. It happens that way again.
You like the idea?
I think that will be a lot of fun.
Thanks. Well, I'm going to bed.
What?
I'm going to bed. I've had a rather tiring day. Good night.
Oh, wait. I cannot stay here.
You'll find everything you need in that room over there. Pajamas in the dresser, slippers in the closet. Now, good night.
I want to go back to New York.
Well, go ahead. Right down that road and turn to your left. It's 86 miles, and it'll take you 4 days on foot.
If you don't take me back, I'll scream. Oh!
Well, that's not bad. Try it again.
Oh!
Hear any answer? No? Oh, too bad. I guess 86 miles is too far to yell, even for you. Good night. What is it? Just a minute. Oh, it's you.
Oh, were you asleep?
No, I was doing a fan dance.
I'm very sorry.
I know. You're afraid in that great big room. Well, go back and be scared to death.
I'm not afraid.
Well, I am. Go away.
But I cannot get the window open in my room.
A likely story. It's very simple. All you do is lift up.
But I have the lift up, and nothing happens.
Then go to sleep.
But I cannot go to sleep if the window is not up. I need fresh air.
All right. I'll get you some fresh air. Come on.
Oh, this is a terrible house. The fresh air is all on the outside. There is no fresh air on the inside.
Which window do you want open?
Oh, how easy. Such a strong man.
Well, is that all?
That is all. Thank you.
Good night.
Oh, wait. How can I get a glass of water, please?
A glass of water?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's practically impossible to get up here in the mountains because, you see, you have to go all the way over to the table here and take the carafe between the thumb and the forefinger. Remove the top, lay it gently aside. Lift the glass, and, it's empty, isn't it?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Oh, yes, I'll get you some.
Oh, don't bother. I'm not thirsty anymore.
Good. And if there's anything else you want, will you kindly tell me now or forever after shut up?
No, thank you. I'm going to look out the window, if you don't mind.
No, that all comes with the dinner.
Pardon?
Nothing at all. Go ahead, look out the window. Do anything you please.
The country is nice. Everything is so quiet. I'm going to like it here while we are waiting for Bill Duncan to come and knock you down. It is so lovely.
No, keep quiet. Good night. What's the matter now?
The window, it fell on my back. Get me out. Get me out.
All right, take it easy. Easy now.
Oh, my back.
How did you ever do that?
You did it, slamming doors. I was looking out the window and it fell on me. I'm hurting all over. Get out of here and let me alone.
No, it's all right. Just sit down quietly.
It hurts me. Look. Is it bleeding?
No, it's all right. It's just kind of red.
The blood is red?
No, the back.
Oh.
Now, don't make such a fuss. You're not going to die.
Oh, but I'm going to be a cripple.
No, you won't. Just a cramp where the window came down on the muscle. Now, try to straighten up.
Oh.
There.
You think it's not broken?
It's not even bent. Now, stand up. Up. Now, how's that?
Well, I think me and my back feel better. Thank you.
Now, go to bed.
Yes, please.
And remember in the future that bad girls who do bad things always get hurt.
Oh, but I didn't do anything.
I know. It was my fault, and I'm glad you aren't hurt. Good night.
Good night. Oh, Mr. Trevor.
Yes?
I have something to tell you.
Yes?
You won't have to worry. I shall not marry Bill Duncan.
What?
No.
Good. That's all I wanted to hear you say.
I know. I don't want to do anything you don't want me to do. You see, I rather you like me. That's all.
Why?
Because even though you are fresh and I hate you, well, I like you too, I think.
You mean that?
I never say things I don't mean.
Really? Well, just tell me one thing.
Yes?
How in the world did you find out that I had more money than Bill Duncan?
Oh, get out. I don't want to see you anymore. I hate you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Do you want this light on?
No.
Well, good night then. I hope this will be for the last time.
Miss Trevor.
Yes?
I would like to tell you something.
Well, what is it?
You think I'm very terrible, don't you?
Well, I don't know. What do you think?
I think so, too. But you see, I was all alone and I had nothing, and Gloria told me that the best thing for a girl is a good marriage, and the head waiter, Mike, he gave us the money to meet a nice rich man, and I met Bill, that's all.
I see. Well, you know, I may be old-fashioned, but it always seemed to me that a girl should be in love with the man she marries.
Oh, yes, but when I met Bill, I didn't know anything about love.
And now you do.
Well, yes.
Are you really in love with Bill?
No.
But you said that... I don't get it.
No, I know you don't. It doesn't matter now. Good night, please.
Morning, son. How are you this fine morning?
Oh, I'm tired. And hungry.
I'll take care of that. I'll have you some breakfast up before you can say Jack Robinson.
Fine. We had a hectic night.
Oh, I slept like a log. Didn't hear any of it. I'm a little deaf.
Bring lots of coffee, will you, Pops?
Sure, lots of coffee, ham and eggs, and some biscuits.
Hurry it up.
Ham and eggs all right for you, too?
Who are you yelling to?
The missus.
She's not in that room. She's over here. Come on. Time to get started.
She don't answer. Maybe she's mad at you.
She ought to be. Hey, come out. Come out or I'll come in. All right, then. I told you to hurry up and... Hey.
What's the matter, son?
She isn't here.
Huh?
She's gone.
Say, I didn't see your car outside. You suppose she went somewhere with it?
I guess so.
Well, what are you looking so glum about? She ain't lost.
I'm afraid she is, Pops, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Let's have it. Where have you been, Nicole?
Yes, where?
I'm sorry, Gloria, Mike, please.
Where were you?
Mr. Trevor, he took me.
Oh, you ruined me. Why did you do it? Why?
Oh, Mike, I don't know. I just ran out.
You ran out on me. You ran out on Bill Duncan. You ran me out of a restaurant. You just ran out.
Now, Mike, listen.
I did listen. I listened to you. I listened to her. I listened to everybody. Now you listen to me, both of you. I have something to say to you. Something to say to Duncan. Something to say to everybody. What is the use?
Nicole, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
Feel bad?
No.
It was all my idea. And everything's my fault.
Oh, no.
Yes, it was.
No. I couldn't do what I promised I would do.
I guess you have to figure on every woman doing that. Falling in love, I mean.
Me?
You're in love with Trevor.
I hate him.
I knew it.
He's a beast.
Try and forget him, honey.
Yes.
It's going to hurt an awful lot for an awful long time if you don't. I feel sorry for Mike, too.
I pay every penny back to him. I get a job. I do any kind of work.
Sure. And we'll make a deal to pay him so much a week, just to keep him from going crazy.
Hello, Gloria. I am back. Ah, Nicole, my little chicken. You are crying. Do not cry. Why cry?
Hey, what happened to you?
It is all over but the shouting. Well, that's life. You take a chance, you draw a blank, so what?
It's finally got him.
Me? Oh, no. I am a gambler, so I lose. So what? Do I lose my life? Do I lose my health? Do I lose my good looks? No. I just lose my money.
And after all, what's money?
Nothing at all.
It's a good thing they don't have pockets in a straitjacket. Sit down and cool off, Mike.
I better go to see Bill Duncan and tell him.
Why see Bill Duncan? That is finished. Bury it. Forget all about Bill Duncan. I just saw him and he understands everything. He is a very understanding man. Very. Nicole, do not be sad. Go on a vacation. Go to Bermuda on a nice boat. Meet a nice man and marry him.
Go to Bermuda? Yes, I would like that. Any place.
Yeah, but it's a long swim.
Oh, what does it cost to go to Bermuda? A few pennies. Poof. There is a boat at noon. Here is $100.
Mike, there's something awful funny here.
What is funny? I just told you. Mr. Duncan is a very understanding man.
Wrigley, answer that.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Wrigley. Where's Mr. Trevor?
Why,
Jim! Hey, Jim!
Now, wait a minute, Bill. Before we do anything rash, let's each count 10. 1, 2...
Jim, you're the greatest pal a fellow ever had. Shake.
Huh?
Uncle Eric had that girl investigated last night, and she's a complete phony. Everything you suspected is true. Why, if I'd married her, the family would have cut me off without a penny.
Then you don't want to marry her?
Marry her? I just paid $5,000 to that waiter. He put up the money for the whole thing.
You're not going to marry her, then?
No, but it's going to cost you more than that. You kidnapped her. She's got you good. They'll probably take you for $100,000 at least.
You're sure that you don't want to marry her?
Oh, stop talking about me marrying her. And don't worry about the money. I'll pay it.
You won't have to. Wrigley.
Yes, sir?
Get me out another suit, quick.
Where are you going?
I'm going to marry her myself.
Wait! Wrigley, I can't let him marry that girl. I have to stop this.
Before you do that, sir, permit me to tell you of an incident in which my second cousin, One-Eyed Wrigley, was involved.
Pardon me, are you Miss Nicole de Cotillon?
Yes?
Will you please follow me?
But why?
Is this your bag?
Yes?
I'll take it along.
Oh, no.
Right here, miss. This is your straight room.
This? Oh, but it's too big. Mine is...
Go right in, miss.
Hello.
Oh.
You are a certain Miss Nicole de Cotillon, no? May I change my shirt here?
Please, what?
Where are the draps?
Oh, stop it.
Pardon?
Oh, please, don't make fun of me now.
Oh, I'm not making fun of you.
Then why do you do all this?
Well, you wouldn't want me to get married without changing my shirt, would you?
Married?
Sure. Wrigley's out fixing everything up with the captain. And pretty soon you're going to be the uncertain Mrs. James Trevor.
Oh, but you always think I'm so bad.
I'll tell you a little secret. I'm pretty bad myself.
Oh, but... Oh, Jim.
Nicole.
Mr. Trevor, the captain will marry you in 15 minutes. Oh. I'll go see if I can hurry it up, sir.
I don't know how the rest of you feel about it, but this has been one of the most charming evenings I've ever spent in the Lux Radio Theater. For 2 reasons. And here they are. Tyrone Power and Annabella.
Oh, thank you, Mr. DeMille. And thanks, too, for making our first visit to the Lux Radio Theater so pleasant.
This may be your first visit, but it won't be your last. You performed like a radio veteran, Annabella.
Yes, I think she did, too, but then maybe I'm a little prejudiced.
You'd better be. You know, Theon really is a radio veteran, Mr. DeMille. He was a radio actor before he was in pictures.
He seemed on pretty familiar terms with that microphone.
Oh, it's great training for an actor, Mr. DeMille, especially a job I once had in Chicago.
Oh, yes. Tell Mr. DeMille about that.
Well, I was one of those fellows who read the funny papers on a children's program. And that was really a chance for an actor to run the gamut of emotions, even before we had Superman.
I'm glad you think it's good training, Tyrone. You see, I read the comics to my grandchildren every week. It's the only chance I ever get to act.
Well, it's only fair for a man who knows as much about the profession as you do to get one chance to act himself. Oh, by the way, Mr. DeMille, it's a credit to your knowledge of our profession that you said every now and then on this program that a screen star just has to have a nice complexion. That's why so many of us use Lux soap all the time.
That's a fine tribute, Annabella.
You know, I started using Lux soap several years ago, even before I came to Hollywood. It's certainly fine complexion care, and I wouldn't know what to do without it.
Fortunately, Fortunately, nobody needs to do without it, Annabella. Lux soap is just as handy as the corner store.
What's doing around here next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next Monday night, Tyrone, there's something very important going on here. To be exact, Loretta Young, Brian Dunleavy, and an all-star cast in the play Jezebel. A hit on Broadway and later on the screen, Jezebel is the drama of a woman who makes a great sacrifice, who rises from a trivial, selfish life to a climax of heroic idealism. A magnificent story and a great cast, headed by Loretta Young and Brian Dunleavy.
Oh, with a cast like that in Jezebel, your audience has a guarantee of an exciting evening, Mr. DeMille. Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night. And you're a perfect team, Mr. and Mrs. Power. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Brian Dunleavy in Jezebel. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play with Tristan Coffin as Bill, Ruth Rickaby as Gloria, Lou Merrill as Mike, J. Arthur Young as Wrigley, and Charles Seal as Pops. The picture from which The Rage of Manhattan was adapted was produced by Universal Studios, whose latest release is Back Street with Charles Boyer and Margaret Sullivan. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray in Knute Rockne, All-American. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The tang of coming winter is in the air. The smoke of burning leaves is the perfume of the season. And during the past few weeks, millions of Americans have made their traditional weekly pilgrimage to the football fields of the nation. Thankful this year, as never before, that such peaceful battles are still theirs for the asking. Every school and college in the land has its gridiron great, heroes of fact more thrilling than fiction. But the greatest of them all was Knute Rockne. His name is a symbol of the American will to win, but win or lose, to play the game the American way. Tonight in Knute Rockne All-American, you'll hear the true-life drama of the beloved Notre Dame coach, played by Pat O'Brien, who is starring in the same role in Warner Brothers' great screen success. Pat's performance in the picture is earning the combined cheers of screen and football fans. And with him tonight, we have Ronald Reagan and Donald Crisp, also of the picture cast, and Fay Ray. Knute Rockne was a good deal more than just a coach to his players, so there's a good deal more to his story than just football. It's the saga of a hard-driving fighter who made life always exciting, of the woman he loved and the adventures they shared. It's our answer to your many letters requesting this play. Letters we're glad to answer. We get a particular thrill out of letters like this one from a lady in Wisdom, Montana, a town of prophetic name. She writes, I want to thank you for giving us such grand plays in the Lux Radio Theater every Monday night. We live in the Rocky Mountains, miles from anywhere, and it's a treat for us to hear such wonderful programs. You know, I used to think that Lux Flakes were too expensive to use on a ranch, where there are endless dishes and clothes to be washed. But I found I was wrong. They're really economical. Then she proves she's thrifty by adding, I buy Lux Flakes by the case, so I'm never without it. Words of wisdom, ladies and gentlemen, from Wisdom, Montana. But now for some action at Notre Dame. We raise the curtain on Act 1 of Knute Rockne, All-American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne, Ronald Reagan as George Gipp, and Donald Crisp as Father Callahan. In 1892, Lars Rockne and his family left their home in Voss, Norway. Among millions like themselves, simple, hard-working people from the old countries, they followed the new road of equality and opportunity that led to America. It was in the city of Chicago that Knute Rockne grew up. Like other boys of his age, Knute was often sent to the store. Like other boys, Knute was often hours late in returning.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, and still he is not home. Master, that boy is never here for dinner on time yet.
Good evening, Papa.
Ah, here he is now, lad. Knute, where have you been and what have you been doing?
Outside playing the most wonderful game in the world. It's called football.
Knute, your nose is bleeding.
Is it? Somebody stepped on it. I guess that's part of the game.
Tell him, spiel it. Westlag spiel als die Sonja Docken an Edja.
Oh, Papa, don't talk Norwegian. Talk American. We're all Americans now.
In 1910, Knute Rockne entered Notre Dame. He was older than the other students of his class. He was 25, and his rugged frame showed evidence of the hard years of work he'd put in to earn the money for his education. Those years were not wasted. Knute was a junior in 1913 when Father Callahan, the president of Notre Dame, summoned him to his office.
Come in, Rock.
Morning, Father Callahan. Father Nolan.
Hello, Canute. Here, have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, just relax, Canute. I've got nothing on you this time.
Oh.
Canute, you have only 1 more year to go for your degree.
I hope so.
You've made a fine record in the past 3 years. Honor man in your class, and next fall you'll be captain of football. That's a very rare combination.
Thank you, Father.
Dr. Newland here tells me you've got the best brain for chemistry of any man in his class.
I guess it must be a pretty dumb class.
No. You have a definite talent for science, Knute. There's going to be a great future for men like you in the next few years.
That's a great compliment coming from you, Father Nolan.
Wait until you hear the rest of it.
Knute, I want you to help me this summer. Stay here as my assistant, with pay. As you know, I'm trying to perfect a new formula for synthetic rubber, and I need a good man to check my experiments.
Well, I don't know just what to say, Father. There must be 100 men who'd fight for the chance to work with you.
Then you'll stay.
Well, I'd like to, and I appreciate it. You understand? But, well, you see, Father, Gus DeRay and I have just signed up for the summer at Cedar Point to work as lifeguards.
Lifeguards? That's no work for a man with your intelligence.
You're passing up a great opportunity, Canute.
Oh, I realize that, Father. Maybe next year...
I'm not interested in next year. My word won't wait. I picked you out because I thought you had some brains.
What'd you say? I promised Gus.
He promised Gus. Knute, I could make a first-class scientist of you inside of 10 years. That's what you were born to be anyway. You big Swede.
Who can say for certain what a man was really born to be, Father Newland? That's God's will, not ours. Someday Canute will find his right place in the world. And whether it be science or not, I have a feeling would be the one thing he was meant to do. Of course, Canute, I don't suppose you and Dore would be taking a football along to Cedar Point by any chance?
Well, we kind of figured we'd kick it around the beach a little.
And I'm trying to make a chemist out of him.
All right, toss it, Gus.
That's it.
That's the stuff.
How do you say we rest a while, huh?
That was nice passing, Gus.
Say, Rock, did you see the Tribune this morning?
Haven't seen a newspaper in 2 weeks.
If you'd stop mooning around Bonnie Skiles like a lovesick calf, you might learn some news.
Oh, stop, will you? What news?
Notre Dame's playing Army this fall.
The Army? When? Where?
At West Point, November. The paper says they've got the greatest team in history with 3 All-Americans. We'll get a nice little trip back east, but they'll probably tear us apart.
Who's that so?
Oh, don't be a sap, Rock. The Army will outweigh us 20 pounds to the man. We couldn't lick him if we took a shotgun along.
All right, we'll take a shotgun.
Oh, you ought to wear a hat, Rock. This sun's beginning to get you.
Listen, Gus, this game means a lot to Notre Dame. It's our first big chance, don't you see that?
It's big, all right, but so's a freight train.
Gus, we're going to beat them. Big as they are, we're going to beat them. No, don't laugh. I got an idea. Those eastern teams like the Army are all power, knock you down and run over you like a steamroller. Well, if you can't go around a steamroller, maybe you can go over it. No team has ever used the forward pass as the major set of its offense. Consequently, no team has had a good defense against it. We're going to pass the Army, Gus. We're going to pass them dizzy.
Rock, if it works, it'll make history.
All right, let's start making history. Come on, you're quarterback. I'm it in. Come on, let's get the hang of it. I'll cut in sharp. Now let me have it.
Here she comes, Rock.
That's it. That's it.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
Yeah, great.
We won't have many more like it, Canute. The summer's nearly over.
That's right, Bonnie.
You're going back to Notre Dame next week, and I'm going home, and...
Yep.
We won't be seeing each other again for a long time.
That's right, Bonnie.
Until next Christmas vacation. I'll tell you what I'll do, Bonnie. I'll spend a week with the family in Chicago and the rest of it with you folks. How's that?
Well, that'll help. Till June.
Oh, Bonnie, I don't know what we're going to do. What we're going to live on after we're married. You're taking an awful chance.
We'll get along. I can cook and sew, and you'll get a job.
Well, Father Newland seems to think he can make a chemist out of me. Think I'd be any good at it?
You'd be a success at anything you tried, Knute.
Bonnie, I know I'm not what you'd call a romantic type. But I'll do everything on earth to make you happy. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
There's something else I wanted to tell you tonight, Bonnie.
Yes, Knute?
Gus and I have got a great surprise cooked up for the Army.
Oh.
Bonnie, it's going to make history. Listen, nobody ever thought of using the forward pass, see? I mean, not the way poor Notre Dame's going to use it, you see. Gus takes the ball from center, like this. He fades back like this, and I run down the field, count 10, and now... Well, what's the matter, Bonnie?
Well, go on, Knute. And now?
You know, now somebody ought to kick me right square in the seat of the pants.
Final score, Army versus Notre Dame. Army 6, Notre Dame 7.
Fellas, let me down, will you? I feel like a fool up here.
Better take it while you can, Rock. You'll never hear this again.
Well, Knute, now that you've graduated with a magna cum laude, what are your plans for the future?
Well, I haven't decided yet, Father. I've had a couple of offers, but...
What kind of offers?
They're not very definite.
To coach football. Is that it?
Oh, yes, in a sort of a way.
I don't know why I'm dumb enough to offer you another job. Or why I bothered to look for synthetic rubber when you've got a solid head of it.
Did you say a job, Father Newland?
Maybe I've changed my mind.
Dr. Newland wants you to stay here at Notre Dame and help him teach chemistry. The job doesn't pay very much to start, but he has great hopes for you later on.
I'll take the job and thank you, Father.
Good, good.
You'll start next term, Knute.
There's just one more thing, Father. You don't have any objection to my sort of helping Harper with the football team this fall, do you?
Yes, you're through with football. Get that into your head once and for all.
But it won't take up much time, Father, and the extra money will be a great help to me. You see, I'm planning on getting married.
I knew I should have picked a priest.
I'll only work with the team until I get on my feet. See, you don't think I'm crazy enough to take up coaching as my life work, do you?
Will you hand me that burner, Knute?
There you are, Father.
We'll finish this last test, then perhaps we get some sleep.
That's all right with me.
By the way, the boys tell me you're a good teacher, Knute. They all want to be in your class.
Yes, that's what worries me. I get no respect, none at all.
You'll have respect someday, all you can ever use, if our work here is successful. If we can find the answer, if we can make good rubber cheaply without using gum, a great part of the credit will be yours, Knute.
No, you're the quarterback on this team, Father. I'm just the water boy, always will be.
You can be anything you want. I've watched you ever since you came to Notre Dame. Since the first day you asked a question in my class.
I guess I was pretty much of a nuisance with my questions, wasn't I, Father?
Yes. That's how I knew you might make a scientist. And you will, Knute. Believe me, I know. You have the brains and the strength. These first few years are the hardest. Just live simply and keep your chin up. We're going to do great things, you and I.
Hello. Father Newland's lab, yes. Yes, this is Mr. Rockne speaking. What? When? Where is she? Yes. Sure, I'll be there right away.
Knute, what is it? What's happened?
It's Bonnie. The baby. It's here. Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie.
Honey. Don't yell. I just got Billy to sleep.
Oh. Do you want to put this stuff in my hair, Bonnie?
What is it now?
Creosote.
Sit down and keep the towel over your eyes. First it was hair grease. Then something called Old Doc Simpson's Sure Grow Snake Oil. And now it's creosote. I declare you've tried everything on your hair except grass seed.
Well, Joe Burns says creosote is best of all.
Well, for telephone poles, maybe. The truth is, you've just worried yourself half-bald.
No, I know, but Bonnie, can't you see a little fuzz coming in right there? See, I can feel it right there.
That's the fringe on the towel.
Oh.
5 years of coaching football and track without a single day's vacation. When this head of yours gets to look like a watermelon, you needn't expect any sympathy from me.
Maybe I can get some sympathy from these.
Well, what are those?
Travel booklets? Places to go? Pick out one you like.
Oh, Canute. Do you mean for us?
Sure. Go wherever you say. That one about Florida looks good to me.
All right. Well, I'll go into Chicago tomorrow and do some shopping. Florida. When do we leave?
Well, let me see. This is August. Football season starts next month. We can't go right away.
Well, then what about after Thanksgiving?
No. I've got to attend a coaches' conference in Pittsburgh.
Oh, then after Christmas, January. That's the best time in Florida anyway.
No, not for me, Bonnie. I've got to make a talk to those boys at Mooseheart. Then we've got to settle our schedule for next year. The track team starts work in March. That'll take me into July.
And then the football season begins again. I see. Here, you keep these. Next year, turn him in for a new set.
All right, come on, get going in there. What have you boys been doing all summer? Fox trotting? Shift outside the tackle. That's better. Keep working in there.
How's it look this year, Rock?
We'll have a pretty fair ball club, I guess. What I'd give my right arm for is a halfback who can carry the mail. A big, fast boy who can run, pass, and kick like, say, Jim Thorpe.
A guy like that would never come to a little school like Notre Dame.
No, I know. The sort of fellow I'm looking for only comes along maybe once or twice in a coach's lifetime. But I'm still hoping. And if I ever do find a boy like that.
Hey, did you see what I saw, Coach?
Who kicked that ball?
50 yards, easy.
Well, who did it?
Well, that fella standing over there.
Why isn't he in uniform? Wait a minute. Hey, Bud.
Yeah?
Wait a minute. Where you from?
Calumet.
Ever play any football?
Some in high school. Baseball's my day.
Don't you like football?
Not much.
Go on in, get yourself a uniform, report to the scrubs.
Why?
Because I think you might make a football player.
I doubt it.
Try it anyway.
All right, if you insist.
Wait a minute. Out of the way, come here. What's your name?
Gipp. George Gipp. What's yours?
See, kidding me. Wait a minute. Where's that fella I sent in for uniform?
There he is, Coach. That's him laying down over there.
Mm-hmm. What's he tired about? Beg your pardon, Gipp. I don't mean to disturb your rest. Do we bore you?
No, I got nothing better to do.
Maybe I can fix that for you. Would you like to play?
Well, I have been sort of wondering why they gave me this uniform.
Get in there with the scrubs at left half.
I haven't learned your signals yet.
They'll give you the ball. Just run with it.
How far?
You won't have to bother about that. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we're not quitting, are we? What's up?
I don't know. All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, hold it, fellas. Boys, this is Mr. George Gipp, freshman from Calumet High School. Mr. Gipp has kindly consented to carry the ball for the scrubs. Just call any play, any at all. They're all the same to him, so it'll be good.
All right, I'll take care of it.
Straight goes. 8, 16, 21, 23, 9. Fight! Hey, look at that guy. They can't touch him. Go ahead, go ahead. Hey, Coach, that's the varsity he's walking through.
Boy who can carry the mail. That's him.
There he goes. He's in the clear, Rock. It's a touchdown.
Here's the ball, Coach. I guess the boys are just tired.
Army, 17. Notre Dame, 27.
Michigan State, 0.
Notre Dame, 23.
Nebraska, 9.
Notre Dame, 14.
Northwestern, 7.
Notre Dame, 33.
You played a great game today.
Thanks. Rock get back yet?
He's been phoning me every 5 minutes. His office is full of newspaper reporters waiting to see you.
Oh, Rock can take care of him.
You're a strange person, George. You've been playing football for 3 years. And now, when you're the biggest news of any boy in America, you deliberately walk away from all that fame. Why?
Oh, I don't know, Bonnie. I guess I just don't like people to get too close to me.
You know, Knute and I often talk about you, George. We'd like our 2 boys to grow up and be like you someday.
You mean to play football?
No, not just that. To have your poise and thoughtfulness and your intelligence.
Did Rock say that?
Yes.
Yes, he did. He said those qualities are rare in a boy of your age.
No. Rock's the rare one, Bonnie, not me. There'll be new fellas coming along year after year. A lot of them much better football players than I ever was. But there'll never be but one Rockne, here at Notre Dame or anywhere else. He's given us something they don't teach in school. Something clean and strong inside. Not just courage, but a right way of living that none of us will ever forget. Don't tell Rock I said that, Bonnie. He'd think I was an awful sap.
That's funny, George. He said the same thing about you. There'll never be but one Gipper. Here or anywhere else. I'm going to get you something for that cough.
No, I'm all right. It's just a little sore throat, that's all.
Don't you argue with me, George Gipp. I've taken care of babies and football players from here.
Hello, Rock.
Oh, so this is where you're hiding, huh? What's the matter? Too bashful to drop by and get your picture taken?
Oh, I didn't want to horn in your party, Rock. To get one of your profile.
Must be nice to read what a great fellow you are, on Saturdays anyway.
I haven't gotten that far. This paper says you're a genius.
So, let me see.
There it is. Read it.
Any coach can look like a genius when his team has a halfback like the Gipper. Oh, why, you... Well, they're right, George. They're right. As long as you're in there, I look pretty good. You've made a reputation for me. The team's going to miss you like a right arm next year. I'm going to miss you too, George. Won't quite be the same house without him hanging around, will it, Bonnie?
No, it won't. Here, George, you take this. Lie down now.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Wait a minute, what is this? What's going on here?
George is a sore throat and a very bad cough.
So, let me see. Come over here, the light.
Oh, it's nothing serious, Rock. Season's over anyway.
Who said anything about the season? Open your mouth. Wide. You're all right. Come on, get your hat.
Hey, anybody think you were still in the Army?
I saw enough of the Army to know what's wrong with you. Bonnie, we're going to the hospital. This is a sick boy. How's he doing, Doc? Is he any better?
No, Rock. I'm afraid not.
Oh, isn't there any chance at all?
Rock, we've done everything we could. You know that. It's no use.
How long has he got?
I can't say. Perhaps the night, perhaps an hour. I think you'd better go in now.
George. Yes, Rock. George, this telegram just came from Walter Camp. You were named as fullback on the All-American team. Me? You wouldn't kid me, Rock. No, I wouldn't kid you. I'm on the level. You're going to be all right, fella. I haven't got a complaint, no, Earl. What's tough about this? I'm not afraid. Only Rock. Someday, when the team's up against it, things are wrong, and the brakes are beating the boys, will you ask them to go in there with everything they got and win just one for the Gipper? I don't know where I'll be then, but I'll know it, and I'll be happy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with Act Two of KNUTE ROCKNE All-American, starring Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray. But before we go on with our play, we'd like you to hear what's going on all over the United States. If you could fly from coast to coast, from Boston to San Francisco, everywhere you went, every day of the week, this is what you'd be likely to hear.
Send me a large box of new Quick Lux, please.
Right away, Mrs. Brown.
I need some Lux Flakes. Better make it 2 boxes.
Yes, Mrs. Smith.
A large size Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Jones.
New Quick Lux, please.
Yes, Mrs. Blake.
Lux, please. Lux.
Well, that's the way it goes. In hundreds of stores all over the country, women keep asking for new Quick Lux. American women certainly know what they want.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ruick. We want new Quick Lux.
You certainly do. You've proved it. You've made New Quick Lux the most popular soap for nice things in the whole United States by a vote of 2-1.
Well, what's so amazing about that? It doesn't surprise me one bit.
Well, Sally, isn't it pretty wonderful that twice as many women use Lux for underthings, stockings, and other nice things as use any other flakes, chips, or beads? Yes, ma'am, it's New Quick Lux 2-1.
But I'm not a bit surprised. You know, Mr. Ruick, sometimes I think you men don't give us women credit for having any brains. Of course we choose New Quick Lux. Well, think of what it does for us. How much it saves us. First of all, it saves our pretty things. Undies, sheer stockings, fluffy sweaters.
Yes, with Lux, they stay lovely looking longer. It's so gentle, safe for anything safe in water alone.
And it saves us time.
Because it's faster. In water as cool as your hand, it suds 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested.
And it's thrifty.
It certainly is. New Quick Lux goes further, gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of the 10 other soaps tested. That's true even in hard water. Fast, safe, thrifty. No wonder New Quick Lux has become the favorite American way to care for nice things. The choice of women all over the United States. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Knute Rockne, All American, starring Pat O'Brien as Knute Rockne, Donald Crisp as Father Callahan, and Fay Ray as Bonnie Rockne. Someday, Knute will find his right place in the world. Those were Father Callahan's words. And Knute found that place. Not in the laboratory, but on the football field. It was not an easy decision. It was made after long and careful thought, because he felt that his real job was coaching, turning out great teams for Notre Dame, turning out men.
All right, everybody up. Everybody up. All right, come on. All right, men. Starting a new season today. Got a tough schedule ahead of us. We're used to that at Notre Dame. Now, let's get this straight before we start. I don't want any fellow out here to think he's any better than anyone else. And that goes for you Letterman, too. Football consists primarily of tackling and blocking. And nobody can make this team if all they can do is carry the ball forward, pass, or punt. Any of you spoiled high school stars who do want to learn to block and tackle, turn in your suits tonight. Turn them in tonight. You can't make the team here. The Notre Dame system is based on teamwork. Teamwork, which means a combination of self-sacrifice, brains, and sweat. And the brains come first. Now, I'll expect you to work hard, but I'll also expect you to maintain a high average in your classes. We want to win if we can, but you didn't come to Notre Dame just to play football. 5 years from now, the public will have forgotten even the best of you. Remember that. All right, let's see what you look like as a dummy. Come on, get moving.
Army, 0. Notre Dame, 28. Rutgers, 0. Notre Dame, 48. Carnegie Tech, 0. Notre Dame, 19.
Is that right, Doctor?
Seems to be 1:15 a.m. on the dot, Mrs. Rockne.
Thank you, Professor. It was very nice of you both to come and sit up with me, but I'm sure Knute will be back soon. The last train from Chicago was due 10 minutes ago.
Well, as members of the Notre Dame faculty, Mrs. Rockne, this is our humble way of helping to celebrate the team's illustrious victory.
When I celebrate, I never go to bed before 1:30.
Bonnie.
There he is.
Bonnie. I've just seen something. I've got the idea of a lifetime.
Knute, what is it?
Doc, Professor, I saw a show in Chicago tonight. The chorus girls, a whole row of them.
Knute.
Chorus girls?
At your age, Rock?
No, I don't mean that. It was the rhythm, like poetry to watch them move. Effortless, beautiful. Those girls gave me an idea for a new kind of a backfield shift.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, I tell you, it'll revolutionize the game. No lost motion, no waste of momentum, split-second timing. And the public will love it. It's new, it's colorful, it's great showmanship. Here, Doc, let me show you what I mean. Stand over there.
Now, listen,
Professor, you hold your spot right there, and I'll take the tailback position. Bonnie, you get in there left half.
Me?
Come on, we need one more for a backfield.
Oh, all right.
All right, now good. Now, when I yell hip, everybody takes a step to the hop to the left like this. All right? 1, 2, step, hip. Swing your arms, get the rhythm. All set? Okay, here we go. 25, 36, 51, hip.
Well, watch it, Doctor.
Fun, isn't it?
All right, try it again. Put some zip in it, Doc. Here we go. 38, 42, 29, hip. Oh, Bonnie, you're way ahead of the ball. Wait for the hip.
I was not ahead of the ball. I fell over the coffee table.
All right. We got 4 boys coming back next year. 4 boys who'll take to the ship like ducks to water. Once more now. 21, 58, 55. Hip. 1, 2, step, hip. 1, 2, step, hip. No. All right, hold it. Hold it, boys. Hold it, Mike. Hold it. Oh, you're all out of step. Swing your arms wide like this. Get the rhythm. You look like a brakeman flagging a train. Oh, and you, Miller. You know you've only got 2 feet. Do they have to step on each other? Stilder, you're moving too slow. Whole point of the shift is to catch the opponents by surprise, off balance. Oh, yes, Crowley. I hope I'm not being too personal, but did you ever learn to dance?
Well, I can waltz a little.
No. I kind of thought that's what you were doing. All right. Now listen, boys, listen. We've got a great thing in this shift, if we do it right. And I selected you four, because I know you can do it right. Made order for you. I know it's tricky. That's the beauty of it. If it works the way I figure, it'll revolutionize football. All right, let's try it again. All right, Mike, put another nickel slot. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. 1, 2, 3, hip. Come on. Faster.
What is this new miracle that Rockney has wrought? This bolt of Irish lightning that strikes from all sides with such blinding speed and fury. A ship, they call it. Yes, but Heisman of Georgia Tech also has a ship. So has Tad Jones of Yale. But theirs are simple tunes compared to Rockney's symphony. For this ship is music. The music of a master's hand. Knute Rockne, whose ingenious brain perfected the forward pass, has brought a great new thrill to football and to its millions of followers. In the brilliant hands and feet of the 4 horsemen, Elmer Layden, Rip Miller, Jim Crowley, and Harry Schulder, the Notre Dame ship has become a prairie fire, burning north, east, south, and west, relentless and unchecked for 3 straight years.
All right, that's settled, Bonnie. After the game tomorrow, we leave for Florida on a nice long vacation.
Yes, dear.
Just sit on the sand of Miami Beach and do nothing all day long. Absolutely nothing.
Yes, dear. All day.
Oh, Bonnie, I hope you didn't forget to pack my flannels.
I packed them every fall for 12 years. Even the moths are beginning to lose hope.
Oh, now, Bonnie, that's not fair. Who is it?
Hiya, Rock.
Oh, yeah. What are you doing, Rock? Come on in, boys. Come on in. Well, what's on your mind?
I'd like to get a statement, Rock. What's the dope on the Army game tomorrow?
Notre Dame and 13 points.
The cadets are plenty tough this year. They think they can break the 16-game winning streak of Notre Dame.
That's what they say. That's right, Coach. Boys, this is off the record. But nobody can stop our team. They said we'd miss the 4 horsemen. We'd fold up like a bridge table without them. If anything, we're even better. We've been undefeated for 3 straight years. And tomorrow we'll take the Army into camp just like we took the rest of them.
It's almost unbelievable, but it's true. The powerful Notre Dame team is going down to defeat Army 27.
Notre Dame 0.
Oh, pity. Well, I still can't figure why we couldn't wait in New York for a later train.
Well, I wanted to slip into town before daylight.
The students usually like to come down to the station and welcome the team back, don't they, Canute?
Sure, when we win. For 3 years, they've met every train. We lost this game. I lost it. Oh, I was too cocky. I had a swell head. Thought I could outsmart everybody. I don't blame the folks in South Bend, whatever they think of me. Because I let them down.
Don't take it so to heart, Canute. There's always next year.
Bonnie, I don't even want to get off the train. We're facing tomorrow. Can't. No, we won't get off, Bonnie. Let's go straight on through to Chicago and then down to Florida the way we always planned. Maybe in 2 or 3 months they won't feel so badly about it, and then I can come home. That's what we'll do.
South Bend.
This is it, Canute.
South Bend, Mr. Rockne. Rush off, sir?
Well, Canute,
All right, Bonnie. Go and face it.
I think that's best.
Listen.
What is it?
Well, it sounds like... Come on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. posted on a stand in the newspapers. We didn't win this game. We lost.
Who cares? We still got you, Rock.
Thanks.
Ma, you shouldn't have stayed up for us, Father.
If the rest of Notre Dame can, I guess I can.
Father, I never had anything like this happen to me before. All those boys down at the station. Did you hear what they said? Who cares if we did lose? We've still got you, Rock.
And have we still got you, Knute? There's been a lot of talk these last few months about large offers to you from different colleges. None of us would blame you if you did leave. Any man must better himself if he can. We've just wondered what you'd do. That's all.
How could any man better himself with friends like mine? No, I'll never leave Notre Dame, Father. I'll never leave Notre Dame.
Thank you, Knute. Thank you.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Pat O'Brien, Fay Ray, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Crisp in Act 3 of Knute Rockne All-American. Ladies, did you ever wash a sweater and have it come out half its original size and all faded and scratchy into the bargain? It's maddening and expensive, isn't it? Why not take a tip from a woman who knows a lot about sweaters and how to care for them? She's a lady from Saskatoon, Canada, and she's written us a very interesting letter. Will you read it, Sally?
Mm-hmm. She says, I have a number of sweaters which I received from the old country, made of the finest wool. Some of them are 3 or 4 years old, but you would never know it by looking at them. Their color hasn't faded one bit, and they're still as soft as when I first got them. Yet I can truthfully say that I've washed them between 40 and 50 times, always in lukewarm Lux suds.
Now, that's a fine letter. It's not surprising that New Quick Lux is by far the most popular way to care for sweaters. First of all, it's so gentle and mild. And then it's so fast. In water as cool as your hand, an ideal temperature for washing sweaters. New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Finally, it's thrifty. A little Lux goes a long way.
You know, I think you ought to warn women about 2 things that are very hard on sweaters, Mr. Ruick. 2 things that may shrink them badly. Hot water is one, and the other is cake soap rubbing.
You're right, Sally. With Lux, you don't need hot water, and there's no rubbing either. So you can see why woolens stay lovely looking longer with Lux care. Oh, now, Sally, how about giving the ladies of our audience the Lux method for washing a sweater?
Well, first you draw the outline of your sweater on a piece of heavy paper for a pattern. Then whip up some nice, rich, cool Lux suds and just squeeze them through the sweater. Don't rub. Rinse in water as cool as the suds. Press out the moisture in a Turkish towel. Then lay the sweater flat on your paper pattern and ease it into its original shape. Pin with rust-proof pins and leave it to dry. After it's dry and you've taken the pins out, press the edges gently with a warm iron over a damp cloth to take the pin marks out.
Thanks, Sally. Remember, New Quick Lux is safe for everything, safe in water alone. It comes in the same familiar box, and it doesn't cost you a cent more. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Knute Rockne, All-American. They still like to talk in football circles of the famous Knute Rockne system. But his success was based on more than system. It was based on patience and good sportsmanship, on a deep understanding of the boys who worked with him. One afternoon before the Navy game, Rockne received a letter from the father of one of these boys.
Listen to this, Hunk. Now, Rock, I have waited 3 years to see my son play for Notre Dame, but you've never given him a chance. Unless you dislike the boy personally, why don't you give him a square deal? I promise you he'll tear that Navy line to pieces. Signed, John O'Flaherty, class of 1906.
Maybe you ought to take a job at Sing Sing, Rock. Then the alumni wouldn't bother you.
Yes. I saw that O'Flaherty boy on the hall. Send him in here.
Sure. Hey, Charlie, send O'Flaherty in.
Here's one from the Moose Heart Orphanage. Dear KNUTE, me and the other boys up here have been reading all about you and the Notre Dame team. We have got a football team, too. Will you let us call ourselves the ROCKNE Colts? We don't have real uniforms, and we don't know many good plays, but we have got lots of spirit. He's got a postscript down there. It says, win that game Saturday.
Did you want to see me, Coach?
Oh, yes. Yes, sit down, O'Flaherty. I just had a letter from your father.
From Dad? What does he want? Sit on the bench with you Saturday?
No, he wants me to put you in the game.
Oh, but I'm not even going, am I?
No. Your dad's got a lot of pride in you, hasn't he?
I guess so.
That's a great thing for both of you. Don't ever let anything happen to change it. You know why I'm not taking you to Baltimore?
Well, I guess it's because I'm just not good enough.
No, that's not it. You are good, O'Flaherty. You are good. You're just not big enough, O'Flaherty. I never played you because I was afraid you'd get hurt. And I've kept you on the squad all these years because you've got spirit. Great spirit. Better than your dad's, if you ask me.
Oh, he'll get over it. You know how fathers are.
I ought to. I'm one myself. No, I'd like to put you in there next Saturday. But against that big Navy line, you're taking off a beating. You might fumble. Lose the game for us. That'd break your dad's heart, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
If we win, they may forget it. And if we lose, you can blame me for not playing you. Either way, it'll make him happy. What do you say, O'Flaherty?
Just thanks.
Good boy. See you this afternoon, son.
Yes, sir.
Hunk.
Yeah, Rock?
Add O'Flaherty's name to the list for Baltimore.
But, Rock, he never goes with the team.
I know. He's going with us this time. I'm going to let him kick off.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Rockne. Yes, it is serious. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Rockne can't see anyone. Doctor's orders. Yes, I'll let you know.
Now you're crazy, Doc. My leg, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, it's your leg. But you're my patient, you stubborn Norwegian. And you're a very sick man. The veins of your legs are swollen up like manila ropes. You've got phlebitis, and you've got it bad.
I could get up and walk right now. What is phlebitis, Doc?
It's an inflammation of the veins. And if you move around, there's a strong possibility of forming a blood clot that would travel up to your heart.
What did that do?
Well, your insurance company wouldn't like it. I've warned you about this for 10 years, but you wouldn't listen. You've let those boys of yours smash into you year after year, knock you down, run over you. Now you're paying for it. You're not 20 years old, you're 42. And if you don't obey my orders, you'll never be any older.
Oh, but, Doc, we're playing the Army on Saturday, and the boys...
I don't care if you're playing the whole schedule on Saturday. You don't move out of that bed. And those are my orders.
Bonnie. Bonnie.
Yes, Knute?
Bonnie, I want a wheelchair.
What?
A wheelchair, Bonnie. A wheelchair. We're playing the Army on Saturday.
It looks like an Army day. Score at the end of the half. Army 6, Notre Dame 0.
Here's Rock, fellas.
Well, boys, I haven't a thing to say. You played a great game this first half. All of you. I guess we just can't win them all. Boys, I'm going to tell you something I've kept to myself for years. None of you here ever knew George Gipp. It was long before your time. But you all do know what his tradition stands for at Notre Dame. Well, the last thing he said to me was, Rock, sometime when the team is up against it, when things are wrong and the brakes are beating the boys, tell them to go in there with all they've got and win just one for the Gipper. I don't know where I'll be then, Rock, he said. But I'll know about it, and I'll be happy. That's all, boys.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on!
Army, 6. Notre Dame, 7.
Football scandal attacked by noted educators. Cry of professionalism raised by college authorities. Football purge opens in New York. I suppose you've read all this, Rock?
I've read every word of it. Noted educators, are they? They've got no argument. Public doesn't believe this stuff.
The public believes whatever it reads in the papers, Knute, unless it is denied in type just as large and preferably larger. The coaches of other colleges all over the country want you to go to New York, Rock. They need your name and voice to speak for them. Will you do it, Rock?
All right. I'll go. But I'm not going to mince any words.
Mr. Rockney, the original idea upon which all college sport is founded is that a normal amount of exercise is helpful to young men engaged in their studies. Do you agree with this definition?
No, as far as it goes, yes.
How would you amend that definition?
Games such as football are more than merely helpful to boys. They are an absolute necessity of the nation's best interests.
Why, Mr. Rockney?
Because every red-blooded young man in any country is filled with what we might call the natural spirit of combat. In many parts of Europe and elsewhere in the world, this spirit has manifested itself in continuous wars and revolutions. But we have tried to make competitive sports act as a safer outlet for this spirit of combat. And I believe we've succeeded.
Do you mean to imply, Mr. Rockney, that college football, as practiced at Notre Dame, is a form of pacifism?
Well, I suppose you could get an argument on that from some of our opponents. But that is precisely what I mean.
Mr. Rockney, have you ever interceded for a football player who fell behind in his classes and had to be suspended from your team?
I have not. If any player flunks his class, he's no good to the coach or to the school he attends. And the coach who goes around trying to fix it for athletes to be scholastically eligible when mentally they're not, well, he's just a plain everyday fool.
Mr. Rockney, couldn't football be replaced by some other game? Something less violent?
What game would you suggest?
Well, hockey, for instance.
Well, no, just a minute. As a matter of fact, I once suggested that very idea to Father Callahan, our president. I explained the game to him in detail, and he seemed downright interested. Until we came to the use of the sticks. Then he held up his hands. No, he said. No, that game is never for this university. Notre Dame will never endorse any game that puts a club in the hands of an Irishman.
In your opinion, Mr. Rockney, what is college for? Where do these elaborate spectacles of sport fit into the scheme of education? What is their contribution to the national intelligence?
Gentlemen, we are living in the 20th century. To limit the college education to books, classrooms, and laboratories is to give to education too narrow a meaning for modern times. Now, if I have learned any one fact in my 20 years of work with boys, it's this. The most dangerous thing in American life today is we're getting soft. Soft, inside and out. And we're losing that forceful heritage of mind and body that was once our most precious possession. Now, these coaches and I, have given our lives to working that flaccid philosophy out of our boys' minds and bodies. We believe the finest work of man is building the character of man. We've tried to build courage and initiative and tolerance and persistence, without which the most educated brain in the head of man is not worth very much. Now, our boys at Notre Dame have played all over the country. And they've gotten to learn that Southerners aren't lazy. Northerners aren't cold. Middle Westerners aren't hicks. Californians aren't big and dumb. They've found from all sorts of America what America is. And in that process, they found themselves. Now, I don't know, Professor. I don't know how you would grade a boy for learning all these things. 50, 75, 90, perhaps. But wouldn't it be a good idea not to grade anyone's contribution to the national intelligence until all the results were in? Say 5 or 10 years after he's graduated, when his record and character aren't hung on the wall like a diploma, but are hung inside the man himself.
Oh, Knute, this sun is wonderful. And so good for the children.
Why, of course, Bonnie. Didn't I promise you we'd come to Florida?
Yes, dear. 17 years ago.
Oh, no, 70. It couldn't be that long.
Oh, don't worry about it now. Just relax.
Well, Bonnie, I promise you it won't be 17 years before we're here again. Every winter from now on, we'll take the kids and go south and really get some fun of our life.
That's never been much trouble for you. The day we left South Bend, Father Callahan said to me, if Rock ever loses that laugh of his, I hope he doesn't outlive it long.
Mr. Rockney?
Yeah, something for me, son?
Yes, sir. Telegram, sir.
Oh, sir. Here.
Thank you, sir.
What is it, Knute?
Well, I've got to go to California.
But not right away.
Yes. See, I promised those fellas I'd come whenever they needed me.
Oh.
Oh, there ought to be a union for people who can't say no.
You aren't going by plane, are you?
Well, Bonnie, if I take a train, it'll take me 3 days. This way, I'll get there in no time. I'll be back Monday.
But you know how I feel about flying, Rock.
Bonnie, I wish you wouldn't look at me like that. Come on now, honey. Help me pack. I'll wire from Kansas City tomorrow morning. When will this telegram reach Florida?
Within half an hour, Mr. Rockney. I'll send it right away.
They say there may be a storm ahead of you, Rock. Why don't you wait over here till the next plane?
Haven't any time to waste. I want to be back in Florida by next Monday. I'm on a vacation.
Passengers from Los Angeles plane. Los Angeles plane.
So long. Soft landing, Rock.
Thanks, fella. You mean happy landing, don't you?
A transcontinental plane flying from Kansas City to Los Angeles crashed this morning on a hilltop 3 miles from this town, carrying to instant death the 6 passengers and 2 pilots. Among the identified dead is KNUTE ROCKNE.
We who are here are but a handful of his friends, come to pay our last tribute of devotion to his mortal remains. Of necessity, we are few in number in this hallowed place, though thousands are without the doors. But we represent millions like ourselves who are here in spirit, listening all over America. Knute Rockney might have gone to any university in the land and been gladly received and forever cherished there. But he chose Our Lady School. He honored her in the monogram which he earned and wore. He honored her in the principles and in the ideals he set up in the lives of young men under his care. He was indeed her true son. Yes, Knute Rockney has gone. And who was he? Ask the President of these United States, who dispatched a personal message of tribute to his memory. Ask the King of Norway, who sent a special delegation here to represent him. Ask the thousands of newspaper men whose labor of love in his memory has stirred every heart in America. But above all, ask the men and women from every walk of life. Ask the children, the boys of America. Ask any and all of these. Who was this man whose death has struck a nation with dismay and has everywhere bowed heads in grief?
Knute Rockney, born 1888, died 1931. He'll never be forgotten, for his doctrines live on in men he knew as boys. Men who now carry aloft his standard of fair, clean play and sportsmanship. Among them, Rip Miller, Navy, James Crowley, Fordham, Harry Stuhldreher, Wisconsin, Frank Thomas, Alabama, Eddie Anderson and Frank Corridio, Iowa, Charlie Bachman, Michigan State, Noble Kaiser, Niall Elbert, Purdue, Jim Phelan, Washington, Buck Shaw, Santa Clara, Adam Walsh, Bowdoin, Gus Doré, Detroit, Clipper Smith, Villanova, Jack Mayer, Auburn, Monty Brill, Loyola, and Elmer Layton, Notre Dame.
So we bring to a close our play, tonight's performance of Knute Rockney, All-American. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone.
But first, it looks to me as though Sally here had something to say, something rather complicated from the way she's figuring with that pencil and paper.
Almost an hour a day, 7 days a week.
What on earth are you doing, Sally?
I'm figuring out how much time a housewife spends washing dishes every year.
What's the answer?
Oh, wait till I finish figuring. 300 divided by 8, 3, 7. Well, just imagine. Why, that'd be 8 hours a day for 5 weeks out of the year.
That's a long time to have your hands in dishwater at the mercy of the soap you use. If that soap is harsh, it's bound to make them rough and red and unattractive.
No woman wants hands like that. It's much better to use gentle, new Quick Lux Flakes.
Much, much better. And this has been proved by hundreds of women in tests of 5 leading dishwashing soaps, including Lux. Tests made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. Lux left their hands ever so much softer, smoother than the other soaps did. You can prove this for yourself. Try new Quick Lux in your dishpan tomorrow. Ask for the generous big box, the same familiar Lux package. It's fast, it's thrifty, and it's so mild, it helps your hands stay soft and smooth and lovely. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Back in the center of our stage now is Pat O'Brien, the man who made Knute Rockne live for us tonight. And with him are Fay Ray and Donald Crisp.
Thank you, C.B. It was a great honor to be chosen to play the part of Knute Rockne on the screen, and then again here in the Lux Radio Theater. I've admired him ever since I was a kid.
Pat, you played a little football yourself a few years back, didn't you?
You've been holding out on us, Pat.
There wasn't much to hold out, C.B.
Well, now, the way I heard it, you're a star quarterback at Marquette and ran 90 yards for a touchdown against one of Knute Rockne's best teams.
That is more than a little exaggerated, Crazy.
You mean it wasn't 90 yards, Pat?
Can't run 90 yards sitting on the bench. I didn't get in late in the game. Coach was desperate. He used up the first, second, and third string backs. He was finally down to me. I played about 30 seconds, didn't even get my hands on the ball.
Outside of that, the story's true, huh?
Well, anyway, you can always tell your children that you played against the Knute Rockne team.
That's what I said to myself when I tried to get up for the 6th time.
That's a very comforting thought, Pat. By the way, Mr. DeMille, what's your next play?
14, 82, 91. Hey!
No, not football. Oh. I mean next Monday night.
Next Monday night. Well, we've got a play that's a sure winner, Donald. My Favorite Wife, adapted from Leo McCarey's RKO picture.
Who are the stars going to be, Mr. DeMille?
You like them all, Fay. Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. 3 of everybody's favorites. My Favorite Wife is a gay mix-up. It was one of the hits of the year on the screen, the story of a lady who returned from being shipwrecked on a lonely island to find her husband married again. It's a situation with great possibilities for Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick next Monday night.
And a swell time for the audience, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. If acting were football, you 3 would be a cinch for the Rose Bowl. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett as Father Newland, Ted Bliss as Doré, Charles Seal as Doctor, Earl Ross as Chairman of Investigating Committee, Lou Merrill and Arthur Q. Bryan as announcers, Edwin Max as a reporter, James Eagles as O'Flaherty, Fred Shields as a professor, and Harold Daniels, Horace Taylor, Bob Burleson, Joe Panario, and Celeste Rush. Our play tonight is an adaptation of the Warner Brothers picture Knute Rockne, All-American, which is currently being shown throughout the country. Ronald Reagan will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Santa Fe Trail. Donald Crisp is currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture City for Conquest. And Fay Ray's forthcoming picture is the Columbia production, Legacy. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.